You're like the sunshine in the
Ah,
studio.
bless your heart.
Always.
She's smooth, isn't she, eh? I'll give her that tenner later. Right, now I'm going to introduce these first of all, even though it's not perhaps the mainstay of the hour necessarily in terms, but it's because they've been on twice before. They've sold out, literally, and we've got them back in. What are they, Catherine?
Well, we've got 3 different sets there. I mean, if you're looking for a gift for somebody as well, these are absolutely perfect because, yeah, they come beautifully packaged.
Yes.
When I was first sent these, I didn't want to use them. I just wanted them on display. Seriously, I just love them. And when you do finally, and I say finally, empty the jars, definitely upcycle them. You've got 3 different sets, so 3 different choices here.
Yeah.
What I love about this, Fiona, is not only have you got different mediums to work with if you're going for more than one set, but you've got 6 different colours in each.
Yeah. And they're big jars, aren't they?
They are big jars.
Let's not underestimate the size of the jars.
Definitely, a
as
little
well.
goes a long way. So the one that you've got in your hand there,
Yeah.
if ever you've seen the Inca Gold, in the pots, which we do have larger pots, but this is the same as the Inca Gold.
Ooh.
So you've got 6 different colours for £12.99.
Wow.
Now the Inca Gold is water-based. You can use it, you can water it down, you can paint with it. You've got lots of mica in there as well, so you're going to get that lovely finish. You can use this like a wax, so it's great with your moulds. We saw the Pentel yesterday, so you can use it on your moulds, on your air dry clay, your resin, your wood, your MDF. You can even use it on candles onto wax, and you can burn your candles. It will not be flammable.
Wow.
So perfectly safe if you want to decorate your candles. We do have a candle kit on today. It's a little bit different.
Yeah.
We have had one on before that contains the Inca Gold, but the one we've got today is a little bit different. But yes, you can definitely use this on your wax as well.
I'm moving them all around there just to show the colours. So we started in the middle there with our kind of waxy paste. Where would you like to go now? With the glitter? With the glitter. Let's go to set 1 and the glitter. So again, is this the same sort of principle with these, Catherine?
This is a glitter suspended in a gel. Now the gel dries totally clear, so you're left with the amazing effects of the glitter. And once again, you've got 6 different colours, so blending these together work beautifully. Use them individually. You can use them, of course, multi surfaces, you know, even onto glass you can use this. So using a sponge, you can apply a thick layer, a thin layer, an overall layer through your stencils. It looks incredible. So yeah, absolutely amazing effects. We will see these at the demo area because I've got 1 or 2 little samples that we can show you.
Beautiful. On glass. That's amazing.
Yeah, brilliant on glass.
That's incredible.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, I'm dying to get my finger in that. £12.99. That is a bargain. And like you said, I love the presentation. And then moving along here, tell me about, this is the paint, is it, Catherine?
It is. Now, the paint, again, I love everything Viva Decor. I'm not going to lie, I absolutely adore every product we've ever been given to work with. So again, 6 different colours.
Yeah.
Give them a bit of a stir. They are water-based, but you can use this on projects for outside if you seal over it as well. Again, through your stencils, painting onto multiple surfaces, regardless of what that surface is, porous or non-porous. If you've ever seen the Maya Gold or the Maya Stardust, this is the same paint. So again, it's a great way to get all those different colours for very little money.
I tell you what, that's a cracking price. I'd be very sorely tempted to go for a couple. And what a lovely gift presentation as well. Love that. They look like proper little jam jars of jam. Obviously, not eating them, but do you know what I mean? Lovely little confits of...
They are. Do you know what? I love these so
gorgeous.
much. It was me that requested them back on again. It was me that asked for them in the first place. I just, honestly, I love them so much. And because we've got the event going on,
yes,
you know, you can split the cost. So if you can afford to go for all 3, seriously do so.
Yeah.
You will not regret it.
30mm pots. They are big pots of gorgeousness, they are. Yeah, don't miss out. £12.99. They've been on twice before. I think it was 2 or 3 times we've had them. But Catherine said the first thing she said to me this morning was, Fee, they sell out. They're on, they're gone. So that's set 1. That's your hologram champagne, your silver, sapphire blue, anthracite, and your gold. So that is your, was that your glitters, was it? Set 1. Set 2, which like the pastes, old silver, old gold, apricot, mint green, ice blue, and ink blue. And then set 3, which were the paints, silver, champagne, rose, sage green, ice blue, and dark blue, which is why Catherine mentioned about the you know, getting all three because they've all got their different properties there. Should mention as well, everything is dispatched the 24th of November. So well in time as a lovely gift set. I mean, if I got that as a gift set, I wouldn't think they spent as little as $12.99.
No, definitely. You really
not.
wouldn't.
You'd think maybe $24.99.
The fact that they're beautifully packaged as they are, a little bit of gift wrap, and you know, it's a gift in itself, isn't it? Just to look at the box.
Right, what are you going to show me, darling?
Okay, well, shall we start with those? Because I have got one or two items before that have been demonstrated with these, so we will use them. You'll see them live on air. But let me just show you, first of all, I've got to work out which is which. I think that is the modelling. Right, so if we have a look here, I don't know if we can see this on the front camera because the effect, so this is the glitter. Now, we have got stencils on the show, so if you like the stencils as well, we do have them on the show, and I can tell you, Viva Decor stencils are, again, incredible value. So you can see where I've blended the colours there. We will go through that, you know, real time, but that's the glitter.
On black card.
On black card, so you're going to get different effects.
Oh, you need all 6 of these.
Yeah. These are the, we don't call them wax, these are the ones that are like the Inca Gold. So again, you can see that blend of colours.
Wow.
That beautiful sheen on there. Again, onto the black, different effects onto the different surfaces.
That's gorgeous.
It is,
You've got to have both. You've got to have both. How can I choose?
You definitely do. You definitely do. Now, again, the glitter here. Also, this stencil is on the show. Now, there's not a wrong or right way here, but look at the effect. So I want you to see these now, because when we use them, of course, the glitters are suspended in a gel, so it looks a little bit cloudy when you put it on. So this is the effect that you will get when it's dry, because you don't see any of the gel, you just see the glitter. And I've got the front of a journal here. Again, it's on black, but, you know, it just shows the colours off beautifully. Look at the colours, how they blend together.
Beautiful.
Stunning.
Tell me again, Catherine, the surfaces I can put them on again.
The glitter, you can put it onto glass, you can put it onto MDF, you can put it onto wood, cardstock, grey board. Do you know, I'm going to have a go on fabric as well, because we have got other mediums that you would think would only work on cardstock, and they don't. They work on multiple surfaces. This is one of the reasons why I love Viva Decor so much, because they do make products that will work indoors and outdoors as well.
You've got one of my favourites there, the holographic glitter there. I should say as well, my producer, she's been doing her maths, she's been doing her Vordermans this morning. She says if you get all three, that's just under £40. With our Flextravaganza event, which ends on Friday, you can split that cost, you know, over November, December, £20 a month. Get all three.
And that gives you 18 pots.
18 pots of gorgeousness.
Different pots as well.
Very
no
different pots,
repeats. No repeats at all. So let's have a little look at these. Now, I would suggest that you give them a stir, because they do settle, and you will see that medium in there. But I mean, look at this gold here straight away. Look at the amount of glitter.
That is intensely packed, isn't it?
It's literally packed full
sometimes
of
with
glitter.
glitter, you get a lot of the gel, and then when you put it on, it's like the nail varnish, isn't it? It's just a very, very light smattering of glitter, and you're always a little bit disappointed, but not with that.
You definitely don't want a light smattering. Now, a lot of the kits with Viva, and I don't know, the sponges are on the show. If you haven't got the sponges before, go for these. We have such an amazing bundle if we've got them on, because you get an awful lot for your money. You get 60
sponges.
60 sponges.
Oh, my word.
Love
Why do you love the
these
sponge,
sponges.
Catherine?
I will show you during the shows, but because I use these for applying lots of different mediums, you get a lovely texture when you use them. You get great coverage. They're just the right sort of firmness as well. But do wash these out when you've used them. Don't waste them. Don't ever waste them. Wash them out and just keep reusing them. But all of the products we've got on today's show are great with the sponges, so you will see me use them at some point. Now, what I'm doing as I stir the glitters, I'm just wiping it onto the sponge, because I won't waste it. I'll use that to apply, you know, through a stencil or something like that. So, because
60 sponges.
I know.
60 sponges. You're not going to run out your sponges there, are you?
You're not. I'm going to give all of these a little stir, and obviously cleaning up the brush there onto my sponge, because I don't want to waste it, as I say. And then we'll get a piece of card and we'll work with one of the stencils. Now, we've got different stencils on today.
We have, including that beautiful one you've just shown us as well.
Yeah, gorgeous, gorgeous stencils. We've got 12 by 12s. We've got a nice bundle of a different mix as well. So whichever you look at, really worthwhile getting once again. So I'll give those a little bit of a stir. I think we're good to go. Okay, so let me get a piece of cardstock. We'll start with a fresh one. And do you know what? Shall we do quite a large area?
Ooh,
Which stencil shall
let's
I
go
with?
for it.
Let's go with.
Which one are you
Do
choosing?
you know, I'm going to go with this one because it's it's nice and
three,
open.
haven't we, on the show today.
Now, obviously mine isn't clean. You can
Yours
see
is
that,
loved.
but it looks very pretty. Look
It
at
does
this.
when you hold it like that. Yeah.
Look at that. Top tip. If you're working with stencils and you get them very, very dirty,
Aye.
use a dishwasher tablet, put it in a bowl,
yes.
let them soak, and it will soak away all those different mediums.
You get
So
3 stencils. Sorry to interrupt you there, Catherine.
That's
Are
all
they
right.
sort of a 12 by 12 size, would you say, Catherine?
these,
Is that
yeah,
your
12
card there?
by 12.
35 to, well, it says on the screen pin, 30 by 30. You get the frameless paisley, the frameless ornament, and what was this called? Frameless. I'm sure it's probably got a name there. Yeah, gorgeous, aren't they?
It's
There's
a
all 3 of
frameless
them.
one that I'm using now because you can see there isn't a square edge to it.
Yeah.
They are 12 by 12 or 30 by 30 centimetres, it's
Yeah.
the same. So, yeah, that's the size. So I'm starting with, just because I'm using the same spatula, I'm starting with the lighter one.
So you're not
we've got the
sponging yet, you're
holographic.
going in with your spatch.
What was that, sorry,
You're not
Fiona?
sponging yet, you've gone in with your spatula on this one.
Yeah, I've gone in with the spatula rather than the sponge with the stencil. So we've got a little bit of the holographic. We'll go with a little bit of the silver next.
Oh, she's mixing it up. You see, this is why you need all 3
I'm
sets.
blending it. I'm blending it. I have used these pots before. These aren't full pots, but honestly, this goes such a long way because you only need a tiny bit because they're so packed with that glitter.
Yeah.
So what I could do is add a little bit down the other side as well. But I think we'll just work across the corner. I'll probably not cover the whole of the sheet, as nice as it would be. I do want to move on to other things as well. So when I blend, I don't worry about how much I cross over those colours. You know, it's always about the reveal to me. You see different effects coming through. We'll go with that gorgeous blue next.
Oh, both those blues in there. Oh,
Absolutely
they're
stunning.
stunning, aren't they? Yeah.
So I am kind of going over where I've been and also a new area as well. And once I've applied this, if I look at it and think, oh yeah, I need a bit more colour here and there, I can just go over the top again. So I'm almost putting it on and scraping it away again because you don't need to waste anything. You know, as long as
Okay.
it's sitting within the stencil, scrape away anything from the top of the stencil so that you're not, you know, using anything that you don't need to use. So we've got 2 colours left, I believe. Which have I done that one? Have I done that one or is it this one? I've not gone with this one, I think. Oh, look at this gold.
Oh, she's buttering it on.
Look at this gold. The fact that my stencil is dirty, you've probably not seen the full effect at all, even through the stencil. So the reveal will be nice. As I say, I'm not covering the whole surface. Got one more colour. Now, don't underestimate this colour either. I forgot what we call it. It's almost a graphite. I think
Yes,
it's
like a pewter colour, isn't it?
Yeah,
yeah.
It's got blue tones in it.
Okay.
But it's like a midnight blue, but it's not
yes.
called ink
Yeah,
blue.
ink blue,
That's
is
the
it?
one, ink blue.
Yes, it is like a midnight blue. It's kind of got gold sparkle in there.
It's
Your one's more
absolutely
azure,
gorgeous.
isn't it?
Let's just add a little bit more
Absolutely
at the top
beautiful.
there. So in fact, let's go with a little bit here as well.
Slightly like, yeah. Good
So
description.
when I do the reveal now, obviously we're going to see the glitter, but it is still suspended in that gel, so the gel won't be dry straight away. But we'll have a look at this later when it has dried. So let's see what we've
Wow, I
got.
can already see the glittering.
Let me just pop that down there. I'll hold this to the front camera if I may, so you can see.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
Look at that green, yeah.
I know. Now the green is the
Yeah.
holographic, but because it's on black, you're seeing that green really coming through, and it will stay that colour. It will just intensify as it dries. Look at that,
Oh, my
gorgeous.
goodness. Brilliant. Don't miss out on these because for $12.99 a set, we've got the glitter, we've got the paint, and we've got what I'm describing as a kind of a paste. You can see you've got the different colours in there as well. So Catherine was just using the glitter and a little bit of the paste there. She had a bit of a cross-pollination there. They come in the lovely presentation boxes. Big pots, 30ml pots for $12.99, and we both decided what a lovely gift idea, you know, for someone. You've got all the colours on the back there. I think they're gorgeous. I can't get over the price point. So grab yourself a couple there. And you can see the intensity of that glitter. I mean, it's packed jam with that glitter. It's not sparing at all. There's that beautiful lapis lazuli lazuli blue with the gold in there, a proper azure blue. You've got that lovely, lovely silver. You've got the gold. You've got the holographic one there as well, and like an old gold there as well. It's just, oh, let's get it open. Ooh, look at that. Ooh. Lovely. Just noises now, everybody. Just noises. Then they've got the pastes here. Look at these pastes. Lovely, jubbly. Oh, look at that for intensity of colour. That is your lapis blue as well, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't get much intenser, does it? The silver, the apricot, the old gold, the peach, the vanilla-y. Ooh, cool. Oh, that one's open. Not guilty. Whoa, a little bit of that. If anybody's just tuned in, they think, what? Have I turned over to the wrong channel? Because all they can hear is, whoa. There'll be Peter in the kitchen, boiling the kettle, thinking, what is Marge watching? Wow, look at that. Have it. Yes, there's all sorts. And then you'd be having your cornflakes thinking, good grief. Are you watching the right channel there, Marge? And then we've got our paints. Yes. They're just so lovely. I say it as I see it. Look at that. Yes, you will be making these noises when you open them up, I promise you. Beautiful. You've got that, oh, look at these colours. There's that deep graphite, the silver, the beautiful ice blue, the pink, the green. Ooh, have it. $12.99, 859-608. I mean, I think that is an absolute... I've turned them all around, obviously, so we can just appreciate those colours. But, yeah, just gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. There's your paint as well. Beautiful. $12.99 per set. 859-608. Set 1 is in the lead. Our glitter. Holographic glitter. Just pip in the lead there. A hologram then as well. The champagne, the silver, sapphire blue, anthracite, and the gold. Set 2, your pastes. Oh, that's that old silver, old gold, apricot, mint green, ice blue, and the ink blue is to die for. And then set 3, this is the paints, silver, champagne, rose, sage green, ice blue, and dark blue. Beautiful. I'm very excited, Catherine.
I always get excited when I get to use these. You know, I wiped onto the sponge, you know, from the paintbrush, just to show you how you can apply to glass. Now, I've got a mixture of all the different colours on there because I just cleaned the end of the paintbrush off. Just using the sponge, if you apply onto your glass, you can see, hopefully you can see, not only have you got the glitter there, but you get a lovely texture with the sponge as well. We'll do a little bit more on some glass with one of the other mediums. Now, if you want that, if you do want that to intensify, just keep, when it's dry, go over the top with another coat. But if you want to put your lights in there and keep it subtle.
What an easy way to apply glitter for the glue in me pot.
Exactly.
Glitter pot.
Now, you could put these in the dishwasher if you seal them with some, there is actually available a dishwasher Mod Podge. There is, yes.
For that.
I don't know if we've ever seen it on here. It's something I need to request we get because it's a bit of a game changer for me.
That would be so popular, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so as long as you've sealed it with the appropriate medium, it would. I personally think you could hand wash, but I mean, I wouldn't sort of use glasses and things that you're going to drink out of, use them for decorative purposes, but yeah, definitely work with them in other ways. Fiona, I think you've got my blue...
this one.
Yeah, I just want to show all the different colours, if I may, so thank you. So we've got, now, what do we call these?
I said pastes, but you probably got a better...
But they are, seriously, they are the same as the Inca Gold. So, the Inca Gold, fantastic value again. We often see them, in fact, I think we've got them on the show, in the bigger pots. So if you know you're going to need those bigger pots and you're going to use certain colours a lot, great way to go. But as we keep saying here, you've got 6 different colours. Now these seriously are going to go a long way because you can apply with a fingertip, with a sponge, with a brush. They're going to last such a long time. Do as I say, not as I do. You can see I've contaminated this one with a little bit of blue. I am terrible at that. You know, so, but there you go. Now, I'm just going to use a fingertip for this, using it through a stencil. We could use a sponge as well. We could use a paintbrush. You could use a stencil brush. But I'm going to do a similar thing. I'm just going to work with this onto the black card. Different effect again on different colours. and we'll blend these together. Now this particular stencil isn't quite as open. You've got more sort of defined areas, so we're not going to see the blend as much as in the last one with the glitter, because you've got those spaces in between, but you'll still see how the colours work beautifully.
Could I use these sort of over, you know, when you emboss something and you just want to heighten the embossing, can you use these sort of pastes over that?
Oh,
you know, like
definitely,
your wax and your gilding waxes and that sort of
on
thing?
your cards, on your embossing, on your gilding, on your resin, on your air dry clay.
Oh.
Don't forget these are water based, so you can paint with them. Work with them like a watercolour paint, so really create those washes. You're going to always have that beautiful sheen that comes through. You can stamp with them. You can apply to your stamps as well. They're just absolutely wonderful. You know, again, different surfaces, your wax. Who would have thought that you could apply something like this onto wax, but you can.
Gosh.
And all you need to do, again, the sponges are the best way to do that, because you get a really, really lovely effect.
And a wax candle
So,
with your stencil.
yeah, great with the
pretty.
candles. We did have a kit on last time, a candle kit, that contained the Viva Decor Inca Golds, which is the same product in the big pots. And the kit came with a transfer medium, some transfers, and you can literally just wipe on the Inca Gold onto your wax. Blend the colours if you want, do ombre effects.
Oh, nice.
You know, you've got all those different ways of working with them. And seriously, you can check this on Viva's own website. You can actually burn the candles. It's perfectly safe.
Goodness me,
because it's
that's
water-based, it's
fantastic.
nothing flammable. So not only do they look beautifully decorative, but also you can use them. So if you are looking at making handmade gifts,
And we've
think
got a lovely
about
candle set today.
yeah, stenciling around a candle.
Totally changes
Absolutely
it up.
beautiful.
Yeah.
We've got other products on today, like the Zen pens, which you can also decorate with if you want those little sort of dots and embellishments. We've got so much. In fact, we've got 2 shows today, so we will see. We'll see lots of different mediums. We'll try and cover every medium that we've got on the show during the 2 shows.
Yes,
I
'cause you're
can't
with us at
promise,
10
but we'll
as well.
try our very, very best.
I should say, Catherine, as well, the glitter, the ones you showed first of all, 40% gone. So whatever you do, if you're thinking I'm going to go for 2 or I want all 3, then whatever you do, don't delay. Yeah, please be quick, because I can only go on the history of these with Catherine before. I think it's either 2 or 3 times, and each time they just sold out before the end of the hour. So, yeah, I wouldn't rest till 10 o'clock on these.
No, no, definitely not. Now, I'm just adding, because the blue is much stronger, I'm just kind of
Yeah.
adding a little bit more of the blue over some of the other colours as well. So, obviously, not such an open stencil, but let's see what we've got. Oh, that blue,
the
look at that.
gold.
Let me just give this a flex, because
beautiful.
now that will dry. It won't take long to dry,
Yeah.
and that sheen will not disappear. If you
So
are adding this
pretty.
product to other surfaces, like your candles, once it's dry, give it a polish with a soft cloth. It will really, really gleam, really gleam. But they are absolutely beautiful again.
Stunning, absolutely stunning. Right, we'll recap these. We'll show everybody the stencils, and we've got our candle kit on the show. And I know she's going to come to the paints as well, because I'm dying to see those as well. So set 1 are my beautiful, my beautiful glitters. There we go. Jam-packed. We saw that first demonstration with Catherine with the lovely stencil, jam-packed with the glitter. You can see you're going to get all 6 pots. Beautiful presentation there as well. We love the presentation. As a gift idea, you would never dream you start as little as £12.99, and that can go on the glass, as Catherine was showing us as well. Holographic one is beautiful. £12.99 there, 859608. Under the same, 45% of those has gone. Yeah, they will not disappoint. Set 2 are my pastes. Yeah, my pastes. A third of these has gone with this is what Catherine's just been using. That blue there, that old gold. I mean, you saw all those colours and how intensely they went through the stencil. These are the ones as well that you could put on your candle as well, Catherine was saying. So I'm going in again, folks. Oh, you ready for the noises? Turn it down. Oh, look at that, eh? Oh, Sid James special, that one. Oh, that's going to like Catherine was using this so sparingly. Little smidgen on her finger there. Just big pots as well. They just will not disappoint, I promise you. So they are what I keep calling your pastes, because they kind of got that paste texture, waxy paste. And set 3, the paints we're going to come to as well. Dying to see this lovely coverage. Beautiful, proper champagne gold there, silver, the sage green. oh, what is like almost like an anthracite dark and rose pink and sky blue there. Just beautiful. Each set is £12.99 under the same order number. Get all three, spread the cost, £20 now, £20 in December on the two flexi order, you know, flextravaganza is what I'm trying to say. 859608. Let's mention those stencils. I didn't realise, I thought it was choose which one you want. You're getting all three. And they're lovely, 30 by 30 centimetres, so your 12 by 12s basically. And yeah, we've got gorgeous, gorgeous. So Catherine's been using this one just now in the middle there. And we started with that first one, which I think has so many different elements within it. You could just use part of it. You know, you look at the paisley there. You've got got the sort of sunflower. It looks like a lace doily, that corner bit there. And that's beautiful as well. And then just those ornate flourishes, just gorgeous. £22.99 for all three of those. 166574. Endless, as in, yeah, can repeat the pattern. And then the first demonstration Catherine used was with our smaller stencil here. They call this we've got A4 and A5. They call this the calendar parts, have they? Yeah, calendar. Shapes and motif and the filigree flower. So yeah, beautiful. You've got that beautiful filigree flower there. That is so pretty and ornate. Isn't that gorgeous? You could just use that as a single individual to pick out something. We were talking stenciling your furniture and upscaling, what have you. And then you've got all these lovely shapes as well. Little pennants and flags and bunting and yeah,
that is
loads
great for your planners.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I chose that one because if you draw through with a fine liner, of course, you've got all the tags, the scrolls, perfect for your planners, but also, well, great for anything, isn't it?
Gorgeous.
But I did think that was a nice mix of stencils.
It is.
Because I think there's something for everybody. And
yeah,
definitely for using on your different types of projects as well.
Love that. I mean, just, yeah, you just stamp little frame, create your frame for stamping a lovely message. I love the scroll there. Wow, are we getting all three of those for that price?
You do.
Crikey, the Viva Decor, they're giving it away this morning. 256736 for all three of those. Stunning. And you have been shopping ahead for the candle kit, which I think is brilliantly priced. Lovely gift idea to actually create or to gift. And I know Catherine is going to be looking at this with us. Very simple to follow, brilliant instructions, because myself and Meg had a read of this morning. We like to check out the instructions. If it's complicated, we glaze over and just go, Catherine. But we understood this. We understood it and thought, I could do that. This is manageable. So this essentially, you're creating your own motifs on your candles,
You are.
aren't you?
You get a lot of transfers included in the box, but if you've got a laser printer, you can print your own. So if you want to... if you want to print out, you know, personalisation or a photograph, or as long as it's a laser print, you can transfer it. But what I've got to say again here, Fiona, and I did this last time with the candle kit on. The previous time it was the Inca Gold in the kit. This is a little bit different. This is a satin finish. But look at the size of the pots that you're getting in that box.
These are big, aren't they?
Forget whether you're using it on a candle or not. You will be able to use that medium on different surfaces.
Yeah.
Create your own candles. I was thinking about this morning. You know, we had Zuri on yesterday.
Yes.
And we're always saying about putting wax into your moulds.
Yeah.
Create your own moulds and decorate with the medium that's in the box. You get the sponges in there.
Ooh.
You get the paintbrush in there. You get your transfer medium in there, which is a huge pot and is going to go such a long way as well. So, you know, it's even if you're not using the transfers in the box and you want to use your own, value for money again on this one is just ridiculous.
That is a big pot, and it's so simple. Catherine will take us through this. You get 4 of those sponges, as you said, and yeah, just create your own coloured candles there with you. I love the idea of, you know, if you've got those printers as well, create your own motifs, but you're good to go there. £16.99. All you need is a nice pillar candle. 734935. Right, Catherine, where are we going now, darling?
Right, we'll look at the candle in a second. But with the gift boxes, I did want to just very briefly touch on the paint.
Yes, I'd like to see the paints as well.
I'm using one of the stencils again. I think you've got one of my colours.
I have. I stole everything this morning.
I do like to try and show all of the colours, just so that, you know, you can see the full batch. So once again, what I've done is stirred with a paintbrush end. Use something, a little stick, anything you wish to stir. One of my sponges again, just wiping on there, and I'll show you the sponge and the texture you get in a little while. In fact, we're going to use one of the sponges to create with a stencil here. Now I'm going to just find where I put my spatula. There it is. Let's start with that lovely sort of champagne colour.
What can the paints go on, Catherine?
The paints can go again on MDF, on wood, on cardstock, on glass, tin, so pretty much all
they go on plastic?
surfaces. On plastic,
Oh,
you could, yeah,
great.
definitely apply onto plastic as well. So porous and non-porous. Now this time I am using the sponge rather than the spatula to apply, because I want you to see the difference in the texture. Also, if you use the sponge, a little goes a very long way. So I'm just adding a small amount of the paint to the sponge itself and then going in. And once again, I'm going to blend over so I haven't got any hard lines, just kind of cross over where I've been. So I've gone from the champagne colour into that beautiful green. So it's going to be a very subtle change, I think, with this one. Let's go into the pink next. A little bit of the lovely pink. So we'll go, again, only a small amount. And we'll add that texture there as well. And I've got to keep reminding you, of course, you're going to see different effects on different colour backgrounds, but the coverage is absolutely fantastic. A little bit more of the pink there. Then we'll go with the blue. Let's put the blue. This blue is gorgeous as well. Absolutely stunning blue. And the stencils that I've chosen, we've just been mentioning, you know, different stencil for different projects. But if you are into upcycling your furniture, I have chosen some that are perfect for your furniture, because you know I love doing mine. I'm going to go with the dark one next. Actually, I was going to keep that until last, but I'm not. I'm going to go with that one next, and then go with the silver.
She's gone rogue, everybody.
I have gone a bit rogue, yeah. And I'm just going to add a little bit to the top of the stencil there, so blending with where the gold is. So we're almost there. We've just got the silver to go with next. I'm not even changing the side of the sponge. I'm just using the same side. And as I say, wash these out when you've used them. And
just
reuse
warm water
them.
and a bit of
yeah,
detergent.
just warm soapy water.
Yeah.
So let's do the reveal of this one.
Oh,
Hold this to the front camera again, and hopefully you'll pick up the texture that you've got from the sponge there. It is such a lovely effect.
Beautiful.
The more this dries, the shinier it's going to look as well. That will really start to gleam as it dries. Beautiful. Now, while I've got the paint out, just very, very quickly, a piece of MDF, same sponge. Let's go with, oh, what colour? We'll do a little bit of a mix. That gorgeous blue would be nice, and a bit of the champagne maybe. So just kind of mixing that up. Straight on to MDF, no gesso, nothing underneath there. Because I'm using that sponge, I'm getting that gorgeous texture again. I could blend this, I've just kind of mixed the two together, but if you want to do an ombre effect, add the colours separately, build the layers up. But one coat directly onto MDF. Ooh. Great coverage. We'll come back to that when it's dried a little bit more again, because you'll see that mica coming through. The texture is beautiful. And if I just grab that jar again, let's put, let's go with a little bit of the pink on here now. I'm still using the same side of the sponge, so we're going to get a little bit of a mix. But directly onto your glass, look at the coverage here. So again, if you want it subtle and you want to put lights or candles inside, go with one coat. Nice even coverage with your sponge. If you want to build the layers up or make that more opaque, then you can put layer upon layer to, you know, so it's not transparent. Absolutely fantastic, and it dries so well. The only thing I would say to you is wash your jars, so make sure there's no grease on them.
Yeah, fully clean. Yeah,
that's all you need to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so just give them a just regular wash.
Lovely, Catherine. I'll give everybody an update on the mediums. And as Catherine said, don't forget to have a look on the website, because we've got the Zen pens. They're a pack of 12. We've got the Frosty Effect paints as well as Satines. They're gorgeous. So lots from Viva Decor as well. So set one, our beautiful glitters. 65% have gone. You get all 6 pots for $12.99. So you've got the hologram, the silver, the champagne, the gold, the sapphire blue, and the anthracite there. Packed. I mean, the anthracite really, for me, it's just like a midnight blue with gold flecks, and just gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. And then set 2, the sort of waxy pastes there. Half the stock's gone. Again, old silver, apricot, the mint green, old gold, the beautiful blue, ice, and then sort of an icy cream there. That's the worst description ever, Fiona, icy cream. But it's kind of that two-tone effect to it, as you saw with the pastes. And then set 3, the paints that Catherine's just been using. A third has gone. I just love the fact that we're seeing these on all these multi-surfaces, and you haven't got to have a different pot for a different surface. I just think that is brilliant. And the price point, get a couple while you can. 859, third of the stock of that one is gone. 608, 12.99. Remember, oh yes, dispatch date is the 24th of November, so still plenty of time if we are thinking those gift ideas, or just plenty of time anyway. It's worth the wait. It's worth the wait. Now, the website is where you can find all those other mediums, because over the 2 shows, Catherine's going to try and cover as many of the mediums as you can. The Zen pens, you can get sets of 3. That was for your detail, or you can get them as individual sets of 4. We've got the lovely set of the blob paints there. We've got the white effect hologram glitter pastes individually there as well. The set of 60 sponges. Yeah, so there's the slate paste is amazing. Amazing. There's loads we haven't even got around to mentioning. One of my favourites are those sateen frost effect paints in the pink and the white and the blue and the silver and the green. They're just brilliant. Have a look for those on the website there as well. Right, I think we're going to go to the candle set, $16.99. It comes with motifs, 4 sponges, 3 different colour pastes to colour your candles as well. What do you call it? The sealer and the brush.
The transfer.
The transfer, yes, the transfer medium. And then a whole set of mediums as well. But I'll leave Catherine explaining it better.
Okay, now I only had 1 candle.
Okay, darling.
And the candle was white originally, as you can see from the bottom. Now, I did just put a layer of this satin on last night, just so I could sort of show you a little bit further. You can mix the colours together. I did go with a little bit of the mustard and then also the green over the top. I didn't use the blue, so I might just go with another layer and put some blue on there, just so we can see it. Now, all you need to do with your candles, it's just a regular wax candle, and of course you can get the LED ones that are real wax on the outside.
Oh, yes.
But battery as well, so they would coat beautifully. When you get your candle, use a soft cloth and just give it a polish.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I know this has already got the medium, but just make sure you've given your wax a little bit of a polish, and then it's just a case of grabbing one of the sponges, the colour or the colours that you wish, and you just apply it with the sponge. Now, I'm not going to say you're going to get the perfect coverage straight away. You'll probably need to go with a couple of coats of this, but you don't need a lot, and you literally just wipe it on.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, it is lovely. So you can see, even over the top of the other layers there, that blue looks pretty strong. It would, actually, I love the blue.
Lovely, isn't it? Me too.
I really do like the blue. So give it a few minutes to dry. It doesn't take long. The sponges are in there for a reason. It is because it's the best way of applying the colour. You could use a stencil, of course. If you've got a flexible stencil, apply that around the candle. And, of course, you can do your stenciled effects as well.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to leave a little bit at the back here. I've nearly covered it all now. I really want to go all blue, but you can see, you can see what you've got there. I kind of got to just talk through this one in a sense, because it takes it takes overnight or up to 24 hours for the transfer to work. So what you would do, once you've covered all the candle, and I will cover this properly for the next hour, and we'll go through this again on the next hour. A second coat if you require it, mixing those colours again if you prefer, using your stencils, whatever you need to do. Then when you've done that, you will just open up your wax transfer. You do get a brush in the kit as well. Polish up the colour that you've done, because it will bring a nice gleam to it. So do give it a polish with a soft cloth again, so it's nice and shiny. And then my top's sealed back on. Then you use the transfer medium, which will dry clear, and you will coat the candle. So just paint it on so you've got that base.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not going to do that right now. We'll save that for 10 o'clock, so when I've got this fully prepped up. So you paint that on. Then you will choose your desired motif, or if you're printing your own. Of course, if there are words, the words are going to look back to front as they're printed out, because when you apply them, then they are going to be the right way around.
Does it matter if it's just on the normal copy of paper that I've done
just
on my printer?
Just normal copy of paper is
with
absolutely
an image or
fine.
A name
Nothing other than normal copy of paper.
Oh, okay.
So this one here will say Daydream, and it's the right way around. So your transfer medium is now dried. You just decide where you're applying the transfer. You will pop that down. Just put a little bit of the medium onto the candle again to stick that down.
Yeah.
And you will allow that to sit overnight.
Right.
So it's the transfer medium has to take the ink onto your candle.
Right.
Okay, so you've put a coat on the candle just to cover it all. Then you're going to put a little bit of the medium onto the transfer and place it where you want it. Don't put the medium on the back of the paper.
Yes, and a bit more on the back.
Because you'll seal it. You don't want to put it on the back. It's only on the front to transfer the image. When that is completely dried, you've allowed that time, you just use water And you might have to soak it quite a lot. You want to really soak through that with that paper.
Like when you do your
water.
little faux tattoos.
Yeah,
on your
exactly.
arm.
It's just like that.
kids.
Exactly like that. And as soon as you can rub away the paper, because it's soaked, you will just rub it away with your fingertip, and it will take all of the paper residue away, and you will be left with the transfer, which of course, if you're looking at the front of the box, some of the transfers has been used, and they look very, very professional.
Beautiful, don't
Really,
they?
and you can burn those candles again. This is non-flammable, so you can burn the candles. So if you want to personalise for gifts, if you've got a laser printer or you can get somebody to print them out for you, definitely personalise for weddings, you know, for tables, Christmas gifts. Usually you can, if you are going to use them for decorative purposes, or use the battery operated ones with the wax on the outside. Of course, you can go with things like your gems on there, your different, you know, add all sorts of embellishments.
Well, you were just saying about
so
your
really
pastes
go
earlier.
to town, yeah.
Pop those on. Yeah.
Really go to town. But you have got so much product here. This is going to last such a long time.
A lot of candles.
There's a lot to go at there with your wax, so it's not just one candle and you're
One trick
done.
pony,
You're going to
no.
make multiples.
Yeah.
The other thing I would say is when you put your transfer on, go with a little bit of the transfer medium over the top of that to seal it.
Okay.
It will dry clear,
Yeah.
but it will seal it in place.
Right.
And it'll just finish it off beautifully. So very, very easy
Fantastic.
to do. I'm loving that blue.
Oh, it's gorgeous,
Absolutely
isn't it?
loving that blue.
You can,
That's-
because you've done it over the green, you're getting a sort of a two-tone effect. Well, a tri-tone effect with a gold, I can see as well.
Yeah, it's a pity I only got this kit yesterday. This is a brand new one. We've not seen it before. I was only given it when I left yesterday. Otherwise, I would have had the transfer in place to reveal it. But because it takes overnight, you know, by the time I got back last night and put the colour on there, it was too late.
Did
to put
you
the
actually want some
transfer on.
sleep, Catherine? Surely not.
I didn't get much, I'll be honest.
Darling, quick, let's
Tried.
grab a coffee.
I tried.
Yeah.
No, I'm all right. I'm fine. I'm fine.
I know what you mean. You just get that thing and you're on an early and you think, ooh, will the alarm go off? Ooh. It's always tricky. So £16.99, 734 935 for that amazing glam and candle kit. I think a beautiful gift idea for someone who's crafty. I bet they haven't got a candle kit. Who has? A lovely gift idea in terms of something a little bit different. And yes, you can transform an ordinary pillar candle into something really beautiful. The 3 different silk colours there, the brush, the mustard, ink and jade. There's no monks in there. The mustard, ink and jade. You've got your brush, you've got your 4 sponges, you've got the transfer medium there as well. 4 sheets of the transfers, but as Catherine said, you know, create your own. As long as you create, if it's words, it's back to front. That's the key, isn't it? Because that image is going to flip. Yeah, fantastic. And full instructions that I understood. So there you go, fee proof. £16.99, 734 935. I do like these. I'm rattling on about these. These are your frost effects. So transforming your jar, your bottle. You know when you get that lovely frosty effect? Again, with candles in. So it basically says what it does. Frosty effect, is that right, Catherine? Yeah,
Definitely.
Yeah.
Again, you can apply onto tin, onto
tin.
yeah, great. Glass is the best.
king.
I've got to say.
Can I do plastic?
You can do plastic with them as well.
Obsessed with
Again,
plastic.
just make sure everything's nice and clean, no grease on them because you want it to adhere properly. You can always use a sugar soap or something like that to clean to make sure there's no grease, you know, like you do when you're decorating. But as long as you wash them in hot soapy water. Now these are a little bit unusual when you look at them because you've got 3 colours. You've got the green. I can't take this too much. We're better on the
they're very
overhead probably
liquidy,
on
aren't
this
they?
one.
Yeah.
Very, very runny. So you've got the green, you've got the blue, and you've got the pink, and they look really bright. But actually, when you apply them, it's a very subtle look.
Yeah.
You also get this one that looks as though it's a little bit, well, it looks like milk, doesn't it? But that gives you a lovely sheen. Almost a pearlescent effect. Ooh. It's absolutely beautiful. And then this one here is the silver, which is pretty shiny. Now I am giving that a mix, but you'll probably not see much difference. Oh, it's changing colour a bit. You can see how it's settled. Always give everything a stir.
Yeah. Oh, we got
Actually, you can see that
now.
coming to the top there.
Oh,
Can you see that
Silvery
lovely glimmer coming through? So I'm going to give all of these a little stir. And I'll use one of the sponges just to clean off this brush again. So well worth doing that. If you want, again, a very subtle look, then you just go with 1 coat. If you want to build up the colour, you go with another coat. It's the same thing again. If you want transparency, these are perfect. If you wanted to do your little candles on tables again, put lights in there, use your bottles.
I love the idea of the
just
tin, you said.
gorgeous. Yeah, onto tin will work. Now, the green, the blue and the pink, you're probably not going to see any difference as I'm stirring it because there's no glitter in there.
No.
But it's still worth giving it a stir. Just make
mix it all
sure
up.
you've got these ready to go. So they do settle a little bit. Now, you'll be surprised actually at the pink because, and the blue and the green to be fair, as I put this onto glass, you'll think, oh, no, it isn't as bright as you'd expect. It really is quite subtle. Now, I'm running out of jars because I did La Blanche recently.
And you used every jar
I've used
with
everything
you.
I could find. And the only bottle I've got is this one, which has got a mess inside it, basically. It's got some of the mirror, but not all over it. But it doesn't matter, you know, we're going to see the effect, hopefully.
Yes, we are.
So, because I've got a larger surface, I'm just going to work with this. So let's go with the pink first. So again, it's that sponge. So you will see the colour, but you won't appreciate what you're getting until you see this dry.
Yeah.
And it does give you that beautiful frosty look. Now what you can do is mix one of the silver or the pearlescent with one of the colours, or you can go straight over the top when it's dry. I've done that wet there.
Yeah.
But what I normally do is put the colour on first and then go with the second layer with the pearlescent or the silver. So you're not going to see the effect at the moment, but we will at 10 o'clock when this is dried.
The reveal.
Yeah, and I might do, I've got a glass that I was going to use in demo right now, but I didn't want to because I want to make it look pretty rather than, you know, just splodging it on just to show the technique. So I'll do that so it's ready.
Yeah.
You're honestly not getting the full effect now, but you will love these.
But the frostiness is quite extraordinary when it dries. I just think it's beautiful.
It really is.
Yeah.
And do you know what I did with this as well?
What?
When I moved into my cottage, I told this little story last time.
Oh, okay.
When I moved into the cottage, it was very dated. You know, I didn't have money to sort of do it up straight away. And there were some lights in the lounge, which I absolutely hated. They were kind of tulip shaped, but they'd gone a really funny colour.
Oh, was it like frosted?
It was frosted, but it had gone a really funny colour. I actually used some of this on the shades.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and it gave it that. I used the pearlescent one, and it just gave it that nice little bit of a shimmer, and it took away this discoloration a little bit, and it just made them look a little bit better until I could afford to change the lights totally.
That's the thing, isn't it? The frosted lampshade.
Yeah.
You can just turn it around.
So obviously we're not seeing the full effect there, but you can see. Can you see the shine in there? And again with the sponges. With the sponges, you get that texture again, which is beautiful. Yeah. Now, because the blue, the pink and the green don't have any of the mica in them, but I did add a little bit with the pink. I've transferred some of that mica into the blue and the green as I've added it. So you are definitely seeing that glittery effect, that lovely frosty sheen coming through. Can't wait for you to see that. Totally
I'm looking forward to that 10 o'clock, because honestly, the difference... you will see that it's one of those mediums as well. You appreciate the extent of what it does when it dries, basically. So these are apps, and again the price point, they're just brilliant. It's worth getting just to think, oh well, I'll have a little play, Fiona. $13.99. You're getting all of those 5 pots. 315527. Don't forget we've got the stencils on the show. I see Catherine's got a piece of material here. Perhaps I shouldn't tell you, with one of the stencils.
I really want to show that again.
What do you use for that, Catherine? I'm just saying it because it's one of these 3 stencils.
That is the modelling cream.
Oh.
Wait until you can see what you can do with that.
That's on material.
Sorts. That's on fabric. Scrunch it up, Fiona. I'll let you do it so there's no trickery. Really scrunch it up. Now open it out.
Look, no cracking.
No cracking, no peeling. And it's not just for fabric. This will, well, we'll see if we get time for it, because you will love, 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 love these if you've not seen them before.
It's because it's using that lovely stencil that I'm about to show you now. You're getting all 3 of those 30 by 30 centimetre stencils. You've got the paisley, you've got a beautiful flourish one, and you've got a sort of a one that I think is the paisley one that's a bit of a mix. Beautiful flourish one there, and the one that Catherine was using earlier, stunning. $22.99, 166574. We've got other stencils on the show, other mediums, so shop by Brown Viva Decor on the website, 166574. Don't forget the dispatch is the 24th of November, and Catherine is trying to get through as many of those mediums as well at 10 o'clock. So what we don't see finished off, or the full effect of, do join us at 10 so you can see those frosted satines. Now you're loving these mediums as much as I am. When they're on, they're always gone. They're $12.99 a set of 6. We've got the glitter, we've got what I keep calling like a wax paste, and we've got the paint. So my first set, the glitter there, comes in a beautiful presentation box. We started the hour like this, watch on rewind, but no doubt Catherine will be using them again at some point. That is stunning. You've got 6 colours in there: hologram, silver, champagne gold, sapphire blue and anthracite. Beautiful packaging, jam-packed with glitter. 859608. 70% gone on the glitter there. I mean, it's just, that's what I love about it. It's not just all a bit clear paste and then you just see, oh, a little smidgen of glitter. It is packed. If we saw what Catherine did earlier through one of those beautiful stencils, I mean, look at that. Says it all, doesn't it? That is gorgeous, isn't it? Just beautiful. Yeah, and you can see the colours and you get the full effect of the glitter. Then we've got the beautiful, what I keep calling it, it's like a paste, yeah, the paste texture. So again, when this dries, you really see that shine. And again, beautiful presentation, old gold, the blue, the apricot, the mint green, the silver there, and then this sort of new gold there as well. Beautiful. And again, if you look at that, you can see the glitter there as well in this. Look at that shine, and there's the glitter. And this is just on the black card. They really are intense. And the surfaces, this is the one Catherine said, you know, you can use on your candles, that the candle kit we've just shown you. Yeah, multi-surfaces, beautiful. And then set 3, the paints, which Catherine was just using, 40%, again, glass, wood, plastic, tin. You can use the multi-surface there, all 6 of those beautiful paints. Beautiful silver, the gold, the rose, the dark graphite there, the green, the icy blue, and again stippled through with a sponge. Have a little look there, just beautiful. Gorgeous. Use it on the glass. Yeah, so many different surfaces. 859608, £12.99. Going fast, please don't miss out. They're such a great price point, and when they're on, you know, all I can say from previous history is they're on and they're gone. But you're great. You're up early. You're catching the early bird catches the worm, as they say, and you certainly are. So well done, and thank you for watching. Lovely to have your company this morning. So Catherine, 6 minutes. What do you want to do?
Right. Okay. The modelling paste then. Very, very quickly. Again, the most amazing colours. All in one box. You've got 5. These are your metallics, so they're beautiful. You've got silver, gold, bronze, copper, and you've got a black in there as well. So straight onto your cardstock again with your stencils. Perfect. So again, I'm just going to do a very, very quick blend. Put a little bit too much on there. Onto your glass again, onto your fabric. This is the one that went onto the fabric, Fiona.
Yeah.
So great onto your fabrics. Using the sponge here, I'm just going to, I know we haven't got much time, so I'm going to try and be as quick as I can, because there's 1 or 2 different things I just want to show you with this. Now I did have, and I've just found the fabric that I was looking for, because I'd misplaced that and I'd just buried it as normal. Oops.
So we can go onto a t-shirt.
You could go onto a t-shirt, yeah. Wash on a cool wash.
Yeah.
Don't put it in, you know, a hot wash, because I can't guarantee that it's going to stay. But, you know, if you're making things like your pencil cases, things that don't need washing a lot, something like that, you know, yeah, your tote bags, that sort of thing, absolutely beautiful. Again, I'm blending colours here.
Modelling cream paints.
Modelling cream, yeah. Now, I did have a Stamperia mould. It's around somewhere.
Ooh.
You can use this on your Stamperia moulds, and it dries like a skin, so you can peel it away and use it as a background. So I'll find that for 10 o'clock, because I know we're running out of time now, so it's just another lovely effect. So I've almost finished with the colours. This goes such a long way again. You only need the tiniest amount. They're absolutely stunning. Once again, the effect that you get when they're dry, because they look shiny now, they look like they've got that gleam now.
They do.
But, oh my goodness, the effects that you get, they are weatherproof.
Wow.
Yeah, they are weatherproof. So I absolutely, one of my all-time, I love everything Viva. I don't know if you can tell, because I get so enthusiastic about it.
It's the multi-practical uses I love. It's not just one for that, then it won't work on this.
That's it. Do you know, I'm a big believer in you get what you pay for, but I am always amazed at the prices we get with Viva.
I'm staggered this morning, I won't
Do
lie.
not think, because the prices are not high, that you're getting inferior quality.
Yeah.
I cannot recommend everything that we're showing you enough. Now, you've just seen me do that. Look at that sheen that you've got there. Using those 5 different colours again. Exactly the same way, through the stencil onto fabric.
Yeah.
Use a spatula, use a sponge. This is one that I did before, so this one has dried. So you can see the colours in a different way. While we've still got a little bit of time, do you remember when I did
the coaster, the MDF.
Yeah,
yes,
with the paints that are in the gift
stippling your
sets.
paints, yeah.
So while I've got the same stencil out, and just to show you that you can use it with a spatula as well, let's go with, what colour should we go with? Do you know, I'm liking this dark one actually. So again, a little bit of a mix. You can pick out your stencils where you want to use the effect, of course. So whether it's a sponge or whether it's a spatula, I actually think if you like the sponge effect, you will save on the medium that you use. You will use less.
Yeah.
I prefer the sponges to use in a stencil brush.
Okay.
Do you know, I was going to go with one colour, but I'm doing my usual and just mix
She's
them
gone
because I just
rogue
like
again,
to see the
folks.
blends. Try not to contaminate too much. So you've kind of got that subtle change in colours. We've gone from the copper or the bronze into the copper and then into the gold. But this is onto that painted surface that I did, just so you can see the two together. So
Look
we've
at
got the
that.
paints from the
background.
gift set on the background. That was straight onto the MDF, and that's exactly the same piece that you saw me use earlier.
Isn't that beautiful?
So no gesso, no priming, and then stenciling straight on top.
Show me that material again, Catherine.
The material. We've got another one here
60
actually.
Oh,
This
yeah,
is
look at that.
another one of the stencils. So yeah, exactly the same product. I will find the Stamperia mould because I've got some that's been dried in there, and we can peel it away at 10 o'clock.
Great stuff.
And we didn't get a chance to show you the blob paint this hour.
Oh,
so
the blob paint. I was intrigued by that when I read the words blob paint.
We'll
I thought,
have a look at that at 10 o'clock as well. We've got the Zen pens. Yeah, we'll just see where it goes at 10. But we'll definitely do more with the sateen.
Yes.
Frost effects.
Oh, yes, and we'll see that bottle dried.
Yes.
Fabulous. Thank
Yeah.
you, Catherine. Absolutely brilliant. If you want your modelling cream for the fabric, for the metal, for the glass, for the material, I mean, it's just astonishing. Beautiful, rich, metallic colours. The gold, the copper, the bronze, the black and the silver. Look at those big, fabulous pots. I mean, I just love them. Go a long way. And as Catherine said, that price belies how fantastic the quality is. And that's why Catherine and myself are huge fans of the lovely Viva Decor. 279380 1599. Enjoy shopping ahead. Thank you, Catherine. We'll see you again at 10 o'clock, my
I
darling.
look forward to it.
Absolutely gorgeous. Lovely to play with all these different mediums, isn't it? And I love getting value for money. So, yeah, enjoy. Don't forget to check out your baskets. We've got a lovely morning ahead planned for you, so please don't go anywhere while I give us a quick recap on what you can expect today on the craft store. And we'll see Catherine again at 10 o'clock. I'm going to join the lovely Jenny now for the William Morris One Day Special, which is exquisite. Then we've got Simplicity Dressmaking. And then we'll meet Catherine again for more Viva Decor Mixed Mediums.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp Limited. We're well known in the industry for designing and manufacturing top quality, award-winning craft products. As with all craft projects, you need a good starting place, a great stamp, a top quality stencil, And in recent times, we've developed the groovy parchment art system so that your line art is perfect on parchment. Each groovy plate is precision etched, and by simply getting in the groove with a stylus, you can easily transfer great designs onto parchment. Groovy is a modular system. The plates complement each other and work beautifully together. They are packed with elements and allow you to build your own original artwork. Whether you're a novice or a traditional parcher, you will love these plates. And for me personally, having beautiful line art is what motivated me to want to learn traditional parchment skills. So why not get in the groove with us?
To you. Now, welcome to the One Day Special with William Morris & Co. And as the name suggests, we are talking about the fabulous William Morris and his beautiful, beautiful designs for material. We've got lots of different choices, and the lady's going to inspire us with her designs is the fabulous Jenny. Good morning.
Good morning, Fiona. And how are you on this bright and sunny... What day of the week is it?
Wednesday.
Wednesday,
It's
thank
good to
you.
check, though, isn't
Yes,
it?
it is always good to check.
We were very busy last night, weren't we, with the launch?
We were very busy last night.
Yes.
Right the way across from the fat quarters to the half metres. We did the whole lot. And I'm just busy fiddling around with a trumpety thing from one of my books, which you might see on this show. If not, you have to wait till 12 o'clock, depends when I finish it.
Okay. Jenny's books are on the website as well, so lots of the designs that you can see behind our Jenny, you know, you can gain insight into the books, and you've been showing us lovely
Can indeed.
demonstrations.
Watch on.
Watch on. You've been told. We will do as we're told. Now, the one-day special are the American fat quarters, which I believe are practically the same as ours, just the depth is a tiny bit shorter. But let me show you. 18 by 20. And you are getting 20 of those beautiful William Morris designs in the gorgeous fat quarters. And they do, you know, in terms of the colourways, some of them just go together beautifully. But there's lots of diversity in this 20 fat quarter bundle. They are exquisite. They are beautiful, beautiful cotton. Fabulous for your pillows, your bags, your quilting.
Well, if we pause for a moment and come to this.
Yes, please,
so
Jenny.
This was made with 6 fat quarters from that bundle. I chose to work with the teals, the turquoisey shades. Because what I think is a nice thing about the way they put the fat quarter bundle together, they put together a range of colours that tone, but they don't all go together. So you've got the teals that go together, you've got the blues that go together. So you've got mix and match within your 20 fat quarter bundle. So this centre panel here used 5 fat quarters, and I used the tealy ones, the goldy ones, and then I used 1 more fat quarter for round the edge of the border. So that's what you can get out of 6 fat quarters.
Yes.
And of course, if you bought 2 packs, you get twice the amount. But you really can mix and blend the colours together. So you've got a range of colours within that particular bundle. Not just ones that will all go together, but you've got ones for your blue days, you've got ones for your green days, you've got ones for your red days.
Yes.
And it will suit any projects you're making. Perhaps you're making Christmas gifts and things, and she particularly likes turquoise, or he particularly likes reddy colours. Then they're all within that bundle. The possibilities are endless.
And why do we love the William Morris fabric so much?
Because the design is classic. I mean, when you go back, they were designed, the fabrics, 100+ years ago.
Yes.
And yet still today, they are wonderful. They suit any home. And we go back to them. It's like a decent piece of music. Yes. When you think about, you know,
classic.
Beethoven is still played today. But some of the things that we had in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, even last year, forget it, mate.
They don't date well.
But he goes on. He's a classic. He was a thinker, he was an author, he was an activist, he was a designer, talented man, and such a pity that, you know, he's no longer with us. Because think what he could be doing today.
I know. But we've still got his beautiful designs to enjoy, so
Yes,
thank
we
goodness
have.
he did.
We have.
Did make that appearance in history. Yeah, absolutely stunning. Graceful, elegance, classic. It doesn't date. So let's take you through all 20. So we're going to start with those beautiful teals. There's another one further along that I think would go with this beautifully. This is your marigold in your teal. Now, I don't always remember all the names, you know what I'm like, but I do recognise some of them because we were using this with the stencil with Elaine the other day. So that's your marigold in that beautiful teal. This is the one after, this is named after a little seed.
Isn't it rose hips or
Rose
something?
hip, thank you, Jenny. Between us, we get there. That's the rose hip. Is this the jasmine and the aqua? I mean, those 3 are match made in heaven. And then look at this.
Now that's just one
big
beautiful.
bold. You've done a beautiful
I've done a
haven't
cushion
you?
in the blue version of it, but you can
Yeah.
see from that cushion, you just use that one piece of fabric, and that's going to grace any sofa, any chair in the land. It really
Yeah.
is. Be you modernist, be you classicist, it'll fit.
Is it something in tulip, that one? Anyway, doesn't matter. It's just darn gorgeous. There we go. And then we've got the rose hip in that gorgeous
It's
colourway.
a sort of soft, it's not a brown, it's a soft,
no.
dark coral.
Yes, there's
It's
kind
a
of...
lovely soft colour.
It's not a
sort of-
brown,
No,
yeah.
it's a sort of leathery colour.
I want to say there's almost like an edge of the purple tone in there, but it's just beautiful, like a fawn colour. And now we're going to move into some of the reds. Now you'll see some more reds further down. Again, that beautiful, bold design. This is a strange name. Bachelor's button.
That was it. And last
Bachelor's
night,
button.
dear,
Yeah.
Yanis got it the wrong way round.
Oh.
So it wasn't bachelor's button. For some reason or other, we had spatulas, something or other. Completely
The
wrong.
teeth were in back to
Yeah,
front.
totally. Should have lent him mine.
This proved and sold out very quick. Our Strawberry Thief is available. Very popular design there. We love those beautiful birds, a little thistle in there as well. I mean, when you look at how much is going on in that design, it really is quite exquisite. A lovely fresh one now. Very, very pretty indeed. Absolutely gorgeous with those soft little vanilla tones. You know, you start to look at them and you think, you see how beautiful this would go with our first set of the colourways. And again, look at that. That's like the marigold. It's not the marigold one, that one.
No, it's just glorious, that
It's
one.
just glorious. You loved that when we had it in the lilac and 1/2 metres, didn't you? But that's
Yes.
sold out. You said that would go so beautifully with greys.
It would indeed, and
Somehow,
and
yeah,
when you
that
look
is cute.
into the fabric, you stare at it and there's this sort of pleasing design haze, and then look at that exquisite drawing, and the printing, and the fabrics are really nice to work with.
Gorgeous. And tying up with that, isn't that beautiful? I mean, those three together, they are stunning. Those lovely golds. Absolutely gorgeous. And I love, can you see that overlay of like the white detail there over those flower buds? Just beautiful. Then we've got the seaweed in the red. Now you see, this is why I said about the strawberry field and going back to our button bachelor. There's further reds down there. This is a great mixer, and I know it's a favourite of our Jenny's there because it's interesting, but it's not overtaking our bold patterns like the bachelor button.
It will provide the sort of the negative space between that and the positive, so it gives the rest to allow you to look at the design there in greater detail and appreciate its shapes, and then just wander softly over those little dots. It works a treat.
And then we have got the thief, the blue strawberry thief, or I'm not sure what it's called, but you can see it's the red version of that. That is absolutely beautiful. Is this the Loddon, this one? This is just gorgeous.
Oh, that's such a pretty fabric.
I love this one. You see, I think that goes with the teals that we saw right at the start.
It does, which I used in the trip round the world quilt we talked about a minute ago.
Yes, that beautiful quilt that Jenny made with the 6 fat quarters. I'm astonished, actually, when you see just how little. That's just 6. You're getting 20 in this set. Then we've got the blue seaweed again. You can see how this just is such a fabulous mixer. We've got the marigold now in the tan. I always think of that as a gold. I mean, look at that, you see. Isn't that beautiful? When you start to play, that is one of my favourite William Morris designs. Then we've got the honeycomb. Again, a lovely ditzy design. This is a great mixer with your reds there as well. We've got the marigold in the blue. I mean, it's an absolute favourite of mine. You see how you start to mix them up, and then the strawberry, they're just heavenly. We've got the snake's head in the teal. So again, I think this goes back to the start of the panel.
It does.
That is a beautiful, beautiful William Morris design. The bachelor's button in the blue there as well. Gorgeous, isn't it? And then, absolute one of my favourites, the Loddon. That is just so pretty.
It is really, really pretty.
So
that.
pretty.
It's got
Let's
the
open that one.
golds in it, it's got the creams in it, it's got the blues in it, and there's even a hint of purple running through. But look at the exquisiteness of the design.
it?
You could use parts of it, in an aperture. So, don't think of it just as a copy of quilting. Think about scrapbooking and things like that. Could it be the background to something, or could you complement it with your papers? And we tend to forget that you can mix fabric with paper, paint, all these things, all the crafts joined together.
Yeah, beautiful mixed media. I mean, you could cover just a plain old book. Yeah, I know Jenny's done her lovely book covers. transform the ordinary to the extraordinary, just a plain old book.
Yes, and you know, you could go
keepsake.
to one of the cheaper shops and for about £1 buy a diary, cover it in, say, William Morris,
your diary,
and you've got a wonderful Christmas present.
Beautiful. I loved when you were with us last time, your lovely tablet cover.
That's true, tablet cover. And perhaps
your
I'll do a
laptop
book cover on the 12 o'clock show, because that was particularly easy to make.
Oh, I loved that.
Yes.
Because everybody's got one of those, haven't they?
Yep.
Beautiful. I mean, for him, for her, sister, brother, gorgeous. Anyway, half the stock has gone of the one-day special. Great value. 2 flexi-buy payments of £35, a one-off payment of £69.99. You're saving £10. 391277. Dispatch, I should say, as well, is the 26th of November, so plenty of time still for those Christmas gift ideas. Now, last night, myself and Jenny introduced the half meters. Now, what I will say about this, and as well with the 3 sets of the 9 fat quarters, some will cross-pollinate, some won't. So you're going to see some different ones across the board. We've got some very different green fat quarters in the set of 9 as well. So you will recognise some you won't. A lot has already gone, but these are particularly fabulous. Where would you like me to start, Hugh? Here? Okay. So our Jasmine Aqua we have got, and again in the half metre, this is beautiful, isn't it, Jenny?
It's a lovely one, that one. It blends so well. It's such a pretty fabric.
Isn't it?
It's a delightful little print. Bedrooms, bathrooms, anything like that you might want to. Pretty table mats or, again, pretty book covers. What about a lovely book cover for that sort of diary for a little girl?
Yes, it's just gorgeous, isn't it?
Very pretty fabric.
Really beautiful. So again, we've seen this close up in our fat quarters as well. And next to it as well, we've got the rose hip, which we've seen in the teal. So again, oh yeah, the jasmine, yeah. Oh, 80% of that one's gone, Jenny, as well. So this is what happens, you see. The half metre's a great value,
They flew
aren't they?
last night.
They did.
We had twice as many of those last night.
I was
And
just
now
picking
we're
them
down
off,
to this.
wasn't I? Yeah.
Yes. Yes, and you're just pulling them off. So, you know, grab. And at £13.99 for 2 half metres, you know, £14 for a metre of fabric.
Unbelievable. William Morris at that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Then we've got our indigo rose hip, which you've seen. So we know that's in, I'm only pointing it out, the ones that I know I recognise. And the marigold tan, you see, which I love. It's just such a sumptuous gold, isn't it? I love
Very
that
much
design.
so.
Big favourite of mine. And then we have got, is this the batch? Oh, honeysuckle and tulip in the ink. I mean, those two together. That with the marigold. That is beautiful.
And indeed the blue.
That's your
so you've got
cushion,
the rose
isn't it?
hips. You've got all 3 of those would fit together very nicely.
Look at those. They're heavenly.
So you've got your binding, you've got your border, you've got your main panel in the middle.
Beautiful. 75% of the honeysuckle has gone, and that's what Jenny made a cushion out of. Then we've got the willow bough, and again, gentle on the eye.
Yes.
Yeah, just beautiful.
If you're making something with somebody and not certain about their colour choice, you cannot go wrong with that sort of thing.
That's a really good point, actually, yeah.
Yes, no one can possibly dislike that.
How could you?
No, you go anywhere.
That goes beautifully, I think, as well, married. And then maybe with your marigold, just because I can see those lovely little golds in here. Is this our, bachelor's button, but I'm loving that maybe because of that little bit of gold there that you can see
Just
in the
picking
bachelor's
it out,
button.
slight contrast, and again keeping it in the very soft colours which go very well with our minimalistic look we seem to like these days.
Gorgeous, the soft greys there as well, so pretty. That's our bachelor's button in the grey. Half the stock of that one has gone. Oh, the Theodora in blue. Now this is the only one you're going to see of the Theodora in the teal. Theodova, sorry, I keep pronouncing it wrong. I love this.
Yes, it is.
I
felt
think
it had
this one, Jenny.
Elizabethan look to it.
Yes, that was it. You were saying last night.
I could see it padded and raised and embroidered upon. Make a great panel for something. Really
yes,
would.
I love that. Definitely that Elizabethan makes me think of the
Just by
stump
itself,
work
that piece of fabric.
Isn't it gorgeous? Half the stock of that one has gone. Sunflower in the mint. Again, a lovely foil as well for those boulders, but it's still interesting. You know, you look into it, as Jenny was saying, you pick up all these beautiful sunflowers and that gorgeous, exquisite, timeless design. It's beautiful.
Totally.
Then we've got the mixer, the seaweed in the blue. I mean, we're not being disparaging when we say mixers. I think you use the word foil.
I think it's such a nice. In fact, I'm working with it now.
Yeah.
It was one of the fabrics I kept till the end of my collection of materials. I thought, God, I can use that with anything.
Yeah.
So I don't want to use it now because this will go with absolutely anything. It's one of those ones have in your stash. It will go with any of the William Morrises, certainly the blues and the greys and those sort of colours and the reds. But it's just a good one to have in your stash.
Great one. Yeah.
Yep.
Seaweed in the blue there. Half the stock gone of that one. Then we move to our trellis. Trellis in the linen.
Another classic
Gorgeous.
design. And how easy to quilt. Because all you've got to do is literally sew down the diagonal lines. And you can have cross-hatching without even having to mark the fabric.
Utter elegance. What are your favourites in the sage? Is this our lovely bramble?
Yes, I just like that, you see. It's just pretty, it's soft,
Gorgeous.
it goes, I love sagey greens and things.
Yeah. I think it's called bramble charcoal, but it's sage green, isn't it?
It is sage
Definitely
green.
is to our eyes.
It's got a little hint of gold in there.
Yeah, a little hint of the pinky
bit.
raspberry.
Yep, it's good.
So pretty. Limited stock. Everybody's got the same taste as you are, lovely Jenny. Limited stock. The spearhead in the snake's head. Spearhead? Say snake's head.
Yes, now snake's head's a flower. I didn't know that.
Gorgeous in the
And last night it was Chrissy, I believe, who emailed in, say it was, might not have, sorry Chrissy, I've got the name wrong, that the snake's head was a flower, and that's what is in the design.
Yeah. Gorgeous, isn't it? Can you see that? That's the little snake's head in the design, I presume. Have I got that right?
I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm seeing. Would you say?
Would you which one was the snake's head? Because I'm afraid I am not a very good botanist.
I think that looks snaky.
Right.
Anyway. Then we've got the bachelor's button in the teal. That's lovely. We've seen this in the lovely soft greys.
Again,
poppy.
another
Not the
very
bachelor's
good
button.
fabric to
Obsessed
go
with
with all the others.
It is the poppy. But that's the one we saw earlier in the lovely grey and the gold. Oh, my favourite.
Yes, I'm surprised that one's left.
I'm
It's such a
amazed.
lovely fabric.
It's absolutely beautiful.
It's got the golds, the teals, the creams.
It's gone, Jenny. It's gone.
It's gone, is it?
It was limited. We're not surprised by that.
Right.
Just to point out as well, my poppy in the navy here, that I call bachelors, that is now limited as well. The poppy in the navy here that I'm just...
But you can still get that one in your hand, though. There,
Grab
in the
it.
half metres, get it now.
Yeah.
You can have 2 half metres the same, or you can have 2 different half metres. You can even have 4 half metres, all different if you wanted to.
Brilliant. Let's go to that website then and show you those beautiful, beautiful fat quarters there. Now, the 3 bundles there that I've mentioned there, we've got the 1-day special, and we've got a few of the half metres left. Pick and mix any 2 for $13.99. And as Jenny said, please heed her advice, because she's right. We've just seen me picking them off the actual display there as they sold out. We were so busy last night as well, because the material really is exquisite. And we've got Jenny's books on there as well, yes, with her fabulous designs. They are amazing. Great value money. Look for money. Look at those 5-star reviews. Absolutely brilliant. Amazing. Gift idea for yourself there. Don't miss out. Right, Jenny, what are we going to work with this morning?
We are going to work with the snake's head.
Ooh.
And I think it's the one that you weren't certain about. So I've got poppies or marigolds or things like that on it.
I'll have a little look. I'll have a little look.
It's just as well I
can
don't
see the
teach
snake's
botany.
head.
I can see a daisy, I know a dandelion, I can do 1 or 2 other wildflowers, but I go around the garden of the house that I've recently moved into, I think, somebody did say there's an app you can get on your phone and you just point it at the bush and it tells you what it is, but as I'm not
Yes.
terribly technologically minded, I'm not going to do that. Anyway, I'm much more better, I understand patchwork and sewing. So I was thinking, if you're going to be doing patchwork with this, the William Morris fabrics work extremely well. Some of the big bold designs would have to be used for your feature fabrics and possibly just as cushions, but if you're working with smaller designs, you could consider something like the flying goose. And there is a flying goose. Usually the flying goose fly like this in a row. So you get flying geese all flying along. And of course they could always turn round and fly back in the other direction. Of course, as soon as you turn one round and put it the other way, you get a square. But why do flying geese have to be used like that? Flying geese could actually be used as an edging. Because basically what a flying goose is a quarter square in the middle and 2 half square triangles on the outside corners. And it's important to have the right sort of triangle. Then you get nice straight edges all the way around your design. Now, to make this particular flying goose, I am actually going to use a template. But you don't have to use a template, and I will give you the sizes in a moment. These flying geeses were cut from a 4.5 inch strip of fabric. If you are not going to use a template, you will need a 4 7/8 inch strip of fabric for the half square triangles. So working with my 4.5 one, because this particular template saves me 3/8 of an inch of fabric, it is actually a flying goose template, and it has 2 sections. It has a turquoise section and a pink section. For the half square triangles, you use the turquoise section, this bit. So pop it over there. I'm just going to trim the end off, get rid of your selvage.
I think it's the sunflower in the grey. I'm going to go confidently with that. I think, because we've got it in a 1/2 metre, and I'm looking at the picture, and it looks like a sunflower to me. It is. I'm going to lay money on it. You've got the sunflower and the snake's head there.
Right, 3 and 6pence on the fact this is the sunflower, all right? I'm not a betting person. So I'm using the turquoise side, cutting up there, and that will give me 2 half square triangles. If you ain't got this, you'll need a 4 7/8 inch square, chop it in half to give you your 2 half square triangles. So that's going to make the sky part, so to say, of the flying goose. To make the goose itself, I'm using the snake's head, and now on this particular template, I'm going to use the pink section, the pink bit. And that will give me a quarter square triangle. And the difference between a quarter square triangle and a half square triangle is the way the grain goes. Now, if you haven't got one of these, you are going to need to cut out a 9 1/4 inch square and bisect it corner to corner and corner to corner, giving you 4 flying geese, so to speak. The reason why we want to have the 2 different triangles is because of their grain. Now, if I put the 2 triangles together like this, this one happens to have the longest edge is stretchy. The 2 shorter edges are on the straight grain of the fabric. That's a half square triangle. It's half a square. Put it together, you can see it is half a square. This one is a quarter square triangle, and a quarter square triangle differs from this, is that the longest edge is on the straight grain and the 2 shorter sides are on the bias. And they are radically different in how they behave. Do take note of this, because many patterns, and indeed some tutors, do not appreciate the fact that these are 2 different sorts of triangles in their grain construction. They might have the same angle, they might look exactly the same, but they're not the same in their grain. So if I take a goose and a bit of sky, the sky will just fit on this side and get stitched on. I'll just stitch this one on very quickly. Where's the foot control gone to? And it would be a 1/4 inch seam allowance, which you could do with your 1/4 inch foot, or you could do by moving your needle over. I must admit I'm a fan of moving the needle over, because it gives me greater control over pushing the fabric through, because I can use the regular foot, and I've lost my donkey. There's a donkey. We'll have a thin donkey today. Donkey is a scrap of fabric you stitch onto at the end of any line of stitching. Sometimes it's called a leader or an ender, and you cut behind the presser foot. So having attached one bit of sky, oh, there's my donkey. It was a very well-used donkey, that one. I think I might dispose of him. Open it out, and I would press the seams open and flat. I think you get a better finish if you do that. It also means the light goes to light and the dark goes to dark. The other triangle will be added on the other side, and that would complete your goose. Now, you don't need to see me stitch that on, because I've already done it. So there we have a flying goose. You've seen that we could have them like this. You've described you could have them in a row. You could also use 4 of them round a centre panel, and this is where I was slightly stuck. So I've made up the 4, and there are the 4. Can we get more on the... there we go. So I need to have something in the middle, and this is where you have choice. I was going to use, and I think it's just now sold out, possibly that fabric in the middle.
That's the Loddon. That's in your one-day special.
That's in your one-day special, very much so. And I could choose to have it this way round, or of course I could have turned these the other way round, and I get a star.
Oh.
So I could have a star. Let's open this out a little bit more so you can see more of the glorious fabric. So I could have cut a square in the middle, and the size of square you would actually need would be 8.5 inches. That would be cut. I could have had that one in the centre there. If I didn't fancy that, I could have gone for this one. Now, these are all in the one-day special.
Oh, yes.
So I could have taken that one and put it in the middle and had that design, if I wanted to. Or I could have turned them round and gone for that, which I rather liked, actually. I liked the going from the big, bold design into the slightly softer one, etc., etc. Or I could even have selected, say, this one to go in the middle. The choice really is legion. In the corners there, you would simply need 4 squares, and the squares would be 4.5 inches cut. So I could put my 4 squares in the corner there, and you have got a patchwork block, very simply, using the flying goose in the centre, squares on the corners, an 8.5-inch square in the very middle. And if you didn't like it that way round, you could always turn these round and have them showing the star. And if you didn't like that fabric in the middle, you could choose any of the others that happen to go. So there you are. That's just a little bit of using the various. I think I quite like that one in the middle. I don't
Yes,
know.
I'm thinking that one as well. Was that the, you had the marigold, not the marigolds, or is that the tulip?
Is that the
I'm pretty
bachelor's
sure
button?
it's a tulipy one, that one.
It's a tulipy one there.
Yeah, I can see tulips.
Actually, I think I like that one in the middle.
Oh, that's beautiful as well.
You
So
see?
dynamic.
I could actually have then cut that one out and put it on the corners. So your choice is legion. You could do what you like. And if you don't like any of those, you could just use this fabric by itself as a cushion. And if you want to turn it into a square, just bring one corner up to the top there, cut off the excess. Or better still, you could use this one as a cushion and just look at that feature fabric there. Appliques, you could cut these out and apply them, or you could just use one of these pieces in the centre of your feature fabric design. There's so many designs that use a panel in the middle and have a border around it. Think about that. Or just cut it into a square and use it as a cushion.
Beautiful, loads of fabulous ideas there. All those materials Jenny was using are in the one-day special, and the Flying Goose ones are still available as a ½ metre, the snake's head, and that our lovely grey one there, which I'm convinced is the sunflower, is still available in the ½ metre. So if you want those, as Jenny said, please move on those quickly. Now, nearly 60% of the one-day special has gone. 20 of those beautiful fat quarters. A lot of these in the ½ metre have gone. They didn't all appear in the ½ metre, just to point out as well. So, like I said, there has been some crossover, but not entirely. So you've got your teals, you've got your beautiful reds, you've got your golds, you've still got your favourite, the strawberry thief is in there, you've got that in the red, you've got that in the blue, you've got the lovely seaweed dotty mixes, you've got my favourite marigolds in there, you've got your rose hips in the teal and the red, you've got chrysanthemums, you've got the sunflowers, and the Loddon sold out there in the ½ metres. So a gorgeous colourway in which you can mix and match and cross-pollinate there. Absolutely stunning. 2 flexi-buy payments of £35, a £10 saving. So we can split that cost over November and December, 391277. You're getting 20 fat quarters. So let's go to those ½ metres. They are literally leaving me as I speak. So we still got the Jasmine Aqua, very, very popular, limited, ½ metre. Literally the next person to come in, and then I will be plucking that off. The rose hip in the indigo, it's called. I keep calling it the teal. That is still with me. We've got the lovely marigold in gold. They say tan, but I don't see no tan there. I just see gold.
Yes, I agree with you.
Thank you. And if Jenny says so...
I don't think their names are always complementary to the fabrics. No, because I mean, they're such wonderful fabrics and they have these slightly unusual names.
Absolutely, which is probably why I can't remember them. Honeysuckle, which I...
That's all right.
Can never remember the honeysuckle. 80%'s gone. Stunning. Match made in heaven. Willow. Willow in the lovely sort of linen-y grey there.
Because if you've got a fairly busy sofa pattern, that's going to look good on it because it has interest in the fact it's not a flat fabric, it's not a solid or a plain, and it'll just complement perhaps your busier fabrics on your sofa.
Beautiful. And then my honeysuckle there as well. Stunning. We love those two together. This one, Theodora blue. I mean, that's the one you said reminds you of 16th century. I love that. I think it's so different. We've got nothing else in any of the bundles. That's the only one there in the ½ metre, so I'm amazed I'm still talking about that. My sunflower, this is what Jenny was just using in her lovely flying geese. The seaweed blue mixer. Yeah, absolutely. It's not officially a mixer, it's just called seaweed blue. The trellis there as well, and that lovely linen, that is now limited. We've got nothing else like the trellis on the show, just to highlight that one. The bramble was charcoaled. That is now sold out. Jenny's favourite.
Good. I'm
I know.
sorry.
I'm just
But
going to do that
glad
now.
some
Leave
of
it
you
to my
have
lovely
the
floor
sense
manager.
to buy it, because I think it's really nice.
It's superb. The snake's head in the lovely aqua. Still got that. That was what Jenny was just using in the demonstration. Honeysuckle in the lovely... Oh, snake's head. Is that limited? Limited. I did warn you all. That and the lovely sunflower that Jenny was using. If you want them in the half meters, grab them now. Got that in the one-day special, as you do have the honeysuckle as well. Honeycomb in the one-day special, and then my poppy seed in the
Is the poppy seed in the one-day special?
not in the cream.
No, I didn't think it was.
No, it's not.
No,
In
but it
fact,
would make a really
I'm
good
wandering across here.
complementary one to it.
I don't think we've got sunflower. We haven't got poppy seed at all in our one-day special.
No. So that would go in very well with that bundle.
Yes. Yeah.
Anyway, would you like to see something else with the one-day
I'll
special?
quickly mention this and then I'll come straight to you, if that's all right, my lovely Jenny. The marigold, that's just gone. That's gone now as well. Oh, it's limited. It's almost gone. But I'm warning you, it'll be gone. The
Take
honeysuckle.
note, Fiona is warning you.
I am warning you. The honeysuckle is limited as well. Is that in the grey, the inky? Yeah, the honeysuckle is limited as well. Okay. Lovely. We've got the fat quarters, just very briefly. I'll mention this because we haven't looked at them in 3 different colourways. Jenny flagged up the green because we've got the lovely lemon tree. Again, different materials in these, different price points. So it might be easier, depending, what you want. You're going to get 9 fat quarters in each of these colourways. You decide if you want to go for the blue, the reds. Now, you notice there, the reds were very popular last night,
They were
weren't they, Jenny?
extremely popular last night. I do like the reds. You've got that wonderful Granada fabric in that fabulous blue. And then you've got the red strawberries.
Yes.
You've got a couple of different fabrics we haven't seen in that bundle.
Absolutely, the marigold and the red.
Lovely.
Beautiful.
In fact, I'm going to work with those same colours because 3 of those colours are also in the one-day special. So, if you wanted perhaps a lesser or a smaller amount, then go for the red, or indeed the blue, or indeed the green. And the green's
the greens we just haven't seen
the
in any
green's
of the
got
half meters,
wonderful. That lemony one with the little lemons in it.
Yes, beautiful.
And there's a bright green in there as well that goes really well with the lemons.
Oh, look at that. We haven't seen any of these.
No.
Oh, there's the bright green and the marigold.
Actually, it's unfair
the
to say it's
apple.
bright green, and there again is that one, and my favourite
That's
one.
just sold out in half
Yes.
metre, your favourite, your bramble charcoal. But look at this. Are you ready, everybody? Ta-da!
Yep.
How beautiful.
Yes, they are. It's a lovely bundle, those greens.
Beautiful. Anyway, $35.99, 3 different colourways. Again, all the lovely fat quarters. You're going to get 9. That is a stunner. Stunning. Beautiful. 6861118. Right, take it away, Jim.
Okie dokie. Right, I was going to work with the red bundle that's also in the one-day special. And
Lovely.
I did do this last night, but you haven't seen this particular trick, Fiona, so I saved
Lovely.
another demo for you.
Thank you.
If you were to cut 2.5-inch strips, now I had fat quarters, I had nothing more than that. So I cut 2.5-inch strips. You cut your strips across the fabric, side to side, selvage to selvage. Nobody's going to cut their strips down the fabric, are you? No, miss, because if you cut them down the fabric, they'll be tight, they'll be taut. Incidentally, just while we're talking about that, if for some reason you cut the selvage off and you cannot tell which is the weft, and the weft goes side to side across the fabric, weft to white across the material. The warp goes top to bottom, running parallel to the selvage. There's the selvage. Warp and taut, tight, are sort of similar. Now, if you can't tell by stretching, the weft will always stretch more than the warp, much tighter. You can also tell by twanging it, and I'm not certain how much you can hear. That's across the weft, and that's down the warp. The higher the note, the tighter the fabric. So the high note goes down the warp, the low note goes across the weft. A bit like a drum. If you tighten up a drum skin, it goes much higher. If you loosen it, it goes boom, boom, boom. So cut your strips across the fabric. 2.5-inch strips are joined together to make a band. I press the seams open and flat. And then I cut my band into 6.5-inch squares. Why? because I could get 3 6.5-inch squares out of the width of a fat quarter strip, which is round about 22 inches, and 3 times 6.5 is 19.5, so I had a little bit of extra to play with. That was the bit I got left of each strip. So if you just cut out squares, and these were 6.5 inches squares because these are all 2.5-inch strips, so 3 2s are 6 plus a seam allowance makes 6.5. If you want to know more about that and see how Yanis cannot do mathematics, watch last night's show. So if I take this and I put the lighter colour to the right and the lighter colour to the bottom and the lighter colour to the right, and I repeat down here, light colour to the bottom, light colour to the right, light colour to the bottom, and you can go on, and that's rail fence. Totally traditional patchwork design, great for kids, great for cock quilts, etc., etc. Very simple to do for beginners, and you just go on doing it light bit to the right. There we go. But you might want to do something more than that that's equally easy, and that is, and incidentally I got 14 squares out of my fat quarters, so you can make quite a big panel. To do something very different is take 2 squares, put them right sides together, match up the colours. I'm now going to cut this diagonally. There's a ruler, that'll do.
Now Jenny's using the materials that are in the one-day special. I'm pointing that out because the only repeat that is in the red 9 fat quarters is the Strawberry Thief.
Thank you. Right, so there we are, that. And now I'm going to sew down the diagonal line down here. Now the nice thing is, and you can see this is a half square triangle, and we all now know this is on the bias.
On the bias.
Is if your seams aren't perfect because you wobbled a bit, you can ease them, i.e. stretch the fabric a little piece. Now I'm inclined these days to keep my pressing almost to a minimum. I don't press till I've finished as many seams as I can possibly do, because the trouble is with the iron we're a bit apt to be heavy-handed. Now, top tip is when you come to a set of seams, and I'll come down to the next one because you might be able to see it more clearly as the colour variation is there, is rather than trying to pin them together, if you use your small scissors, where are my really little ones? There they are. Open little scissors out, so you've got the 2 points there. Line up your seams, so get that seam and this seam lined up. Hold the seams together as you go over, or rather under, the presser foot. Remember to remove the scissors before the needle comes down, otherwise there is rather a nasty shock. When you get to the end, pick up your next set, stick it underneath the presser foot, and you'll be amazed what's going to happen. This is not my design, it's a design from a book, Strip Patchwork Techniques. It's called Ribbons and Bows. It could be my lady called Susan. I should have looked it up by I came. It's an American lass who wrote this book. I think I bought it in the early 1990s, so it's been around for quite a long time. She had some great ideas with strip patchwork blocks.
Okay.
Which of course is always interesting because they've been used by other people, or other people have thought of them and given them a completely different name, but this is the lady I came across all those years ago. Right, onto your little donkey, cut behind the presser foot. So I've now got my 2 half squares stitched together, and when I open them out, what has happened is I get that and I get that. And if you put these things together, you can begin to build up a design. So here are 2 I did earlier. There we are. One there and one there. So there's one set, and there's another lot that I did. And you can see there is really rather a nice pattern, and that's why it was called Ribbons and Bows, because you can actually see the bow there. And if you sew them all together, you're going to end up with something that looks like this. And this is just to show you that your William Morrises can not only be used for your bags, your messenger bags, your table runners, your table mats, but they also work remarkably well for patchwork, because that's a cracking design, and you can play with the blocks, put them all together. You can see from this one, there it is, how the design is going to work. And then of course you can turn it round and play with it and do various other things. If you reversed it, it will go the other way. So Ribbons and Bows, and thank you to whoever was the American lady who wrote the book called Strip Patchwork Techniques, I think.
brilliant. It's not in any of your books, is it? by
No,
any
it
chance?
isn't. No,
Oh.
no, because I don't do much patchwork. I do
Right.
twiddles and fiddles. See, I do this.
Which is in, yes, your
That
lovely
comes
book as
out
well.
of the,
Fans and Fabrics, isn't it?
Creative tucks and textures. Yes.
Oh, create sort of Fans and Fabrications. We've got Material Magic. They're all
Yes.
loads of lovely ones.
Have you got sew pieces there?
Sew
perchance?
pieces.
It's a purple
Yes, I have.
one. Oh, splendid.
Yes, oh, that's it. Oh,
Because
yes.
if you're very good and we have time, I might do the spectacle case out of sew pieces.
Oh, lovely.
right.
I'll behave then. £9.99, a brilliant book, loads of fabulous projects in there. 725963. Please have a little look at loads of Jenny's books there on the website. She's amazing, as we know. And you've got fabulous photographed, simple instructions, easy instructions to follow. Even for that, Fiona proof again, Fiona proof. 725963, which is always a good sign, isn't it? Now, the one-day special. Now, I mentioned that Jenny was using the fabrics from the one-day special because the 9 fat quarter bundles are different. We've seen that we haven't got any of the greens other than in that 9 quarter fat bundle. The Strawberry Thief is in the red 9 quarter fat bundle. However, the Delilah isn't, and neither is the Red Seaweed. So that's why I mentioned that. You get all 20 of these fabulous fabrics to flexi-buy payments of £35. Just to establish, they are an American fat quarter, dispatches the 26th of November. And Jenny, in your own words, I mean, the differentiation between an American and an English, there's not much,
it's basically of just under 2 inches.
Right.
It's 2 inches down the warp, that's the tight, taut part of the fabric. So you've got the full width, 22 inches, 22.5 inches, depending on how the fabric was made. That's the same, but it's the depth of it down the width, which is 18 inches as opposed to 19 3/4, which is ours. We have 50 centimetres, they have 18 inches. It is very, very little difference. It's a decent sized piece of fabric.
Gorgeous, and I'm holding up the Loddon there, which sold out in the half metres, so yeah, just stunning. We still have a few of those half metres left in the pick and mix, but majority of people now are going for this beautiful, beautiful one-day special with those 20 fabulous fat quarters. 391277. So, my darling Meg, what was that, honey? Half metres, I'll quickly mention these while we've still got a few because they are going. Our lovely Jasmine in the teal, very popular, it's hanging on in there. All I can say is have it, don't delay, it's going to be gone. And I should say, if you're choosing 2 of the same, they will be cut in the half metres. Dispatches the 26th of November, so it's not going to be cut as a metre if you're going for 2 of the same. But that's not a problem, is it?
No, it isn't. It really isn't. Because if you're making a dress for a little girl, I think you're going to need 2 sections in any case. So,
Exactly. So that's the Jasmine. The Rose Hip in the indigo as well, absolutely beautiful, still available in the half metre. The Marigold in the tan, limited, just hanging on in there. Batch made in heaven with our honeysuckle. I know, limited, literally fraction of those left now. First come, first served. Get them 2 together. My lovely willow linen, beautiful again, stunning, beautiful.
it is. It's a lovely piece of fabric, that.
Gorgeous, isn't it? Bachelor's, is this me Bachelor's button? Got that in the red in the one-day special, but in the dove, lovely bits of gold in there. Theodosia, thank heavens, Jenny, because I was beginning to, this is the only Theodosia we've got across the board, and it's just so original.
Yes, absolutely. It is
Limited.
William Morris.
It's,
when you look at it, you wouldn't think of any other designer but William Morris.
Exactly. Sunflower in our lovely mint there. I love this, massive fan of this. This is what you were using in your lovely demonstration. Seaweed in the blue there, in the indigo. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Again, Jenny's been using this. The trellis was limited. Have we got any of the trellises still hanging in there? Next person to come on in. Next person to come on in for our trellis half metre. My snake's head in the aqua. Again, gone limited as well. You've got to grab these while they're here because they're not going to be for our later show as well at 12 o'clock with our Jenny. And then our honeycomb as well. We've got this in the one-day special as a mixer. And then our lovely sunflower in the linen. Not anywhere else other than in my half metre in that lovely sunflower there as well. So that's what remains for the half metres, 403, 346. Different greens in the 9 fat quarters. Different reds, apart from your Strawberry Thief. And different blues. Some that do cross over. Now, each of these are $35.99 for 9 fat quarters, 686118. I'll quickly run through these. So, for instance, in the blues, you'll notice our first one, which I can't remember the name of, but I absolutely love it with those jewel-rich colours. Again, it's, as Jenny was saying earlier, you just look at it and you go...
It's Blackthorn Indigo.
That's Blackthorn Indigo, thank you. It's beautiful, Jenny, isn't it? Again, we've not seen that I think we might have had it in 1/2 metre, I'm not sure, but it's gone anyway. But you do get it in your 9 fat quarters. We've seen the rose hip, yeah, in the indigo. That is available there. Then this sold out in the 1/2 metre last night, didn't it? Rare Rabbit.
Yes, Rare Rabbit.
Love that.
Super that.
That's a beauty. As is this next one we've not seen anywhere else. That is a corker, isn't it? You made a lovely cushion
I
out of
did.
that as well.
Just literally took that plain square and made it into a cushion front, just
So
as it was. I did
beautiful.
nothing more to
Look
it
at
than
the
cut a
birdies.
square and turn it, put onto wadding into a cushion.
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. There's our jasmine that we've just seen in the 1/2 metre, and then there's our seaweed blue that we've just seen in the 1/2 metre. We've got a sunflower in that lovely light blue as well. We've got a snake's head that we've just seen that's hanging on in there in the 1/2 metre, and then I keep thinking Delilah's, but it's not. It's we've just spoken about it. We've got it in the 1/2 metre.
It's not the
it's not
bachelor's
poppy.
button, is it?
It's what? It's the flower. Honeysuckle.
Honeysuckle.
I cannot get that in my head. I'm going to rely on you, Jenny. It's the honeysuckle.
It's the honeysuckle.
I cannot get that one in my head.
Don't rely on me.
That's our blues. Now, the reds are different again. That's our lovely... Nearly 40% of the reds are gone. That's I think we named this the apple. You've
Yes,
got this
it
in a
is the
lovely
apple.
bag.
It's the apple in red. We'll have it
Yes,
red apple.
the red apple.
Snake's head?
Yeah, beautiful. You've made a lovely bag out of that.
Yes.
Then we've got the snake's head in the red. This is beautiful. We've not seen this one before. What's this one called? Is that... it's got a lot of little tulipies and
Is that
flowers in
marigold
it.
or something?
I don't know. I
might
can't
be
remember what that
marigold.
was called. We've got the rose hip in that lovely colour that we can't quite describe. This one we've not seen. Jenny demonstrated with that one last night. That is beautiful. I love that. It's a very cerise pink, that one.
Yeah, like that one.
Yes, you did a lovely demonstration with that last night. We've got the strawberry thief. There we go, that's sold out in the 1/2 metres. And you've got the honeycomb there as well. We've got the marigold in the red that you've not seen before. And last but not least, bada bing, bada bong.
Yes, which again I have used for a little bag, which if you were on the show What Was On last night, I had to demonstrate how this
What
little
she
bag
did.
was made.
That's
But there
beautiful.
we go. This is the bag with 3 pockets. It comes
What's
out
that
of
one
stitch
called?
bits. I don't know what's it
What's that
called.
fabric called?
It's Granada.
Ah, Granada. And here's that
Granada.
lovely... There's our... Yes, so what was that, the 6 o'clock launch we did that?
And yes, on the 6
Yeah.
o'clock launch, I made it for Kim. In fact, I'm going to give this to Kim. She's not here today. She can have it.
Oh, she's
and
so
I
happy.
demonstrated on the 8 o'clock show last night how you fold a square of fabric to get that.
It's brilliant. You did so many different folds. And that's the beautiful bag Jenny's made with the red. The red's proving very popular there, 40% gone. And then we're going to move on to the greens again, which you won't have seen. I've got the jasmine there. Look at that with the little pink flowers. That's so pretty. The blackthorn in the green colourway. I know, it's utterly beautiful. Our lovely charcoal bramble, which is now sold out of the 1/2 metres. Fee's coming up there with the apple there. Look at the apple there. We've not seen that apart from in the red. The marigold in the green, you've not seen anywhere else either. Oh, I don't know what this one's called because I've not seen it anywhere. It's gorgeous anyway. As is this. Oh, my word, look at that, Jenny. I think that's possibly
It's
one of my
a
new
wonderful
favourites.
feature fabric, that.
Is
Got some lovely big birds on it, and the small birds, you can just cut little bits out and just use it.
Beautiful. I think this one's called acorns because I can see acorns. And then lemons. I like it when it's easy. 9 of those for £35.99. Choose which other colourways you want, the green, the red or the blue. 686118. Right, Jenny.
Right,
we've
well,
got
if you
about
come
10
back to me
minutes.
just very briefly.
Yes.
There we've got your greens used. So that's
Oh,
your
yes, the
green
blackthorn
blackthorn
and the
and the green
green.
apple round the edge.
Yeah.
This is your red bundle with the reds in it. The
Beautiful.
strawberry one, the honeycomb one there.
And the marigold.
Various
I love.
other things, and then the corally one round the edge. So this was 3
Yes.
fat quarters did the middle and the border, and 1 extra fat quarter did the outside edge, and then I bound it with a final fat quarter. So you got all that out, and I still had from this a reasonable sized strip of fabric left. That's the one from the fat quarter bundle, the 21. And then coming over here, we've got the blues. So here's your blue 9 fat quarter bundle and the colours in that. This I demonstrated on the 6 o'clock show last night. It's a Karen Hellaby idea. There are your 2 cushions. There is your Granada. And of course, if you're really stuck for an idea, you could go to the Foldy Roly book, this one.
Oh, yes.
And simply
Foldy
go
Roly.
to Scrappy Zappy Doo, which is this particular design. Right, there's your Scrappy Zappy Doo. Let's let the camera catch it. There we
Just
go.
our cameras
There
come
we
in
are.
there eventually,
It's waking up. It is early in the morning. And if you use that, and this isn't necessarily made with all the fabrics we've got today. It has some of them in. But here is your Scrappy Zappy Doo done in William Morris materials.
Oh my goodness, what a revelation. You kept that hidden from me. Look
Absolutely.
at that.
You see? So you can just
Gorgeous.
take the fabrics, cut out half square triangles, and just arrange them in this rather
That is
lovely wiggle.
Stunning.
So Scrappy Zappy Doo, you will need obviously a background fabric, although you could use the seaweed. You know,
How beautiful.
and we've got the various fabrics there. There's a couple there that perhaps we haven't got on the show, but it would mix and match with all your fabrics. So
That is utterly
Scrappy
gorgeous.
Zappy Doo.
That's, yeah, beautiful,
Okey-dokey.
Jenny.
I promised you could have a spectacle case.
Yay!
Right, this is out of Sew Pieces.
So pieces, which we
Yes,
showed you a moment ago,
spectacle
$9.99.
So you are going to need 2 strips of fabric, one for the back of the spectacle case, one for the front of the spectacle case, and another piece of fabric, a square, that's actually going to make the pocket. Lay one piece of fabric, and this will be the back of it, onto a piece of wadding. The wadding needs to be the same size. These are, as a for instance, 4 inches by 8. You can actually make this design any size you like. I have an 8-inch square that I pressed in half and cut a triangular piece of wadding that fits inside. Now, to be a little bit more decorative, when you've laid the wadding inside, it's quite a nice idea to do some lines of stitch down there. This is where you could go to town and do all sorts of fancy patterns on your machine. Now, I'm just going to use what's on my machine. It's threaded up with blue, so you can see where I'm stitching. Ordinarily, I wouldn't use blue. And I'm just going to go for straight lines. But this is where, as I said, you could use all sorts of fancy patterns. So I'm sewing down, keeping the edge of the presser foot parallel to the fold in the fabric. Wadding is inside. When I get to the bottom, I'm going to turn around and go back again and just marry up the edge of the presser foot with the previous line of stitching. So if I sewed fairly straight, I should have another straight line. If I wobbled, I'm going to have another wobbly line. Now, you can use your regular presser foot for this. The fabrics might creep fractionally because you've got 3 layers there, but I doubt it. You're also sewing on the bias, so there's a bit of give. Right, I'm going to do one more line. So if you've got a machine that does decorative patterns, have a play. And there we go. You could do the whole thing if you wanted to. There's not a lot of point. And when we get to the bottom, let's find a donkey. Hello, donkey. You will find the donkey very useful because it is just a much smoother way of stitching. I know some machines have scissors that you can cut, but to be quite honest, this works. Right, we've got wadding, fabric, pocket goes on top, and there'll be a bit sticking out. You're going to waste a bit. Sorry, can't do anything about it. Other piece of fabric goes right side down. Pin the layers together, and I always like to put my pins going towards, pointing either outwards or inwards at right angles to the seam. I find it is fairly a pointless exercise to put your seam pins along the seam because you try getting it out when the presser foot has sewn onto it. Right, I'm now going to sew all the way around and leave a hole this end. You'll probably want to make your stitch length a little longer because you're sewing through several layers, and maybe just go for fractionally more than 1/4 of an inch just to make sure you get all the layers in. Remove the pins as and when you come to them. And when you get to the top here, I'm going to do a roundy corner. I could have drawn a round on there, I must admit I forgot. You don't have to have a roundy corner, it just looks nicer. And another roundy corner. Take the pin out, there we go. And all the way down to the bottom.
About 4 minutes, Jenny, just so you know. 4 minutes, honey.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Whole 4 minutes. I think we might just manage it. Onto your donkey, stop, snip. Cut off all the rubbish. So cut off that excess. Sorry you had to waste that, but it sort of, you can always use that for, I'm sure, something else. Okay, and all we're going to do now is turn it through. And then you're going to have a problem. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Just you wait, Henry Higgins, just you wait. Never knew why it was Henry Higgins, why Henry Higgins had to wait. Poor old Henry.
Jenny's using the green fat quarter bundle.
I'm using the green
there.
fat quarter bundle. Okay, so we've turned it through. Okay, we've got a little pocket here, but we've got a raw edge. Oh dear. Right, seal the raw edge. Now this is going to be inside. So just literally sew straight across. If you're really fussy, you could overlock it. But I'm just going to sew straight across. I wouldn't bother, it's inside. No one's going to turn the spectacle case the other way. That's it, I'll have another donkey, a triangular donkey. Right, snip. Okay, all I'm going to do now is turn it one more time. So I'm going to turn it through here one more time. And that's got rid of, well, it would have if I'd sewed across it properly. And there's the spectacle case.
Oh my goodness, how simple
You
that.
see?
The tiniest bit of fabric.
Yes.
How gorgeous. What a lovely gift idea
Yes,
for somebody.
yes.
'Cause
Oh, you
somebody's
give it a quick
got
press and you
sunglasses,
could
glasses.
you know, these glasses aren't terribly good for going in.
Yeah.
You could top stitch around there, but that makes a really quick
Yeah.
little gift.
Gorgeous, even if you've not glasses, you've got your sunglasses,
Your
haven't you?
sunglasses in it, yes. You see?
Fantastic.
I think I'll see you all again.
Yeah, beautiful. Absolutely
into a
fantastic.
haze.
Jenny was using the greens in the 9/4 fat bundles. Don't forget, you've got the reds and you've got the blues, but you're going to see colours and patterns, I should say, not colours, patterns in there that we haven't seen in the one-day special, certainly with the greens. So sometimes there's a bit of a crossover, but not entirely. So do have a little look on the website. We still have a couple of these gorgeous half meters. Some are hanging on, they're literally next one in. Some down to about 75%, so do have a little look online. But obviously our beautiful 20 fat quarters there in our one-day special really is the way to go, because they are stunning. So still got, I mean, 2/3, well, over 60% is gone.
Have we
I know.
mentioned that, sorry to interrupt, that
No, it's
when,
fine.
when they're gone, they're gone?
Oh, no, I didn't. No, I
Because
completely forgot
this
that
is
headline.
it. Yes.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you fancy it, the same with the half meters,
Yeah.
when they're gone, they're gone. They
They
won't be
are.
coming back
There's no
again.
extended, there's no bringing it back.
No.
Mr. Morris can't come back from the dead and
He
just
can't
create more
indeed.
material for us.
No.
No, once it has gone and dispatched is the 26th.
Yes.
Absolutely. Jenny, thank you so much. What are we doing at 12, darling?
Well, I think we'll do at 12. We might do some trumpets.
Yeah.
We might do a rerun of Karen Hillaby's idea here.
Oh, yes, that was really lovely.
We might do, I don't know, something completely
She'll rustle it
different.
up. She'll just rustle it up.
Rustle it up.
Look online as well for all of Jenny's books there that we mentioned as well. Some fantastic books on there as well. Great value. So if you're looking for more inspiration or gift ideas as well. But enjoy the one-day special. If you've got any questions as well for Jenny regarding designs or material, then please let us know on the Facebook or email us into studio@thecraftstore.com, and Jenny will endeavour to answer those when she's back with us at 12 o'clock. But don't forget that key message: once it's gone, it has gone. Enjoy. There's so many different... sometimes we were saying earlier last night as well that the material dictates to you. So, yeah, just enjoy. It's absolutely beautiful and timeless. Right, let's have a quick catch-up to see what's coming up today on the Craft Store. We're going to stick with our lovely fabric. We've got some simplicity dressmaking now. Then we'll return to Catherine and the Viva Decor mixed media meetings, and then we've got Studio Light Jimmy's Mindful Art.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. And we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Good morning, it's Richard here on the Craft Store. Hello! Hello! Oh, what an easy-going morning I've had. It's great to be here with you today, and I'm going to be here for you for the rest of the day as well. I'm going to start it all off with a little bit of dressmaking from simplicity and making it simple. Putting the simplicity into, not that you're simple, by the way, Amy, that's a really weird introduction, isn't it? But making things simple. It's Amy. Hello, Amy.
Hello, good
How
morning.
are you?
I'm really well, I'm awake, so that's
Good.
a good start.
That's brilliant. And you, like me, you're the new kid on the block because you are completely new to the craft store, correct?
I am, it's quite exciting to be here.
It
But,
is.
Yeah, we'll see how we go.
It's great to have you on as a fellow newbie, although of course you are not new to dressmaking. You've been around, haven't you?
I've been around, as they say. Yeah, I've been dressmaking for a long time now. I started actually when I was in my 20s, so probably a bit later than some people.
It's only a year or so ago.
Yeah, obviously fresh
Thanks.
face. But I started by taking evening classes in dressmaking, and the learning curve is so quick, it was amazing, that suddenly I started creating this amazing wardrobe of my favourite things, all the way to making my wedding dress. I've made things for other people, I make coats, I make jeans, because it is that quick. Once you get started and you know the basics, you can just keep pushing yourself with more projects. It's
like a
really
addiction,
addictive.
isn't it? I love it. You must belong in a tiny, tiny minority of people who have actually made their own wedding dress.
It's quite, a little exciting club. I just figured if it was going to be the dress that I was going to be wearing all day and I wanted to feel fabulous in it, I should make it myself. And it was a really good challenge.
Did that put a lot of pressure on it, though, getting it right? Because you thought, well, I'm the one who's going to be wearing it ultimately.
A little bit, everyone watching it and seeing how it moved.
Oh, of course. Oh, but that dress is a bit dodgy. You can't say that to the bride, can you? Well, you can't say it anyway, but
no, exactly.
Especially if you designed it. But it turned out very well.
Turned out beautifully. Excellent. I picked like a lovely 1950s Dior style dress. It was great for swishing around in, and I felt marvellous on the day. So it was
excellent.
Great.
And then, of course, you became the UK brand ambassador for Simplicity. Wow, that's a posh title. Get you. UK brand ambassador?
It's pretty good fun. So basically it means I'm here to share education and inspiration and get people sewing with our patterns. Simplicity, most people know, it's been a really long-standing brand, around for over 90 years, but we have lots of brands within that, so McCall's, Butterick, Vogue patterns. We've got lots of great designs all under one roof.
90 years? Don't tell, you haven't been a brand ambassador for that long of it, have you? Just recent
I haven't got a painting in the attic.
No. How long have you been brand ambassador for?
So actually it's only been earlier this year.
Wow,
so previously I was the editor of a sewing magazine, and I've been sharing my sewing online and through videos and tutorials since I started. So yeah, it's a really lovely development in my career, I'm happy to be
Wow, so you are new to simplicity, you are new to the craft store with a presenter who's new to the craft store. What could possibly go wrong, Amy? It's going to be absolutely fine. Now, I'll tell you something that is very exciting, because for this week only, you know that flexi thing you've got where you get up to 60 quid and you stick it in your basket, and anything over 60 quid you can split into 2 interest-free payments, sometimes more than 2 interest-free payments. That's our flexi deal. Well, we've got a Flextravaganza. Thanks for this. Flextravaganza. Yes, a Flextravaganza, which is all this week. It means that anything over £1, and let's face it, that's most of the things, isn't it? Anything over £1, you can split into 2 payments, like a flexi deal, so you don't have to go over 60 quid. So that's just for this week only until Friday. So that's very exciting. Maybe you could pop some of this into your basket and get this on your flexi payments. Now, absolutely loads to get through today. What we're going to do is we're going to start off with just our patterns here, because we've got patterns, we've got fabrics, we've got demos, we've got all sorts, but let's begin with our patterns. Shop ahead on the website, because there's loads and loads and loads to look at. There you go, have a little scroll along there as well. You've got all the patterns that we're going to be showing you here, lots of inspirations. Amy's going to take you through the whole shaboodle as we go through this hour here. But look ahead, look at all the savings you can make as well. There's absolutely stacks. Individuals in bundles as well. Different sizes. We'll get there on all of it. Oh, and at the end there we've got all the fabrics as well, which we're going to show you later. Some pick and mixes in there as well. We've got individual fabrics, lots of 2 metre ones there. Oh, some fabric scissors on the end there to cut it all up. You'll be needing those. So it's all there. And all, of course, on the Flextravaganza, which means that you can pop it all in and split up the payments as well, which is handy at this time of the year, isn't it? Let's kick it off then. We've got this on the end of the counter here. This is McCall's Mrs. Flowy Top and Trousers Pattern Bundle. Now, this is usually £34.50 of your pennies, but you're going to be saving £13.50. You're going to get that at £21, and just think already you can split that up into 2 payments of £11.50. It's all right, isn't it? Look at what you're getting. It's a bundle, so you're getting all of those different patterns. It's not just this one here. It's not just the one in the middle or the other. And each one has got 2 or 3 different patterns inside it as well. 12 in total is what we've got there. You've got trousers in there as well. You've got some flowy tops. And if you just look along the bottom of your screen, you've got the plus size versions as well, which I've got behind me actually. Look, plus size versions at the top here. And these are the same price. So there you go, same price, exactly the same design. But the plus size version, the item code for that is along the bottom of your screen, 844831. And then the standard size here at the top, 086907 is the item code. Okay, Amy, tell me about these. What have we got here?
So it's a great collection of patterns, because you're really getting things you can mix and match together. Obviously, you know, all different trousers and tops, you can put together your different looks, but obviously you're creating a collection using the same techniques. It's lots of straight lines, darts are created with straight lines and folds and pleats. You'll finish off necklines, you'll learn how to install a zipper. I really love that blouse because it's so loose and forgiving. It works great in drapey fabrics, or you could make it in something a little bit more stable. And the trousers, people can sometimes get a bit afraid of trousers for some reason, but actually these are a really great beginner trouser, so I recommend this pattern.
Oh, okay, so good for beginners, this bundle then, is it? That's good. And as you say, each one of these mixes and matches, so you could actually put the trousers with one of the tops.
Exactly.
That all works.
Wardrobe.
And you can use different colours, different fabrics, different materials. The pattern is the pattern, but you can, it's not just a pattern that only suits a certain type of colour or material?
No, so on the back of all of our patterns is a recommended fabric section. That'll tell you what type of fabric to pick. But then your imagination can go wild with different colours and different prints, and you could make the same top multiple times in completely different fabric and achieve a different look. So that's why it's so versatile.
That's good. So once you've got your pattern, you really like something, you can just do it again and again and until you get it right, or you can just give it away as gifts, or you can just make your own.
Exactly.
Loving it. That's brilliant. I like that, and that is a fantastic deal as well, because you've got £13.50 off it for £21. We have an example. Is it here?
So the blouse, yes, in a lovely red, rusty red.
That was made using one of these patterns in the bundle here.
Exactly. So
that's excellent.
It's got a nice little neat half collar, panels down the front, so you could play with different fabrics, mixing them together, or stripes and play with the direction of the stripes. And then it's got a lovely long sleeve with an elastic cuff, so a bit boho, very loose and floaty, good for fitting in plenty of Christmas dinner if that's when you want to wear it. But yeah, a lovely style.
I'm looking at it as well, because you've used different material, it looks totally different from the pattern you get on there, so you're going to get lots of different effects, aren't you?
Oh, yes, that's the amazing result.
And do you use only a machine for this, or can you do it by hand? How does it work?
So some people, prefer to stitch by hand, but you'll be much quicker and much more robust if you sew it on your machine. It'll survive the wash a bit more.
Yes. Okay. Oh, and all of these patterns as well, they are sort of rigorously designed so they can go in the wash and everything's not going to split apart the second it's got anything.
No, we want to help you make clothes that'll last and that you cherish for years to come.
90 years of experience as well, of course, from Simplicity, so they probably know what they're doing.
It's over the many decades, we've really honed our skills. Our instructions are nice and simple. There's explanations of all the techniques you're going to use, and you'll see step-by-step images to take you through everything to make sure you understand where you're up to, where you're going next, and suddenly by the end of it, you've got a beautiful blouse. Brilliant,
Amy. You've done this before, haven't you? I can tell. You're not new. You're not new. 086907 is the item number here for the McCall's Misses Flowy Top and Trousers Pattern Bundle. But have a little look at the plus size as well, if that's the one that you need, because we've got the item code for that one. We're going to bring that up full screen for you now. It's exactly the same bundle, but in the plus size. It's 844831. In both situations there, you are getting that £13.50 saving as an introductory price. And remember, as part of our Flextravaganza, I wasn't at that meeting when they came up with that word. That's a nightmare to say. Flextravaganza. Thanks for that. That is going to run all week, so you can, whatever you get today, whether it's just that one bundle or it's a lot of things, if it's something smaller than that in value, you will be able to split it into smaller payments and just pay it off a little bit at a time, interest-free. Nice. Okay, moving on, we have another bundle for you here from McCall's. Now this one here is, we've got a plus-size version of this as well. This is the autumnal dress, cardigan and suit pattern bundle. Ooh, that's nice, because that's very now, isn't it? Because we are in the autumn,
yeah,
which is good.
It's getting chillier.
Is.
It's really lovely, lovely set. The cardigan is great introduction to knits. You'll find it comes together really quickly and keeps you cozy. The dress I absolutely love. That's another one that's great for beginners. It comes together really quickly. It has lovely gathering, and you can add a tier to the skirt as well. And then the suit, if you want to sort of push your skills a bit more, definitely learning trousers is good fun, like we've said, but learning how to make a jacket is a real showpiece. All your friends will want to see it. You'll be so proud when you finished it, and we'll take you through step by step how to make it.
You get a lot of joy, don't you? Either seeing it on yourself, taking it, and especially if someone compliments you and says, "Where did you buy that from?" I bet that's a good moment.
The best feeling.
Yeah.
I have a coat that I've made, and every time I wear it, people say, "Oh, that coat's nice," and I think,
yeah. What brand was that? Which designer store did you get that from?
Exactly.
You're like, well, funnily enough,
I made it. It's such a good feeling. Unless you start getting orders from people and you're kind of like, no, I just make for myself.
Yeah.
But wonderful.
And you just mentioned there about building up towards a jacket. So sort of like what, take me through. What's the sort of stepping stones, if you like? If I was going to start and make one thing, what item of clothing would you put me on, and then what would be the levels? Where would I go up from there?
So we have like a couple of patterns that would be a good starter. So there's a yellow dress behind you. We'll talk a bit more about that. That's really good. The jersey dress is great. Stretch fabrics are so forgiving. So if you're not quite sure exactly what size to make, the fit will be a little bit more forgiving because the fabric will stretch. You're learning how to sew seams, set an armhole. That's a great beginner kind of project. Then you're moving into pleats or darts or special seam lines, zippers, buttons. But once you've done everything once, you see the same techniques appear in every pattern.
Okay.
So practice makes perfect, obviously, like with your first cake. You
Yeah,
have a go, it'll taste delicious, it'll look delicious. Maybe the inside of your jacket might not be as neat on the first go, but your second one will be worlds on. So that's why it's so great to keep reusing the patterns.
Don't get them mixed up. Don't start wearing your cake or eating your jacket, because that I would probably find that a bit confusing. 973214 is your pattern bundle item code there, but you do have the plus size version as well. There you go, it's along the bottom of your screen there. So there's a different item code for that. It's 505110. Now, just like the other bundle we saw there is a saving on that. At the moment, £34.50 is the normal price, and we've got £13.50 off that, so it's £21 for this autumnal collection. I'm noticing straight away that obviously autumnal, Amy, you can make it in autumnal colours, as we can see on the left of your screen there. But on the right of your screen, I wouldn't necessarily call those autumnal colours, so that means you could use this throughout the rest of the year, couldn't you?
Oh, absolutely. I've seen some really great suits in like the fashion magazines at the minute, people wearing completely colour blocked suits, so you could pick a pastel and look really nice and modern in spring, or pick something darker for workwear or autumn. Yeah, really versatile.
And have a look at this as well, because this is another example we've got at the back here. This is from this particular bundle that we have here. Now, this definitely doesn't look autumnal. This looks, if anything, kind of wintry, like a frozen ice queen or something. A party dress, maybe.
You are ready for your party, exactly.
Yeah.
So this is a foil print jersey, so you've still got that stretch and comfort. We like to call it in the sewing world secret pyjamas, because you look really nice and put together, but it feels like you're as cozy as wearing your pyjamas. Fantastic.
Oh, secret pyjamas, love those.
Exactly, you could wear that for Christmas Day, you could go out for a drink in it, you could, you look great and feel cozy. It's perfect.
Oh, that's the perfect combo. Why didn't I think of that? I'm going to come to work in my pyjamas. I can just about get away with it. And I'm a bit too tall, you'd be able to see, wouldn't you? If I was short, if I was like Derek, I'd be fine. I'd be able to wear whatever I want underneath. Yeah, that's good. I'll have a think about that. That's brilliant. Thank you very much, Amy. So make sure you have a look at this item here, 973214 for the standard size. Plus size is a different item number as well for that. And you've got all sorts of different patterns in it as well. The collection is the autumnal collection, and there are particularly some patterns in there are particularly good for beginners as well. Right, shall we move along? Because I've got another one now. We've got jackets here. Have a look at this. We've got another collection of jackets. Now, interestingly with this, we've also got a plus size version, but one of the patterns, the plus size and the standard size, are the same pattern.
Yes, so it all comes down to however many views or different types of patterns we're putting inside one envelope. Sometimes we can only fit so many sizes in because we're giving you tops and trousers and so on. If it's just a single version of a jacket, we could fit all the sizes in one envelope. So that's why it sometimes might seem a bit confusing. Why is this one in split sizing and this one in all of them? It really comes down to what we can fit on our tissue paper.
Okay, I'm with you. So I'm looking at this now. We've got some really lovely long coats on here that I can see. A couple of versions there, and they are like it's two totally different designs, right?
Yes, so that's why it's great if you want something short and a quick throw on and going around jacket, or if you're looking to make that staple piece that you're going to reach for every time, you can create a classic tailored coat. Then we've also got the pattern bundle pack at the end, which has tops, trousers, jackets again. So you're really creating yourself a mini capsule wardrobe with those 3 patterns and really honing your jacket skills.
Wow, there's a lot there just in that one set at the end there. You've got 5, you've got 2 lots of jackets, 3 tops there as well. You can put together, as you say, a bit of a mini wardrobe when you put all of these together. How long would it take you, roughly, sort of someone relatively new to it all, how long would it take them to put together one of these items, do you think?
I think obviously I don't encourage rushing. There's a nice slow zen process to sewing. You get a cup of tea, you get your biscuit, and you enjoy making, say, the top on that pattern. You could make that in a day. It's quite nice and straightforward. Start with the top, then once you're confident, move on to one of the trousers, and then move on to the jacket. And within a couple of weeks, depending on how much sewing time you get at home. I don't know if you've got little ones running around to keeping you busy.
Nightmare. So if you've got little ones running around, it's about 3 years. But if you haven't, it's about a day.
If you've got a bit of dedicated sewing time, you can get a lot done in one day.
That's quite impressive, actually. I thought it would have taken a bit longer than a day, but you could actually, from scratch, you could maybe do one of these tops or something in just a day. Yeah.
That's why it's so amazing. I think that you can start and achieve something in a short space of time, and it really gives you confidence a boost.
And are the patterns fairly straightforward to follow? Is it easy once you lay it all out to see what you're doing?
Yes, it's really amazing to see something where you've got these flat tissue paper pieces, and then the instructions take you through constructing a 3D shape, and before your eyes it all comes together. So we take you step by step. We have definitions for each phrase that we, or explanations for each sewing type of technique, and yeah, you just follow along at your pace and you can really see it come together.
Oh, I see. So you've actually got, so it's not just the pattern, you've got actual directions in here as well, and instructions on putting it all together. I'm just like, this is just an example just from one of them here. You've got full instructions with diagrams here about the interfacing and the different symbols on it all, how to cut and mark it all out. So it's got a kind of overview of all the different pieces that you're given, so you can't make any mistakes there, and it labels them all up. And then you've got the actual patterns themselves, which are here, and they're all folded up. But this is going to be, if I get this out now, this is going to be really big.
Some people liken it to unfolding an OS map and then trying to get it back together.
Do you remember that back in the day? I was thinking about that the other day. We've now got it all on our phones and on sat-navs. We used to get like these huge, great big maps out, like pretty dangerous when you think about it. But nevertheless, it's absolutely fine for dressmaking, though, isn't it?
Absolutely. Once you've got it all unfolded, you'll cut out your size, and then suddenly you're only dealing with a few smaller pieces of tissue that you don't have to put back in.
If I fully undo this, have you got to put it all back at? Like,
one of us will have to. Go for
Am I
it.
good?
I'm sure it'll be fine.
All right. Okay. So, oh my word, these are big, aren't they? So it's like, so you can lay out the actual full size. Item, if you like. It gives you the chance to sort of draw around it and cut it all out properly. Oh my, I wish I hadn't started this now. That is huge. Okay, somebody's got to fold that up later. Just leave that with you, Doug. Yeah, nice one. Good. Have a nice time. Right, so that's 258968 is your bundle number for that. £31.99 normally, you're going to get £11 off that. It's £20.99 for the jacket and coats bundle. And of course, you have got the plus size option as well, which has a different item number. Remember, all the sizes are on the website too. So there it is. That's the same price, £20.99. You can split that up on Flextravaganza and make that £10 approximately each payment, interest-free. That's good, isn't it? Look at me tidying up here when I've left an absolute state on the floor there for Doug to clear up. Now, last pattern bundle for you for the time being. We're going to have a little look at this, and then we're going to get Amy to demo something for us. This one here is also from Simplicity. It is our Winter Comforts Tunic and Apron pattern bundle here. We're showing you the plus for the code here for the plus size. Oh, it is one size. It is one size, so it's 743440 for this. So, Amy, what are you getting in this one?
So this one is really special because it features one of our most popular patterns. The tunic in the centre has been an absolute smash. Flies off the shelves, but also included, you'll get that first pattern which has a tunic and dress, trousers. You've got lots of great options in that one. Very beginner-friendly tunic. That's what we're going to look at in a second.
That does look relatively easy from with my untrained eye there. That looks something that's quite straightforward. No sort of nooks and crannies and zips and awkward bits and pieces to do.
You'll be amazed how quickly it comes together. Yeah. Plus, you can make it again in lots of different fabrics. That's a really great one where you could make it in denim or cotton, and then you could make it in like snuggly sweater knits for winter. So it's really versatile. The tunic is a great pattern, obviously lovely patch pockets. It's got such a really nice, easy, relaxed fit. And then you're going to have on the end a cozy sweater. You wouldn't believe that you'd actually make jumpers like that, but you can buy fleecy, lovely knit fabric and make yourself the coziest sweatshirt.
Wow, that looks really elegant, doesn't it? I love that, and all the sort of material is so comfortable in the winter. Loving it. But the actual simplicity and sophistication of the tunic is really good. What have we got behind us? This is something from that collection, isn't it?
So that's the tunic in like a golden linen. So linen's really great, nice and stable for working with under your machine. You won't encounter any problems there. A lovely colour. I obviously like wearing yellow and gold. Makes me feel happy. And it's got great big patch pockets on the front, perfect for throwing in your phone or your keys or a little snack. So yeah, it's a really nice style pattern.
I like the way you think, Amy. It's all about like snuggly pyjamas and make sure you've got snacks everywhere and cups of tea and biscuits.
Exactly.
I like the way you talk. You're talking my language. There you go. That's a tunic for you there. That's all part of the tunics and apron pattern bundle there. It's one size, 743440 is the price. That's the item code. The price is £11 off that as well. It's £20.99. So once again, you can flex extravaganza that one up and make that £10.50 2 payments. And look at what you'd be getting for those 2 payments there. That is a lot of clothing that you can put together in time for winter. Loads more on the website, of course. You just have a little scoot along there to thecraftstore.com. You can buy the patterns individually there as well as in the bundle. So if there's one that's really caught your eyes, we've gone along the counter here, you can just dive straight in there and pick that one up. And as we go along there, you can see some of the individual patterns. Then we've bundled them up together. There's the autumnal patterns that we just saw a second ago. And there's our Mrs. dresses as well that we've just picked out. It's all on there, as well as our fabrics we'll be looking at as well a little bit later on. We've got a whole counter's worth of fabrics to look at, including that one there, the check fabric. And I can also see that magic floral one in the corner of my eye as well. We'll take a look at that. That's $14.99. You can shop ahead, of course, here on the Craft Store and pick up some of these great prices. Wow. Okay, so Amy, this is your first ever demo on the Craft Store. I'm excited. What are we doing?
Me too, very. I thought we'd talk through some pockets. Patch pockets are really fun because you can make them in all different fabrics, add them onto the front of a garment, and really, like I said, really have a space for that phone or that biscuit. So I thought we'd have a look at Simplicity 9183, which is the tunic that we saw in yellow. And I've got my front bodice cut out here, and I thought we'd attach some pockets to it. So I've got one that I prepared earlier, and this pocket has been folded over to create neat edges and then top stitched with a bit of lovely yellow cotton on denim, yellow cotton thread on top of the denim to make it pop. And we essentially take a piece of fabric and fold under all our edges. You can see I've got a few pins holding it in place. So that's one I prepared earlier. You'll use your tissue piece for the pocket and cut out the square that looks like this. It's obviously got this kind of unusual little flap at the top. But what happens is the printed instruction on the tissue says fold line, and this will fold back to create that lovely neat top edge. And here's one that's half prepared. So you can see I've folded over, right sides together, that top folded edge, and that allows us to create a short stitch down the front of each side. And then what we're going to do is we're going to trim just to reduce the bulk so that when we turn it through, it will sit nice and flat. Okay, so I've got my folded edge. These have already been pressed under just by my iron, pressed under 1.5 centimetres. And then we get to turn out the top corners. I've got my little poking tool, quite handy, but if you don't have a poking tool, you can use a chopstick. You can use anything around your house. You can wiggle it out with the end of a scissor, but that's a little more dangerous. So a chopstick or a blunt poking tool is very handy. And then when it folds over, you can see we've got this lovely pocket. This is called a facing on the top, so it gives a nice clean finished edge to the top of the pocket. And what we're going to do is we're going to attach these in place. Oh, I've dropped my poking tool. And on the front of our bodice, you get little markings that you'll transfer with tailor's chalk or air erasable pencil, and they'll tell you exactly where to position your pocket so that each of them sit perfectly in line. You wouldn't want one that was higher than the other, and so on. And you'll pin those on and stitch all the way around them. So we'll come to that in a second. First, we're going to finish this pocket off. You'll see it's missing its row of top stitching. So top stitching, it'll be explained in the pattern, but it's a row of visible stitching that you can see from the outside. So try and be straight and try and be neat if possible. So let's quickly move over to my machine.
This is an amazing job, by the way. Because for your first time, you've done this on the box before, though, right?
I like to live stream, so on social media I'll go live and teach people how to sew live on air. We've made sweatshirts, we've kind of talked about fabrics and different patterns, and you know, just talk together, have a bit of a social. I really enjoy that. I just like talking to people basically, and anything that justifies all the things that I make is even better.
Good.
So hopefully that's not too noisy. And we can see we've got a nice row of stitching along the top. I was pretty straight even though I was on air. The pressure didn't get to me. And we're just going to snip off the extra threads. A little pair of thread snips are worth their weight in gold. So that has secured the top edge. Nice bit of visible stitching. And then when you're going to continue to do even more visible stitching. So it's good learning curve. This is the bit, I'm sure no one's going to be peering really close to your pockets to see how you did.
Not unless they're trying to nick something off you, right?
You better hope they're a friend if they're getting that close. And we're just gonna...
A fussy pickpocket, yeah. Oh, I'm not stealing anything from that pocket. It's not, the stitching's not quite right on it. Yeah, it's unlikely, isn't it?
But the fun thing is, obviously, I've picked a contrast colour. I've chosen yellow to make it really stand out. If you're a little nervous, you could pick something that blends in, like blue. So, you know, for your first attempt.
I get it, yeah. So the second you go for something different, it does make a feature of it, stands out. So you almost want to get it perfectly right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you're going to take your pocket, now that it's pinned in place, over to your machine. And you're effectively going to sew along the 3 closed sides. You obviously want to leave the top of your pocket open, otherwise you won't be able to get anything into it. It'd just be a decorative square that had been attached. And then you're just going to edge stitch, which means you're stitching really close to the folded edge of the pocket so that it's attached. And when you get down to the corner, we're going to stop with our needle in place, lift our foot and pivot. Quite exciting. Get to turn the corner and then sew along the bottom. Nearly there. A bit closer. And then pivot again. Get that pin out of the way. And before you know it, we have a pocket attached.
Simple as that.
As simple as that. So, in the first instance, you're going around once, really close to the folded edge.
Yeah.
And then what this pattern actually recommends is going around again a second time, a little bit further across, to make a twin row of stitching. So it makes a really nice eye-catching feature.
Oh, okay. Does it also make this pocket more sturdy?
Definitely.
Yeah. Oh, good.
So if you were a little bit worried about your first row, sticking your hand in and out, you're not going to lose that pocket with the second row of stitching. So it's a really lovely way to finish it off. You could have different colours for each of the different rows. You can really go to town. Some people like to embellish their pockets as well with different stitching.
What do you do?
So you could hand stitch a design onto it.
Oh, okay.
If you were interested in quilting, you could piece together different fabrics and then cut your pocket from it. So it looks like a mini patchwork quilt pocket. Endless options. You could iron on transfers, loads of different transfers.
That's the thing that can actually lift it up. So if you've got the dress is very simple, the top is very simple itself, it's the pockets that might be the kind of talking point, if you like, the thing that gives it the extra little bit of, you know, pizzazz.
Exactly.
Love it. Thank you very much, Amy. I'll let you get ready for your next demo. Whilst we take a look at some fabrics, because I've moved on from patterns. I'm down the other end of the counter now, and I've got a load of fabrics to show you here. So we're going to start off with this bundle here. Now, as you can see, you've got 3 different colour options here. This is Material Magic Polyviscose Check Fabric. It's 2 metre by 60 inches wide. Now, you've got natural at the top here. Then we've got red wine, that's the middle one. And then green forest along the bottom here. Very Christmassy colours, actually, I have to say. Works really nicely together, especially that green and that red. Oh, wow, there's a lot here. There's a lot of material. 2 metres by 60 inches. 60 inches, is that... Hang on. Is that 5 foot? 60 inches, I think it is, isn't it? Yeah. So that's 5 foot by 2 meters, mixing up my measurements there, imperial and metric. That is a lot. That is a lot of material there. Wow, look at that. I'm really stretching there, and I've got long arms. So you got to, in fact, that would definitely cover me. So look at that. Look how much you're getting there. 2 meters by 60 inches of this. Now, there is more than the Richard's worth of fabric. That is true. So this is polyviscous. Amy, what does that mean?
So it's a mixture of polyester
Yeah.
and viscose, which is a natural fibre. So viscose is made from wood pulp, actually, so a bit more eco-friendly.
Right.
And when you mix the two together, it gives a lovely thickness but drape. So it's going to be warm but still fluid and move beautifully. When you
So
wear
it's sort of light, it just sort of like flows off you, but at the same time it's got some kind of heat insulation in it. A little bit keeps the heat in.
A little bit, because it's so it's densely woven, so nice and tight. A gust of wind's not going to get in there, but yeah, nice and cosy, but still being floaty.
And is there any of the patterns that we've seen so far that you would recommend using this particular material?
Yes, so you could use for 9183, the dress that we were just looking at.
I love the fact you know the codes. 91H3.
There's so many codes to remember. But yeah, a lovely tunic dress.
Yeah.
You could make the blouse out of it. Maybe in the check might be a bit busy, but something of that weight and drape you could make a blouse from. Maybe the blouse in the other Simplicity blouse, it's the little shell top, a bit similar to what I'm wearing. That could be really nice. So yeah, it's a great fabric.
Did you make what you're wearing?
I did.
That's good.
I make everything.
You'd literally make it all.
So
wow,
addictive.
that is such a great skill to have, to make it. So you never buy clothes. You just think, oh, I'll just make that, just rattle that off tomorrow.
Not really. It's been a long time. I make pretty much everything. I buy handbags, I buy shoes, but yeah, I make the rest.
Well, that's it. That's what you've got to learn how to make handbags and shoes now, and then you've got the whole lot, haven't you, sorted out? So you've got 3 different colours here, as you can see, and you are getting all of this. Oh no, you can choose one of these, but you're getting this whole range to choose from. So it's $19.99, so it's a £5 saving there from usually from $24.99. So you're getting the whole of this 2 metre fabric by 60 inches there, and there's absolutely loads of it, as we've seen. You can use it on any of the patterns here as well, and this has got a particularly nice kind of, as we get towards Christmas, it's got some nice Christmas colours to it as well. It's like a kind of a tartany kind of vibe, isn't it?
It's
those
nice.
Colours. Really like that. Okay, $19.99. Now we've got another one for you to have a little look at here. Now this is our material magic once again as well. Now this is a loop back sweatshirting. Same dimensions here. You're going to get 2 metres by 60 inches. I might, if I'm feeling a little bit fruity, actually open this one up in a second. Yes, I might. But it's on a 7-day saver. It's $25.99 normally, so you're going to get this one at $12.99. My question to you, Amy, as I open this one out to prove that it is 2 metres by 60 inches. Oh, and by the way, you can choose from plum here. The 2 options, plum and denim, as well as a denim option. We don't have that in front of us here, but it is on the website, so have a look at that. Amy, my question is to you. What is loop back sweatshirting?
So it's a really great manufacturing technique where you've got a lovely smooth front of your fabric, but on the back it creates these little loops of thread, and they're actually what makes it so cozy and soft to wear against your skin. So you'll always be able to tell which is the right side and which is the wrong side, because the front has got the lovely smooth finish, and on the back lots of little loops of thread that keep you warm.
Yes, you're absolutely right. There's a definite front and back to it, and it is really quite nice, isn't it, to feel?
So
and quite light. It feels quite light on you. It's not like you're going to weigh you down and get a bit too...
No, bulky and sweaty.
No, none of that.
You'll enjoy your sweatshirt made out of that.
Hence the whole sweatshirt. It's funny you called it sweatshirting when it actually does the opposite, doesn't it? You're not going to sweat in it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's a
weird.
strange name. I've never thought about that.
So you're getting 2 options there. You've got plum and you've got denim to choose from as well. I really should have done a better job of folding that up. And that is a skill I'm going to have to learn very, very quickly on this channel. There's the denim. There you go. That's very close up though, isn't it? You can't really get... That's super close up, but you get an idea of it, and there you go. That's the the plum version as well. 240941 with a £13 saving on that. It's $12.99 for you on thecraftstore.com, and don't forget you can split it up on our Flex Extravaganza into 2 equal payments with no interest on it. Now, we mentioned this one earlier. We saw this on the website here. This is pretty funky, isn't it? This one is from Material Magic as well. This is our floral scuba crepe jersey. Once again, same dimensions here, 2 meters by your 60 inches here. And you've got another special price here where you get £10 taken off. It's $14.99. But we can see the floral. The scuba diving bit, I'm kind of reaching a little bit here, Amy. Where's the scuba come into it? Or what is scuba?
So scuba is another type of stretch fabric.
Right, that makes sense.
It isn't actually used for scuba divers,
Right.
but it's the same kind of construction process. We just have a slightly different version for dressmaking.
Oh, okay. So it's not just a word that just happens to be the same as the scuba dive. It is actually related. It is to do with the fact that it's the same material, similar material.
It's a similar threads and a similar manufacturing process. So you're creating a thick, spongy fabric that's really interesting to wear. It's very structured, so it's great for trousers. We've got some trouser patterns that would look really good in scuba in this collection. And yeah, you've got the lovely prints because it takes dye very well, so you can get lots of printed scuba out there. This one's really nice.
Yeah, it really is. You're right as well. It's kind of bouncy, isn't it? It's almost like you could use it as a pillow. It's quite nice. It's like got a really lovely little spring to it.
But please don't dive in the water. You will not be waterproof.
Although, wouldn't you look fabulous as you did? Why would you dive in the water with this? But you wouldn't. Of course, you'd be wearing it day to day and going out. This looks absolutely great. And once again, I love all these materials. They've got really, really nice feels to them as well. Is there one in particular, one of these patterns perhaps that you would use with the scuba?
So I know I keep mentioning, but 9183 has a trouser pattern in there that would work great in scuba. I think there's another trouser pattern pack earlier on that we looked at that it would work for that. You can make tops out of it as well, obviously because it's a little bit more structured. It might hang away from you, so good for a very simple top with high definition, but yeah. Yeah,
I'm sensing though that your go-to would be to use it for trousers. That's what I'm sensing. Is that
trousers? Skirts. It looks lovely in a pencil skirt or a full skirt, so you get lots of drama, or a full skirted dress. Really fun.
Who doesn't love lots of drama? I've never heard that expression before. Is that a thing?
Yes, you obviously, I think if you make your own clothes as well, you want them to be a bit more eye-catching, show off your personality, so you can really have fun with fashion and, yeah.
That's brilliant. I love that expression. Loads of drama. My trousers are so full of drama today. You wouldn't believe it. Right, moving along here now, swiftly. 498238 is the item code for that one here. One final fabric to show you here, and it's a shimmering delight. It really is beautiful. I recognise this fabric. I'm pretty sure we've seen this on our dress earlier.
Exactly. So this is our party look foil print jersey.
This is our party look on our dress that we showed you a little bit earlier on in the hour. I might get a chance to look at that again in a second. Now, this is stretch material here. This is sparkly stretch. Again, 2 meters by 60 inches wide, so absolutely tons. I'll give everyone a bit of a break and not open this one fully out because I'll just do it half. There you go. There's loads more of this to come, basically. $25.98 is the normal price. So you've got a £13 saving here to give it $12.98 here. Wow, it really, this is great value. This really shimmers under the light as well. I don't know if you're getting the effect there at home, but in the studio here, it's like somebody's taken a huge vat of glitter and just gone boosh. It's really like boom under the lights, isn't it? It's great.
It's like a disco ball.
Oh, you can see the dress. We can actually see it.
Yeah.
There you go. This is what it looks like when you put it all together.
So yeah, it comes together. This dress can have quite a long skirt, so you might need quite a bit of fabric, or you can choose to hem it shorter. The lovely long sleeves you can use for winter, or you could hem them shorter. But this fabric is perfect for its perfect weight, perfect drape. You've got that stretch factor, so you'll get the fit perfect. Yeah, I just love it.
Oh, and it's so stretchy as well. It makes me want to really stretch it, but I'm a bit worried I might overstretch it. But it's really fabulous material, isn't it? I absolutely love that. That's the sparkly stretch material there from Material Magic, and you've got yourself 657460 is the item code there. It would be £6.49 if you were to split these into 2 Flextravaganza payments there, because that's all week you can do that. You don't have to wait to get your basket up to 60 quid. If you just wanted to get this today, £6.49 is the first payment, and this will be dispatched straight out to you, and you'd have 2 meters by 60 inches of this amazing sparkly stretch jersey material here, where you can make that great dress. Now, got loads of fabrics behind me here to show you about. This is a pick and mix, which is exciting. Have a look at this. Wow. Just so many of them, I'm not even going to bother to go down them. We've got them all on the website for you. There you go. You get half a metre there. It's 100% cotton poplin, and you're going to pick any 2. It's $9.99. Now, just take a look at all of these colours. It's going to go on for a while. Look, we've got orange terracotta in there, ochre, lilac. You've got all your standard colours in there, like your blacks, your silvers, and you've got things like royal blue, cerise, ivory. Wow, there's loads. Mint as well. So you can pick any 2, or perhaps if you like one in particular, you're really into the sky one, you could pick 2 of those, or 2 purples. Mix and match. $9.99 for 2 half meters, or you could have it into a whole meter. Do you think if you chose 2 half meters of the same, would it come as 1 meter? Or do you think it will be cut? Oh, it will be cut on top, I'm being told.
Oh,
Put you on the spot there, didn't I? It's okay.
I didn't know the answer.
Got you out of it. Got you out of it. I got the information. That's good. No, it will come all as 1 meter there as well. So that's good. That's 079751 is your item number for that. Now, we popped together a pocket earlier, Amy. What we got now?
So now we're looking at the jersey dress that we saw, the party frock. So she's called Ciela. So sometimes we give our patterns names. That's a bit easier to remember than a pattern number.
Yes, definitely.
So she's called Ciela. And what we've got a constructed bodice with sleeves, and we're going to attach our skirt portion to it. So the skirt portion is much larger. This is where we're going to do a technique called gathering. So let me lay them on the table, and you can see the size difference between the 2 pieces. So this is just essentially 2 rectangles sewn together. And what we're going to do is we're going to gather up the fabric so that it will fit to our bodice. So quite a fun technique to practice. So you can take your rectangle that you've already constructed, and on your machine, you're going to make sure when you're working with jersey that you've got a jersey suitable needle in your machine, and that's also called a ballpoint needle or a stretch needle. There's a few different types, but that's perfect for working with stretchy fabrics, as it won't pierce a hole in your fabric. And you're going to set your machine to its longest stitch setting. So mine goes all the way up to a 5. Depends if you've got a computerized machine or a mechanical machine, but get it up as high as possible. And you're going to sew a row of stitches parallel to the top, about 1.5 centimeters from the top edge. And it'll go really quickly because obviously it's on a long stitch setting. So it should whiz through your machine nice and fast. Making sure to keep it straight as you go, because you really want to keep it parallel to that top edge. And you're not stopping or starting. So normally when you're sewing, you might secure the ends of your stitches with a little back stitch. You're not going to do that here. You're going to leave both the ends loose. And then you're going to sew another parallel row of stitches. And the way this helps is that by having 2 rows of stitches, you can gather everything up really evenly, really nicely, and a bit easier than if you've only got 1. If you're in a bit of a rush for some reason, you could sew 1 row of gathering stitches and then just make it work, but 2 will make your life a lot easier. Okay, so nearly at the end. And we'll pull that out. And you would do this for the front and the back. Let's lay that down. So you can see we've got 2 rows of parallel stitches on a nice long stitch setting. And what will happen is, this is the magic. Your
is this where the loose thing comes into it? Because I was
Yeah.
wondering why you hadn't tied that all off.
So your top threads, you've got 2 top threads on the top and 2 bottom threads on the bottom.
Yeah.
What you're going to do is pull on 1 set of threads.
Oh, cool.
And that will gather up all the fabric. You'll start to see it happen. There we go. You can see it's all gathering.
It's like having one of those elastic drawstrings, isn't it, on your swimwear? That's brilliant.
Exactly. And because it's so stretchy, it will still give with you as you pull it on and move it, but you're creating this lovely gathered effect.
Yeah.
So then what you'll do is you'll take your bodice, and we're going to match. Let's spin around so everyone can see. And when you place you're going to match up your seams. And we're going to pin those seam lines so that they're aligned. Oops, steal a pin. Pins facing outwards to make them easy to grab in the future. And then we do the other side. If you had more time than me, do it all in one go. So you'd be doing your front and back all in one, but we're just going to do our front while we're on camera. So we've pinned each side seam, and that helps us know that we need to gather to exactly match the size of our front. So we've got quite a bit to go. So what we'll do is we'll just keep pulling and pulling to create even gathers. We'll do a bit from each side just to make it easier on ourselves. So that's looking good. And then pull from over here as well. Your thread's quite strong, so it shouldn't break. And it'll help you just move everything along. So we're about the right length now, but our gathers are all unevenly distributed. So we'll just use our fingers to tease them along to get everything a bit more neat.
This reminds me of putting curtains up. It's the same principle, isn't it? It's like moving all the bits a lot. Yeah.
Exactly, pulling it all into place, achieving the look that you want. You could obviously have a lot more gathers in the front if you wanted rather than at the sides. But it does look nice when they're all evenly distributed. But this is why it's quite nice and relaxing. You're using your hands, you know, you're not being interrupted. It's very calming sewing. It's very good for your mental health because you're just quietly working away and then you achieve something at the end.
Yeah.
So let's pick up the pace a little bit, Amy.
I guess in some ways even more therapeutic is hand stitching because it's just something about that as opposed to using the machine. It's like
a little bit, a little bit quieter. You could sit in a cosy chair by the fire or
pick it up wherever you are.
Yeah, sometimes I like to sew in front of Strictly or other television shows, and my husband's just there sat away by the side of me, and I feel like I'm achieving something a bit more because I'm sewing and watching television.
Whereas he's just flat out watching TV.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's like, turn that racket down. I don't know whether you'd be talking about Strictly or the sewing machine. I don't.
Yeah, you've got to make sure you don't miss anything while you're looking at your sewing though.
Yeah.
Very good. So they're pretty even. You might do a few more jiggling around. But then what we're going to do is attach those two layers. So we've got our gathered up layer going onto a flat layer. So we'll pin those together. And then you'll just go over it on the machine to secure them. Because your gathered layer is so ruffly and bumpy, you put that face down on your machine, so you just sew with your foot going across the top of the really nice flat fabric. Let your fabric do the hard work. And what you'll get is a lovely flat bodice front disappearing into a gathered skirt. And the lovely thing about this pattern, so you'd gather the skirt first, and then if you wanted to add the frilly hem ruffle, you can gather another rectangle of fabric, an even bigger one. So you have to like gathering. You can add that onto the bottom because tiered skirts are like all the rage at the minute. So you'd be very on trend with your tiered party dress. This version, obviously, I'm making just a little yellow polka dot heart print. So this is a bit more daytime. Would be good for if you've got a teenage family. You could make it as a Christmas present. That's the lovely thing about jersey as well, because you've got that forgiveness in the size. It will stretch to fit whoever you make it for. If you're making it for someone else and you don't exactly know their measurements, you can make something that's pretty close.
You don't have that awkward conversation, do you? You have to ask them what the size is. You can just guesstimate it and
exactly. You don't have to.
Stuff.
You don't sneak up on them in the night with a sewing a tape measure and try and measure them while they're sleeping.
That would be weird, wouldn't it, if you caught someone doing that?
Because we've got a great range of sizes in our patterns. There's size instruction charts on the back of every envelope, so you figure out what your body measurements are and then you check them against the size chart and it'll tell exactly what size you need to make. But yeah, you can obviously use the pattern over and over again, different sizes for different people.
And the great thing about some of this stretchy material that we're showing is that as we come towards Christmas, we all start indulging a little bit. If things kind of, you know, spread out a little bit, you've got a little bit of give there, haven't you, in all of your clothes, right?
If you are very prone to a bit of Christmas pudding, then yes, a stretchy dress is perfect for
you're going to still feel comfortable in it, and it's not going to suddenly feel tight and you don't have to loosen anything. That's great. Sign me up.
So hopefully you can see I've laid it out flat. We have our flat bodice front disappearing into a lovely gathered skirt, and that creates fullness. And then what we do is these gathering stitches have served their purpose, so then we would just remove them. Oh, I have to do it from inside out. But you effectively just, same as you did before, you keep pulling on the threads until they completely come out of your fabric. You don't need them anymore once you've stitched your fabric in place. Oh, that one's broken on me. Let me try from the other end quickly. But you just keep pulling. You see it wants to disappear.
Yeah, that's good. So you're hiding away all the kind of unsightly...
Or your secret techniques, exactly, the things that helped it come together.
Yeah.
You can see it's starting to come away there, so you're just left with the seam line.
I love the fact, Amy, you've taken two essentially separate items and you've just very quickly in this few minutes turned it into this very long, amazing dress, like putting it all together.
It really does come together quickly.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm flapping
you're
around
having to
on
sort
television.
of like rush a little bit.
But yeah, you can achieve something really quickly and to a really high standard.
Yeah.
Which is why people then go on to make more and more and more.
Yeah, I mean, there's no rush at home for you. You can take your time and just get it just right. Of course, Amy had about 120 seconds left there to finish that off, and what a wonderful job she's done in that time constraint. I've just got to quickly show you this, because this has been very, very busy today, very busy, and look at the price. That's why this is amazing, sparkly, stretchy fabric here. You'll see the price in a second. We're going to pop it up on your screen here. But this is from Material Magic, and once again, 2 meters by 60 inches. And as we showed you earlier, this we make this fantastic dress that you can see in the background. Here, £25.98 is the normal price. It's currently £12.98. That's a £13 saving, and then you're getting that Flextravaganza option as well, where you can split it into 2 payments of £6.49, and then you're going to get 2 meters of this. And I just can't stop touching the fabric. It's just lovely. It's just lovely stuff, isn't it?
That one's really nice. It feels really silky and smooth on the front, but like I said, it's your secret pajamas, so you feel nice and cozy in your dress.
Your Jim Jams and this would be absolutely lovely. And of course, we've seen you can really dress up as well and put it on all your posh stuff. 50% of the stock has gone. It's flying out, this one. So everybody loves a little bit of sparkly stretch jersey. The website is the place to go to if you want to look at all of the options that we've shown you today, including all of our pattern bundles here. Or, of course, you could get them individually if there's one that you particularly like. And then, of course, you've got all the size options as well. You've got the plus size version in there as well. It's a different item code though, so just make sure you're picking the right one there. A lot of them have got savings on them at the moment. If you look there, you've got the old price, you cross that, you've got the new price there. There's our jackets and coats bundle that we saw a little bit earlier there. And as we move along, we've got jackets and coats. We've got tunics. Oh, there's the tunics and aprons as well. And if you click on it there, you can see we've got the Winter Comforts tunic and apron pattern bundle there, and that has got a current saving to $20.99 is the price there. Flextravaganza, that one, and that'll be £10.49. Yes, I think that's right. Amy, thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed that. That was your first ever Around the Craft store.
It was pretty exciting and fun.
Quite intense, wasn't it?
Yeah, thank you for making it lots of fun.
No, it was great fun. Oh, no, thank you. That's brilliant. I was like, yeah, I'm absolutely in awe of what you did there, and to pop that all together in one go was really, really brilliant. And it's like you've done this loads and loads of times, I have to say.
Oh, well,
very
that's
impressed.
good to hear.
Very impressed. When are you coming back?
Hopefully soon. Try and sew some different techniques. There's so many more garments we could look at and little sewing tutorials, so I'd be very happy to come back.
Excellent. And in the meantime, for everyone out there thinking, oh, I don't know which one to go for, what would be your best suggestion as a starting point, or what would be your preferred option, do you think you'd go for?
So I do love the Ciela, the sparkly knit dress, because I think that's so forgiving, so lovely, and yeah, for a great beginner project, it'll still turn out beautifully.
Brilliant. Thanks, Amy.
Thank you.
See you next time. And thank you very much for joining us on this hour from Simplicity's Dressmaking. Don't forget to check out your baskets, of course, as well, and to take advantage of that Flextravaganza bonus that we are running all the way throughout the week. Plenty more to come on the craft store, though, and here's what it is. In just a moment, I spy with my little eye Catherine and Fiona across the studio, ready for some mixed media mediums. And later on, we've got Mindful Art and William Morris's One Day Special.
Hi, I'm Donna, and this is my brother Simon, and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks. Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
It's Flextravaganza time! From Friday the 5th until Friday the 12th of November, we're giving you the chance to spread the cost of your winter crafting by bringing you our Flextravaganza event. Over the course of the week, if you add any items to your shopping basket worth £1 or more, you'll qualify for our Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offers. This means that you can spread the cost of your entire order into 2 equal interest-free Flexi-Buy payments, offering you a more cost-efficient way of shopping with us. Pay the first payment when you place your order, then the second a month later. Place your order online or on the phone. Flexible payments for everyone. Join us from Friday the 5th of November at 6 p.m. to make your shopping experience with the craft store even easier.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar, and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Very good morning to you. Now you're joining me for the second of 2 hours. If you missed it this morning at 7 o'clock, then please join us now because we're with the lovely Catherine and Viva Decor.
Hello again.
Hello, darling. We were very busy, weren't we?
We were very busy this morning. I'm not surprised though. I'm not
Oh,
surprised.
yeah.
If you missed earlier on, don't miss this now. Do stay with us because, well, we've talked about it in the break, didn't we? The price point of the products with Viva are just incredible.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, they're really, and don't think that they compromise on quality because they
no.
really, really don't.
No,
I am
belies
a
the quality.
big fan of Viva.
They are, and we're going to be looking at some more mediums this hour that we didn't get to cover this morning because we only had an hour, but we are going to visit some favourites. So you can see where I'm standing right now. These are phenomenal, and that harkens back to exactly what Catherine just said in terms of the quality belying the price. It is phenomenal. So we're going to take you all 3 sets. They are the beautiful, well, I can only describe it as almost like a gel and then a paste and then a paint. But they do so much more than that. So let's start with our glitters, and I'll get Catherine to talk more about the medium itself. It comes in a lovely presentation box like this, which for me always looks like some beautiful jams. We've got 6 colours. They're 30ml pots. We've got hologram, silver, champagne, gold, sapphire and anthracite. How good are these, Catherine?
They are absolutely brilliant. Now, they are jam-packed full of glitter. They're suspended in a gel. The gel will dry nice and clear, so you're just left with the fantastic glitter effect. You've got one of my very well used pots there. Give them a bit of a stir when you first use them, because they, you know, the glitter can settle a little bit, but you will be amazed at how much glitter is in there. Excuse me, a little bit of a frog. Now you can use these on your cardstock, on your MDF, on your wood, on your glass, on plastics, on tin. You can use them outdoors. You will get the most amazing effects. And I did try these on fabric earlier on as well.
Ooh,
and it works.
yes, you did,
It works. It's still a little bit wet, but I've got a piece of fabric in front of me. I'm hoping by the end of the hour it will be fully dried. I want to try the scrunch test on it, that's why. So if we see this, you can see the lovely, lovely effects. We haven't got a close-up at the moment, but hopefully you can see it twinkling. But, you know, I'm going to let that dry a little bit more, and I'm going to test it out for the scrunch.
Test out for the scrunch. But you can already see on the black card just how, I mean, just look at that for glitter effect. We've got these stencils on the show as well. Those beautiful, beautiful colours. I mean, just look at that for glitter. I mean, it's just stunning, aren't they? Yeah, phenomenal. Just stunning. So they are the glitters. 3/4 of the stock of the glitters have gone. We're talking glass, we're talking MDF, we're talking plastic.
Porous
tin,
and non-porous, exactly.
Yeah.
And you can build up. Now, obviously, because you've got a clear gel there, if you're working on something that's got labelling on, maybe a tin that's got print all over it, you're not going to get rid of that print. So something clear, clear plastic, clear glass, a metal tin that's silver would look great, because you're going to see the silver coming through. I have got a little jar here, actually. There's a bit of gel medium on the top, so I've dunked it into some glitter, some different glitter, but you can see there on the actual glass. I know we haven't got a close-up still, but hopefully, again, you can see that twinkling. We'll see this a little bit better at demonstration. And if you want a very subtle look, just one layer or a couple of layers. If you really want to build that glitter up, just put more layers on, and of course you can mix the colours as well.
Beautiful. It is jam-packed with glitter. It's not like a thin gel and then you get that little smattering. It is packed. 3/4 of stock gone. I'm going to move to what I can only describe as a paste. Tell me about these then, Catherine.
So if you've ever seen Inca Gold, then this is the same medium, but because you're going for this wonderful kit, you're getting 6 different colours, all in one go. So, and this goes such a long way. So we're talking, again, porous, non-porous surfaces. I use these a lot on the resin and the cast from the mould, so your air dry clay, your resin. Again, these will work on cardstock, MDF, onto non-porous, as I say, as well as porous surfaces. You can also water these down. They are water-based, so if you want to paint with them, you can. You're going to be able to create beautiful paints with that wonderful sheen in there. So obviously we can see 2 different stencils there. The glittery one we've just seen, it's the one that's got the lovely sheen to it. And I've blended those colours together. Apply with a brush, with a sponge, with your fingertip. It's entirely up to you.
Beautiful. Again, $12.99. You're just choosing which set you want. Half the stock of those has gone. Phenomenal. At such great value. Now, set 3 is our paint. So half the stock has gone again. Just gorgeous. So lovely, liquidy, but full of mica, isn't it, Catherine?
Absolutely. So again, give these a good stir before you use them. They are water-based, but you can use these outdoors as well. They're really, really tough. Once again, all of those surfaces that we've just mentioned, so porous and non-porous. That little disc that you've got there, the background was done with the paints, and that was just when I was using it with a stencil and I was wiping the stencil onto a sponge, so it's kind of a mixture of the colours. That was one coat applied with a sponge, and you can see how well it's covered. If you turn that around, actually, Fiona, you can see it's just MDF. So there was no gesso, no base on there. That was directly onto the MDF, which is a porous surface. The stencil has been done with our modelling cream, which we're going to see as well.
Yeah, our modelling cream is beautiful. 6 different colours there, absolutely stunning. $12.99, half stock's on 859-608. Very popular this morning. Basically, we were given the history of these when they've been, I think, 2 or 3 times before with Catherine. They've been gone. They've been sold out. So please don't miss out. 859-608. 3 different options there. Your glitter, what I keep describing, your pastes and your paints there. You've got the hologram, the champagne, the silver, the sapphire blue, the anthracite and the gold. 80% of the glitter's gone now. Set 2, what I call the pastes, all silver, all gold, apricot, mint green, ice blue and ink blue. 60% now gone. Please don't miss out on these. And set 3, The paints, silver, champagne, rose, sage green, ice blue and dark blue. Dispatches the 24th of November. People will buy all 3 sets and then create their own flexi extravaganza order. So that'd be just under £40 for the whole set of 3 if you want those. But on flexi, £20 in November, £20 in December. Yes, shop ahead for the lovely mediums we've got, including that modelling paste. But let's go to Catherine and see these in action.
Okay, so we'll start with the glitters again. So I've got one of the Pink Pig journals here. It's already got a black cover on there. Of course, you could decorate it in many ways, but we're just going to go with the stencil over the top. Love the stencils that are here. These are back because I love them so much and I requested them.
Gorgeous, aren't they? We get all 3 for £22.
Exactly.
Oh, so you're using this in the other set. You get 3 of them. That's that set as well, don't you? You're using the calendar bits and bats. That's another set of stencils as well.
Yeah, we've got 2 different sets on the show today. So I'm just taking the lids off the glitters. We do have some more pots of glitter, actually, that we didn't get to see in the earlier hour.
Yeah, you kept glitter from me.
Well, we've got these.
Oh, look at the size of them.
There's 3 different colours. Now, the thing about these are, it's the same as what's in the little pots, but look at the colours you've got, and you've got huge pots here. Ooh. So if you know you're going to work with these a lot, and especially that iridescent one, this is well worth looking at. Look at the price again here, absolutely gorgeous. So it is the gel, and it has got that glitter packed in there, but you're getting, how much is in there? We call it glitter paste. There's 150 millilitres in
champagne.
each.
So they've got different order numbers there, £9.99 per pot. If you're looking for one of a specific colour, there's the blue, for instance, 048608.
Okay, now, as I say, give them a really good stir. I did stir them a little bit earlier on today, so they're pretty okay to go with, actually. Just use... Oh, watch out for those sponges as well.
60 sponges.
Oh, my goodness, don't miss out on those. Such a good price. Always wash them out, because you'll reuse them lots and lots and lots. So I'm just going to do a glittery effect onto the black cover here. I'm going to do a little bit of every colour, just because it's nice to see it, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So we'll go with a bit of the silver first. You can use a sponge. I'm using a spatula in this case. I like to hear that grittiness of the glitter as well. You know, there's lots in there, if you can hear it.
I'm back to the breakfast again. She's buttering her toast. I'll be having honey and jam on it. What are we having? What do you have on your toast?
Do you know, I like Marmite.
Ooh,
or any of those sort of yeasty things that you can get. One of those things that you love it or you hate it, but I actually love it.
There we go,
but only a small amount. I can't do a lot.
Well, you only need a scrape.
Yeah. Do you know, I'm really funny because I never ever put butter in a sandwich, ever.
Oh, no, me neither.
Don't you?
No, but I've got to have it on toast.
Oh, it's got to be on toast.
I'm proper butter.
Got to be on toast.
I want full salted, full fat, heart attack, full fat butter on my toast. I don't have any butter on sandwiches either.
Yeah, if I have a sandwich, it's always got to be something like it's got to have a mayonnaise on it.
Yeah, like a sauce.
I don't do salad cream, but I like mayonnaise. So tuna mayonnaise, egg mayonnaise.
Well, producers in me again. Well, as long as you've got something in there, as long as it's not dry.
Yeah,
so
no, I don't want it totally dry, but yeah. We have some funny conversations, don't we, when we're here?
We're making everybody hungry. It's breakfast time, that's fine.
Speaking of breakfast, I've not had any yet, so... No, I'll get some. No, I'm fine. I've got something in the fridge, actually. I've just not had it yet.
Lob a banana at you.
I'm not great at breakfast, to be honest. I'm a bit rubbish. Or bananas. No, sorry. That's the only fruit I don't do.
Oh, hello. Banana all sorts.
If they're really, really, really unripe, you might have a chance of me eating it.
Oh, no, I'm the other direction. I don't like them too ripe. Unripe.
Unripe, I'm all right, yeah.
Yeah, me too. I don't like when it gets too sweet.
I think it is the texture. I don't mind the flavour.
I have a love-hate relationship with them. I can't eat them, but I don't really enjoy them that much.
Yeah. I love other fruit. Right, let's do the reveal then. Ta-da.
Okay. Hey.
Now, I must hold this. Can we get this to the front camera?
That is
beautiful. Is that all right? I have got one on the other side that's dry as well, because obviously there is the gel medium in there. And you're going to get different effects onto white and other colours, of course. So,
I know, that's true. Yeah. The glitters are now gone limited, Catherine, so please check out your baskets. I'm not surprised.
There's one that's dry, but actually, you see, you don't lose any of that glitter. Can you see where it looks green?
Intense. Yes.
That is the iridescent one. The hologram one. So on black, it really shows the green through beautifully.
Yes, you told me that earlier. I didn't quite sink in. That's the iridescent one.
gorgeous.
Because there isn't a green in the glitter pots.
No,
but
there
on
isn't.
the black, it comes out green, the iridescent clear
Again,
one.
I've spun that around, so that's the one that's not dried.
Ooh.
So it still hasn't got the full effect.
It's still curing, isn't
but
it?
yeah, you definitely don't lose any of that glitter, do you? Wonderful.
Love it.
Love it.
Gone limited
There we are.
for our lovely holographic gorgeous glitter pots there. Please don't miss out. 859608. All the same order number. You're just choosing which set you want to go for. Yeah, they are beautiful. I mean, look at that. Look at that. Whoa, that's what I'm calling glitter. I don't even need a close-up for that. It's that slight in your face, isn't it? Cool. It's another one of those lovely stencils we've got. Set 2 of our, what I'm calling your pastes, should we say? I know Catherine's going to show us them all.
Okay.
They are 70% gone. And don't forget, you know, like the paints, we can be talking tin, plastic, non-porous and porous surfaces, basically. That's a much quicker way of saying it, as Catherine did. So, yeah, please don't miss out on that. They are so shiny. So shiny. Look at that. Oh, just, again, you can see the glitter and the shiny. They're both competing for, you know, your attention there. Beautiful.
Yeah, it depends on the effect that you want.
Yeah.
And
you
because
can use over your moulds as well.
Oh, in fact, I've got
Yes.
some. I left some behind yesterday that
Yeah,
were still
some
curing
Zuri
the
moulds,
resin,
yeah.
so we'll bring those in actually.
Let's,
we can
yeah.
show a little bit of the paste on there as well. So let me open the paste. Gorgeous colours. That lovely green, the apricot. Try not to contaminate the colours like I've done. I am
Do as I
terrible
say,
at
not
it.
as I do.
Yeah, exactly. I seem to be missing a colour. Oh, you've got it, haven't you, Fiona?
Oh, sorry,
the dark
yes, here we
blue.
go. I
Do
keep
you mind
nicking
if I
them on
have
you.
that one? Because
I love
that-
opening it and
Thank
having a
you.
look.
So, of course, using a fingertip with the paste is brilliant. You can use the sponges, you can use a brush, a stencil brush. I've just got to know, I have to keep recycling everything. You know, I do sort of test swatches on things and then run out of things to work with. So we just want to see the colours. So we've kind of got a rusty effect going on in the background. So I could just go with a fingertip. So using this particular stencil, it's a little bit more open. So we'll see lots of nice colour. So I would say tap off with your finger.
Yeah.
Pick some up.
Right.
You can, with a stencil, go a little bit more into the stencil straight away without tapping off, because you can kind of rub that in there. But if you're working onto a surface like your moulds, I would definitely tap your finger off, because if you're going too heavy with the paste, you're going to fill all the detail in. So let me just see if I can grab a little bit with the sponge as well. Normally what I do, in fact I will do it, I don't want to let that move. I'm just going to get a little bit onto my glass mat so I can pick up easier rather than going into the pot, because you can work it into the sponge a little bit as well, and then use that to blend. Now it won't look heavy. You can build the layers up if you want to do that. And I'm going on quite a dark background again here, so you know, if you do want to intensify the colour, you can do. You can, of course, mix the colours, blend them together. So I'm just putting a little bit of each onto my glass mat, and then we'll grab these colours as we go, and however they work out, I don't know, we'll just see what happens.
Go with the flow.
So I like the sponges for
They're
stenciling
dense,
as
aren't
well.
they? You've got those at the bottom of the screen,
Yeah.
£13.98, and you end up with 60. And you said just wash them with a bit of
Wash them with
detergent or soapy water?
Wash them with hot soapy water.
Yeah.
What I do actually, when I use them a lot at home, or I've been demoing and prepping, I tend to put them into a sock or a pillowcase.
Wash a bag,
Wash a bag would be perfect, and wash them in the washing machine as well. But you can just soapy water's great. You might find that some products stain them, so you can't get all of the colour out, but they'll definitely clean. So what I'm doing now, I'm just kind of picking up randomly and doing that full mix. We've got some lovely gold in here.
Oh, it's that gold is...
Yeah, that gold is... The gold and the blue,
oh my word,
if you
match
want a
made
bit
in
of punch, they're the colours. But if you want it nice and soft and delicate, then the
peaches and
the peach and the green and kind of that
champagne gold.
Champagne is beautiful. So let's just see what we've got there.
Oh,
Can I hold this to the front camera so we can see the sheen on that? Obviously, I've gone over the top of that background, which has got browns and black in there, but it still sits on the surface and it looks absolutely fantastic. Just because I've got them here, let me just bring in a couple of resin pieces.
Yes.
Let's go with the gold. This is where I would definitely tap off with a fingertip, or I would use a brush. If I'm blending colours, I would just use a brush, and then just directly over the resin we'll see the detail come out. So a little bit of the gold on there will look really nice, I think. Might go with a bit of the blue as well, actually, because we've got blue in the resin itself. So building up those layers, mixing those colours again, absolutely fantastic. If you bought any of the moulds from the shows, the Zori shows, and you didn't go for the Pentel waxes, then do consider these as well, because the fact that you're getting those 6 colours once again, and you can blend them together. I mean, I've got a little bit of the gold and the blue together, which has given me a nice sort of green. Put a little bit more gold in there. When this is dried, and it doesn't take long to dry, you can buff it up as well. You can polish it up, which looks really, really, really effective. Just go with, I'm kind of mixing all the colours now. And that looks nice, doesn't it? Yeah, why
That's
not?
on a resin.
Why not?
Resin mould, isn't it?
This is resin, but air dry clay works in just the same way. Right. I'm not being very careful with this. I would normally be a lot more careful, but just to get some of the wax on there so you can see the effect. Can we see?
Lovely.
There we are. We can see that shine. To be fair, I don't usually buff it up on resin. You can do, but the sheen is there beautifully for you anyway. And don't forget, you can paint with these. Do think about washing them down and using them as paints. Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Don't do what I've just done and waste it, though.
Our pastes are now nearly 3/4 gone. Don't forget, they come in that beautiful packaging box. So if you think of a gift idea for a crafter, who wouldn't love that? I love the idea that you can paint with them, you know, just add water. And then all the surfaces, you know, porous and non-porous, the same. We were talking about this in our candle set that we've got on the show as well. You can use it on your candles because it will burn fine. Then you've got your glitter set as well. The glitter were limited, single figures now. The next few people to come in for those is going to get the glitters. 3/4 of the stock gone for the pastes. And my beautiful paints there as well, which we're going to come to eventually. 60% gone as well. So, yeah, all those sets are near £12.99. We predicted it earlier when they've been on 2 or 3 times before, and they've just literally sold out. So, dispatch is the 24th of November, I should say, as well. Where are we off to next? Are we painting?
Okay,
Catherine?
we'll go with the paint next.
Yeah,
again, multiple
green
surfaces. Oh yes, please, thank you. I just like to show every colour because it's nice to see that. Again, use these with your stencil. Use them directly onto glass, onto plastic, onto tin, onto whatever you want. Give them a good stir again. These were mixed earlier, so they're not too bad. Once again, what I tend to do is take one of the sponges when I've stirred, scrape off what I can, apply to a sponge, and then that can go onto glass or a surface. So, as soon as I've got that colour there, let's just go directly onto the MDF. We're going to do a little bit of a blend here. So, I've got some glitter on there as well. It doesn't matter if you mix the two together. So there we have the champagne. Now, of course, you can build up the layers if you so wish, because, you know, if you want a thicker effect or you want to blend those colours, you can definitely build up the layers, but actually you get a brilliant coverage just with one layer. I'm going with the, I don't know if is it called silver or has it got a different name?
Old
silver.
Old silver.
Okay, so I'm kind of working that next to the champagne, and as I pounce the sponge, I'm softening the edge where the two colours mix, so we get a nice blend. I don't want any hard lines. Obviously I am rushing just to get as much as possible in, but it's just nice to see those colours. And I'm not changing the sponge. I'm using the same sponge, so I'm working the same colours with the same edge of the sponge, so I'm still kind of getting that mix going on as well. Obviously if you want a definite colour from the pot, keep a nice clean sponge to hand and use that. We've got the green here. It's one of those mediums, again, that you will get the full effect once it's dried. It will look really shimmery when I show this to the camera. The more it dries, the better it will look.
Shinier and more intense those colours become,
And we'll go over the top with this a little bit later with another medium that we didn't get to see this morning.
Ooh,
so we'll let it dry a little bit and then we'll come back to it. This is the blue.
This is the beautiful sky blue,
oh, I've got two colours I haven't used.
Yes,
Am I going to fit
you've got
those
the
on?
dark there as well, that
I've got
really
the dark
black,
and I've got the pink.
Sort of anthracite, because there's a lot of silvery pewter in that dark black, isn't it? It's not black exactly,
Oh, this is such an intense colour as well. So we'll go with that. So what I've done, I've tried to get that lovely blend. I am just going to turn that sponge over now, just to sort of soften that off a little bit. I can't fit the pink on, but never mind. Never mind. Now if I hold this to the camera again, hopefully we can see the sheen on that. Look at that. Look at that.
Shimmery,
We'll let that
shimmery.
dry and we'll come back to that later because we're going to do something else onto it.
Yeah, gorgeous. So that's your paints as well.
It
whether
is.
you're
Can I
going
just-
with the brush or the sponge?
Can I just bring this in as well? I've got the state of me already. Onto glass, this is the sort of effect that you'll get if you build up the layers. Now, I've got to admit, this is a Pentel one, but it works in the same way. I brought that in just to show you. So if you want to work onto glass and you build up the layers, that's the sort of effect that you will get. Really, really beautiful. So great on your glass, your wood, all those different surfaces that we mentioned
That's what
before.
I love about them, the multi-purpose, and I love even more that they're $12.99, really bargain, and they come in the lovely box packaging as well, which looks like lovely jams, but don't spread it on your toast. My glitters, which I'm holding, sold out. Oh, well, we did try to warn everybody. Gone. The pastes set to 80% there now. Please don't miss out on that. 80% of your pastes remaining, and my paints, I still have 65% of the paints as well. Get both. Promise you, they will not disappoint. Beautiful, absolutely stunning. $12.99. They're under the same order number. You're just going for whichever selection you so desire there. Beautiful. There is set 2. You've got your apricot, your old silver, your mint green, your old gold, that lovely champagne gold, gorgeous, and that sort of copper there. Yeah, beautiful. And then with the paint silver, the champagne rose, sage, the green, all those ones that Catherine just used, basically. Right, I want to mention those stencils Catherine's just been using as well. So the first stencil Catherine used was part of a set of 3. And I know these because she loves them, because not only just for smaller crafting work, but for upscaling your furniture and things like that with your chalk paints and your pastes and paints and what have you. Because don't forget, those were for all surfaces. So this first one, really brilliant one as well. If you were just in your happy planner like I was a moment ago when I was speaking to Julia. She's on with us later, our lovely Julia Watts. This is great because you've got flags, you've got bubbles, speech bubbles, arrows, bunting, to-do, ticking off your to-do list there in terms of the little squares and circles, lovely sort of shapes in terms of calendars and months and messages, borders. That is a brilliant multi-purpose stencil, that one. Then we've also got that really pretty one Catherine did there with the pastes. Isn't that gorgeous? Sorry, you're not seeing that very well, are you, the glare? There we go, that's gorgeous. You get all 3 of these, by the way. And our third one, which I've been showing you in the samples as well. 3 fantastically sized and different stencils there. £11.97 for all 3, 256.736. Our 30 by 30 centimetre stencils, or your 12 by 12s. So these you've been seeing in the samples as well. Catherine's been using these. These are gorgeous as well. Now again, you are getting all 3 of those. Absolutely beautiful. So you've got your unframed, your framed paisley, and your frameless ornaments. So really beautiful. They are gorgeous, and frameless obviously because you can continue. So it doesn't end there. £22.99, 166,574. All 3 of those. You're not choosing which one you want. You are getting all 3. Now, something we mentioned earlier, we haven't had a play yet. We're going to get to it, hopefully. It's not enough hours in the day. It's our lovely pens. Yes, I was doing the satin, sorry. Oh, beg your pardon. Our satin. So we did do these earlier. You can look for those pens for your details, your dots and your lines and what have you with the inks. You get 12 of those, or buy them separately. But I love these. The frosty effect, the satin effect. Paint. You get the lovely opaque and the silver. Now they've got pearlescent in them, and then your 3 colours. Now Catherine was using these earlier, so we're going to see a reveal with Catherine in a moment. 315527. Again, absolutely brilliant. $13.99 for all 5 of those. Oh, well, let's have a look, Catherine. How did it turn out?
Right.
Yes.
Now, these are really wonderful to work with, but they look, when you first open the jars, you'll think, oh, I'm not sure about these. You get 3 colours. Now, there is an effect in these, and you don't see it. So they look very, very bright. Very bright indeed. We can see it on the overhead there, but they're not, because you do get that lovely frosted effect. So you've got the pink, the green, and you've got the blue as well. You also get a silver. Always make sure you give these a good shake and a stir, especially this silver one, because you can see the mica in this one straight away. Lovely, lovely effect. You also get one that looks like milk, but it's not. It just gives a lovely pearlescent shimmer. Again, that frosty effect. Now, with the silver and the pearlescent, you can actually apply those over the top of the colours, or you can mix them together, you know, apply them at the same time, or use them individually. It's up to you what you do. Now, this morning, I did have a bottle, but unfortunately, the inside of the bottle had some paint in it, so it looked a bit messy. But what I've done, just in between the breaks, so if you can see the messy drips inside the bottle, I do apologise, but this is actually the pink with the silver. Now, I did go over that with more than one coat because I wanted it more opaque. So if you want, of course, that less transparent look and lots of shimmer, you just keep applying those different coats. So really, really lovely effect.
Very effective.
The next one I'm going to show you is the blue, the pink and the green together. So using one of the sponges, now that's just one coat.
Yeah, I love this.
Using the sponge. Now if I have got some lights here, so if we pop the lights inside, we'll just have a little look at this. We will show applying these as well. Now what I was planning on doing was put in the pearlescent coat over here, because it will give another lovely sheen. But when you put your little lights in there, that is absolutely gorgeous. So your little jars, you know, your vases, anything that you've got, if you want that little bit of colour, then this is the perfect way of adding it.
It's semi-translucent, isn't it? So it's not opaque. You get that, you can see the through there.
Exactly. Drying time will vary depending on the temperature in your room. But make sure that every coat is properly dry before you apply another one, because if you try applying a second coat when it's a little bit tacky, you will just pull away the first coat. But once it's there, it is really, really, really tough. It's not going to sort of wear away. So to apply it, very, very easy to do. I've got a little wine glass here. Now, what I would probably do at home is I'd tape off, I'd use some masking tape or something. Maybe it's so far up the glass, because where you drink out of it, you want to make sure that that stays as glass. But it'd be nice to give a coloured stem, and especially if you're having a dinner party or something and everybody's got different drinks and you don't want to mix them up. You know, everybody can have their own colour.
Decanter. We didn't bring
flies. We didn't bring the decanter, did we?
There's a huge flying object going around the studio. It took my head off.
Give these a really good mix, and it is just a case of sponging them on. So you won't see the effect straight away. You will see a little bit of colour, but the more they dry, the more you'll see that frosting. So you could do stripes on a jar, applying your masking tape. So you've got gaps in between, you know, if you've got your jars, you can do that as well. Working with the shrink foils of La Blanche, you know, you don't always have to cover the whole jar or bottle. And it is just, as I say, a case of applying with a sponge. You can just see the blue there.
See, it looks less when you're doing it.
It does.
But you have to wait for it to dry.
You need for it to dry. That's why I wanted to have one prep for you to see. But it's as simple as that for applying the colour. If I wanted to add some of the silver, you might see this a little bit better. As I say, you can apply them together and mix the two, or you can allow one coat to dry and then put the other one over the top. So it depends. Just don't let one coat go tacky and then put more over it. That's when you're going to pull it off. While the coats are nice and wet, you can certainly mix those colours together. Because I haven't got any masking tape, I'm just going to stop on the base here. Another time I would take that further up, and I think I would do something decorative. You could always put some diamantes or little gems around as well. You would be able to wash these in warm soapy water.
Oh right, okay, hand wash,
yeah, hand wash them, because it's that tough once it's dried.
That's fantastic.
Top tip is make sure you've washed your glassware first, so there's no grease on there. Because if there's any greasy marks, then you know you might cause yourself a little bit of an issue. Make sure they're nice and clean.
No residue.
Hand wash. There is a product, I'm going to say it again now, I'm really hoping we can get this here at some point. If you love your Mod Podge, there is available a dishwasher one. So you coat
because these are weatherproof, aren't they?
Yes, weatherproof, but if you want to put something in a dishwasher and you apply the dishwasher Mod Podge, you could actually do that. But yeah, very safe just to hand wash anyway, and it doesn't hurt to hand wash every now and again, does it?
I love the effect. I think, again, don't forget that price point belies the quality. They are superb. And you get all 5 of those pots for $13.99, 315527. Half the stock has gone, because you don't often see that lovely satin frosty finish, and I absolutely love it. And the fact that we can get that lovely iridescence going on with our silver and our clear there. Modelling cream, yes, our modelling cream.
Now
this is fabulous, isn't it?
Do you mind if I have my fabric piece back? Is that all right?
Have a look, everybody. For
the reason is I've lost my fabric again. I did find it.
Of course you can.
It's all right.
I'll show everybody.
I found it.
I was going to do the scrunch.
Yeah, do the scrunch first, and then I'll do it on the reverse of that, so you can see the before and
That's
after.
using the beautiful stencils as well. We've got the show. But this, would you believe, is the modelling paste on the fabric. I'm scrunching it up just to show you. No cracking. Look at that. And look at those colours, those rich metallic colours. They are beautiful. Through the stencil onto the card again. How beautiful is that? Isn't that gorgeous? Catherine's got another technique she's going to show us in a moment as well in moulds. But they're all the metallic colours basically. Let me turn those around. So you've got a really rich red copper, a beautiful more sort of golden copper, a lovely bright gold there, beautiful silver as well, and then like a black, a real deep dark black. These again are weatherproof. I know, just astounding the different surfaces you can go on with these. $15.99, $279, $380. These are fantastic. So let me give you back your bit of material.
Okay,
there,
thank you
Catherine.
very much.
And,
thank you very much.
Yeah, take it away.
Right, so this is a piece of calico or linen or something. Obviously, I'm just going to go on the reverse. We'll use one of the other stencils just for a different look. And I'm going to do the blend. And then I will talk about using this with your moulds as well. I absolutely love the consistency straight away. Oh, I've got a little hard lump of something under there. Don't know what that is. Not to worry. So same thing, use a spatula, a paintbrush. You could actually use a sponge with this as well. If you're working onto cardstock or MDF and you use a sponge to apply this, you'll get a really delicate sort of finish with a little bit of texture in it. If you want more of a raised effect, then your spatula is probably the way to go. But really dramatic with the colours. Again, no plan, just applying this. I like to cross those colours over so we get the blends. It's like, this really is like butter. In fact, it's creamier than butter. It's so nice to work with. Now, when it does dry, it forms like a skin. It's almost like a plastic. And that is the reason why it works so well in moulds. Now, when I say moulds, something like the Zuri moulds that are really quite deep, I would probably say you can, but it would take days for it to dry because the air's not going to get to it. But the Stamperia moulds, La Blanche, we've seen them as well. Those shallower moulds or the texture plates are absolutely fantastic. I'm not going to be able to get there. There's something hard underneath, some glue or something on the fabric, so it's making that raise up. But so there will be a bit missed there, but not to worry. Yeah, I will show you one because I've got some that I peeled away earlier so you can see the effect as well. So we'll just go partly down. I've missed a colour. I always forget which one. Oh, it's the really bright gold. Let's go with that next to the black. So a nice flat surface. And again, the colours that we'll show with these particular mediums, whether you go on a black surface or a light surface, they will look different because of the background.
3D effects when you're modelling
just to peel that away, that's where that hard bit is underneath, and you can see where it's. But if I hold that to the front again, obviously it's not dry. We've just done that. You can already see the sheen, but the more it dries, the more you see that sheen.
Beautiful.
Until, of course, you get the finished effect. And we saw you scrunch it up, Fiona, so we don't need to do it again because I will make a mess if I try and scrunch it now. I've got wet modelling cream on the back, but a really beautiful effect. And also that little disc that you'd got, that little MDF disc that had the paint in the background, that was the modelling cream over the top. So for the flower there.
Using the lovely paints that we have for $12.99.
It might still be a little bit wet there because I did that after the show, but
paste, and that lovely ombre effect with the different ones. Beautiful. Yeah, it says indoor and outdoor use. To get that sort of bit more of a 3D effect through your stencils. Just beautiful. But I know you're going to show something else now.
Yeah. Now, I made a bit of a mistake in the sense that I thought, well, I'll add a little bit more modelling cream to this mould because I'd only got a little bit in there and I thought I'll thicken it up a bit. So, of course, I did that and it's still wet. But I can still peel away some of it because of what was dry underneath. Now, this is one of the Stamperia molds, so you can see where the original colours went in there. When it is dry, you can literally just peel that away. So you can see how that is going to work. Now, I peeled some away earlier, just before the show, and I just think this is lovely. I don't need it all off in one sheet. I absolutely love the effect. So if you've got a background and you want to use some gel medium or some glue, just to stick that down. That will create the most wonderful backgrounds. And I think those colours onto the black again there looks amazing. So if ever you've got a little bit spare on your spatula, maybe just add it into a mould, or try it on your rubber stamps as well. Because you'd be, once it's dry, you'd be able to peel it away from rubber stamps.
The idea, that,
yeah, so not just for stenciling, use it. Oh, you can also stamp with this. If you apply it to your stamps, maybe with a sponge, and stamp quickly before it starts drying, you can stamp with it as well, and you get that lovely shimmery effect coming through with the stamps. So lots and lots of ways to work with it. Outdoor use, as we've said, so just experiment, because it is one of my favourites, that one.
And half the stock has gone, 279380. We've got all those beautiful colours, like we said, the bronze, the copper, the gold, silver, and the anthracite, which still has that beautiful shine, even though it's a really dark, pewtery black there. 279380. Our gift set now. Which one's that? The candle? Mediums. Yes, sorry. Just have to give you an update. Sorry, we've got so much on the counter. I'm just trying to follow the narrative here. We've got the paste, the set 2. 85% gone now, so please don't miss out. That's that effect there on the card with one of the stencils there. Absolutely beautiful. 85% of the paste have gone, and the paints, which we were just referring to, set 3, that is the background, 3/4 of the stock has gone of those beautiful paints as well. So yeah, don't miss out. Amazing price point for an incredible product. 859608 12.99. Now, something I mentioned earlier in the hour was our lovely candle, and indeed those pastes we just referred to, you can actually use and apply to these candles and it'll burn fine. So this is a decorative candle kit, and well, I'll let Catherine do the talking, because it's really quite exceptional, isn't it?
It really is. So we've seen a candle kit before, but it had the Inca Gold in it, which you can apply to wax and burn the candles. It's perfectly safe. Now, your Inca Gold, you've got that in, it's the paste in the gift set, so you can still use that. But this set is a little bit different. I only got this yesterday, so I'd never seen it before. This is your Inca Silk. Now, you get 3 different colours of the medium, the green, which is a lovely sagey green, that gorgeous blue, and also a mustard colour as well. So they're your colours. Then you get a really generous pot of transfer medium, which we'll come back to. You get a paintbrush, which is a really nice quality one, and you get lots of transfers. Now, these are laser print, so if you want to apply your own personalisation or your own prints, as long as it's a laser print, you can do, because all you need is that medium there. Now, this morning, I only had 1 candle, so I'd already put a coat of the green on. So if you can see on the bottom there, I'll show it to the overhead, you can see it was a white candle. So I just used a sponge to wipe over the surface with the green, and then during demonstration we went over the top again with the blue, just to show different colours. Now, I've also used one of the stencils with the green over the blue now. So you can see, if you want to stencil, you certainly can do. So we'll do a little bit of that with the mustard, because that's the only colour we've not seen.
But how do the stencils that we get in there work as well, Catherine? Sorry,
right, well, the transfers that you get, you use with the transfer medium. I will show you that. But I thought, you know, it's nice to use things in different ways, isn't
absolutely.
it? So,
the fact that we mentioned you can use your stencils and paste.
I'm just going to grab my cloth, because it'll stop the candle rolling around.
That's okay. The only thing we don't get in the kit is the candle, basically. So it's going to go a long way. You get your 4 sponges, you get to apply, you get your brush. There's 3 different waxy colours there, and your gel medium, plus all of those 4 sheets of lovely transfers. The only thing we say, because Catherine said, you know, you can make your own transfers as well. Don't forget with the writing back to front, because it's going to flip, obviously, when you apply. But Catherine will take us through that.
Okay, so I'm using quite a large stencil here, but actually that's quite well. Let me see if I can grab a different one that's not got wet medium on it, 'cause otherwise I'll just end up smudging, as you can see. So we'll go with this one. Now, ideally, if you've got some stencil medium that will make it tacky, I'll have to get that back in, because Fever does some, and we haven't got it on this show. But yeah, you put it on the back of the stencil, let it dry, and it stays tacky and it holds down and it's reusable. Or if you've got flexible stencils, or again the ones such as LeBlanc have that have the sticky on, they'd be great. But you know, we're going to hold this in place. So just one of the sponges again. The medium that you've got here is quite thick, so I'm using the sponge, and I'm just literally going to sponge right through. Now, just to talk through what I did with the candle beforehand, before I put any medium on at all, give your candle a polish with a soft cloth. I presume that's just to make sure, again, there's no greasy marks on there.
bits
You know,
of
just
flotsam
kind
or-
of,
yeah.
just kind of clean it off. You then use a sponge to wipe over the surface with your colours. I'm going to try and mix two colours together here, actually. Let's go with a bit of the green, see they blend. Yeah, you then wipe over with the colour. It won't work in one coat. You want to build it up, so 2, maybe 3 coats, but you use very, very little. It doesn't take much at all to get the effect. Just going to take that off there now, so you can see. We'll stay on the overhead actually there. Oh, sorry, we'll go to the front then. There we are. So you can see how wonderfully that has actually taken. Now, the only thing that's underneath the stencil that I've just done is the same medium, the same colour. But if you want to use your transfers, what you will do, once you've got the colours on there, you will paint a layer with your transfer medium. So you're going to give it a coat of the medium before you do any of the transfers themselves. Now it looks white, but it will dry clear. So I'm not going to do the whole thing, but you will just a very thin coat all over your candle, and that seals what you've already put there. When that is fully dry, you will then take your transfer, and you do get a lot. As I say, you can print your own out. If you are printing words, you'll notice that you need to do it back to front, you need to mirror it. So what you do then, once the medium is dry on the candle, you apply a little bit of the transfer medium. You might see a bit of blue coming off this, off the paintbrush, because it's on there. You apply it to the front of the transfer, making sure you've covered all of the image, but not to the back of the paper.
Not to the back.
Not to the back. So a nice thin even coat, as far as you can possibly go. We won't see the finished result because you need this to dry overnight, but you will then just apply that wherever you want it on your candle. That is going to hold down perfectly. Now it does tell you on the instructions to use a squeegee from the centre out, but actually if you just go with a cloth, you can do exactly the same thing. You need to make sure that is nice and flat. You don't want any air bubbles in there. From the centre outwards, that will stop you moving that as well as getting all the air out of there. And that's it. You literally just leave that overnight. Then the next day, all you're going to do is wet the back of the transfer. It's just copier paper really. Wet it quite a lot. You want to really saturate it, and then you will just rub away with a fingertip, and all that will be left is the transfer. Yeah. As you can see on the box, where's my box gone? Here it is. If you look at the candles on the front of the box, you can see that's what you're left with, and you can see all 3 colours have been used there as well. Then, just if you want to, if you know you want to gift this, I would definitely say go with the transfer medium again. Just paint it over the whole candle, just to seal it again, so you've got that perfect finish, so you don't scratch anything off. And it's as simple as that. And I can tell you, what you get in that box is going to do a lot of candles.
And you said as well,
a lot of
the
candles.
faux candles that have the little battery ones that have that candly outside.
Yes,
it works on them as well.
It does. You can buy the candles that have the real wax on the outside, but they're battery operated. They've got little flickering lights.
They feel waxy, don't they?
So decorate them, because you only buy them with kind of that off-white wax. Yeah. So decorate them yourself. Even if you're not covering the whole of the candle and you want to do...
You get some of those that are coloured as well, so you can just put transfers on them as well.
So just play with this, but you get such a lot.
Brilliant.
Such a lot.
Love a gift idea for somebody who's a crafter that won't have this, the candle kit.
Yeah, make and sell. Nothing stop you doing that.
Ideal, yeah, absolutely. Transfer some normal, your bog standard pillar candles, and you're away. $16.99, 734 935. They work with those lovely pastes as well in terms of our mediums. You've got your transfers there, so 4 different sheets of your different transfers there. So some lovely wording on there as well. That obviously is back to front. You've got some little, I love that very striking circular 60s one there as well. Again, some more, dream, love. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Absolutely fantastic. It's just working out what they say back to front, obviously. And then some lovely stars and images. But as Catherine said, you can create your own. Create your own. Just normal copier paper. Just remember, if it's wording, to do your back to front. $16.99, 734 935. Now, our medium gift sets, let's have an update. Our lovely pastes. Set 2 is now getting limited. The lovely pastes are now limited. This is what Catherine used through her card and also through on the Zuri molds and what have you. So yeah, please don't miss out on those. Getting limited there. $12.99, 859 608. And our set 2 of our set 3 of our paints, 80%. That was with the stippling. 80% of the set 3 in terms of the paints, £12.99. Don't miss out, they're going to be gone again. Now, something I've not yet seen, I'm very intrigued by this. It's simply called blob paint, and that's what it does. I think you just add blob upon blob, and some are sort of a glittery clarity, some are of a sort of pearlescent sheen, but it gives a really fantastic three-dimensional, if I show you that, yeah, look at it, three-dimensional effect. And the way they interplay with each other is superb. I don't know any more than that, so I'm going to hand over to Catherine.
Okay, I might have to borrow that back
Have your
again.
blob paint back again.
These, seriously, are great fun. Now, there is, if you look online, you'll see a lot of blob painting. I mean, there are artists out there that sell their work for literally thousands and
Really?
thousands.
Blob
Yeah,
paints?
Seriously. So what blob paint is, it's a special consistency. It's not just your regular paint. There's something in it to give it a consistency so that it doesn't go totally flat. It keeps its shape.
Yeah.
Now, I did start this with very little time, and I don't think I shook up the bottles enough, really, but you know, you still got the effect there. Now, these are lovely because you've got three that actually, when they dry, you've got a lovely sheen to them, but these are what we class as, yeah, solid colours, really, but yes, you've got that pearly effect. Exactly. And then the other three have all got glitter. Now, they look pretty much the same in the bottle.
Yeah.
They look pretty white, but the white will disappear and you'll just be left with the glitter. So it's a little bit like those gels.
Yeah.
So now the only thing that I will say, get yourself a nice big board.
Yeah.
Whatever colour you choose as a background, the effects will be different. But my favourite, I've got to say, is black because it just shows off everything perfectly. I'm saying get a big board because it's quite addictive, and also you need to let one layer dry before you put the next one on. So
how long will that be, Catherine?
Just leave it overnight; it'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'd maybe do this in an evening, go mad with it, leave it for the next morning, do the next coat, leave it till the evening, do the next coat next morning. It's done.
And then tell me if you sell it for 10,000.
Yeah, I've used this actually on the front covers of little journals and albums.
yeah.
I just think it's quite quirky,
Great
quite fun.
journal cover.
But also, if you've got a silicone mat or a non-stick mat, of course you can use the blob paint on that and then peel it away and use them as embellishment. So there's lots of ways of using them.
That's the best idea ever.
So, where we've got the little blobs here, we'll just go with another layer. Now, you're not going to see the glitter come through because it will take too long to dry, but we can just show you the technique. So, give them a good shake. You get a nice nozzle on the top of each. You get a very, very generous amount of paint. And all you do, it's very easy, but it is very addictive, as I say.
It's like looking through the Hubble telescope, this is.
That's it. At the centre of the blob, you just allow the paint to flow. And yeah, you get the kids involved in this.
What about the big kids? I'm loving it myself.
I know. Let's just go with another one on top of this colour here.
Blobby art.
Yeah. So, you know, you make your own design up, work with this. I've seen images, so if you've got a flower and it's as though seeds are floating away, or it could be planets, or it could be centres of flowers. You know, so you've got lots of scope to do different things. Work with your stamps, work with your stencils, work with other things as well. And you can go with tiny little dots if you want to, you know, just tiny little ones. You don't have to go with big blobs.
So this is definitely a thing, blobby art. I've never heard of this in my life.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Now let me just show you one of the glitter so you can see how it comes out of the bottle, and you'll be quite surprised. So where we can see that very glittery red, I've picked up the colour. Again, give it a good shake, and we'll just go with, I'm trying to keep more blobs at this side because I just kind of like the effect. It looks very white. You can't even see the glitter in there. So from that to, well, let's show you one on its own. Shall I lift that to the front camera? Oh, I can't because I might make it run. The
So
glitter
you can see the
is
glittery ones. They're
honestly, you will love this. It's just so much fun. And I can tell you, the paints will go such a long way.
Yes, because there's some real precision nozzle there, isn't there?
Have fun creating blobby artwork.
I love it. I need to get blobby artwork in my life.
But do use it for your embellishments And
I love that idea
you
of
know,
peeling
maybe
it
if you've
off.
stamped something, you've got a lady with a necklace on or something like that, because they're very dimensional. So think
use
about
it like
bringing them
little
into
bezels. You know,
exactly.
sometimes you've got those little bezel set things, metals and stuff.
Yeah. And it's really, really tough as well. It's not paint that's going to flake and crack.
No.
It's very much like the modelling cream. It goes quite plasticky. In fact, I haven't tried this, I'll admit it, but I reckon if you were to apply that onto a mould and spread it with a spatula, you'd be able to peel it away.
Again, does it work on
I'll have to
surfaces
try
like
that next
glass
time.
and stuff?
Yeah, you can go on glass, onto
Blobby-
wood,
we
onto
could
metal.
blobbify the glass, couldn't we?
Yeah, blobbify the glass.
Blobbify the glass. Stand still too long, I'll blobbify you.
Well, it is great fun, and I'm loving the fact we've got the pearlescence and the glitters there as well, because they
gorgeous.
are great. What about doing your Christmas baubles?
Oh, blobbify a bauble.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is if you've got something that's rounded, you're going to have to do so much, let it dry
Yes.
before you turn it around.
So you don't want it to dribble down.
It can run if you tip something else. It has got that consistency to not run too much, but it will run if you're kind of tipping it around.
Gravity will take
But yeah,
effect.
definitely experiment with it. It's brilliant.
Fun. Blobbify the top of your jam jars. Oh, I love it. Want to blobbify everything. 3D effect. And you've got those three glitters. See those colours there on the top, you see? Because I know it's hard with the three glittery ones, but they do, the intensity, because I've just seen Catherine's artwork there, the intensity of those three, you've got the clear and then the two coloury, sort of coppery ones there, all the lovely glow colours they're called, and then the blob. Have fun with those. I'm going to have to investigate blobby art. I didn't know it was a thing, but I love it. $18.99, 885 516. We think it's officially called blob art. I prefer blobby art. I think that's a much better way of describing it. Let's go to the website and look at all the other fabulous Viva Decor elements. You've got the stencils there. Now, something we haven't come to is our lovely pens, but of course for detail, for dots, for zigzags, for writing, they're fabulous as well. Set of 12 or individual sets of 4 for $9.99. There's our blob art. We've got some fantastic mediums there, the hologram and white effect paste there. We've got the big glitter paste pots we were talking about for $9.99. We've got those 60 set of sponges, $13.98 there. And then don't forget, getting very limited on the pastes. I've got about 3/4 of stock on for the lovely paints as well. So, yeah, have a little look. Oh, pen pens, great. I was just talking about these. I'm intrigued by these. We've got some beautiful brights, some pastels, and then a turquoise green, cobalt blue, and the yellow. What can we do with a Zen pen?
Well, I have got some ready to go. I won't use all the colours because we're getting short of time. There's a couple of things I still want to show you if I can. We haven't mentioned the slate paste or the...
No.
So we're going to use that in conjunction with the Zen pen. So remember the surface that I did, just one coat. This is with the gift box. So,
that was
that
the
blend of
paints.
different colours.
Yeah.
We're just going to go with
Lovely
one of the
paints.
stencils with our slate paste. Now this is great again for stenciling. It is obviously black. It looks very shiny when you put it on, but it dries to a matte finish. If you use your sponge onto a piece of wood or MDF, and so you've got that lovely texture, it makes the most perfect blackboard as well. You can use it as a blackboard.
Is the magic in the name like black slate?
Yes, yes.
That's the effect we're going for.
And if you want an authentic slate effect, apply to some wood or some MDF with a spatula, but don't flatten it out, don't make it too smooth. Keep the texture and it looks like real slate. And it's just brilliant. So very quickly, I've just applied a little bit onto our base there. So you can see the black against the lovely shimmery background. I'll have to be careful not to smudge that. And I've just chosen 3 different colours. They've got a lovely fine nozzle on these. They do seal, just keep a little pin to hand. So now I'm going to prime it. By priming it, I'm just going to make sure there's no air in the nozzle, because if you have got air in the nozzle, then it might just splatter at you. This has got so much control, this actual container, the pen itself.
Okay.
So where we've got the little black dots here, I'm going to go with some tiny little green ones in between, so there's no air in the tube. I'm trying not to cover the black ones up. So squeeze a little bit harder if you want slightly bigger dots, but you can go very, very fine. Once again, if you want to use these on a silicone mat or a non-stick mat, you can peel them off and they make amazing embellishments.
Wow.
So there's the green. You've got lovely pearlescent effects here as well, so as they dry, you'll definitely see that gorgeous pearly effect coming through.
Gorgeous.
So let's go with 1 or 2 pink ones here as well. Have you ever seen the pebble decorating, Fiona?
Yes, I love it.
These are great on your stones and your pebbles if you want to build up mandala designs and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So what I would suggest doing is get a stamp or a stencil, take a design from your stamp, just stamp lightly and maybe follow round. So if you have got, something that's got little flourishes on it, leaves on it, or a mandala, that would be absolutely fantastic.
They're
Just go with
gorgeous,
a little
aren't
bit of
they?
the blue. So I'm just adding 1 or 2 little extra dots, just so you can see some of the colours there. But you definitely need to see the effect when they're dry. Lots of control with those. You can apply them to your candles as well.
Oh yes.
Decorative purposes on these, I wouldn't say burn the candles on this one, but if you've got those battery operated ones, together with the candle kit, put some little beads and embellishments on there.
Pretty, yeah.
They look really, really nice. So very easy to control. Do you know, we're almost out of time, and I didn't get to show you the... Oh, we've got crystals. Don't miss out on those. We've got... Can I just show this?
Yeah.
This was done on a previous show. We have got the holographic and the white ice effect, which looks amazing. It's got such a lovely texture. There's a little bit of luscious powder mixed into it, so you can colour it, or you can leave it as it gives you the most wonderful texture if you're stenciling again. Or you can go directly onto your jars. Some of the glitter was put on here, a bit of gel medium, which is still drying. But can we see the glitter on there? These are your ice crystals. They look like real frost and slithers of ice. So do have a look at everything that's out there available. You'll not be disappointed in anything.
You will not. They are fantastic products and great value for money as well. Catherine, thank you so much, my darling. It's been brilliant. You got through loads. Thank you as always, darling.
Thank you very much. See you
what's
soon.
coming up. We've got Studio Like Jenny's Mindful Art coming up next with Richard and Julia. Then we're going to bring you the William Morris One Day Special with our Jenny.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies. We've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Stamperia are an Italian company. They launched in 1995 with stamps, stencils, paints and an incredible product, the world famous rice paper. They were actually the first company to print on rice paper and they're now absolutely renowned for it. The product range that Stamperia offer is really diverse. They bring us incredible stamps, obviously the world famous rice paper, but they're always trying to bring new techniques as well. So they'll bring different mediums, beautiful moulds, so there's always something for every type of crafter. They will definitely have something for you to craft with, and everything you craft with will be top quality and beautiful. So make sure you don't miss the Stamperia shows.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made.
deck the halls, fa la 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 la, for it is a Flextravaganza. I can see Fiona making her way across the studio skiing. She's that excited about it, genuinely. Wish you could see it. It's a Flextravaganza this week, which means that not just when you spend £60 do you get your Flexi basket come into place, but when you spend anything over £1 this week alone. So, if you buy something for £1, it's going to be 50p in 2 payments if you so choose. They're interest-free payments as well. You split it down the middle, you can make it 2 ways. That's pretty good. That's going to make things very affordable and very reasonable as we enter that final run-up to Christmas. Now, what are we bearing our Flextravaganza to in this hour? Well, it is a little bit of mindfulness, because joining us is Julia to talk us through some of Studio Light's Giannini's Mindful Arts. Hello, Julia.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Yeah, so this is an hour where you can kind of lose yourself in lots and lots of different products from Studio Light.
Oh,
yeah.
Excellent. So what's the thinking behind this? It's Giannini's Mindful Arts. So it's a lifestyle. It's a way of relaxing.
It's just losing yourself in art, really.
Yeah.
So whatever form of art you choose, you can kind of lose the woes of the world, and whatever problems you've got will kind of disappear because you're focusing on what piece of art that you're creating. So we've got some different kind of products on the show today, which kind of, I think they show the diverse number of products that Studio Light do bring to you. And there's a number of, well, certainly the diamond painting I've never done before, so that's quite
new.
interesting.
So it's going to be new to you. So this shows how Studio Light can be very sort of versatile.
Yes.
There's lots of different things that we're going to be doing here.
Yeah.
I mean, like, there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Not least, starting off here, I love it when I come on the craft store, because every hour it's like, okay, we've moved now from, glue to fabrics to jigsaw puzzles.
Jigsaw puzzles.
It's a jigsaw puzzle now. So
absolutely.
This is our first item here. So this is from Studio Light Giannini's Mindful Arts, and it is their 1,000-piece puzzle. 1,000 pieces. Now, that's what I call a decent jigsaw puzzle.
It's a good size, isn't it? I mean, we don't have a finished one here because I didn't have the time to do one.
What, you mean you didn't come in this morning and immediately put together a 1,000-piece puzzle?
Yeah, I don't think my brain could cope with 1,000 pieces just first thing in the morning. But it is one of those things that you can kind of... you can pop onto your dining room table, and you can just kind of add little bits to it. The picture itself is just glorious.
Yes.
So you've got that beautiful kingfisher there sat in the arch. You've got one of the mandalas actually on the wall there, the mandala design. You've got beautiful florals in there. You've also got some mandalas in the background behind the kingfisher. So what I'd like to know, what I'd like you to email in and tell me is, how do you start your jigsaw puzzle? Now, personally, I find the corners first.
Okay.
And then I fill in all the edges, and then I'd probably look at something like the kingfisher and put him together, and then put in all the bits around it. That's how I would start. But would you just start with, the main image? I think it's quite interesting to see how people would start their jigsaw puzzles.
Says a lot about the person, probably, doesn't it?
Maybe. I don't know what it says about the person, but it might say something.
I don't necessarily look for the corners, because that would be searching for 4 pieces out of 1,000. Take a little time.
It would, yeah.
But I definitely siphon off all the straight edges, and then I make the frame. So I don't even get involved in the middle bit until the frame is completely made. And then, yes, I can see the appeal of going straight for the kingfisher, because that's the sort of headline act, isn't it?
But
I want to leave that till last. So I'd probably do some of the sort of a bit more generic-y bits, and then leave the really fun bits till last. That's probably the easiest way to do it, isn't it? To do the kingfisher first.
I don't know. I mean, I've not done a puzzle for years, actually. And it's interesting, isn't it? Because I think that we're probably going back to some of our childhood. I mean, I used to have, do you remember Wacky Races years ago? I used to have some wonderful Wacky Races jigsaw puzzles.
Dick Dastardly and Motley and the Outhill Mob.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, but this is just an absolutely beautiful image. And once you've done it, of course, then if you want to, you could actually stick it onto a board and actually frame it, and it would be a lovely piece of art.
Absolutely. So this artwork has been produced using Studio Light stamps, do you think? So this mandala
I think the stencils are definitely studio lights, so they've been
Yeah.
incorporated in there. So
Yeah.
Janini's, I imagine she's drawn this herself and coloured it in. But
so Giannini's an actual person then?
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so this is Giannini's rain. Oh, interesting. I wasn't sure if it was just a name or it was
No.
an actual person.
Yes.
So, by the way, let us know what your jigsaw puzzle tips. How do you do yours? Do you have a particularly different way that no one else does it? Like, how do you, any tips, any techniques on putting together your jigsaw puzzle? Email us in, please. It's studio@thecraftstore.com, studio@thecraftstore.com, and we'll read out your messages on jigsaw puzzles. But if you fancy this one, look at that price there. You're getting £3.50 off that. Normally £14.99, and of course you can flexi that one. £5.75, 2 payments of £5.75. The item number is 796958 for that. It will be dispatched from the 19th of November, as will everything you see here today. But that is a fantastic way to relax and unwind, I think. A lovely jigsaw puzzle, and that is going to give you a lot of hours as well, because you know, I like jigsaw puzzles. You can't do it all in one go for sure. But that, I reckon, well, what do you reckon? 1,000, seriously? Do you think a couple of days, like on and off, like a few hours a day, or maybe a week?
Well, I think it depends on how much time you've... I think the thing with this is that you can actually spend 10 minutes doing it, or you can spend an hour doing it each day if you want to.
I was going to say, I thought you said 10 minutes in total. I was about to throw it over and say, right, and your time starts
No. If I could do it in 10 minutes, I'd definitely demonstrate it, absolutely. My mind doesn't work that quick. It takes me 10 minutes to find just the edges. So yeah, you just... The thing with any of the mindful art products, and most craft actually, is you just pick it up and put it down and do as much as you want to, when you want to, and when you've got time. And I definitely think you can lose yourself in that particular piece.
You really can. Oh, this is great. I love
Stunning,
that.
Isn't it?
Yes. And
so
also,
you're reading what Giannini's written on the back?
I'm reading what she's written on the back
Yeah.
about expressing your thoughts in a creative way, and there are no rules. And I'm actually looking at the fact that Janine is a real person, and there is a picture of her.
Yes.
I'll just... There you go. Just going to turn that around there. There she is. She's just in the corner.
Yeah.
I feel like there was a sitcom in America called I Dream of Jeannie, wasn't there? I Dream of Giannini. There you go. Just underneath the kingfisher there. So that's a 1,000-piece puzzle. Great idea for Christmas too.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Definitely.
That I'd really like to have a little go at that one. Apparently, it takes about 10 to 30 hours to. What is that? Just for? Is that for 1,000 pieces? For 1,000 pieces, 10 to 30 hours is what it takes the average person. I think I'd be more of a 30 hours average. Now, moving on. This is our diamond painting kit. Now, this is new, and this is new to you.
This is brand new to me. I have never done anything like this before, and I didn't find out that this was on the show until Monday. So I've actually got one that I've started.
Well, it looks very exciting. It looks
Yeah.
like it looks like a very, very elaborate and grown-up version of Paint by Numbers. Is that right?
Yes, I kind of think it is, absolutely. So shall we kind of look at it? Is that okay? So it does come in this box here, and once again you've got Giannini's picture and all about her mindfulness, and it will give you instructions. So actually in the box you've got the coloured stones which are rounded. I mean, if you've done any of the diamond kits before from other manufacturers, then you'll know all about it. If, like me, you've tuned into this show perhaps and thought, oh, it's dies and stamps, then this is going to be totally new to you, just like it was to me. So you get your coloured stones in lots of different colours, and each packet has actually got a letter on it. So that's colour G that's in there, so you know what colours to use. So it's a little bit like cross-stitch in some ways. You've got a sticky canvas, so it's got a back into it. So if you peel that off, you can hear it's sticky, right? Then you've got a pen tool. You've also got a wax pad, which is this little piece, and you've got this little tray, all in that box. So what I did when I got mine was I've actually flattened it out a little bit. So I put some heavy things on it because I can't work with it when it's rolled up. And it's also a good idea, I think, for you to get some little polythene bags, which don't come in the kit, for you to put your your gems in, because you might not want, the idea I think is if you work in sections, because it does actually recommend that you, in the instructions, because you've got all of it here, it says do not remove all the plastic film at once, only in the area that you're working on. So I do think it's a good idea just to work in sections. So I've started in this section here, so you can see I've got some colours in. So we're just going to open, I'm going to go for you, which you'll be happy to know there's not 97 million pieces of you in this corner, so there's only a few. So I'm going to open it up and just pop a few into my tray. And it's kind of a deep green, this one, and the rest I'm going to put in my poly bag straight away so I don't lose any. And it's a bit like, I used to do beading, beading we used to give beads letters as well, so it's a bit like beading for me in that
How would you
respect.
decide which one you'd go with first? Is it a bit like the kingfisher thing you mentioned about? Would you go for the butterflies? Would you go in the order of the alphabet? Or?
Well, I went for the backer first. I went for A, which is this light blue first, and then just to fill myself in like a little framed area.
Yeah.
Then this little pen here has got, it's hollow in the end. And this kind of scuppered me a bit to begin with, because I'd never, like I said, I'd never used this before. So if you peel back a little bit of the wax, you then push the pen in, and the wax comes out of there. See, I've got a little hole now, it comes out of there, and then it ends up in there.
Right.
And this is now a sticky pickup tool, if you like. So we can move around the beads in here, or the stones, and when their kind of dome is facing upwards, you can just pick them up onto your tool and carefully peel back the backing. And see, I've got a U there to push in, so you just pop it down. And this is all you do. You look for your letters that you want to pop in. I mean, I'm not good at doing straight, so some of mine are a bit wobbly, but I don't really think it matters.
So filling it in, it's like dropping little
Exactly, and if
in.
they're not perfect, you can... Oh, not like that. You can move them around.
Yeah.
Where do you go? You can move them slightly if they're not perfect.
Okay. And is that why you've got the backing? Because do you need to keep that on even when you finish?
I'm keeping it on because it's quite wet when I came in today, so it means that everything stays nice and clean and dry. And obviously, this area here and all the bits that don't have the stones in are sticky. So if you let the air expose it to the air, or if the cat walks across it, then you're scuppered, aren't you? Because you've not got your
Especially
sticky area.
Hanging on your wall, cat walking across it would be weird.
But sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say, but once you've finished it and you put them all in, can you then take the backing off to hang it up? Yeah,
absolutely. And it does recommend in the instructions that to make sure that they're not going to go anywhere, to run a glass bottle, roll a glass bottle or something over the top.
Okay.
I mean, I tend to.
What does that do? That just seals it,
It just makes sure they're well pressed. I tend to just kind of, rub my hand over.
Yeah.
But it is, I was saying to Sander up at Studio Light when I spoke to him yesterday, when I got home from the studios on Monday, I sat in front of the telly and I actually found it very relaxing, because it's not taxing.
No, you don't have to think at all, do you?
No, you don't. All you're doing is looking for those.
Looking for the what? Will you bring in? You bring in A or C at the moment?
I'm on my U's.
You use,
I'm
yes.
on my
You're
U's.
just literally looking for the letter U and popping it. So you can definitely do other things.
Absolutely.
Or you can just disappear into that and just let your mind wander, really.
Yeah, absolutely. So I tend to look for all of the U's and do all of those, and then I'll pop these back in the little poly bag that I've got, and then I'll go on to another colour. And I'd fill up this whole area, and then I'd get a load of A's out and do another chunk.
Yeah.
And that's how it works. But it is very, very mindful, and I was actually really surprised that I enjoyed it, because I thought, because when I've seen it before, I thought, well, that's not for me, that's not for me. But I've actually found it very relaxing and very mindful, as you'd expect from this collection.
Because I was going to say, you can get lost in your own thoughts there as you're doing that. But on the other hand, mindfulness is about kind of losing your thoughts, isn't it? It's about just being in the moment and just seeing what you're doing.
Absolutely.
And then zoning everything else out, and you forget about your troubles and you just enjoy yourself.
Yes, but I mean, if you've got one of those lamps that, has got, well, magnifying glass is quite handy because the letters are quite small. But if you've got one of those lamps that are angular, and you can just pop it over your head and have it behind you, and you have your TV on if you want to, or some music on, and really lose yourself.
Love it. Look at that then. So you're getting all of the coloured stones. You're getting the pickup tool there as well, a little tray to scoop them all up until you've got the pattern itself and the sort of sticky canvas with the backing on the top of it there, which keeps it all in place. And you've got all the colour coding down the side there, the swatch. Put it all together and you're going to get that amazing painting with butterflies and flowers on it, and it's going to take you a little while to do that, and you're going to enjoy every single second as you do it as well. It's going to look incredible when it's all put together. You just got a sense of it there from the corner. Nobody puts Julia in the corner, but we did. Julia was in the corner there, and what a great corner it was. And you can just imagine what that would look like on a grand scale there, and you could pop it on the wall, frame it, whatever you want to do with it. 835972 is the item number for that, and you're going to be getting a £3.50 saving on it. As I say, everything here is going to be dispatched on the 19th of November, so there'll be a short wait, and then you'll have it way in time for Christmas. In fact, you'll have it in the middle of the month to be able to go straight away, and gives you something to do, doesn't it, during the Christmas holidays? Because there's a lot of time, isn't there, over Christmas where you might just think, do you know what, I don't want to watch the TV, I've had the relatives around, just want to put my feet up and I just want to do something I can just really, really relax and get into. Perfect. How about that? Now, moving along, we go from a couple of mindful pursuits into a little bit of paper. Now, we've got some Christmas essentials here. These are, well, the key number's 12 here because they're 12 by 12 inches, and there's 12 of them. So that's 12 by 12 by 12, I make it. They're double-sided as well. So it's normally $12.99, and you're getting this for $9.99. Now, there's 5 designs on here, and I'm going to just take you through...
There's actually 6, Richard.
Oh, there's 6 designs.
There's 6.
That makes sense, actually.
You got
Yeah.
six sheets and 2 sheets of each.
Okay, yeah. So there we go. That's a different one.
So you've got those, your toppers.
Yeah. And then if we turn it over, yeah, we've got. So when you say toppers, what do you mean by that?
I mean that they're the 12 individual pieces where you just trim them down with your trimmer, and you can just mat and layer them and just pop them on the card as is.
Oh, okay.
So that's what a topper is.
Okay.
So these I thought were on Sunday shows, but they weren't. So the 6 that we had on Sunday shows, these are the other 6. So these are the ones that have got the little dogs on, and again you've got that lovely palette. Look at that trio of dogs there. And don't just think about scrapbooking, because they are perfect for card making too.
Love that. Oh, it's got the little swatch along the bottom as well,
yeah,
so you can see all the
shows you your
colours.
colour family that you're dealing with. Yeah.
Oh, great. And it is very much coordinated. The colours are pretty much similar across the board, aren't they? You've got reds, greens, browns, that kind of thing in it. And,
absolutely,
oh, there's your hot drinks as well. Very Christmassy. It's kind of making me feel festive already, just looking at it all here. And your pine candles as well. And your Christmas stockings. Oh, that's nice. It's the water. What's that effect called when it looks as though it's been stained in watercolour? Has it got a name at all?
I don't know. It's like a knitted background. It's like a fabric background.
It looks like it's made out of fabric.
Yeah, and then it's just got a bit of kind of ink that's been watered down on it. So they're just ink splats, really.
Interesting effect that. It's like it's the I spilt my drink on my piece of cloth effect.
Yeah, it is that kind of effect.
Give it a snappy title.
Yeah.
There we go. So that is 12 sheets you're getting there. The item number 763637, 6 designs, as Julia pointed out there. 12 sheets in total, 2 of each design, double-sided, and that is a £3 saving. So you're getting that at $9.99. That's perfect. All your essentials there for your Christmas paper that you can use to pop straight onto greetings cards. Maybe even wrap 1 or 2 things with it as well. Who knows? A couple of small presents could be wrapped with that, I guess. Now, are we moving on? We're not. We're going to see something with you, Julia, and then we'll move on. What have you got for us?
What are we doing then?
Oh, we're going to look at the papers, apparently.
We're going to look at the papers, right?
Yes.
Okay, right, okay. I had them out. Right, okay, so with the papers, I just want to give you some ideas of how you can use these. So obviously it's a 12 by 12 piece of paper, and so if you cut this into quarters, then you've got 4 6x6 cards straight away. You can see that is a brilliant one there, but obviously you can use these sections here. So for instance, jumping ahead to some of the dies that we've got on the show, you could frame some of these pieces. This is one of the frames we've got. So if you cut out that die and put yourself a frame around it, that's going to look absolutely glorious, isn't it?
Yeah.
But also, if you actually want to work down with this section here, you could have that section. Now let's pick a plainer one here. You could have that section there, and then you can bring in some of the toppers which are in the sheet as well. So you could actually bring in the little doggy. Let's just move that up a little bit. Be a little doggy and make yourself a scene. Yeah, or you could have. This is another one of the die cuts. There are wreaths in there as well, so you could either have a message behind, or you can take. I say die cuts, they're not, they're fussy cutted pieces. So you could actually have a snowman behind there. So if you got rid of that bit there, you could have a little snowman looking through the wreath as well, which is quite cool. So think about that kind of thing. So you can definitely make lots and lots of cards out of this one sheet. And then of course on the back you've got a kind of a ditzy design, I suppose, so it's a repeating design, but that means if you're doing your journals and things, and we do have a journal on the show, then when you cut them out, it means you've got something to look at on the other side as well. This one I absolutely love. This has got that knitted background on, but it's not been inked, it's not been watercoloured out. So again, you've got a piece here. So if we look at some of the other dies we've got on the show, let's think. Find one of the rectangular ones. So we've got this lovely die on the show here. So we could actually cut that and make ourselves a tall slim card out of that. That would work. This is your
I like it.
This
Different
is
ways
the
of framing it
slim
all.
envelope. Yeah, so dies are brilliant for doing that sort of thing. Or you could make yourself a long tag, or this could be the front of our envelope when we come to do that if we want to. But again, once again, you can make these into 4 6x6 cards if you want to. And then on the other side of this one, you've got this wonderful bright red it's a bit like a knitted design, but it's not a proper knitted design, if you know what I mean. So that's that one. Then here we've got the one with the dog here. So the dog definitely to me says pop a frame round me. Please pop a frame around me. I want a frame. I deserve to be framed.
Yeah, there it
so
is.
you definitely get that one out and pop that one around there like that. But you could also frame the scene there that you've got going on. We could bring in
mountains at the top. Yeah.
Mountains at the top. So
and on the right.
And on the right, absolutely.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Kind of an idea there.
Absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful. Once again, tags as well. And then this one's got the 3 dogs at the back, which just cries out to me to put a rectangular frame around it.
Yes.
And you know, you could offset it slightly, and if you've got a house where you've got dogs in there, it's like from us to you kind of thing with your sentiment. I just absolutely adore that. And then once again, you've got the corners here you can work with. And it's a really good weight, this. I'm not sure what the weight is because it's not printed on here, but it's a really good weight, and they are all acid and lignin free because they are for scrapbooking, and you need that so that your photographs don't deteriorate, and again for your memory keeping as well.
I'm seeing a bit of a framing situation again.
Definitely a framing situation. Look at that. Look at that. Christmas card, Christmas envelope,
made.
Done.
Sorted.
Jobs are good. Absolutely.
Straight away.
Once again here as well, that works.
Skis.
For a tag. You've got the bullfinch up here. Again, that works. So everything works for you to do things. So we can actually bring in our die cut in here again. And there's other ones that we've got. Let's have a look what we've got. The tin soldier. Perhaps not. He doesn't really work there. But I don't know. We could do. Absolutely. You know. So Christmas tree. So, you know, they're all from the fussy cutting elements. So on the back of this one, again, everything's tonal, everything works really well. You've got the kind of ditzy print, so more of a fussy print on this one. These are your toppers, so you've got 12, and you can cut these out, and they measure, each one measures, I think it's 3 by 4, yeah, 3 inches by 4 inches, so it's a great size for, you should just pop on a card.
Jobs are
Although it
good.
would make some good gift tags as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
it does. We've got a Studio Light, I've got a tag book. So if you just tag blocks, they might still be available on the website. So you just need to trim a tiny extra bit off the side and they will fit on your tags perfectly. And then if you don't want to use your toppers, you've got a really useful background on here. Then this is the one that I've cut all my little bits and pieces out of here. And in between all the gaps, you've got the smaller pieces. Any extra bits you've got, then you can cut out things like your reinforcements for your journal pages and for your tags. They haven't put images on the centres here. Now, when we did the DIY die cut tag blocks, there were images in the centre. But given that you're cutting them out by hand, you don't want to do that because that's what you stab with your scissors to actually cut out the inside bit. So,
and what did you cut that out with? With scissors or
with
a knife?
scissors? Yeah, I've got a little tiny pair of Tim Holtz scissors that I cut mine out with.
Okay.
But again, if that's not your bag, I mean, they've all got white edges, which means that, I mean, I do cut mine out with a white edge. I don't even bother taking those bits out.
Because it makes that easier to cut out.
It
and
does
also
make it easier.
It makes it stand out a bit better, doesn't
Absolutely.
it?
Yeah, absolutely. But if that's not your bag and you're not interested in that, then of course you've got that inky knitted background that you can use. Everything's usable. I mean, you do get 2 sheets of each, but if you can, I would definitely multi-buy because at $9.99 for 12 sheets,
Absolutely.
that's a
Well,
bargain.
with extravaganza, you could easily double up there because it makes it the first payment would be the price of the normal overall payment, if you like, because it's 2 payments interest-free. So that's the papers. That's $9.99. Moving along now, we've got a stamp set here, a quotes stamp set that we have. So what you're getting here is the actual stamps themselves, and you're also getting a letters and sticker book with it too. If we have a little look here, we can see, well, I'm just going to pull this up here and see all sorts of different phrases here. I dream of painting and then I paint my dream. That's good. That dream was planted in your heart for a reason. Inspiration, courage, imagination, love. Oh, has no rules. So this is very much the ethos of Giannini, isn't it?
Absolutely. So obviously you've got the word art, and then you can add the has no rules to it, and you know all the other things have no rules to it. So you can just make your own phrases up. And I like the mix of fonts as well. You've got a larger, more elegant font, and then you've got more of a typewriter font, and that makes it more interesting when you're looking at your pieces of art as well.
Oh, and then we've got this sticker book that comes with it. Black craft and plum coloured stickers here. And so, so we turn this over here, and obviously self-adhesive, so you can peel these out?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can peel them out, you can mix and match the individual lines if you want to, you can mix and match the colours if you want to, but it's really nice having it on the craft as well as on the black and on the plum as well.
Oh, so every single set of words has it in the three
colours. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Oh, and the different typefaces as well, I really like that. Your feelings are valid. Say out loud how you feel inside. That's really good. Some nice little thoughts there to go with it, and there's absolutely tons in this book now as I flick through it.
There is. Yeah.
Loads and loads of stickers there to go with your stamp set. That is 16 stamps in total, and the item number is 271583. You're going to be getting a £4 saving on that. That's new today, and this is also new today as well. This is an assorted stamp set here. Assorted textures is what we have. We've got 17 stamps in total, and
I really like this set. Really like this set. For me, in craft or in any sort of paper crafting, you can't have too many script stamps, and there's one on there, or too many background style stamps, and this set's got all of it. It's a wonderful set to have.
Wow, so yeah, we've got like the ink splatter.
Yeah, that's going to cover up all sorts of mistakes.
Yeah, we've got a mandala flower here.
And they're a little bit grungy, the mandalas. There's little breaks
it's like faded, isn't it? I like it.
Yeah.
Chipped away if you look closely.
Which again makes it very forgiving if you're not a perfect stamper or if you're a beginner stamper and you're worried about doing things perfect. I mean, the idea of mindful art is that you don't worry about it anyway, but these stamps kind of help you out that way.
Yeah, I mean, now that you mention it, I can see that effect on quite a lot of these stamps here, where it's just kind of, it's worn away, but that's all on purpose there to add to the effect. Lots of lovely patterns there, garlands, as you say, there's scripts there. Assorted textures, there's a sort of those are like fibres, plant fibres almost there. We've got wording, we've got twines, Lots and lots of beads here as well. Loads and loads of different effects there. You can get 17 stamps there from Studio Light's Essential Texture stamps there. That's $9.99. That is new today. Now, Julia, you've got the journal in front of you.
I've got the journal in front of me. Now, we're trying to show you as many things as we can at the moment, so I'm not necessarily doing a proper demonstration in this hour, but this is just a page that I've done in my journal using the stamps and the stickers. I do have one of Lou's stencils in the background there, and I've used the watercolour set that we've got on the show in there. But you can see I've stamped the splats, I've got a mandala in there, I've got that kind of fabric, whatever it is, coming up there. I've got one of the stickers, I've got a couple of the sentiments. So I've got artist no rules, and to be an artist is to believe in life. So it's really just a fun journal page. We've got a bit of script in the background, and I've also used one of the borders that are coming up in the next item along the bottom. So that's just a little bit of fun and really easy to do, and we will do something like that at some point today, but we're just trying to show you as much as possible.
It just shows, doesn't it, the versatility of Studio
Yeah, the
Light
journal itself
Yeah.
has watercolour card in it, quite a lot of sheets of that.
Yeah.
It has craft in it, and it has black in it. Studio Light, I tend to do this. It's like with the tag blocks as well. They have the 3 finishes, which is really, it's great because different mediums react differently on different colour cards, and it just makes life a little bit more interesting.
Or you can really go to town decorating this as well.
Yeah,
couldn't you, the
yeah,
actual
it
front
will.
of it?
Yeah, because it's kind of unfinished.
Yeah.
So you can either leave it as it is, or and you've got that Velcro fastener, and you've got the elastic that can go around the top as well.
And of course, you've got all the stamps from Studio Light and Janine's collection as well, and you've got all the cuts, the fussy cuts out of the papers that you could use to decorate this up if you wanted to turn it into some sort of Christmas journal or Christmas keepsake book. That is a lovely journal there. And you say that, Julie, in the next hour you're going to really sort of get into this and do some journaling stuff.
I'm going to do the actual dies in the next hour, but we will try and do some stamping. We will definitely do some stamping at some point today.
Looking forward to that. There's a couple more hours of Julia to come today on the craft store. Now, talking of dies, let's have a look at some of them that we've got here on the end of our counter here. Already busy these. These are decorative borders. You're getting 4 dies here in this particular set. And if I just pull this up so you can have a closer look. Ranging in width here, we've got the thickest one on the left here, and it goes right the way through to this quite sophisticated line on the end there. And lovely patterning there, and perfect for your borders. You just repeat this all the way around, don't you, Julie? It's just, you don't have to have, it's not just something that's this size, you can make it any size, really.
Well, they do have a bit of an edge to them, I'm sure they do. I seem to think they do. Hang on a sec, let me just double check. Yeah, they do have an edge to them. So what you would need to do is, if you wanted to extend them, so for example this one, you can see that that's a cutting edge there and that's a cutting edge there. So if you wanted to do a bigger border, all you need to do is make sure that these bits are not in the card, so the card stops where my 2 thumbnails are. Okay. And then it won't cut that edge, these bits, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
But I do tend to have them either smaller or to the right size, but obviously, you know, you make your dies do whatever you want them to do.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. It's good to know you do have the option to extend them if you want to. But this, what would you use this for? Obviously putting around all the greetings cards.
Yeah. So if you come back to me, I'll just show you how they look when they're cut. Yeah. So okay. So so we've got this one here. Is this thin one here? And I've cut my card. It's an A5 piece of card, and I've cut it to 5.5 inches long. And if you pop it on the edge of your card, you'll see that 5.5 inches means that cutting edge there and that cutting edge there are just hanging off the edge. They kind of grip it, if you like. And so when you run it through, and I suggest that on your machine that you run it, so if this is your plate, I suggest that you run it through that way, so that the pressure only has to do a little bit of a little bit of the die at a time, and that way it will cut better than if you do it that way, because it's going to have to cut all of that at once on the one through, if you see what I mean. So that's how I would suggest you cut it. And then all I would do is take, this is from one of the slimline blocks, I'd just take a pattern piece of card that is cut to size and then pop that on the back, so you've got a lovely design there, and when it's shut you see that beautiful pattern at the back. And then you can either decorate the front, or you can bring in some of your, like I say, some of your die cuts to sit on there, so you can make yourself a nice Christmas card. So that would kind of work. So that's one of them. So I've done all 4 of them, so you can see how they all look. So this is the same thing, but this is this one. So you can see that's got a lovely kind of almost Moroccan feel to it. And cut it again exactly the same kind of way. And again, once again, we could bring in some of our die cuts. I don't know, put a group of them in, and that's going to make yourself a nice Christmas card too. Obviously, we're not necessarily looking at Christmas, they can be used all year round. This one's a little bit different. So this one is that thin one. Let's have it so it's green, because we're doing more Christmassy kind of theme to it. So this one, you can see how the gradients work, can't you? So they go from different colours, the papers are lovely. This one, obviously, you need to kind of look at it, and I suggest sometimes that you actually just run it through with a scrap piece of card first of all. So obviously that one's gone through like that, but look, see that is a little bit loose, so that kind of indicates to me that if you wanted to, you could actually trim it down further and have that bit sticking out. Can you see it cuts into up to there? I don't know why it does, but it does.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. So once again, you could bring in your die cuts, make yourself another card. See how they all kind of work? Really simple.
I love that effect of what you've done on the end there. It's
it's really...
To achieve that with a pair of scissors,
oh no, you wouldn't.
It looks impossible,
you
doesn't
would
it?
definitely lose the will to live. This is probably the widest of the borders, and I think it's one of the prettiest. So this is this wide one here. So intricate, so absolutely
really
beautiful, really lovely. But again, you know, bring in your Christmas kind of themed ones as well if you wanted to. Nothing wrong with mauve Christmas, and that's going to work. But obviously you can bring in your stamps. If you want to do a really stamped background, I suggest that you actually mask off that area there, and so it stays that beautiful colour, and then you can just ink up the rest of it if you want to. So those are the border dies, but as you saw in my journal, I've also used them on the bottom of here, and I've also got a piece of craft card that I've cut with the other one. You can see I've got it top and bottom, that thin border, so we will decorate that at some point, hopefully today. So not just for your card making, you can use it in anything.
Would you always have a background behind it to make it stand out, or could you just have the border edge on its own, if you like? Just
you can have the border edge on its own, so I will just, I mean, I do tend to have a colour underneath, because it makes it pop. But what else, something else you could do with it is, just looking at this, I've got all these bags here of demonstrations that I might do or might not.
Depends what sort of mood you're in.
Depends what sort of mood I'm in. But what you can do is actually just cut borders. So here, again, we've got one of the gradient papers. So I've got 2 borders here, just on scraps of card. So then you can actually take another piece of card, perhaps take the gradients the other way. And I am only placing this, so I'm making a right mess because nothing's glued. So we could pop that and have a little border just on that side, and then a little border just on that side.
Oh, okay.
So I'll get there in a sec. Talk amongst yourselves. Right, that. Okay, and then you can bring in something like your smaller frames that we're going to come to shortly, and that would then sit in the centre. And then if you wanted to, you could bring in, I don't know, this is wrong colour totally, but just as an idea, you could bring in that sort of effect.
Yeah. Stunning. I just think those borders are amazing.
They are absolutely beautiful, and they cut like a dream, they really do.
And just $9.99, that's why they're so busy. It's gone a bit mad on the borders, I'm being told. Everyone's loving these. $9.99 is the price here, it's £3 off. The decorative borders, you can just see what an amazing instant impact that makes on your card when you cut away at half of the card there and you have that incredible effect. It's almost like it's dissipating at the end naturally. It's sort of dismantling itself. It's becoming unwinding and unraveling. It's an amazing look. It looks like a decorative kind of garden trellis almost, like a very ornate one, a very elaborate one. It's a lovely, lovely effect there, and that is just $9.99. 062343 is the item number. You're going to get 4 dies for that, 4 dies. Now, moving along here, you're going to get 7 dies here. This is a mandala set of dies here. Mandala pocket, it's called to be precise. So, what have we got here then, Julie? Because I can see, if I hold this up, we've got all sorts of mandala designs, but then there's 2 or 3 encased in this frame.
Yeah, but they are loose. They are loose. So the frame itself is just, or the pocket itself is a completely different separate die.
Right.
So the idea is, and you'll see as usual, Studio Light, to show you that way, Studio Light show you on the packaging some ideas of what it's meant to look like. So, I mean, I've got some that are cut already. So the idea is that when you run them through your machine, if you run and think about it, this is actually the back, that section's the back, this is the front, and these are your flaps that make your pocket. So if we pop this in the front like that, obviously the die would be that way around, run it through, zzz, then you get...
Nice sound effect.
I know, I do the sound effects.
Brilliant.
Then you get, this is what you get.
Yeah.
Okay? So it scores here, scores there, and scores there. And so you can then fold this. In fact, let's do it with, I've got another one here somewhere. Where is it? This one. I'm going to do it with paper because paper's easier. Here we go. So this is the paper. So we want to fold that there, like so. So follow your fold lines.
Okay.
Make a bit of a mess of it. Sorry. You can actually sort of make the folds a bit stronger by using the ball tool and going over the lines, which I do tend to do. I don't know why I'm not doing it.
The speed is always of the essence.
I know. And then, because the thing with the gradient papers is they're a different colour on each side, so it means that when you actually stick it together and you stick at the back like that, then you get the other colour coming from underneath. So like this one here, which I've already stuck. And if you wanted to, if you don't want to do it that way, so like with this one, which is the same colour both sides, what you could do is then just trim a piece of card and stick that piece of card at the back. So I've trimmed that to slightly smaller than that, and then you stick that at the back, and then you've got coloured cards showing through. So you don't, if you haven't got the gradient paper pads, you don't have to have that. But you also have, so you can take this small die here and run it through twice in the corners, and then you'll get yourself a little pocket like so.
Oh, I didn't get a chance to do the noise then. I wanted to do it.
Yeah, so I'm not going to fold everything, but you can see the colours through there, so that's your little pocket there. And then you've also got this one here. And so you run that one through. So they all cut into the card. And the beautiful thing about this is that because they all cut into the card, you could take any piece of card. It could be a square piece of card, whatever piece of card you want to take. So if I've got these in here, so I could just do it into the corners of this square here and make myself a fancy square. So you don't have to use it with the pocket. You can multi-cut. That's going to make a fantastic background, and then pop a frame around it, which we've got frames. So this is that one. So once again, we just fold this section over, and so you can see the design behind that one. Hopefully we're still on the overhead.
And what did you say you'd use if you were folding with your fingers? Was it one of those bone balls?
I've got one here. Look, this is the thing.
Oh, okay.
So you just use the scoreboard, and you can see where the lines are, just so. So you can follow that through.
Oh, I'm with you now.
And all you're doing is reinforcing that fold line, so it makes it easier when you fold. Look how how much easier that was.
I love the way you've got everything labelled with your name on it.
Oh yeah. It's from me doing workshops years and years and years, and it's like
people
it's
go
got
around
my name on it. Don't
stealing
touch
all the things, do they?
Yeah, they do. But what you can also do, because you've got these two dies up here, and these 2 dies here don't actually cut into the card, they cut out of the card. So, oh, that's the size that I cut my mat of, this little one here, 2 1/4 by 1 7/8, that's that. So this is a plain one, so if you just cut the pocket as is like that, and let's do as I say, not do as I do. So we just reinstate these little lines here. And any products that we don't get to this hour, we'll get to in the next hour, so don't worry about that. It's very difficult when there's so much on here and there's so much you can do with it.
Yeah, we haven't even got down to the end of this counter
I know,
yet.
we
so
haven't.
We're back on at 2, or we're back
2
on at
and 5, yeah. So if we then see how much easier it is when you reinstate the fold. I don't know why I didn't do it. Right, so that's our little pocket there, okay? But what we can do is see these elements here cut out of the card. So I've actually cut these and put some ECD adhesive on the back.
Okay.
Elizabeth Craft Designs adhesive, which I believe might be on a show later on today. So that could be a pocket. Mm-hmm. Or you could do exactly the same thing. I'm not going to fold this one. And you can take this one, and this one could go across the top here, like so. But again, you can use these on all of your elements that you might have at home. So it's great to add to your journal pages. So if you wanted to, we could actually take my journal page that I did earlier. Mm-hmm. So here, I could pull one that would coordinate nicely, and I could pop that in there, and I could have a little, I don't know, message or something in there.
Could you use it for anything else other than just popping into the journals there?
Yeah, you could put it into a card, on the inside of a card, and in there. I mean, I don't think it's the right size for gift cards. It looks a bit too narrow.
Yeah,
but you could have you could have like a promise. So it could be. I'm going to gift to you doing the washing up for a week or whatever.
That's a promise I don't actually want you to give me. Oh, you're going to do the washing up.
Apparently.
Right. Okay.
Or my son might say, I'm going to actually put stuff in the dishwasher for a week. That would be really nice.
Yeah.
But you know, so you could use it for that. But they are really useful, and I do like the fact that you've got dies that cut into the card, and then you've also got ones where you can decorate on the outside separately.
Yeah, we put things in the area of the dishwasher, don't we? We don't actually put it in the dishwasher, we just put it there.
It just piles it in the sink.
And then magic happens, doesn't it? And it ends up in the dishwasher. I don't know who does that. It's amazing.
No.
Incredible.
That's what mums are for.
Really like that, Julia. That's fantastic. So, mandala pockets, also very busy. 855083 is the item number. If you'd like those 7 dies, you're getting there for £10.49. So you've got a £3.50 saving on that. And then remember the square dies that we showed you a little bit earlier when Julia was framing various parts of our Christmas papers that we saw, and we were like picking out the dogs, we were picking out the log cabin, the clouds, the mountains. We were using these square ornament frames there. You get 7 dies. That's a strange spelling of frames, unless... I'm just trying to see if is that a funky way of doing it, or is that just us? No, that's just us. We'll get that changed. Square ornament dies, you're getting 7 of them there, and that's £4.50 is the saving you're making. Now, how many dies have you got here? Did I say 7 dies?
I think it's 7, yeah.
Oh, okay, so how does that work? Because I'm looking on here, and straight away my eye can see kind of 3 dies, but is it all the actual... Is it the separate frames within them as well?
Yes, you have. So you've got... where are we? Here we are. This is quite a fast turnaround, this. Move these out of the way. Right, okay, so, yes, so you've got the ornate, the plain, the ornate, the plain, the ornate, the plain, and then you've got this one in the centre. And this one in the centre actually stitches on the inside, not on the outside, rather than on the inside, which I'll explain to you in a minute. Right, so, obviously, with these, you can just cut them out as is. So, you can see where I've gutted here, so just ignore that. So, this will fit on a 6x6 card as is. I mean, I've cut a 7x7 in white here, but the anthracite card that I've got at the back is 6x6, so that's the size that you're dealing with. So you've got 6x6, then we cut the largest die. Then we cut the next largest die, and that's going to be a mat. Then we cut the next one, and again, that's going to sit on top of there. So if you wanted to go down to a smaller card, then that would be measuring 4 4 3/4 was that? Yeah, just over 4 3/4 inches, because obviously in the Netherlands they do centimetres and I don't do centimetres. Then we've got the next plain one. So this is just purely stacking, just using them as is, and then that small one there. Then we've got to the other plain ones that we've got. So remember, in the centre here, we've got 2 plain dies. So you could, of course, take, which I haven't got, a plain one. This is another custard. Pretend it's another one. I'm saying custard, it's pale gold. So that's the dies as is. Then this die, this stitched die, is interesting because if you cut those 2 together, you will get this stitched frame. Can you see? Can you get in close enough to see that the stitching going on there? So cut them together, you get a thin frame, but you've got the stitching on the inside of the frame, which is absolutely glorious. Then if you wanted to, obviously you can come in and you can pop, I don't know, a Christmas house in there. Obviously totally the wrong colour because I didn't know these papers were on. Or what you can do is you can just cut that plain stitched one, this stitched one here, out, and then when it cuts out, because the stitching's on the outside, on the inside it's just plain, so you can then drop a stamp design just in the centre there if you so wish, or a sentiment that you want to put in if you so wish. But remember that you've got this stitch detail. If you just cut that die out as is, you've got that stitch detail on the outside, and that means that any of these frames, for example, if you wanted to cut this frame, which is all tied up, if you wanted to cut that frame out, you could then put this stitched one in the centre. That would then cut you a beautiful frame, but it would have stitching on the inside of the frame.
Oh, okay.
And what I mean by a frame is that, so I've used this plain one instead of that, so I've got a thin frame, yeah? Got a thin frame, but if I'd have used the stitched one, I'd have a slightly wider frame and I'd have a beautiful stitched detail on there. So looking at these, again, a 6x6 card. If you cut the 2 largest dies out together, so this is where I get in a mess. They don't come on a magnetic sheet. I do suggest you do store them on a magnetic sheet. So cut those 2 together, the plain one and that one, you get a frame. Beautiful. And then the next 2, you get that frame, and the next 2, you get that frame. But remember, because they're frames, you can start mixing and matching. So you could, if you wanted to, put that one at an angle and then put that one that way if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Or, of course, you could get rid of that one completely and just have that one and have that one at an angle like that, which is rather lovely too. Yeah. So there's lots of mixing and matching that you can do with them, and they're just absolutely beautiful. Up to 6x6 card.
Really busy.
Really
apparently,
busy.
For
Yeah.
these ones, for
Absolutely
these squares.
beautiful.
Yeah, very. You can see because it would just work on pretty much anything,
Yeah.
and it's just a great way to start off your card design, if you like. It gives you the framework you want. Moving on now, we've got these dice, and these are the slimline envelopes. So once again, we saw Julia a little bit earlier on picking out elements of our Christmas papers by framing them with the square ornaments and then with the envelope ornament, which it gives it the gift tag look sometimes, or like it's a long landscape design here. If I just pull out the actual slimline envelope die here, we can see it. Oh, okay, so you can put like, you can write something on there. It's like a little card design there that you've got. And then you've got the overall patterning here. And once again, I can see I can see where you can, it's almost like a pocket effect, like the mandala thing. You've got the little frames there you could almost turn, you could bend around. How does it work, Julia?
Okay, so this one, there's quite a lot to this one, actually. Quite a lot you can do with it. So it does tell you on the instructions, as Richard's been showing you. Let me get all my bits. I've got loads of bits here. So it does tell you that you do need to cut 2 of the frame ones. So this is where either a 12x12 or the slimline papers come into effect. I didn't have the slimline paper, so I've used a scrapbook paper that we've had on shows previously. So you cut 2 of them. So the idea is that you stick keep that one out of the way. You fold them up. I put adhesive on there. I'm not going to actually stick it right now, but you stick the flaps together. Can you see? So I've got sticky there and sticky there, and I've got sticky there. So you've got 3 sides going together there. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does, yeah?
Okay,
and then this extra flap that we've got, so we've only used one sticky part of that one. This extra flap here, where I put stick flap here, is for these two here. So this one here will cut that plain piece there. This one and this one, which Richard quite rightly says does cut into the card, so again you could use that as a decorative corner on anything if you wanted to. If you cut the two together, then you're going to get that. So the idea
is... It does make an envelope, because I was thinking it's just an envelope shape, because you were using it to make, framing it in an envelope size.
Yeah, that's
I didn't realise it actually then could be used to design one.
Absolutely does. So the idea is that you stick some sticky on there, and then you stick your flap on there, and that's your envelope flap. Okay,
I love it.
So that's your that would be your plain envelope. Obviously, it'd be stuck all together. But then if you actually look at the instructions, which I kind of loosely did.
So, but people don't really think of that, do they? All the effort, I guess, goes into the card, and then maybe just stick it in a plain envelope and send it in the post at Christmas time.
Yeah.
But actually, wouldn't it be amazing to have produced this fantastic envelope that goes with it?
Yeah, because you can actually use this plain die here, this one. If you actually score a piece of card in half and actually hang one of the cutting edges off the edge, then that will actually make a card that opens, which will then fit inside the pocket, because you can see that that's slightly smaller. So that's going to fit inside of there. Or you can have it just as like a gift card if you want to. Perfect. So here we've got the plain outside die in copper. Then I've got the decorative die. So if you just cut this on its own, stuff everywhere, just cut this on its own, then it's going to do that. If you cut it with this one, those two together, then you get a beautiful frame instead. You see that frame instead? Okay, so that can go on there if you want it to, underneath there. Right, so
we're going to have to wrap this up, I'm afraid. We've run out of time, Julia.
We'll finish this explanation in the next hour then, because there's quite a lot of dies in here that will work either with the envelope or outside of the envelope as well.
Got plenty more time today as well. A couple more hours. We're going to go through everything again, even get to the one I missed out on the end here. We've got a couple of things to show you on the back here as well, all from Studio Light. A lot of it from Giannini's mindfulness range as well. We'll look at it all again in detail. You're going to look at the journal later on?
Yeah, we're going to. There is a die set that makes a journal, so I think probably we will try and look at the envelope again and the journal in the next hour, because we haven't really looked at those properly.
Ooh, lovely. And maybe by then I'll have put together like 3 or 4 pieces of the 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle. And you can tell me how
there's your challenge. Let's see if
Richard
can do the puzzle.
Maybe I'll have found the corner pieces by then, which would be nice. There you go. Make sure you check out your baskets, because there's all these great prices today. But we will be back a little bit later with more from this range, so do look out for that. But plenty more to come in the meantime on the Craft Store. Because in just a moment, it's the one-day special from William Morris. And then after that, we've got Crochet with Pineapple Fibre Arts. And then we are back. Julia and I myself will be here for Studio Light.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sian, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening and good night, depending on where you're watching us around the world. It is 12 o'clock, which can only mean one thing. We have opened the doors once again for another look at our one-day special. Once it's gone, it has gone. We have had many sellouts, but what are we talking about? Well, it's the original William Morris & Co. Yes, indeed, we are talking the big name of William Morris. Yes, you would have learnt about William Morris in school. You may have some of his books at home. And these are fabrics from the collection of William Morris. So this is not a company on a company. This is not a name that anybody else can use. No one's allowed to use this name apart from the big man himself. That's not Father Christmas. Now, we are talking William Morris, and as I said in the opener, a beautiful opener. Well done, team. It was beautiful, very professional. We'll soon change that as the day goes on. 60% of the stock has already gone, and once it's gone, and I can't stress this enough, it has gone. You are getting 20 fat quarters, okay? Now the US fat quarters, and we'll go into all that if you don't know your bits and your bobs. You are getting 20 US fat quarters for £69.99. Remember, we're in Flextravaganza, which means this will turn, which means you can get the cost into 2 interest-free flexible payments of £35 today. £35 today is going to get you something that I'm going to throw out there and be bold with this statement, that it will go in anyone's room. It will go absolutely anywhere. It will go all seasons as well. So it will go with Christmas. It will go with that, you know, when we take the decorations down at Christmas and it all looks a bit bland and we don't really know what to do. It will go in that room. This might give you the inspiration to do your entire room as well. And it all works together. I don't know if you can see the plethora of colours that we've got there, but it all really works that you are looking at. It all goes as one entire palette. You've got your blue projects. We then move into sort of your beige and your red projects that you've got in there. Then you've got some sort of blenders that you may want to use for the inside of your bags. And as we move on, I see these in conservatories and living rooms, that little pop of colours that you've got going on. You've then got your polka dots moving down there, more blenders that we've already got on the show. You've got your tiny daisies that we've also got. And I absolutely adore these. I really, really do. These are like the curtains in my living room currently. Absolutely. I can't see them at all. Because guess what? I put the tree up last night. I was bored. I have put the tree up already. It was very, very early. I didn't feel that well yesterday. I didn't feel that great. I was a bit full of a cold. And I was like, you know what? I can't be bothered. I'm going to put up the tree. I've not turned the lights on. It's only phase 1. I've got more bits and bobs to put out. I thought it is too early. I've got a blind man coming next week to look at the windows. I didn't want to go all out with Christmas in case he thought I was a bit strange. But yeah, trees up, no lights on yet. I'll probably get Yanis or Catherine to turn them on for me officially later on in the year. But I'm not alone. I know someone who can turn on my lights. She's a YouTube sensation. She's renowned for her books around the world. She's a multi-author is what she is, and you'll find all these books on the website. It is the legendary, the queen of the seam, the one and only, the lovely Jenny Raymond. How are you, my love? Are you well?
I'm very well, thank you, Adam. Absolutely tickety-boo, I should think.
That is good.
Yes, I am raring to go with this fabulous fabric. But I must take you to task. Why on earth would you have Catherine to turn on your lights when I could come? Just imagine I could go into his house, swan in there, dressed in my bestest regalia, my high heel shoes, dripping with gold and jewellery and bling, and turn the lights on.
Oh, I'm going to make this happen. I am going to have Jenny Raymond round to turn. Well, you can do it from an app on my phone. I can have a camera on. You can turn them on now if you wanted. Don't need my phone from the studio.
Turn you on now, eh? Ooh.
A socially distanced little turn on of the button. Love this. What is it about? Because we've done a few of these shows together now with William Morris. And it is true what we say, no one else can use the name of Morris & Co, because it is the official William Morris company. What is it about you, and let's not beat around the bushes as well, you see a lot of fabrics in your game. You've worked with a lot of fabrics in your game as well. So what is it about William Morris that you go, yeah, I will put my name to these, I will go onto the telly and say how well these are?
I think because they're classic designs, they are ones that will go literally, as you said, anywhere. What I like about the fact, if you go back to when he designed them, over 100 years ago he was designing these fabrics, they are still attractive today. I likened it to music. You go back to the classics, Beethoven, Mozart, we listen to them today because they were classics and they were a great combination of notes. William Morris has put together a great combination of designs that are classical, that can go anywhere. It can go in our minimalistic modern homes, all white painted. You can have that splash of colour. As you rightly said, with the 20 Fat Quarter one-day special, you've got a variety of different projects you can pick out. You've got your teals projects, you've got your beige, your creams, your luscious sort of soft golds. You've got the reds in there. So there's something for everybody within those 20 Fat Quarters. And it's a design that is timeless. You know, you go and see it in the books, you go and look in the fancy country houses, or we could do, and we might be able to do again, and you see his wallpaper up, you see his fabrics. He was a great man. He was a designer, he was an activist, he was an author. He did an awful lot of things in his time, and his legacy is to leave us with some classical, timeless designs.
And that sums it up. If we could just clip that entire sentence that Jenny said and just play it on a loop, that is amazing, because it's serious. It is timeless. It's never going to date. It's been around for a while and it's absolutely beautiful. £35 across 2 interest-free flexible payments. 391-277 is your item number. Now that is your one-day special. Maybe thinking, I like the idea, but my budget won't stretch at the moment to this. Okay, I've got other bundles for you on the show. Now we've also got, as it is William Morris, just so you know, the 26th of November is everything is dispatched from you. But good things are certainly in time for Christmas. Good things are worth waiting for. Imagine an advent calendar. From this, though, we can move to 9 Fat Quarters. Now, they come in different colourways. So you've got your blues, you've got your reds, and you've got your greens. Okay, so you're not getting all of them. They're all in little sections that you see here. Now, what I like about this, nice little price, £35.99. You can split the cost of this as well onto interest-free flexible payments, so you're not paying £35.99 today. You can split the cost of this onto 2 interest-free flexible payments, which will be well worth having a look. You got your blue, you got your red, you got your green. 686118 is your item number. They are absolutely beautiful. Look at these. How stunning are these at the moment. They are absolutely beautiful. They really, really are. Look at that.
And that's the Brer Rabbit one. I think it was Brer Rabbit. So you've gone through Blackthorn, and then there was Rose Hips, and then there was the Brer Rabbit. And then there is the one that I just used, the next one you're coming to, as a cushion. Literally cut a square, so fold it over, cut the square, put on some wadding, it was a cushion. That's a delightfully pretty little print in the aqua. Then you've got a really useful one,
I like
the seaweed one with little dots on. That's very nice too. In fact, the next project I'm going to show you uses both those two fabrics, the seaweed one and the next one next door to it. And then you've got the one that has not swordfish, oh come on, it is snakehead on it. A snakehead's a flower. And then we have that amazing honeysuckle on there. That again is a great big bold designs. And if you're into using a big feature fabric, that's going to make a great center panel with the others as borders and various things around. It's a bag, it's a table mat, it's a table runner, it's whatever you want it to be.
It is true, it can be whatever you want it to be, and I like the colourways as well. If you're a fan of your blues, but these are not just blues, you've got that subtle bit of green in there, you've got that multicolored in there as well. They all work together. I can see you imagine doing these as placemats for a little picnic basket or something like that. So you've got your picnic basket, you've got your little placemats, you've got your little napkins that are also going to match. It would be absolutely stunning. It really, really would. From there, we move into your red collection that you're looking at now. So these are your reds. And once again, the beautiful sort of like oak leaves that you've got there.
Yes, it is. It's apple. It's apple. I forget the full name of it. They've got some wonderful names, and yet sometimes the names don't always do them justice. There's your snake's head again, with that little bit of teal in there. Then comes the coral.
I love this.
Lovely border fabric, that one, or just a nice patchwork fabric. Then you've got the rose hips yet again in a very soft pinky brown. That's delightful with the little leaves going across it. And there is your strawberry fields or something of that nature design there. And then there is not the honeycomb, I think it's the honeycomb one there. And then again, another one with that lovely tracery. And finally, Granada. So once more, you've got a collection of reds that go together, but you can mix and match. You can add them to your stash, and one day, in the not too distant future, you will get it out and think, yes, I just want that. But as Adam said earlier to me, you could think Christmas, so you've got the whites and you've got the reds there. Why not make Christmas table mats? Why not be really classy with a touch of William Morris on your Christmas table?
Oh, it would be stunning. Imagine. It really would be delightful. Then you've got the greens. Last but no means is you've also got the greens in here as well. Once again, I see baby changing bags and nappy bags that you hang up and things like that.
Totally. Little Dorothy bags, things like that. Pretty things for boudoir. Tissue box covers. There again is your blackthorn in the greeny colour. That's one of my favourites because I love soft, subtle colours. Then you've got the oaky one again in another shade of green, but repeated in a much brighter, much more vibrant green, which goes wonderfully with the one we will see in the not too distant future. You have to wait for that. That's lovely. It's Elizabethan almost in its construction. And wow, if you want a feature fabric in that, you could cut out the birds, you could apply the birds, or you could just take a panel out of it. Again, feature fabric. There's one that makes a very nice border design. It's that little bit more peaceful. And there's the one I was talking about. You put that with that vibrant green and it will be absolutely cracking. Kim, one of our producers, has got that as wallpaper. You see, some of you might have wallpaper in these fabrics, so why not buy the fabric to match the wallpaper? You know?
Oh, yeah, someone's doing well with William Morris wallpaper, isn't they? All right, Kim. So, she's highlighting, isn't she, to be honest? £35.99. You got your blues, you got your reds, or so you got your greens as well. 686118 is your item. Remember that price there. You can split onto two interest-free, flexible payments. If you're thinking, I like it all, but I want them slightly bigger, I want the half meters, I've got that as well. But I want you to jump to the website because all Jenny's books are also on the website. Worth having a little look at those as well if I was you. For the sheer fact, there's so much knowledge written in those books, and Jenny's books is not just a book, it's a storybook to behold. Right then, something else that I've got for you is your half meters. Now, you can pick any two of the half meters. Now, we've had lots of sellouts and lots of limited stock as well, is what we're looking at now. So, let's start with the rose hip indigo. Right the way down, the far end is what we're looking at. So this one is your rose hip indigo. This is 2.5 meters is what you're looking at the moment. How beautiful is that in the half a metre?
It's a lovely fabric, that, because you can cut it straight. It'd be easy to quilt. You could quilt every other line. Makes a great border fabric, makes a great binding fabric, and it blends in with many of the other ones on the 20 fat quarter ODS, or indeed if you have the red, green or blue option.
Then, see, these are when sort of the subtler ones. This is the marigold tan. This is where the limited stock, by the way, if you want marigold tan. This is really my blender fabric.
Yes, it is, and it's not. Tan's completely the wrong word because it's gold. If the camera can get really close in that, can you see the gold? Can you see those lovely details on there? So if you just wanted a classic cushion to go on, perhaps you've got a fairly highly patterned sofa, this is going to have a little bit of decoration in the pattern, but yet just be a subtle hint of some rather sumptuous design.
I also see it as a table running for Christmas. It's got that look on it. You don't want something overpowering.
No.
But you want something that's going to blend in, that's going to look nice and jazz up your table. That on a white tablecloth would look absolutely beautiful.
Fantastic. I mean, you could, if you were into beads and things like that, you could add a few beads to it, put the candles on it and the green of the holly, and it's going to be cracking.
Pure honeysuckle and tulip ink up next is what we're looking at now. Is limited stock as well. As I say, a nice little sort of wash bag that you've got, a laptop cover that you want to make, a diary cover if you want to send if you've got a plain old diary and you just want to jazz it up a bit. This is the way I'd go with it.
Yes, or just one panel as a cushion.
Yeah, as a cushion, a doorstop, a draft excluder, those sorts of things. It's well worth having a little go. Up next, pure willow bough linen. Up next is what you're looking at. Look.
And look at the little bits. Have you got a tiny bit of gold in there? There are other colours. Now, many of us these days, and I'm one of those, have gone for greys in our houses. So I'm greys and whites, and that will actually work remarkably well in my house.
This is pure bachelor's button dove is what we're looking at now, okay? Then, not the name I tell you. Then it's the pure willow bough linen up next. Trying to remember all these at the top of my head. Now, look at that. I like this one because this could be feathers, it could be seaweed, this could go in a bathroom, I see it in a kitchen, I see it in the bedroom.
Totally, and you could mix it with your Christmas fabrics as well, because if you're going for sort of the white and silvery look, that's going to blend in very nicely. And it just has this classiness. His designs are exquisite. The etching, the tracery of those leaves against the background. How the man did it, I do not know.
It is absolutely stunning. So, the next one that I was meant to do, this is sold out, okay? It's now gone, so that has now sold out. Well done if you got that one. I don't know why I did that. Then you've got pure sunflower mint up next. Oh, look at this.
And
this is opulent.
Again, it's lovely. It's the same as the others, but it's subtly different. It's a little bit more tealy. You can see it's just that bit more silvery. It hasn't got the gold tones in it, but it's got the silvery tones in it.
It really has. It's got that shimmer just in the background that you've got running through that one. Then we've got your seaweed dot navy that's up there. Now this is in your one-day special. It's also in the blues of your pick of that blue section that I bought you earlier for £35. But if you want it on a half metre, £13.99.
I'm surprised that one hasn't gone because that's such a useful fabric. It's going to go with so many different designs.
Your next one's sold out, so I'm going to bypass it straight away. We're going to go to the... Now, these do look honeycomb red. It looks like tiny little daisies that you've got in there.
Yes.
Honeycomb is really the wrong name for this because they're not even hexagons. So you've got those tiny little daisies there. You imagine that like a little pillowcase dress for a little
totally.
girl.
Completely.
Really work well.
It's a very pretty little fabric, that. You know, so if you've got sort of dolls' houses or anything like that, and you want a small print to go in your dolls' houses, that's going to be a real treat. Maybe you need a couple of small curtains somewhere. That would work very pretty. It's fresh, it's pretty, it's young, it's vibrant, very nice.
You'd gather well as well. And then last but not least, this is it's sold out as well. I was going to say this was going to be a good blender for all of them, but it's already sold out. Well done if you've got them all. They have now sold out. Some of them are sold out. Best thing to do, check to the website for what I've got left. Okay, check out the website to see what I've got left because there's not that much on the website anymore is what you are looking at on this one. So it's worth having a little go as well on all of these half meters. It's a little pick and mix is what you are looking at on this one. Worth having a little go that you've got there. So Just any two. Half meters is what you got. That's all I've got left. That was a good old scroll. There was a couple of pages worth of that last night when it launched, but now it has now gone, is what you are looking at on this one. Right then, shall we go for a demo? Let's go for a demonstration to see what we're up to this hour. I think we're calling with the trumpets. I think we're down with the trumpets this hour.
Well, we've got to look at ribbons and bows first, because
Okay,
I
let's do
finished
ribbons
this
and
off, you
bows.
see. All right, so this morning on the 8 o'clock show, I showed you how to create this design from 2 squares made out of strips of fabric, put together, divided diagonally into half-square triangles, and then you stitch down the middle, open it out, and when you open it out, you amazingly get one square that looks like that, and if I fold the other way, you get one square that looks like that. You have to watch the 8 o'clock show for the full details. And if you put these pieces together, there they are, you will get a design. Now, this is not my idea. It's something called Ribbons and Bows from an old book around about 1992. An American author, I think she was Susan somebody, but I'm sure somebody will write in and correct me. But it really does make a very interesting design, and it's simple. So that was, or that is 4 of the ribbons and bows stitched together, and I've still got left from my 3 fat quarters another square, some strips round about 3 inches wide in the 3 different colours, and the leftover bits from the end. I could use these to either make a striped binding, or I could use them as a narrow border and have a border that was different colours as it worked its way round the quilt. So you would have enough left to finish it off. Anyway, we don't want to know about ribbons and bows, do we? Because Adam wants to know about trumpets.
I want to get down with the trumpets.
You want to get down and blow your own trumpet. Let's put that to one side, get it out the way.
Wow.
There we go. Right, trumpets. Ba-dum. Trumpets come from the book that we actually have here, which is Creative Tucks and Textures. Really boring title, I'm sorry about that. I didn't think of the title, somebody else did, but Creative Tucks and Textures for Quilts and Embroidery.
But it also comes with Material Magic as well. It's not, you can get it on its own, but it comes with 2 books. These are the 2 books that you are going to be getting with these ones. 153971 is your item number, £18.94. Split the cost onto 2 interest-free flexible payments. These are your books.
There you are. You see, you keep one and you give one as a Christmas present. Now, top tip, if you're going to read it, particularly the Creative Tucks and Textures, don't open it flat, because you'll crack the binding and then people will know you've read it, all right? So keep it flat. So if you're going to take a sneak peek because you're giving it to someone, keep it like that. Right, trumpets. Shouldn't give away the trade secret.
No, you give away a full trade secret there.
Yes, you don't crack the binding. I read all my books like that, you see, particularly I'm going to give them to somebody else.
And she sends them back.
You dare send them back, because I shall know. I have a secret way of looking at it to see if you've got fingerprints on the pages. I have a torch that shines on the pages to see if there are fingerprints on them. OK, if you believe everything that I say, you're very... I wouldn't if I were you. Right, to make trumpets, you need squares. And I've got 4 squares the same size for the background. I'm using the seaweed one, and my squares happen to be 5.5 inches. Why? The width of the fabric is 22 inches, and 5.5 inches just fits all the way along. I've also got 4 more squares of exactly the same size in a different colour, and I'm using the grey. We don't know the name of this one, do we?
This is, bear with me a second.
It's one of the ones we have left.
It is, it's the 3rd one from the end.
Yes.
Pure Sunflower Mint.
Right, so I've got this particular one. Now, I've folded these into triangles, and before I fold it again, I'm just going to cut a corner off. And the reason for that is it will reduce some of the bulk in the seam. To get a trumpet, you fold your square into a triangle, and you fold it into a triangle again. Now, that technically is a prairie point. And all I did with the prairie point was say, if you insert it into a seam and lift it up and squash it, it squashes into a kite shape. Now, while we're talking about prairie points, let me just remove a myth. Prairie points is a square folded into a triangle again. Somerset, mitered or folded, is a square folded into a rectangle, folded over and folded over again. You will actually get exactly the same shape. So it's exactly the same shape as a prairie point, but it doesn't behave in the same way. Do not get the two confused. So if I take 4 of these, I'm going to fold them in half, being very careful to line the points up. Put a pin in, and if you put the pin in with the head sticking out on the raw edges, that will hold these points flush. lay one of the trumpets onto one of the background squares, right side of trumpet to right side of square. It should fit a treat because you cut them all the same size. Another square goes down on top, and I'm going to stitch down there. Now, in the book, it will often recommend using 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Why? The reason for that is you've got multi-layers, and a bigger seam allowance will allow for the fact you've got multi-layers, and we don't always fold things accurately. So you could use a bigger seam allowance. I'm going to use slightly more than 1/4. When you're stitching squares together, it matters not what your seam allowance is unless you've got to fit it to something else, because as long as you take the same amount off each of the sides, it will work a treat. Right, having done one of those, I'm going to do the same thing again with another 2 squares and 1 more trumpet. Remember, when you fold it over, that cut-off bit wants to be on the inside. If it's not on the inside, you're going to have a problem because you have a little raw edge. So align the raw edges. It matters not which way up it goes at this moment in time. Pop that one on top and stitch down the seam. And when you've sewn down the seam, I would suggest you pressed it open and flat. I like having the seams open if I can do it, actually, so it spreads the load. Don't forget, sewing onto a scrap at the end really does work. It's a little donkey. Cut behind the presser foot. There we go. Right, if I open this up, you will see, cut that other donkey off. Seems to have got a whole collection of donkeys, almost a herd of donkeys. Right, this shape here will now actually lift up and open out like that. If I take the 2 remaining ones and I put the block together with the pointed end, not the opening to the center, pointed end, this is going to end up looking like the block I have to one side. So fold in half, raw edge on the inside. That one's going to be popped on there. Put your pin in to hold it down. Other one's going to go on the other side. Do make sure you have all the folded ends to the center, the openings to the outside edge. I can now put the block together by literally putting that down on top and stitching along there. Now, you don't need to see me sew along there because I've actually already done it. But just so you understand is when you stitch along there, should your points not be quite together, it could do with a button in the middle. It needs a focal point. You know, buttons are good. But these shapes will flatten into a kite shape, which is what I've done with this panel. So I've sewn my sections together, sewn it across the middle and flattened them all. Because I thought it was a little boring on the outside edge, I have taken 4 more squares. They happen to be 4.5 inches, but they could be what you like. Folded these into triangles and placed them onto each of the 4 corners. The neat thing about these squares is that this edge is actually on the bias and will roll in an arc shape. So I can roll all of these back to give myself a rounded effect around the center design. The trumpets I've anchored on the corners with a couple of stitches. Now, I did it on the sewing machine with a very short stitch length and just literally rocked backwards and forwards across the edge of the trumpet. If you preferred, you could do it by hand. You could stick a bead on top. This now has the ability to have a little pocket you could put something in, and again, another edge you can roll. You could roll this edge, and you can roll that edge, and you can roll that edge. And the stitching could be held down by hand if you wished, or you can do it on the machine using some form of blanket or applique stitch. So we can roll this edge, roll this back, but a little pocket. And if you've got a little pocket, you can put something in a little pocket. And this is where I would use Somerset. And going back to what Somerset is, it's also called mitered or folded. It's a square folded in half, making a rectangle, fold over, it makes a little triangle, and you want to put a couple of stitches across the bottom there just to hold all the layers together. So literally a couple of stitches along there. This can then be inserted into the little pocket, but you might find that in order to ram it down well, it's quite a good idea just to give it a bit of a haircut. So just take the corners off it, there, and the corners off it, there. And then we can shove him in a little bit further into the pocket, and then you can roll back the edge there to reveal that little pooky bit actually popping out of the trumpet pocket. Now, trumpets have a wide range of uses. You don't have to have them this way round. You could have put them that way round. You could have had them in a line. You could have had 8 of them. And you'll find in Creative Tucks and Texas, it does take you through a wide range of different ways of arranging them. Now, what I wouldn't do is I wouldn't roll back these edges until I've added a border. And if I'm going to add a border, I very frequently add a border using 4 strips the same length. And this is done by partial seaming. We did partial seaming last night. I'll come to the measurements in just a moment. Partial seaming is done by taking the first strip and laying it onto the block and stitching it on partially, just a bit down the bottom. If I'm sitting here, this is the bottom of the block, and you sew it on partially using 1/4 of an inch seam allowance because of the way the mathematics work. When you open it out, your next strip will fit exactly all the way along from one end to the other. You sew the entire thing, you open it out. The next strip goes right the way along from one end to the other. You pin it at the ends, you make it fit, and you open it out. The next and last strip goes right the way along from one end to the other. Pin it, make it fit, open it out, and then you complete the first seam. So how did I work out the length of these strips? The length of these strips is the finished size of the block plus the finished width of one border. My block measured 10.5 from edge to edge, which is 10 inches finished. My strip, I decided, was going to be 1.5 inches finished. I cut 2. I add the 10 finished of the block to the 1.5 inches of the finished width, which makes 11.5. You then remember to put your seam allowances on of 1/2 inch. That's 1/4 for either end. So the strips were 12 inches long by 2 inches wide. And the only reason for sewing that little bit and not starting near the top, if I explain this, because you might, I used to start up here. The trouble is, though, if you start up here, this creeps. So by the time you've gone all the way round, you get to this strip, and this one just isn't quite long enough to get right to the very top. Let me move that down a bit, you can see better. There we are. Isn't long enough to get right to the very top. But if you do it with just a bit of stitching down the bottom, you've got stretchability to stretch it to make it fit. Alrighty, so there you are. That's your trumpet block with your partial seaming border.
I love it, and it's easy to do, and it's all broken down in Jenny's books as well. But it's also, it enhances your work. It enhances the fabric that you've already got. It shows the fabric to its best potential. Now, talking about best potentials, we are rapidly selling out of things left, right and centre. Let me give you the details one more time. These are the half pick and mix of the Morris & Co. half metre fabrics pick and mix. You can choose any 2 that you want here for £13.99. 406346 is your item number. First of all, it's a rose hip indigo that we're looking at. This is absolutely flying out of the door, is what you're looking at on this one then. Now, marigold tan, limited stock. This one here now works well together, but this is now limited stock, is what we're looking at. Okay, so it's worth having a little look if I was you. This one, though, has now sold out, is what we're looking at. So this has now gone. Well done if you got hold of that. Let's move those 2 up. Pure Bachelor's Button Dove, limited stock, is up next. This is limited stock. It is beautiful, though. It's quite opulent that you've got there.
That it's sort of, it's rich, and that other little colours in there. It's not a flat colour, it's got those little bits in there.
If you have got a plain white room, I'm slowly decorating my house, so it's all going to be white and grey and yellow. It would work beautifully well.
Yes, because there's a hint of gold in there too.
You've got that, but you could go on with your gold threads if you wanted to, and really pull out that pattern. It's sort of like blended. It's absolutely stunning. Then up next, this is your pure willow bough linen that we've got next as well. It's like Farrell and Ball paint, this, isn't it? That you've got there. I'll have part of the linen. £13.99. Absolutely stunning. Once again, nice little blender. Not too in your face. It's not too overpowered. The other colours that we've got there. Talking about complement, pure sunflower mint. This is what Jenny was just using in the last demonstration. I'd love the shirt in that. It's sort of
yes,
supple.
I think it would work really well. Yes.
It would for a shirt.
I'd like a blouse in that too.
It would be. Oh, we could match them. When you turn the lights on, you could have matching his and hers.
Yes.
Love it. £13.
When I come to turn the lights on.
Yeah, you come to turn the lights on, my Christmas lights. From there, This is your seaweed dot navy that we've got. Once again, if you're scared of the colour, if you're scared of the William Morris range, you go, oh, it's a bit of pop of colour. It's just your polka dots in blue is what you're looking at. It's absolutely stunning. To little grab bags, to little messy bags that you want to do with this. Bottle bags would look nice in this as well,
Yes.
I feel.
And it's also, it's a bubble. Because it goes with the seaweed collection, it is the bubbles in the water. So it's not as though it's like polka dots. It's every dot, every sort of eighth of an inch. It's random dots. And it's a bit like looking up at the sky at night. I saw that as being the night sky. When you look up and see all those lights in the firmament, all those miles away, those stars, there's little tiny spots of light.
It's beautiful. It really is beautiful. It's absolutely, and you get a lot of it. Remember, you're getting a ½ metre fabric. It's what you're getting there. And then last but no means least, is your honeycomb. I can show you how much you're actually getting in these because I can show you on the sold out one. You are getting, so that it's a lot of fabric for your money that you're getting there, okay? So it's a lot of fabric for your money, but the honeycomb red as well. So you imagine getting all of this in, look at that. Now I think honeycomb red, who am I to argue with Mr. Morris, but it is like tiny flowers that you're looking at. You're looking at tiny little daisies that you've got in there. Imagine a little French knot that you've got in each one of the centres of all them would really, really work. £13.99, 406346 is your item number on this one. It's worth having a little go if I was you. But we are very, very busy for your one-day special is what we are now. Very busy for your one-day special. Remember, in your one-day special, you are getting 20 options. 20 US size. Now, a US size is just slightly smaller, isn't it?
Yes, it is. UK size is about 19 3/4 inches in depth. American size is 18 inches in depth. They're both the same width. That's half the width of the fabric, so round about 22.5 inches wide. So you've got the width, you're just a little bit shorter on the length, but even so you've still got a decent sized piece of fabric, makes a good size cushion. In fact, while we're talking about sizes, we look at the Trip Round the World quilt at the back here. This was done, the middle panel was done with 5 fat quarters.
Oh my word.
So I got all that out of 5 fat quarters, and there's a lot of seams there, which of course eat up fabric. A 6th fat quarter was used round the edge. There was enough left from all the bits and pieces that I will have enough left to actually bind it with the pieces that were left. So I got that out of 6 fat quarters, and it will include the binding because I got enough here to bind it with.
So though it wasn't those 6, but just to give you a kind of idea, so 6 is what you're seeing there to make that quilt that you're behind. You have still got all of this left. So what's that? So that's
another 14 left.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's another. So there's 2 quilts.
Yep.
There's
you've got
another 2.
You've got enough for 3 times that and 2 squares.
There's 3 quilts.
Yep.
And you've still got 2 left over to do cushions as well.
Yep.
It's ridiculous. The value for money that you're getting here across 2 festival payments of £35 is absolutely staggering. 3 quilts of that size, and you're also getting 2 extras as well thrown in. You know it all works together. You can see it all here on a mass. This is not, we've not folded it down so it's tidy, so you go, oh, what am I actually getting? This is what you are getting, okay? US fat quarters. I wish I had one to fold out so you could see the size of them, but you know what size if you go for your fat quarters. £69.99. You've got, this is what you're looking at. This is the size that you're looking at here. Look at that. So that's a big old piece of fabric. We've had a question in from Lynn as well. Thank you for your email, Lynn. It's always a pleasure. I love it when Lynn emails in. I don't care what they say about you, Lynn. I like you. So she says...
Poor Lynn.
No one said anything about it. I just like it when Lynn emails in.
I like it when you email in too, Lynn.
Is it suitable for dressmaking?
Yes, if you want it to be. Of course, it's the sizes. If you're working with fat quarters, you're probably going to be doing fairly small things, but of course you could stitch them together and make a patchwork skirt. It's 100% cotton. I mean, yes, I would wear it, but I'd probably buy a ½ metre. Do I need to, if I'm going to use it as maybe a skirt or anything like that, would I need to line it? Yes, I would think so, because it's just a thin cotton. I mean, it depends on how much you like revealed when the light shines through you. On the darker fabrics, you're probably going to be okay if using a light fabric and maybe your undergarments are darker. It might be a good idea to have a petticoat. Make a nice pinny. It would make a nice pinny. Yes, I mean, it's regular dressmaking fabric. It just happens to be sort of patchworky on there. It would make a gorgeous little pinny. Yep. That you've got there. How beautiful
Is that just a...
You look at this. I mean, this is the same sort of fabric. This is the same weight of fabric as my waistcoat, which I have washed many times.
I adore it. Absolutely adore it. £69 and 99 pence is what you're looking at for this one. Thank you, Lynn, for your email. It means a lot. It really does. Any more questions? We are live. It's your show, not mine. It's your show. If you want any questions about the materials, ask it in. Just before we go back, do you want to do it now? The Marigold. This one just here has now sold out as well. Well done. If you got hold of it in the pick and mix, check out your baskets if it's in there. Right, and let's go back for another demonstration. What are you going to do now, my love?
Right, I'm going to demonstrate the design I have here, which is this pinwheel. Now, this comes from Karen Hellaby's So Easy Pinwheels, which I thought I had the book knocking around down here somewhere. There it is. We've had this on the shows before several times. I know I brought it to you. So there is So Simple Pinwheels. There we go. All right, it's Karen Hellaby. So this is not my idea. I've actually changed the sizes just because you can. When you understand the principle, you can do it out of any size squares you like. So this particular table runner came from the blue set of 9 fat quarters. And the blue set of 9 fat quarters not only gave me this table runner, it also gave me those cushions as well. So you can get quite a lot out of them. Right, how do you make the design? The design is done by taking 2 squares, and I'm now working with the red fat quarter bundle. Put your 2 squares, and I used 6-inch squares simply because they fit nicely across the fabric. Put your 2 squares right sides together and draw a line corner to corner. I draw the line on whichever of the fabrics you can see the line the clearest. So draw a line. You're now going to sew either side of the drawn line using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So to the sewing machine, 1/4 inch seam allowance either side of the line. And I suggest you do 4 of them. So you want to go round and do another set after this. You want to end up with 4 squares, so you need to repeat this. Sorry, you don't need to do actually 4 entire squares. You need to do this twice. So when we've sewn a 1/4 inch either side of the centre, sew onto my donkey, that's it, cut the threads behind the presser foot. All I'm going to do then is to cut up the middle. Now when you come to cut up the middle, if you don't cut quite on the line, it doesn't really matter. Just cut between the stitches. It's at this stage now where I would press that seam open and flat. I think it's much better to press your seams open and flat. You put the light on the light and the dark on the dark, and you reduce bulk because you only get 2 layers of fabric either side of the seam. Also makes it much easier when you're going to stitch in the ditch, should you wish to, because you actually can go in a ditch. And you haven't got 3 layers one side, so you've got a lumpy, bumpy bit. You've got almost a step. So I like it pressed open and flat. And I have done exactly that with these. So from 2 squares stitched down the middle, you will end up with 2 blocks. As I said, repeat it. We need 4 blocks to make the design. The top tip you've got to do with these is you are going to put these blocks together and just gently square them back. Now I had 6-inch squares. They ideally want to be cut back to being exactly 5.5. There'll only be a smidge to cut off. So 5.5 inches. If you've got a 45-degree line on your ruler, you might want to have it down the centre of the block. We need this cut back to being 5.5, and it's a tiny weeny smidge you need to just take off. There we go. That's 5.5 just about on that one, and do the same with this one. So cut it back to being 5.5. You could start off with 5 7/8 inch squares if you really, really wanted to, but it's a bit of a pain. Cutting 5 7/8 inch squares also means if you've got a tiny fraction to square off, if the fabric's moved fractionally, it doesn't matter. Right, now the next thing to do is to put the 2 fabrics so that the right sides are upwards. All right, do not have them right sides together. It doesn't work. And you're going to cut this in half. So if that now measures 5.5, what's half of 5.5? It's 2 3/4. Well done, all of you. So I'm going to cut this into 2 3/4, so straight down the middle. So whatever the size of your square ends up at, you cut it in half. But you must cut it in half with all the fabrics the same way up. So I'm going to do that with that little lot, and I'm going to do the same thing with this one. So just square it off very rapidly to 5.5 inches. There we go. It's only a fraction to come off. It's always interesting when you think you've sewn accurately, you've only got a smidge on some of them and a slightly bigger smidge on the others. I think it just depends on which way I wobble on the sewing machine. I see that one's actually quite a lot more. Let's see, square it off. There we go. And then put the two together and cut them in half. And what's half of 5 1/2 again? Come on, I've told you the answer already. 2 3/4. There we go, 2 3/4 up there. Right. When you got to this stage, and here is our finished design, you have a choice as to how you actually put it together. Now, I could choose to put it together like this, and if we look at one of these sections, this one, that's the larger piece here, and the smaller piece, let's take his friend, goes actually, hang on, get the right way round. So I've got that the wrong way round. Sorry, I've cut this the other way round to that. Just ignore that. Look at the back. Yes, you need to cut it out on the same diagonal. I had forgotten. I could put it together like that. You see, I just got the mirror image, which actually I have here. If I picked up the right block, I would have got it in the first place. Silly Billy, it's getting near lunchtime. So if I now take these two pieces here, and I sew one of these with his friend, this is going to give me that block. And you need to do it 4 times, and just be a little bit careful you do the same thing. All right, so just remind you, there is your initial 2 half square triangles cut. One goes one way, one goes the other way. And you're going to do that 4 times. You take one of those and you stitch it to his friend. And ditto, one of those and you stitch it to his friend. And finally, the last little lot, you take one of those and his friend and do the same thing. So you end up with 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces. Now they're going to sew together to make a square, or not. Now herein lies the rub, because when I start to put them together, oh my goodness me, they're not square. Oh dear, what shall I do apart from go and lie down in a darkened room? The answer to that is each of these rectangles needs to have 1/2 inch trimmed off its bottom. So we know it's 5 1/2 inches end to end. I'm going to trim it back to being 5 inches, because it now measures 5 inches in that direction. So chop a lump off, and you're chopping a lump off, not the pointy end, but the blunt end. If you cut it off the pointy end, you will have a problem. So cut it off the blunt end, so 5 inches. So we started off with squares, did it into half square triangles, put them all right sides up, cut them on the, trimmed them back a bit, and then cut the excess fabric off after we had sewn them together. And then we can put it together and we can do a pinwheel. And there's that one, and there's your pinwheel. Now, if you do it the other way round when you cut your diagonal, you will get your pinwheel going in the other direction. So a very simple design that simply comes from taking your half square triangles, making sure you have them all right side up, chopping them in half, and that's where you need to be a little bit careful as to which way you chop them, because you chop them one way, the design goes this way. If you chop them the other way, the design goes in the opposite direction, and things can go a bit pear-shaped. All right, got it? So there you are. Thanks, Karen Hellaby. Great idea.
I absolutely, it's one of those things, isn't it? It is one of those things that once again takes your fabric to the next level, is what we're looking at. Remember, you've got your 9 fat quarters that we've got here. So your 9 fat quarters, you've got 3 choices. You've got your blues, which are absolutely stunning. They really, really are gorgeous all the way through of the subtle blues that you've got. Then you've got your reds. Now I see Christmas in here, I see summer parties that are also in here as well. Imagine coasters, tablecloths, runners, throws, little puffies to put your feet on in the garden. Oh, beautiful.
Little puppies to put your feet on?
You know, like little, little poofies.
Yes,
like
yes.
little poofs.
I thought you said little puppies to put your feet
No,
on in the garden. I
puppy.
can always see the emails flooding in, fancy putting your feet on little puppies, little puffs.
Little puffs.
Yes.
That's a
Puff
totally
heads.
different show. But, oh, little dog coats.
Absolutely, totally
Talk
dog
about
coats.
puppies.
Yes, you see, you could have the bag and the matching dog coat.
Oh, imagine
How
that. Imagine a little coat, a little dog coat that you've got there, a little poodle walking around in his in this. How beautiful would that? You could have a coat, the little dog, he could have a little waistcoat to match as, oh, you could have a little beret on a skewy fangle, a little neckerchief. Cute, cute. And then the little baby could have a baby grow in this to also match as well. This is the green. This is your favourite. You're loving the green so far. You really, really are adoring the green. The green starts from here all the way through. You're absolutely loving it all. Blue, red or green, £35.99 is what you are looking at for this one. It's worth having a little go. 686118 is your item number. Now, we have been busy for those half meters is what we've been now really busy for these is what you're looking at. As you can see, we've gone slightly smaller on the rail because we've sold out a lot. In the last, while Jenny was doing that demonstration, we sold out an awful lot that you are looking at here. Once again, beautiful fabrics. That you've got. We've also got, we found another one. Somebody didn't check out their basket, so we've got a bit of the poppy lavender still left as well. So if you like the poppy lavender.
That was a very nice one. Fiona liked that one particularly.
This one is also limited stock now as well. Very limited
And
is what I'm hearing.
It goes very well with the next one next door to it. Those two go together. That, I mean, that's
Them
classic.
two are. They are beautiful.
And I'd have the
Those two
blue
together.
spots in there. I can't think why you're not having the blue spots. I like that. It's such useful fabric. And at £13.99 for 2 half metres, hey.
It's worth having a little look at. £13.99, 406346 is your item number for this. Right then, Jenny, we're coming back to you. What are you up to this time?
Yes, well, I've just got the green bundle out because I haven't worked a lot with the green bundle. I just wanted to show you. Here is the fabric. This is the one with the birds on it.
Oh,
There
look
we
at
are.
that.
And just look at that, because you've got these lovely birds, so you could have that as a panel. And then you've got the other ones, because we don't see them fully out. I mean, this is the one that Kim really loves, the lemons. That's just so wonderfully fresh. It really is. And I team it up with this green, but if you didn't want the really sort of, it's not a bright, bright green, it's just a lovely spring green. I mean, this is, spring is coming. You know, we're going to be there. The winter will be over, the spring will be there, and of course there's that one as well, which also goes with the green. Then you've got my favourite, and then we've got blackthorn, something or other, which is such a lovely, lovely fabric. So the green bundle does have some very attractive materials in, but your problem's going to be, is you're going to buy these fabrics and you're going to be left with bits, and I can't abide bits, and I have far too many in my life. A way of using up the bits pretty quickly is to cut yourself a background square. I would do 6.5 inches because it fits the ruler very nicely. 6.5 inch square, it could be any size. And take your strips and bits of fabric. You need one piece of fabric to go across the centre, and this is the Granada one. And then I'm going to take another one, and that fits very nicely on the side there. To the sewing machine, underneath the presser foot, and just zap your way down it. 1/4 inch seam allowance, or whatever seam allowance your heart desireth. And if you're not consistent, it really doesn't matter. Off the end, let's find a donkey. Hello donkey, where are you? There's a donkey. Leaders and enders, they're sometimes called. I just think they're donkeys because they used to be called this in the mills way back in Victorian days. Right, this is called stitch and flip, because I've stitched it and I'm flipping it. Right, I need something to go on the corner. Where's a corner bit? Will that corner lump fit? Yeah, that corner lump will fit.
My producer has literally just had an epiphany.
What's that?
She's just out of nowhere. I don't know where this has come from. We've never heard her say this before. In the 2 years I've been here, she's like, in my head, she's been looking at these fabrics and she's gone, I'm going to make a quilt.
Oh, wonderful.
She's going to do it. She hasn't got a sewing machine, so but her sister's got one. This is the conversation they're currently having. So she's been inspired from looking at these fabrics to make a quilt. So my producer's now going to make a quilt.
Right, we'll have to find her a nice, simple design. So I've covered in that corner, flip it round. What else have I got that's scrappy that I fancy using up? Now, this is a bit of red. I have actually seamed it. Does it matter? No. Let's put that bit on, stitch it in place. Raise the presser foot, shove it under. And this is great. If you've got children and they want something quick to do and you've got some scraps, do it onto a backing fabric. And if they do slightly miss-stitch, does it matter? No, of course it doesn't. There's nothing perfect in this world. Right, donkey. And certainly I'm not perfect. Crikey. Wouldn't it be nice to be perfect? No, wouldn't it be boring to be perfect? Aren't we glad we've got imperfections? Right. Fold that bit back. I need another corner piece. What have I got? Oh, there was a bit of Should we use that bit? I'm going to put that bit on. I think I had a nicer bit somewhere, but I'll just use that bit up. So literally what I have done is covered the backing square with strips. I put them on at an angle. You could put them on straight across if you wanted to. You could have them at a squiffier angle than I've got. It doesn't make any difference at all. It's a design called stitch and flip. If you put wadding on the back, you would quilt it at the same time because you'd have a padded bit. Once you've folded it right back, I'd give it a really good press, which I'm not going to bother, because I'm going to now cut it back into being a square. Well, I'm just about done, Adam, in a moment. So taking the rotary cutting ruler, I'm going to cut it exactly back to the square I had in the first place. Now, this square of fabric that goes on the back could be any old material you like. Do not use your best fabric. It could be, yes, could be a bit of, you know, old pillow. It could be recycled fabric. These could all be recycled fabric, but it's a jolly good way of not wasting even a scrap.
I suppose this is the way of starting. Like, if you want, I know I keep banging on about a picnic basket because I've got a picnic basket in the kitchen and I walk past it every day. I've not used yet. But picnic blankets, if you wanted to do a proper picnic blanket, you could sew these onto the top of an original, save you wadding and backing and.
Totally, yes. Quite a lot of people go to certain houseware selling shops, and they buy a quilted mattress cover, and they use that on the back, and they put their quilt top on the top. Then they've already got a quilted back to it.
See, so, this is so it doesn't have to be. You don't have to make housework hard work.
No.
This can be quite easy if you wanted it to be. Like, there's already things already out there for you doing. You're just embellishing them even more.
Yeah, totally, absolutely. So you could just take your blocks, and they could be stitched together as they are, or you could separate them and put some form of a border in between.
You could do this, Katie.
There.
Look at this.
So you could. I haven't got enough of that. I'll just cut off there. There's a bit there. So I would have one of my, the half meters probably as a fill-in as the border. I'd probably go for something like that, which would make a really good border. But I haven't got any more of it left, so I can't. But there you are. Use up your fabric. Don't waste anything. You know, onto a backing fabric, stitch it down, cut it off, square it off. Bob's your uncle.
And that works again really, really well. And the quilt that you see just behind Jenny there with the smaller squares, that one there was made from 6 of your one-day specials, including the strips around the outside. Everything is done from 6 fat quarters that you see there. We worked out your one-day special, you can make 3 at that size and still have 2 left over should you wish. 391277 is your item number, £69.99 or 2 interest-free flexible payments of £35 is what you're looking at. Now, you've not got long left before the price goes back up. It's 1 o'clock now. The price will go back up at 6 o'clock tonight. Sounds like a long time. It really isn't on the grand scheme of things. So if you do like your William Morris one-day special, 20 fat quarters is what you're looking at. At this size is what you're going to be getting. 20 of this, which is absolutely beautiful, beautiful fabric. You'll be the talk of the town. As I said, don't make it hard work. Go out and already get the blanket and stitch on top of it. We've also got Jenny's books available as well. They're all over on the website. Worth having a little look at the books as well, because they break everything down for you. Jenny's back at 4 o'clock.
I am indeed back at 4 o'clock.
This afternoon. What we got coming up at 4? What can we look forward to?
I shall keep it a secret.
Oh.
In other words, I haven't made my mind up.
A little secret at 4 o'clock with our fee is what you've got there. See what's where. I did like the glasses case this morning. That was quick and easy.
Good. Yes, okay, there you are. See, it was in the greens. If I throw it at you, you can wave it around.
In the greens?
Yes.
Look at that for a little glasses case. You put a little name, you put an initial on that, you could flog that easily.
Of course you could, yes.
15 quid.
Yes. And £15? Good Lord.
It's William Morris we're talking here.
That is true. In that case, it should be £18.
Well, there you go.
See?
I've made a business. If you want one, the boot of my car in the car park in the next 4 minutes. I'll get Jenny whipping them up. She's got till 4. I can make a fortune. This time next year, we'll be millionaires, Jenny. Millionaires. Don't you go anywhere. Start checking out your baskets. I'll tell you what's coming up in the next few minutes. I think we've got legs with this idea. What do you mean Jenny wants a cup of tea? She ain't got time, she's got glasses case to make. Start that machine up, come on. Crochet is up next with Pineapple Fibres Art, and then it's a bit studio-like once again.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watt and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks. Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
Hello and a very good afternoon to you. Now, I hope you all welcome with open arms our next guest. It's only her second show with us, but the first was such a huge success. We are very glad to have Emma back with us. So a big good afternoon to you, Emma.
Hello, it's lovely to be back.
Oh, it's lovely to have you. And you've brought us some beautiful crochet projects, haven't you?
Yes, I'm a new bauble kit to start getting us in the Christmassy mood this year.
Absolutely, and the bauble kits are gorgeous. Now, this is your business that you set up.
This is my business. This is me, and me.
Yes, one-man band.
Yes, exactly. They ask for job titles, and it's just like everything.
And the director, the postmistress, the producer, you know, you name it. Yeah, jack of all trades there. But you've been crocheting since you said you were 22, is that right?
Yeah. So for a few years now.
Were you self-taught or did someone teach you?
I mostly learnt from YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yeah. YouTube tutorials, finding somebody who talks in a way that made sense to me.
Yeah.
And took it from there.
Fantastic. And we can find Emma on the Facebook, on the Instagram. What's the handles?
It's Pineapple Fibre Art. Yeah.
Fibre
So if you Google that, I'll turn up all over the place.
Fantastic. That's lovely. If we've got any questions or queries, we can find you there.
Indeed.
Well, let's talk about those beautiful baubles because they are exquisite. Now, these are two different choices with the Christmas baubles, and they make three. Now, in terms of entry level, being a absolute novice or intermediate, where would you place it?
A marginally confident beginner.
Okay.
There's no difficult stitches.
Yeah.
It's quite small. You know, all my kits use sock yarn and a 2mm hook, so it is quite small.
Gorgeous.
But there's no complicated stitches in there, and there's no reason that if you wanted to do it, you couldn't. You know, did that come out in the right order?
It did indeed.
Oh,
there is nothing stopping you, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a little look in the instructions, and I've got to say, compliment you. I know it's a very boring thing to say, but I'm going to compliment you on your instructions because they are exquisite.
Thank you.
You have a lovely glossary there of the terminology as well, in terms of your magic circle and the CH chain. Full colour picture as well. They really are beautifully presented and easy to understand.
And
so you
as
do.
well.
Sorry, my love.
And charted as well.
Charted,
I
yeah.
chart all my patterns because that's how they make sense to me.
Right.
Especially with the mandalas, as you get a little bit bigger, being able to see where the stitches go in on top of each other is really helpful.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. They are a thing of beauty.
Thank you.
What are we getting in the kit? So there's two separate choices here. We have a sort of Christmassy brights and Christmassy rich jewel colours. So what are we getting in the kit then, Emma?
So in the kit, obviously you get your instructions.
Yep.
You get 3 different colours of wool. So you get a green, a cream and a red.
Yeah.
So it's either the brighter tones or the richer tones.
Oh, yeah.
You get your little spool of sparkly thread. Ooh. And you get the ribbons to hang them with, because that's what you need for a bauble. And inside your bauble, once you've made the 2 halves, and you crochet them together around a wooden bead. So that's that 30mm wooden bead, which just, the beads feel really nice. They're really smooth, they're beechwood, they're lovely.
They are lovely.
But also they hang, they've got a bit of weight.
Yes.
So they hang nicely.
They do. So we can see all that beautiful crocheting you've done and admire it.
Yes, you want to be able to show off your make.
You do indeed, and I love the fact that we can make 3. And you were telling me these are hand-dyed yarn.
Yes, all the yarn in all my kits is hand-dyed yarn, so it's mostly, indie dyers, women like myself working from home, working in their garages or in their sheds, or some slightly bigger businesses these days. But
I love the fact that they're hand-dyed. It just makes it all the more special.
The colours are called semi-solid, so they're not a flat, even colour all the way through. There's a little bit of subtle variation.
You can see it in the
which just
brights,
adds some depth and some richness.
Beautiful. I can see it in the bright. I can see it in the green as well. It's like you said, that depth, just that tiny little vibe. It's not a massive noticeable thing.
It's not a big
like
colour
variegated.
difference, but
just a little bit. Yeah, it just adds that little bit more interest. So that's the brights, 10% already gone. And these are my mulberry rich, my jewels, my emeralds, and my rubies. Aren't they beautiful? So it really is. I mean, they're absolutely gorgeous, both of them. It's a hard choice to call. But we leave that choice up to you. Beauty presented in the lovely box as well. Lovely gift idea if you are a crocheter, or if you're a confident beginner, then self-explanatory and you're good to go. 912059, and each kit makes 3, and they're brand new today. Now, Emma's only with us for this hour, so if you've got any questions, please let us know on the Facebook, or indeed email us into studio@thecraftstore.com. Oh yes, I should mention as well what size do we need for the crochet hook on this one?
The hook for these ones is a 2mm hook, so I've got one here. So they're quite skinny little hooks. It's a 2mm hook, but we've got some available today, haven't we?
Yes, so when you finish your call, if you're ordering via the phone, it is an option to get your 2mm hook, or indeed when you're checking out your basket, there is an option at the end and some other baubles there as well. An end of call, we call it. So yes, if you haven't already got a 2mm hook, because I guess people start crocheters, they have their hook, so you don't always want to include that in the kit and up the price and this, that, and the other, do you?
Exactly. So they're an add-on if you need them, but I don't include them as standard just because most people,
crocheters
my
already have
audience
it.
will already have.
It's easy enough to get at the end of the call. Right, well, we're going to see this in action. Is that all right?
Of course. So what I thought I'd do is do a little bit of a beginner's overview. So if you've not crocheted before, but you quite fancy the idea of those baubles, maybe it's time to learn. Like I said, I learned from YouTube, so there's nothing like watching. So I'm going to start right at the very beginning and how you hold your crochet hook. There's 2 sort of predominant options. You can hold it like a pen. So it rests between your thumb and your forefinger, just like you would a pen. And then when you're moving it with your fingers. Or you can hold it like a knife, so you're literally holding your knife and fork. And then it's a lot more wrist and elbow work.
Okay.
I learnt holding it like a knife, so that's how I hold it. I've tried to change to a pencil grip and cannot make it work for me for love nor money. So I hold it like a knife.
I should say as well, Emma's using different wool simply for the cameras. Just a larger wool, just simply so that you can pick up the stitches and understand what we're doing here.
So it's a little bit thicker, that's all, but it's the same stitches that we use in the kits.
Lovely.
So the next thing you need to do is know how to hold your yarn so that you can hold it taut, because the bit you need to work from, I'm trying to get the angles right. There we go. That bit we need to work from needs to be taut so we can get our hook around it.
Okay.
So I think we talked about this last time, and there's lots of different ways you can do it. There's not a right and a wrong way. If I do it too slowly, I can't do it because then I think my brain gets involved. So I just wrap my yarn around my little finger and around my index finger, and then hold what I'm working with my middle finger and my thumb. And then I've got this nice bit with a bit of tension that I can work my hook around. So, but yeah, that's an experiment. You know, find out what works for you and get there. But that's how I do it, round my little finger and then with my index. Then my little finger and my ring finger can hold the yarn and either clench tightly to prevent it running or hold it more loosely so that the yarn does run through my fingers more easily, depending how fast I'm working.
Okay.
Because, you know, that affects stitch size. So you've got your bit of yarn then, you've got your crochet hook, you know how to hold it. Next bit is the start. How do you start? So I, in all my patterns, use magic circles because I like them. They work nicely, they're adjustable, and it just makes it easier to put them in. So to do a magic circle, you hold the end of your yarn, finger and thumb, and wrap it round. Hook goes under one and over the other and pulling it through. And then just a nice little slip stitch to hold it.
Now, what's a slip stitch?
Oh, a slip stitch, a chain. It's what traditionally when you're taught to crochet, you do chains. So you have the loop on your hook, you put your hook round the working yarn and you pull it through. And you do meters and meters and meters of this until you're bored out your brain. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend chaining for miles to get used to the grip.
Okay, is that good practice kind of?
Yeah, I think it's better to learn with a project that you really want to do. Because if you really want to make something, you persevere, you keep trying.
Of course you do, that's how we learn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if there's something you really want to make, maybe one of my bauble kits, obviously, you persevere and you learn, you force yourself to do it. But, you know, when I was first tried to be taught as a child, it was miles and miles of chains until you got the tension. Because what you're aiming for is, you know, fairly even stitch size, just because it makes your finished project fairly even in size. So they're often used at the start of rounds or rows. And yeah, it's the beginning.
Yeah.
It's the beginning, but it's not the most exciting bit by any stretch of the imagination. So the first, then proper stitch. Oh, I need to tell you about US and UK terminology.
Oh, right, differences. It's like knitting,
yes.
is it? Oh,
so, infuriatingly, US and UK crochet terminology use the same names for different stitches.
Oh, no.
So I write my patterns in UK terms, so I'm going to talk exclusively in UK terms.
Yeah.
If you're doing another pattern, the easiest way to identify if it's UK or US is if it says SC or single crochet, it's a US pattern because UK doesn't have single crochets. The smallest building block stitch we use in UK is the DC, the double crochet.
Right.
So that's what this sample square is here. I have got 24 rows of stitches there. So it's quite small, tight little stitches.
Yeah.
But they're how you start.
Okay.
So a DC is considered sort of double crochet. Yeah, a double crochet is one chain high. So to do a DC, you have your loop on your hook, your yarn in your other hand, and you insert your hook into the next stitch. And the stitches can be identified along the top row. You've got all these little V's along the top. And each of those represents a stitch. So to do a DC, hook in, loop the yarn around your hook, pull it through, and pull it through the two loops on your hook. So your hook goes
the double.
The double, yeah, exactly. So you go through the stitch, pull the yarn through, and then you've got the two loops on your hook. So that's what makes it a double. And then you pull another loop of yarn through both of them, and that's a double crochet. You can see there, they're really not very deep stitches. You wouldn't necessarily want to make a blanket out of DC stitches because it would take you a while. But for a tiny little bauble, they work okay.
Well, you said roughly, you know, if you're competent to know what you're doing, maybe an hour, 40 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
A bit slower if you're a newbie like myself.
The DC stitches on the bauble, then there's rounds of them there. That green round is a round of DCs. So just a little colour stripe around there in the DCs. So then the next stitch size up is called a half treble. And that is this sample here. So this one, I've got 17 rows in a similar size square, so it shows you how much shorter they are. And these ones, it's exactly the same as a DC, but you put a loop on your hook first time round. So before you put your yarn into the stitch, you put a loop on your hook, insert it into the stitch and pull a yarn through. So now, instead of with the double crochet you had 2 loops on your hook, you've got 3. Yarn and pull it through all 3. And that's the only difference between the double and the half treble, is that extra loop on your hook to start with.
Right.
And then you pull through 3 all at once. And that makes the half treble. So that's what's used on the bauble. In that centre green circle, that's half trebles, and that gold one there, that's half trebles too. So there's nothing, you know, there's no fancy stitches in my baubles. It's just basic stitches put in the right place with the, you know, with the fun colours and the gold and the red and the, you know, sparkle on your Christmas tree. I mean, I've not put mine up yet. I get a bit bar humbug about it, but you can make baubles in November.
You can have them ready for the December, and I should say a third of the stock now has already gone from the brights. And I see that you're making it in the 2 halves there. That's how you approach it, isn't it?
That's how we do our baubles, in 2 halves. So I've got the second half here as well. And I've got a wooden bead. And so when you've finished the instructions, so you've made 2 halves, they just go around the bead, which I'm going to lose now because it's round and rolls. And then they are joined with a round of DCs again. I don't see the point of getting a needle out and sewing if I don't have to. I'm a crocheter.
That's fair enough.
So I crochet the 2 halves together. And the joy of it being something stuffed is that despite having all these messy ends, I don't have to sew them in.
We don't see those.
Nope, you stuff them inside, put the bead on, put the top on, and then all the ends are hidden and you just have one end left to sew in. Which,
gorgeous.
You know.
Were there any other elements? Because I feel like I stepped ahead there in terms of your bauble.
So we've done a half treble and a double.
Yeah.
Now we can do a full treble.
Ooh.
So
sounds like an Irish dancer.
It does. Some of the stitch names are a right mouthful. So this is the slightly more grown-up version of the half treble. So we start in the same way with an extra loop around our hook.
Extra loop, yeah.
And then we go into our stitch and we pull a loop through. So like with the half treble, we've got 3 stitches on our hook there.
Yeah.
But this time, instead of going through all 3 together, we go through 2.
Oh.
And then we draw up another loop and go through the next 2.
Oh. Which
gives us that extra bit of height. You can see the fabric's a little bit, it's stretchier and it's a little bit more see-through.
Yeah.
Because it's not as dense. But they're much quicker. So I've only got 12 rows of trebles in this sample, as opposed to the 17 of HCs of half trebles to get for that size. So the rows are just that little bit taller. And then we've got one more, and this is the tallest stitch I use in my patterns, which is a double treble, because crochet stitches are named really imaginatively. So this time, I'm sure some of you can probably guess. So we didn't put any loops around our hook for the DCs, and then we put one round our hook for the treble and half treble. So for a double treble, we wrap the yarn twice around our hook before it goes into the next stitch, and then we pull a loop through. So we've got 4 loops on our hook this time. Then it's through 2, through 2, and through 2. And then you've got this really tall stitch that I use in my gin and tonic patterns to create the height for the mandalas, for the stitches that go out. So there's the only difference in these stitches is the number of loops on your hook to start and how many times you pull more yarn through. So once you can do a DC, you can do a half treble. And if you can do a half treble, you can do a treble. And if you can do a treble, you can do a double treble.
Okay.
It's just one extra loop. It's just
extension on the theme. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no difference in how they're made. It's just the same process. So for the double treble, 2 loops 2 extra loops on our hook into the stitch, through 2, through 2, and through 2. And as you can see, that's a really tall stitch. So the stitch is much, much taller than our DCs, for example.
Beautiful. Beautiful. And there are your stitches in your bauble, the magic circle, which Emma referred to at the start, the chain, the slip stitch, the double crochet, the half treble crochet, and then the treble crochet. So you have all the terminology on there. You have obviously the 4-ply sock yarn in hand dye there with the 4 different colours, because you've got the lovely gold in there. 3 of those 3cm wooden balls. You do need to just get your 2mm crochet hook. We've got that as an end of call, and then perhaps if you don't want to sew the ends together, Emma crocheted hers. Is that right, Emma?
Yes, so I crochet the 2 halves together round the bead, and I will catch up and show you that in a minute.
Oh, fabulous. I'll have a quick recap then, if that's all right, Emma, and allow you to catch up. So we've got 2 different choices. You have got the brights and you have got the more traditional rich jewels as well. They're equally both beautiful. You choose which 3 you would like to make. So my brights are in the lead at the moment, but they're both absolutely stunning. 3 gorgeous baubles there you can make with either kit. $17.99. 912059. Yeah, we have got some other kits because Emma just referred to the mandalas there, so and what have you. So let's move along and have a little look. So this is 2 different choices on our next set of kits. My first one is brand new, the winter, as it's called. This is our crochet kit. So you've got the hoops, you've got the yarn, you've got the ribbons, and you have got the instructions. So here we go. We've got our beautiful, beautiful winter, our gin mandala pattern. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? So we get the 2 hoops for the display. Absolutely gorgeous. These lovely mandalas forever there. And again, the gorgeous hand-dyed yarn. I mean, you can see there on the greens. So every yarn it's going to be individual there. That's what's so beautiful about it. Love those colours. Aren't they gorgeous? So the colours I'm showing you there actually refer to my winter kit, and you make 2.
You do make 2. You've got the 6-inch hoop and a 4-inch hoop. They're designed to sort of work in opposite orders. So have a play with the colours. There's no right and wrong order. There's what I've chosen for the samples, but there's, like I say, there's not a right and wrong. But it's designed so that you do them in opposite colour orders. So the colour that's on the outside of one will be on the very centre of the other.
I see, yeah.
And that's how we make sure there's enough yarn. You'll have leftovers anyway.
You give us plenty, don't you, Em?
I make sure there's plenty. There's nothing worse than starting a project and then running out of yarn.
No.
It's called yarn chicken. I don't know if you've heard that expression before. So you're playing chicken with the end of your yarn. and sometimes you lose, which means you run out of yarn before you finished your project, but other times you win. Yeah. So I don't want you to have to do that with my kits. You know, if you brought a kit from me, I do want you to be able to make it.
So she gives us ample, basically. And then we've got Gladrel. Are we a Lord of the Rings fan, are we?
The dyer indeed is.
Ah, fabulous.
Yes, so this is from a dyer, further north. I can't remember where she's from. Sorry, Shadow. Her business is called Felt Fusion. But yeah, one of my most popular colourways, that one. I sold out of it when I was here in September. So hence offering it again.
Beautiful. So once again, as Emma was just explaining there, you can see that the inner then becomes the outer on the smaller 4-inch there. And then you've got those beautiful aquas and teals, which I adore. They're my favourite colours as well. So I haven't got the kit here, but obviously you're going to get those beautiful colourways. You're going to get your ribbons and your 2 different hoops there as well to make 2 of those. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. So Gladrel, all the winter choice, up to you, £22.99. Beautiful, aren't they? 938108. There's the Gladrel with the 3 blues there, and 4 blues and that lovely cream. Gorgeous. So again, beautiful, beautiful. And then our rainbow mandala kit. Well, it is what it says, isn't it? And again, what sort of entry level are we talking in terms of doing these?
So the rainbow one is considered probably an intermediate, because those raised stitches you can see are front post stitches. So I tongue-tied myself so many times last time over this. So if I do it again, I apologise in advance. Front post double treble crochet. That's what those raised stitches are.
Front
front post double treble crochet. So
Front
the double
post,
trebles that I did
double
here in the sample, it's that stitch, it's just done in around the post rather than around into the top of the stitch. If you want, I can do a quick. Should we do a quick
Well, yes,
go
because
over that
obviously
one?
you're speaking English, but it's making no sense whatsoever to me. But then I'm not an intermediate crocheter. I'm totally
Like I
novice.
say, it's the only reason that pattern would be considered slightly higher. So normally when we do our crochet stitches, we do them into these V shapes at the top. So with a post stitch, you can have front post stitches or back post stitches, and the post is this bit, the height of the
vertical
stitch,
bit,
the vertical bit of the stitch. Yeah. So with a front post stitch, because I'm doing a double treble, I put 2 loops on my hook.
Loop twice, yeah.
Yeah, and then rather than going into the top of the stitch like I was doing earlier, I go round the front of the post.
Oh.
So I put my hook in and then back out.
Right.
And then when I pull my loop through, and through 2, and through 2, and through 2, it sticks out because it's, rather than into the top of the stitch, it's round the post of the one further down. So if you have a look on the rainbow mandala, if we can, it you can see that the vertical, well, all the lines going in all the different quadrants that are raised.
Yes.
And it's the post stitches that gives them that, it gives it that depth. So that's the only reason that would be called an intermediate. Otherwise, there's nothing, there's no odd stitches in that at all. It's just that post stitch.
That is so pretty.
It's just wrapping your yarn twice, the same as you would for a normal double treble. And then instead of going into the top, you go around the post of the stitch to pull your loop through, and then pull through twice, pull through 2 loops, pull through 2 loops, if I can get my hook through, there we go, and pull through another 2. So they stand out in all those rows of double trebles I've done. Those 2 stick out that I've just done because they were done around the posts. So that's the only reason rainbow would be considered an intermediate.
Beautiful, and so tidy as well. I mean, I can't even see where the joins are. I mean,
that's a compliment indeed.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, it is.
Thank you.
Can't see any ends or anything. That is just absolutely gorgeous because, of course, it is so 3D. You're looking around all of it. If it's dangling or in front of the window, it's almost like a lovely take on a lovely dream catcher. A rainbow catcher of your dreams. $17.99 there. So you're getting the 6-inch hoop, you're getting the yarn, the ribbon and the instructions. 547759. So with that one comes with the hoop then, does it, Emma? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. The kits all come with the hoop. So you get the 6-inch hoop, you get the ribbon, and you get all those tiny little mini skeins of yarn.
Gorgeous.
I wind them around my dining room chairs. So all my patterned measurements are based on wraps around chairs. So if our dining room chairs break, I'm going to have to remeasure everything and find a new way to do it.
Because that's your test bed, yeah. Brilliant.
I'm literally a dining table business. It's I don't have a studio anywhere. It's so my dining room is currently a bit of a box site. But.
Oh, bless you. It's fabulous, though. I adore your kits. They're absolutely gorgeous. And that is 547759. Right. What do you want to show me now, then, Emma?
Oh, I have just finished this round, so I can show you how the 2 halves of your bauble go together.
Brilliant.
So, as I said, no ends to sew in, which is the only thing about the mandalas. I started with the mandalas and the doily hoops, and I love them, but you do need to sew the ends in. You can't get away from it. There are
That's
twice
why it
as
looks
many
so tidy.
ends as there are colours. So let's get that out of the way up front. Baubles are nice because there's just that one end right at the end that we can't get around any other way. So I've made my 2 halves of the bauble. I'm just tying together the 2 ends of the last colour just to keep them tight while I'm crocheting it together so I don't have to worry about it. But hair there, sorry. But as you can see, I've got 2 identical little halves of my bauble there. They look like eyes there. They look like Halloween eyes, don't they? Not Halloween, we're doing Christmas. So when you start to crochet them together, you don't need to worry about the bead quite yet. We'll start just with the 2 halves because it just falls out when it's not held in enough. So something else that you're going to have to do a lot with all of my kits is attaching your new colourway. So to do that, you choose your stitch. It doesn't really matter at this point which one you choose. and pop through that V at the top. You can see we've got much smaller in scale now. I've gone back to sock yarn rather than the DK I've been using with the sample squares.
Yeah.
So we've got much smaller now. But we put our hook through the top V of any stitch and just pull through the new colour, and then just do a quick little slip stitch just to anchor it in place so it's not going to go anywhere.
Got it.
So you've attached your new yarn, and then we're going to attach these two halves together. So I put my hook back through the same place I've just put it through, and then I get the other half of the bauble, and you can see how they're going to have to go together to make the whole. So just pick another stitch on the other half and pop your hook through that as well. So you've now got your hook through a stitch from each half of the bauble. So this is where it gets fiddly. There's but it's it's perfectly doable. It's just this is where it gets a bit fiddly, and I'm trying to get it so you can see it.
Well, we can, darling. I'm following. I'm leaning over and watching. I'm watching intently.
Yes.
Because if I miss something, I'll ask. Because then people will be thinking the same at home.
And then we just join with a round of DCs. So the same as we were doing with our teal sample, exactly the same. We just loop the yarn with our hook and pull it through. This time it's a bit tighter because we're pulling it through 2 stitches, one from each half, but it's exactly the same. And then we hook our yarn and pull it through the 2. So that's our first DC that's attached the 2 halves together. So you can see now that they're attached already. And then we just carry on like that. So our hook goes through the next DC from the one half, and then through the next stitch on the other half, and then we loop and pull through and through the 2 loops on our hook, the same as with any other DC. I say it's just a little bit more fiddly because it's through 2 different halves, and you might have to play with the angle and work your hook around a bit. But the really nice thing with crochet, I'm not a knitter, so just up front, I'm not very good at knitting, but crochet is much more forgiving than knitting because you just kind of if you can't find exactly the right point in the stitch, just shove your hook through and it'll be fine.
Oh.
Honest, I didn't say that.
Yeah. There's crochet knitters at home going, what did she say? Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's nice though. It's just a little bit more forgiving, and I think there's no point in being really, for the things that I make to sell, for my patterns, if I see a mistake, I'm going to frog it all out and I'm going to fix it.
Yeah.
But if you're making it to hang on your own Christmas tree and you really can't cope with frogging the whole lot to fix one tiny little mistake, don't.
No.
No one's going to know other than you, and it's still beautiful.
Exactly.
I'm a firm believer it's about having fun. It's not about...
That's the idea, isn't it?
Yeah. If I'm making to sell, it will be as close to perfect as I can make it. But if I'm making it for my own house or my children, if it's something I'm making for my children, it's only as good as it is because they're going to wreck it, aren't they? Or is that just mine? So we keep going round, and we've got a good bit of section now that's joined together, and you can see now how the bead will fit inside. Now there should be enough sort of flex in the pattern that whether you've crocheted tight or loose, it should be okay.
Yeah.
If you're making it and you're putting your halves around your bead halfway through making your halves and think, this is far too big.
Yeah.
There are rounds that you can skip. So the rounds just of DC, I do mention this in the pattern, that would be the first one you'd sort of pull out. If it's looking too big, just skip that row. Didn't happen, moving swiftly on. And that will probably give you enough leeway to make it fit. But because they're all DCs and they're all tight, small stitches, none of my testers had any trouble getting it to fit.
Yeah.
So all my patterns are sent out to testers, and with kits I send the kit out.
Yes.
So I have...
It's like road testing it, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah. I want you to be able to make the things that the kits say you're going to be able to make. So the patterns and the kits all go out to testers. So some people, different crocheting experiences.
Yeah, different levels.
Different levels, exactly. But so that I can be pretty confident that you're going to be able to produce what I've said you can produce. And if you can't, get in touch.
Yes.
And I'm more than happy to help or provide more yarn because, that's the deal, isn't it? I'm providing you with a kit to make these things, and I want you to be able to do it.
Yeah, lovely.
But yeah, we just keep going round with our DCs. When we get about halfway round, you're going to want to pop your ball in then.
Yeah.
And this is another fun thing about my testers. My testers are fab. So some of you can see that some of the baubles have their ribbons hanging from the circle in the middle.
Yeah.
And some of some of the baubles have it hanging from one of the ridges.
So I've got both here.
This was something that, you know, I had to be completely blunt, I didn't think about. I just hang the ribbon round one of the outer edges where I joined it. And then my testers were sending me photos with it hanging through the hole in the magic circle at the start. And I just thought,
never occurred to you.
I'd never even thought about it, but I love it. I think it just gives a different angle that you see, and it gives you a different, you know, the different way you see the circles and you see the rounds.
Completely.
And yeah, I was just, it was really cool. It was really exciting to get these photos back from my testers and of having done it a different way. So when you do it that way, I tie a knot in my ribbon, so you've got your loop, and then I put the knot down the centre of the bead. So that, oh, where am I? There we are.
Yeah.
So that the knot is hidden inside the bead, so that it doesn't make a lump around the outside of your bauble. So when you've got a bit of the way round your bauble halves, you can put that loop in. So I use my crochet hook again. So I put my crochet hook through the hole, the magic circle at the beginning, and then just pull the loop of the ribbon through.
Ah, very tidy.
Exactly, it's nice, isn't it? And then just pop the hole inside the bead, so that when it's all tucked in, you don't get that extra lump where that ribbon
Lovely,
is.
yeah.
So
or trying to tag it on at the end, sew it on.
Exactly. I mean, I use a crochet hook for everything. If I can use a crochet hook, I will be using a crochet hook. So I have to be honest, I shove my crochet hook through and then pull the ribbon through if I'm putting it around the rim. Yeah, the needles only come out if I really need to do that.
I'm gathering that,
yeah. So then you've got your ribbon hanger.
Yeah.
You've got it all turning it the wrong way. You've got your row of DC joining the two halves together, and you just keep going round. And there comes a point where it's easier to have the bead there than not, but you can see all those scruffy ends that you just hide
tuck
inside.
in there. Is there a knack to the finishing end bit? So you've got all the way round.
So
I've come to the end.
Let me
finish off nicely. So I don't have a big piece of taggly tail hanging out.
So let me. Oh no, I'm going to need to swap hooks for that one. Let me have a go with this, and I'll show you how we join the two ends together. So I'm just going to finish this row. So I've gone back to my treble sample with my DK, so it's a bit bigger, so it's slightly easier to see. So when we get to the end of a row, we do need to join the two bits together. So if we were doing this as a tube, just for, you know, example's sake, and we wanted to join these two ends together, it looks like a sleeve of a Teddy's jumper. There we go. That's what we'll pretend we're making now. It's just a case of slip stitching the two ends of the rows together. So the same as we would when we were joining a new colour, you know how we just put our hook through the stitch and then drew up a loop and pulled it through, but then we go through that loop as well that we're working on.
Yeah.
And then when you pull your hook out, just pull it out.
Yeah.
And then cut off up here.
Yeah.
I've got scissors. Then you can pull out the longer working end and you've got this tail.
Right.
That then needs sewing in. And I don't have a needle with me because I wasn't planning on doing this, but I can show you the principles. So you've got an end now, and because it's been pulled through the stitch, it's already tied off. It's not going to go anywhere. I mean, it will loosen a bit, but not once you've sewn it in.
Right.
So it's just a case of getting your needle, and as I say again about crochet being a little bit forgiving, threading your needle and then threading it down. So I would normally go through the bases of the stitches and run my tail through there.
Right.
So you want to run a reasonable amount.
Oh, okay.
Probably being a little bit harsh there. On a DK you would. On a bauble, you probably wouldn't run more than, what's that?
Looks like about
2 inches.
2 inches, yeah.
Yeah.
A couple of inches.
You wouldn't do much more than that because it's not going to be under any pressure.
Yeah.
It's not like this is a ball or a jumper that's going to be pulled on and off or thrown around, or it's decorative. Yeah,
no one's pulling at it.
Exactly. So it would just be a case of cutting off that end and then sewing threading the needle and then just sewing it through there. And because it's on the bead, you can almost put it so the needle is resting against the bead. I couldn't demo this even if I had a needle because it's inside the ball. So you just put the needle through and you can feel the needle resting on the bead, and then it's just a case of running it through. But that is the only end you have to do on the baubles, is that very last end, because the start of it you've tucked inside along with all your other little ends there. They all just get tucked inside and you don't have to deal with them.
Gorgeous. Fabulous.
And sparkly.
And fabulous and handmade, and 3 you can make, and wherever you want to dangle your ribbon, whether it's from the magic circle or on the sides, but I suppose if you want to see the horizontal axis or the vertical.
Yeah.
2 beautiful choices. We've got our lovely Christmas brights there, nearly 40% gone, and we've got our lovely luscious jewel rich Christmas as well. So the only thing you need is a 2mm hook, which is an end call as well. £17.99, 912059. Fabulous instructions, it has to be said. A really beautiful gift idea. Now, we've had a viewer send us in a picture. I know it was in September you were with us the last time, Emma. This is from Nancy. Nancy, she purchased the rainbow mandala the last time you were on. She's halfway through making it. She's really enjoying the project.
I still find it really exciting that people want to buy my kits and make my things, and that the patterns that, you know, there might have been the odd tear or the odd swear word over, make sense to other people.
Oh,
and
they're
can
cracking.
Make them.
That's why I
and
complimented you on the patterns.
That's so cool.
She says the instructions are very clear and easy to follow, and she can't wait to finish it. And she says the colours of the yarn are beautiful.
Oh yeah, I do enjoy playing with the yarn colours. I was joking at the beginning that I started my business to keep myself in nice yarn, and now I can buy all these gorgeous hand-dyed yarns, and it's business expenses. It's brilliant.
And we need to keep Emma in nice yarn. It's her Achilles heel. That's what she loves most, stroking and squidging the lovely balls of wool and yarn. Yes, we've all got our own little foible there.
Oh,
so
yes.
the lovely rainbow kit is on the show. Thank you, Nancy. That's so lovely.
It's so lovely to see.
Lovely
Thank
to see.
you.
Yeah. If there's any more of you out there that bought from Emma before, I mean, this is only a second show, then let us know. Or if you're buying today, we would love to see you crisp baubles next time Emma is with us as well.
Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. So, £17.99. Now, while we're on the subject of the mandalas, let's mention the other kits that Emma has with us today. The gin and tonic. Yes, 2 mandalas you make with these. We've got 2 different colourway in terms of choices. This is your winter, brand new. So you've got the, what size? It was the 6-inch and the...
A 6 and a 4 inch.
6 and a 4. Yeah, there we go. It's on the screen. Just read what it says on the screen. Yeah. That's far too simple, Meg, far too simple. There we go. So whatever you use on the outside, that will become the inner on the smaller. So you can, Emma gives us lots and lots of lovely hand-dyed yarn there. So you've got those 4 skeins of the beautiful yarn. You get the ribbon there as well to hang your gorgeous creation there as well for all time. Absolutely stunning. And as we've been explaining, as Nancy said, brilliant instructions. And then we've got Galadriel, yes, our lovely, lovely... I don't know if she's a nymph or a fairy. What would we call her from Lord of the Rings? Kate Blanchett, anyway. I love it. Beautiful. These gorgeous Queen of the Elves. Yeah. She's lovely. Anyway, back to the point of what we're talking about. These lovely teals and these blues and these creams. So that is the same kit, but obviously in the different yarns there. £22.99. You choose which one you want. 938108. I'm sure you agree. Great value when you get into. And a nod to our Nancy, who's halfway through her beautiful rainbow mandala there. She's got to the yellows. She's still got the oranges and the reds to complete. Absolutely gorgeous, wasn't it? £17.99. She's obviously enjoying that process as well. 547759. Now, Wednesday, we are going to close our Flextravaganza event on Friday. But what is Flextravaganza? Let's find out.
It's Flextravaganza time! From Friday the 5th until Friday the 12th of November, we're giving you the chance to spread the cost of your winter crafting by bringing you our Flextravaganza event. Over the course of the week, if you add any items to your shopping basket worth £1 or more, you'll qualify for our Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offers. This means that you can spread the cost of your entire order into 2 equal interest-free Flexi-Buy payments, offering you a more cost-efficient way of shopping with us. Pay the first payment when you place your order, then the second a month later. Place your order online or on the phone. Flexible payments for everyone. Join us from Friday the 5th of November at 6 p.m. to make your shopping experience with the craft store even easier.
Absolutely, and it doesn't matter what cost you put in your basket there, but you can spread it over the cost of 2 months in November and December. So take advantage of it. That ends on Friday at 6 o'clock. So we're going to look at the gin and tonic now. We're going to look at the fact that we can make 2 fabulous soups, 2 different choices, Gladrill or the winter. You can make the 6 and the 4 inch, makes 2 fabulous mandalas there. Em's just stolen the large one because she wants to show us some stitches on this. 22.99, 938 108. Over to you, Emma.
So yeah, the last sort of group of stitches that I wanted to show are increases and decreases. So especially when you're working in a circle, it obviously starts with these 8 stitches in the middle, and then you need lots more than 8 to do your last round. So you need to increase the number of stitches round as you go. So a basic increasing in crochet is really simply, you just do 2 stitches in the same stitch, and you've doubled your stitch count then. So if you do 2 in every stitch, you've gone from a row of 8 to a row of 16 without having to think about it or count or do anything fancy. So with the double treble sample again here, which is all around here on the gin mandala. So this blue round and this purple and the pinks, they're all double trebles. But to increase with them, you just do exactly the same stitch twice in the same stitch. And it really is that simple. And you can see then that I'm forcing the outer edge of this sample square to go out to make room for those extra stitches. So you can do it as many times as you need to, as the pattern calls for, obviously. And you'll just see it written as, so for this it would just be written as 2 double trebles in each stitch. So it's just a little aside as to how you make in the baubles as well, how you make the circles bigger as you go around. So you can see there I've been forcing extra stitches in, and it's going to extend that round. What's slightly trickier is decreasing. So I use them just as a different stitch, as a pattern device in my mandalas. So this is to make your row smaller, so to have less stitches in each row or each round. So these up here on these this last pinky round, these ones here it's called a double treble cluster, or double treble 2 together. So to do this, you start the same way you would do to do a normal double treble, with your working loop and then added 2 loops to your hook. You insert your hook into the stitch, pull a loop through, pull through 2 and pull through 2. But then before you do your last pull through 2, you start your second double treble of this decrease. So you loop round twice again in the next stitch, pull the yarn through, and then through 2, through 2, and then you've got 2 sort of half completed stitches there, and you've got 3 loops on your hook. So then you pull through all 3 loops. And now, instead of 2 stitches, you've got 1. So there's 1 stitch at the top there to work into, but coming out of 2 stitches at the bottom. So if I was to keep doing this across the row, it would be pulled in really hard. But it's the same as any normal stitch. You just skip the last step and start the second one. So I put 2 loops on my hook through the stitch, pull a loop through 2 and through 2, but then instead of that last pull through 2, I start the second double treble by doing 2 more loops around my hook, inserting, pulling it through 2, through 2, and this time I complete it and go all the way through the 3. So exactly the same principle holds for doing for crocheting 3 together. So you'd normally do this in a chain space or to really tighten things together, but I use them in chain spaces just to pull a point. So exactly the same to crochet 2 together as to crochet 3. You get halfway through 1 stitch, halfway through the second, so you've got 3 loops, but then if you're doing crocheting 3 together, you put 2 more loops on there and pull them through as well. So this time I've taken 3 stitches on the row before and made them into 1. and you can see how it's pulling together. So that's the same as this stitch up here in the last or second to last round of my gin mandala. Just because it's just a different look. And it's all about the flow of the patterns and the shapes in the mandalas, isn't it? It's this sort of growing and decreasing and the pattern ebbing and flowing. But yeah, that's a whistle-stop tour of increasing and decreasing your stitches.
And would you say the mandalas again are an intermediate level or?
No, the gin and tonic mandalas are beginner level.
Right,
patterns. They really are. That's it. We've just in this sort of brief overview have demoed all the stitches that are in that, and there's no shame in going back to YouTube or back to the craft store and watching these again in slow motion.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, that quick little 10-second rewind and then forwards again and working it out, because there's nothing in there that I haven't covered.
Yeah.
And there's nothing in there that you won't find a million more times all over the internet if you.
Which is how you taught yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, it's all there. It's all there, and it's amazing to have all this available to us to learn.
Yeah.
All my charts.
To think
making those is a learning curve too.
I bet, but I love them.
They're pretty, aren't they? Even in their
fabulous.
Yeah.
Your glossary there. Fabulous. Great instructions, it has to be said. So Emma really does hold you by the hand to take you through it step by step. So as a beginner, you can feel confident to get stuck in and start your crocheting journey. So we have the winter that Emma is demonstrating with you. It makes two. Emma's got the other one. And then the beautiful teals and creams Gladrel. Was there anything else you wanted to show me on that, Emma? Because we've probably got still about 8 minutes.
Ooh.
I know, time's expanded for us, my darling.
I think I've covered most of what I wanted to cover, but I'm happy to have a play with some more stitches. If there was anything, drop us an email or send us a message. If there was anything in particular you wanted covering again.
I mean, I'd ask, but I'm not a crochet connoisseur. You need our Catherine for that. She's our crocheter.
Yes,
here.
I think I did my first show with her, didn't I? Yes.
So she knows the right questions to ask.
The right questions to ask. But
yes,
I think we've covered a lot of them. Like I say, there's nothing in any of these patterns that should put you off if you haven't crocheted before.
Yeah.
Other than that front post, double, treble crochet, which we all have to think about when we say, which is the only thing that makes the rainbow mandala, you know, an intermediate level pattern. But as Nancy said, you know, I do try really hard on my patterns to make them accessible, and the rainbow mandala pattern has a step-by-step photo tutorial of that front post stitch that I did earlier, so that you can do it at your own pace with the documentation in front of you, to be able to make that front post double treble crochet, which I always have to take a breath before I say.
To run up towards. It is a mouthful. It's like a tongue twister. Fabulous. Is it possible? Sorry, you were going to say some more stitches. I really like, and it's really obvious. I love a magic circle.
Yeah. Oh, don't we all love a magic circle?
Should we do one?
Should we do one again?
Yeah.
We can do that. We'll do some nice purple with a nice thick hook. So the magic circle is this expanding and
a lot of
contracting.
patterns start that way, don't they,
They
Emma?
do.
I see it so many times.
Yeah, it's a fab little thing that means that rather than chaining 4 and attaching the chains together and then having to work your crochet hook into this really little space, you can expand and you can contract it, and it gives you space to work. There's no point in making things harder than they have to be. So for a magic circle, we need a loop to start, and the way, I don't know if it's the only way to do it. It's the way I've always done it.
your way.
So yeah, well, this is my way. The end of the yarn over your 2 forefingers, held in place by your thumb, and then with the long end, you wrap it round so it crosses over. And then if we turn round onto the front of our fingers, our hook goes under the one nearest our fingertips and over the second one, and we pull it through. And then to secure that, we just do a little slip stitch. We hook our yarn. Oh, I can't do it now. There we go. And pull it through. And so that sort of secures the magic circle, so it's not going to come undone. And if you pull the tail, it will tighten. So you can pull it, you know, all the way up, like in the center of this gin mandala, pull it all the way tight. Or you can work it loose, so you can work as many stitches in it as you need to, without having to force your hook into a tiny little space. You've got all the space to work in that you want. So I've got my yarn wrapped around my fingers, and then I'm using my middle finger and my thumb to hold what I'm working on. So I've holding on to where I'm working, but I've got all that space inside that magic circle to put as many stitches as I want. And it's also quite nice because you can put as many in there as you want. If rather than completing the circle and pulling it in tight like we do on the baubles, you could put so many stitches in it that you leave a full-on empty ring in the centre, so that you have a ring in the centre rather than a circle, which is also quite nice. And but the magic circle gives you the option to do that. So I've shoved some stitches in, and then you just pull the tail, and you can see how it's just tightened up. With no, fiddling. If that had been a chain circle, I'd have been, really working my crochet hook in there now. But it will open and it will close, and you can work from it with plenty of space. So if we just go back, I've just frogged that quickly. It's another animal term, isn't it?
What's that?
We've chickened and we've frogged.
What's the
so
frogging?
frogging is undoing.
Frogging?
Frogging.
Oh, okay. Frogging's undoing.
Because you rip it.
And chicken
rip
yarn. Because you're...
It's a really bad joke, sorry. So, yeah, magic circle, you hold on to your tail and wrap it around your fingers, and your hook goes under the first one nearest your fingertips and then pulls the second one through and then slip stitch to hold it. And it's just so much nicer to work in that size space than, your chain circle when you're trying to shove your crochet hook in that tiny little space and keep it from being twisted. And yeah, I love a magic circle.
Yeah, it always fascinates me watching it, but I see so many projects as well with Catherine start off that way. So still got about 3 minutes. Anything else you want to show us in terms of a stitch? Or we can just look at your lovely kits.
Let's just look at the lovely kits.
Let's look at the lovely kits. Okay, let's look at the lovely choices on our baubles, and you can make 3 of either. We have the brights and we have the winter jewels, the rich. Half the stock of our lovely brights has gone. Yeah, they really are stunning. Look at that. You've got that lovely gold thread through there. You have your 3 red ribbons to hang it, whether you want to do it from the magic circle we've just been discussing or from the side there. And you get your lovely hand-dyed yarn. And Emma always gives you ample there. So you're not chicken yarn, you're not chasing. Is that the way round? Yarn chicken, chicken
You're
yarn?
not playing yarn chicken.
You're not playing yarn chicken. There we go.
Don't want to play yarn chicken.
Nobody wants to play yarn chicken. And there are the 3 lovely wooden balls. So if you've just joined us, Emma has literally taken us through that process of how to create that lovely crochet ball step by step. So yeah, do watch on rewind if you're just joining us now. So that is the brights, and then we've also got the jewel rich. Yes, so pretty. So it really is a choice as to which one you want to go for. So you can see that the dark ruby and emerald colours there as well, but everything else is in the kit there. The only other thing you're going to need is a 2 milliliter crochet hook, and the reason it's not in the kit is we don't want to up the price, as Emma said, and a lot of existing crocheters already have the hooks, but if you haven't, it is available as an end of call when you reach the end of your order on the internet or indeed on the phone. 912059. We are experiencing high volume of calls today, so do apologise for any waiting that you do have. Brilliant, brilliant instructions, it has to be said, and they really are. We've got the lovely gin and tonic, lovely, lovely crochet hoops there as well. You've got 2 different choices there. You've got the Gladrel, you've got the winter. There we go. Again, fabulous instructions there. The 4-inch and the 6-inch hoop, you make both. So they are available today for $22.99, 938 108. And lovely Nancy sent us in her picture of her work in progress of the beautiful rainbow mandala crochet kit. That comes as well with your hook as well. You've got the 6-inch hoop, the yarn, the ribbon, instructions. Does it come with the hook? Have I just made that up?
You've just made that up.
I just made that up. Doesn't come with a hook at all, Fiona. What kind of hook would we need for that one?
A 2 millimeter hook.
Oh, there we go, same
all
one.
the 2 millimeter hook. So yeah,
There we
it's
go.
the same hook for all those kits. So it's just the one.
Fantastic. Thank you. 547759. Well, a massive thank you, Emma. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's gone like that, hasn't it? Hope you'll be back with us again soon. Do you know when you're back with us, my darling?
I don't think we've got another show booked at the moment. We'll see how this one goes.
It's a nabby on the way out. Get the diary out. Get the diary out. Thank you so much. And of course, we can follow you on Instagram and Facebook.
Of course, Pineapple Fibre Art everywhere.
We've got a website?
Yes, I have indeed.
www.pineapplefibereart.com. There we go. Let's follow and support our lovely, lovely Emma. It's been absolutely gorgeous to work with you, darling. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Right, don't forget to check out your baskets. Enjoy that bauble making and mandala making. Let's see what's coming up. Well, we're going to join Richard now and our Julia for the Studio Light, Jenny's Mindful Art Hour. Then we've got the Little House of Victoria Embroidery, and then the last call for Willie Morris.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I hope to see you soon.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set Up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. And we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
And a very good afternoon to you. Yes, the Flextravaganza continues apace because it is here until Friday. So you've got that chance, of course, to get everything in 2 easy instalments instead of having to spend over £60. Just over £1. Anything over £1, you can split it up. Brilliant. So that's running throughout the whole week, and running throughout a lot of today is our very own Julia, who's come in to talk about a bit of Giannini's Mindful Art. Almost said it right there.
You did say it right.
Yes, it's a strange spelling for Janine, isn't it?
I
Giannini.
know, yes. Yeah, I just know it because somebody said that to me from the company, so
Right,
that's how
so
it is.
straight from the horse's mouth. It's got to
Yes.
be right. So we last saw you a couple of hours ago.
Yeah.
We went through everything on the counter here. We're going to go through
More
it
or
all
less.
again.
Yeah.
But you've got a little something lined up for us in this hour. What are you going to be showing
Yeah,
us?
we're going to be building one of the little tiny journals up from the journal die set, and then we'll probably put an envelope together. We'll be doing a bit of stamping as well. So whatever we've got time for, we'll be having a go
Something
at.
for everyone. We've got
Hopefully.
plenty to get through in this hour then, and it will start off with me going down the line here and showing you everything again, and a little something we didn't show you in that hour because we didn't have time. We had so much going on. It was this. This is a die set here, which is a journal. Makes a journal dies. So it's 10 by 10 centimetres. You're getting 12 dies in total. You've got a decent price on this because it's £4.50 off. So you're getting this at £12.99. It is new today on the Craft Store. So if you like the look of this, the item code you're going to need is 653903. And I'll tell you why you're going to like this, because Julia's going to explain now how you can use these dies. In fact, I'll show you just on the back here, because they do actually come up with little suggestions of how you can do it. Inspirations from Giannini herself. you can use these dies to create this effect here and come up with these like mini journals.
They are mini journals,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah.
So how does it all work then?
Okay, so this might not be a quick run through.
Okay.
We'll see how we go.
That's fine. Funnily enough, we've got an hour. Only
You
started.
just stop me. If I'm going on too much, you just stop me.
I'm joking.
All right then.
No, go on, please.
Okay,
Take your time.
so, right, so first of all, yeah, this is a little journal. I make a 10 by 10 centimetre journal. So for your covers, you want to use this plain die here and cut it out twice. So you've got a front and a back cover, and I've used craft card for this. So we can decorate those, and we will do in a minute with the stamps. Then you've got some layering dies, and these are really kind of so that you can decorate, if you want to, your covers. So they've got a torn edge, so you've got your largest one, and then you've got a smaller one, which will do a matte and layer, and that can actually be the front cover if you so wish. You've also got in here, you've got another pocket. So if you want to put a pocket on the front, again, these are scored for you. So just reinforce them if you want to, and you can put that on the front as well if you want to. You've also got a wavy die for that, which can be a little mat on the front of that, and you've got another little square as well. These little square dies are wonderful because all your scraps you can cut out of different colours with that little square, and you can make yourself a little background by like a Bargello background by gluing them all together. So that could be your front or it could be inside. So that's that set of dies there. Then you've also got your spine dies, and spine dies are quite interesting in that you can do various different spines. So you can just do a plain one. What I did with mine is I've taken one of these. Now these are like border dies, so that's like a chain link border. So for mine, I've cut that in there, run it through, and I've got that, and then I've turn the die cut around and then pop that in, and I've gone through again. So my spine is like that, and it's scored again there, and that's going to fit around my journal. So we can get two, what are they called?
Hole punches.
No.
Right.
I'm thinking signatures. You get two signatures in there when you're finished. So that's one type of spine that you can do. Another type of spine that you can do is just cut that out as it is, and then run it through again, but pop this border die on the edge like that, because it's the right size for that. Of course, this could be a border on a little tiny card or on the bottom of a tag or wherever you want it. So you just run it through, then run it through again, and obviously score it again, and then you've got a scalloped edge spine to it. And you can do exactly the same with this torn one. I haven't got one of those, I haven't done one of those, but you can do one of those with that torn edge. You can also use these in different ways as well. So for the actual pages, because obviously a journal has to have pages, what I've done is, because I know that this is 10 by 10 centimetres, so I've cut some pieces of, this is from your slimline papers.
Okay, yeah.
In fact, this isn't, is it from a gradient? This isn't actually from a gradient, this is from one of the solid ones, so this might not be a slimline, I think it's just a regular one.
But the details along the bottom of your screen right now for that.
They will work. So I've cut that as 20 centimetres long. And just a fraction under 10 centimetres deep, so that it's not too big for my my 10 centimetre cover. So it's just a fraction. Then what I did was I scored it in half, so I knew where the half was, and then you need to use this particular die. This is the one that's going to make my holes in the centre. So using the hole there, you can see where you've scored, and then you can secure that in place, and at the same time use one of the edges. So you can use either of these that we've had. You don't have to have a torn edge, you can have a decorative edge. Of course you could bring in some of the border dies that we've got as well on the show and use those. They're a little bit longer, but that's fine. So at the same time just run that through, and then you've got one raggedy edge, and then what I've done is I've turned it over and I've run it through a second time to get that raggedy edge. So I've got two raggedy edges, and they all line up nicely. And what this die does as well is it actually scores down either side for you. So you just reinforce that by using a ball tool on your embossing, what's it called? Board. That's what it's called. Yeah.
It's like a guessing word game.
I know.
Today, isn't
I'm
it?
sorry, my brain just doesn't work. And then you can make yourself this kind of thing, and this is what's going to go in as our signature. So you need to cut those a few times, as I've done. So I've gone for rainbow colours because I didn't know that the Christmas papers were going to be on the show. So we've gone for rainbow colours. So we're going from yellow to orange to pink and then to a darker pink. So that's that one signature. And then on my second signature, I've gone from purple to blue to green, and then there's a black as well with a green on the other side. So those are my two signatures. So do you want to do something else before I get to stamping?
Can do.
Yeah,
Can
okay,
do.
because we've done the basics, but we will carry on with the demonstration in a minute.
All right, I'll do that. I'll have a little look back at this a second, and you get yourself ready on that. Just to let you know that this is very, very busy, I'm being told right now, so do make sure that you, if you really want this is flying out off the shelves right now, so if you really want this would be a good one to get hold of. We're going to go through all of the dies right now, but this one here, 653903, is the item code on this journal. I can see why this one is popular, because effectively you are creating it's like you're buying a journal for that price. You can create, and you can do as many as you want, but you're actually making your own mini journal. You can do what you want with it. I had an idea, Julia, but I mean,
steady on.
Yeah, prepare to shoot me down in flames. This is probably the dumbest idea of all time.
There are no dumb ideas.
I'm quite happy for you just to laugh this one out the building. You ready for this?
Can I laugh first?
Right. Laugh now. Get out your system. When you were putting the die on the edge of the journal cover.
Right.
The
page,
when you've had enough of the die and you've used it loads and you're thinking, I'm going to move on to something new, could you, as a final use of that die, actually stick it onto the cover itself so it makes a kind of edge?
Use the actual die?
Yeah, actually stick the edge on so it has a little edging to it. You know, like you put on books, like the corner little pieces.
Yeah, I do know what you mean, but I would never do that with a die because.
Yeah, it's a really stupid idea. Never.
Because see, dies are tools.
Right.
You know, so it's like saying, okay,
stick your hammer on top of a shed.
Yeah, I've used this hammer a dozen times to put a dozen nails in the wall. I don't want to put any more, so I'll just use it as a piece of art, which you absolutely can.
Yeah.
You absolutely can.
Yeah.
But you'd have to go and buy another one, wouldn't you?
True enough.
So I mean, this die will have so many uses rather than just on the edge there, because what you can do is you could actually place your die on a 12 by 12 or in a journal or something like that, and just cut it like that. It will cut into the card, and what it does is it creates like a pocket. There is a smaller one in the set, so I will create a bigger pocket than this pocket here, so you can actually put vouchers or a little tag or something like that in it. So it's got so many uses, and you might not have thought of all the uses before you decide to stick it on
so
the
many
edge.
uses, except for sticking on the front of your book cover, because that is not an idea.
I can tell you're not really a crafter.
I'm not yet. No, I'm completely new. The producer just said, that's really interesting. No one's ever asked that question before. With good reason. It's the dumbest question ever asked, ever.
It's not dumb, because somebody might consider doing that.
Exactly.
But,
funnily enough, somebody out there might go, do you know what? I'm going to give that a go. Yes. Got onto something here.
You can absolutely do that. I mean, normally if you'd want to do things like that, what I would probably do is I'd get something like a silver mirror card or a gold mirror card or something that's like that, and I'd just cut it first, and then I'd move it along and cut it a second time. So then I've got a thin border, and then I can actually stick that onto my
Well, just
card.
to make me feel better, if any of you watching right now has ever used a die for anything other than cutting things out, please let us know. studio@thecraftstore.com. Love to know if you've used it in a project in some other way and thought, this would be really good if I did this with it.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about actually using the physical die. I mean, you can emboss with dies.
Yes.
So, for example, some pretty background die, you can run it through the embossing sandwich on your machine and actually get an embossed image of it. There's also a way to transfer the embossed pattern that you get from it onto
onto
wax paper, and you can then use that as a design onto some
So there's
gloss
lots of
card.
other reasons.
There's
Oh, okay.
lots and lots of different
Reading
ways.
it loud and clear.
But I mean, I've been
yeah.
doing this. I've been doing this a long time, so that's why.
Fair enough.
You know, if it's your die, you do whatever you want to.
Fair
with
enough. I know you want to get the most use out of it. So make sure you get the most use out of this, because this is very, very busy. 653903. It's dispatched on the 19th of November. You will get it in plenty of time to put your journals together to send out as presents for Christmas, and you are getting £4.50 off that. Also new today, we have our slimline envelope dies. Now we saw this earlier. This has also been very, very busy, and to look at it, you think, well, that's lots of pretty borders, it's got a lovely pattern in the middle, it looks like it's got a kind of gift tag thing there. Great. But what it actually does is make an envelope, believe it or not. This actually, so if you've just gone to all the effort of making a really nice card, and if you're watching the craft store, I'm sure you have made some really nice cards for Christmas, why stick it in a plain envelope, put a normal stamp on it and send it off? Why not put it in an amazing looking envelope made out of similar materials to what you've used to make the card? Why don't you have it actually coordinated with the card? You can do that using this envelope die set. You've got 11 dies, and we saw earlier you can cut it all out and fold it all together, and you make this an amazing envelope. In fact, let's have a little look at the back here and see if we can, I don't know if you can really grab any of that there, but we've got inspirations here of how you can use them. There's the label that you put on the top of it there, and you can add the borders on. That's the bit that folds over, so you can tuck everything inside it, and it all creates an actual container for your card, which is nice. Liked this one, didn't we, Julia?
Yeah, I do like that one. Yeah, absolutely.
That's brilliant. 092507 is the item number for that. Moving along, same thing. It doesn't make an envelope, but it does do some borders really nicely, square-shaped ones. So we had a landscape frame before, if you like, because that's what you could use the envelope for, as well as making an envelope. Here we have our square ornament frames. So this is perfect. If you buy, for example, the paper pad, I'm going to show you a little bit later on, you can pick out your favourite sections of that by plonking down one of these frames. There's actually 7 dies in total on here. So you've got 3 ornate frames, and you've got then a series of plain ones, and you've got one in the middle that's got a sort of stitching effect on it as well. Add those together, mix and match them together, and you can get all sorts of fantastic effects. Julia showed us a little bit earlier, lots of different cards that you can do by spinning it around as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, use them as diamonds as well as regular squares.
Yeah.
And you can stack them up or use them as frames by cutting 2 dies together.
That's been really popular as well. So we've seen 3 in a row here that have been super duper popular. Moving on as well, more die sets for you here. This one's our mandala pocket die. So mandala effect, as you know, that's the shape, the traditional shape that sort of looks a little bit like that. But what this does here is, as you can see the frame around it, it actually creates a little mini pocket that you can put inside your journal and stick whatever in it, really, like some sort of memento, or maybe a ticket for something that reminds you of where you went or where you've been, or a list. Lots of lovely little nooks and crannies you can add to your journal and give it a little bit of depth and texture and dimension as well. That's your mandala pockets, and you can just cut those out in all sorts of interesting ways, whether you cut into it or you can overlay it as well with those die cuts. You can make some really pretty additions to your project. 855083, 7 dies there with £3.50 off. That's going to be £10.49. Ooh, that's not bad, is it? Neither's this. This has got £3 off it as well. On our next item here, as we go down the line, all from Studio Lights. This is our borders. This is our decorative borders that you've got here. 4 dies. We saw these this morning as well. Saw all sorts of lovely things that Julia did with them. You can see the general size that we have here, and you can see all the different widths that you've got too. The suggestion from Julia was that you do stick generally to this sizing?
Yeah, I would, or you can go slightly smaller if you use the journal, the finished journal that's on the show as well. You can actually use them on the bottom of the top of the pages in that fits nicely.
The effect of this, when you put it on the end of a card and it sort of became this, looked amazing, I have to say.
It looks really expensive looking, doesn't it?
Really
when you add
expensive.
it to the edge of it's about 5.5 inches.
Yeah, really, really ornate and elegant and sophisticated. Look fantastic. So that one there, 062343, is the item number you want. Everything you're seeing here is on thecraftstore.com. So do have a look, shop ahead as well. Get all All the best prices on there, all the best products there from Studio Light. Moving on here, we've got some stamps now. So we're into the stamp section here, and here we have some assorted textures. So you've got 17 stamps in total on this, and if you look carefully, we've got a, what's the effect that we said it was? It's kind of like it's worn away in places, so it looks a bit timelier.
Yeah, so I mean, it means it's quite forgiving when you come to stamp. If you're not a perfect stamper, or if you're a beginner stamper, it does mean that you get a wonderful result, because it's not meant to look perfect.
Yeah, and we've got all sorts here. You've got like an ink splatter here. You've got a mandala flower here. You've got script as well. You've got backgrounds. You've got vines here. All sorts of bits and pieces. But it does have that kind of weathered effect on it as well, which makes it really, really interesting. Just adds a little bit more to the final effect there. And that is 17 stamps you're getting there. 17 stamps. For just $9.99, 029028. Here's another one for you. This is a stamp and a sticker set as well. You're getting both of these all in the same package here. This again is from Studio Lights here, and this is a quotes stamp set. So it's got the actual stamps with quotes on it, and then it's got the book as well, the sticker book with quotes and letters on it. And you can see on the actual stamps here we have such sentiments as that dream was planted in your heart for a reason, and to be an artist is to believe in life. Lots of very inspirational and very sort of deep and profound and meaningful expressions here, and then lots of just lovely words just to throw in there, like believe and life and happy. So that's really useful, and that can come in handy in a variety of different cards. And then you've got a sticker book as well with similar kind of sentiments, quite long ones actually, which is like, you know, makes a bit of a change. You've got like quite, you know, it's quite nice little maxims really. I am not what happened to me, I am what I chose to become, things like that. But they're all in different fonts and on different different colour paper. So we've got black, we've got craft, we've got a plum colour as well, and that's all in this self-adhesive sticker book as well. So all of that, 271583 is the item number. All of that, usually $19.48. You are getting that today on the craft store for $12.48. You're making a, oh sorry, it's normally $16.48. You're making a £4 saving. So lots of stamps and dies there. Got some more stuff to show you a little bit later, but for now we're going to go back over to you, Julia, and see what you're doing. Right,
we're going to decorate the front cover of my little mini journal now. We're going to use some of those texture stamps. So I'm just going to use it with the block because I'm not worried whether they are perfect or not. So because I'm quite rainbow coloured in this, I'm going to use a rainbow colours from my Versifying Clairs. And so I'm using Verdant, which is a green. I'm hoping that they show up on the craft card. We'll soon find out, won't we? It'll be a background otherwise.
Always good to find out on live on air.
Oh yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah. I mean, why look beforehand? It's just, you know, make it a
I'm not bothered.
Discovery.
It's fine, it's fine. We'll all discover together, won't we?
Yeah.
Which is part of the fun of it.
And there's no such thing as mistakes, is there, in crafting?
No.
Or at least you can cover it up, can't you?
Some of them are unhappy accidents. They're not really happy accidents, are they?
It's the opposite of Bob Ross's happy accidents. Yeah.
Oh, take the lid off. So we're just covering the area there with that one. You get too mucky. Obviously, you can do the back cover as well, but we're only going to do the front cover because of time. So that's that one, and I'm going to have some splats at some point. Let's try this one. That's like a vine thing. We'll do this one in Warm Breeze, which is a nice bright blue. The inks look different on craft cards to how they do on white card. And you never know what you're going to get, really.
Why is that? Is it just purely the colour, or is it the consistency of the card? Does it do something weird to it?
I don't know. They just don't. They're just not as bright because I mean the green is. I'll show you the green on white is like that.
It looks proper green, and that almost looks black on it. It's certainly a lot darker, isn't it?
Yeah,
on the craft card?
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. Yeah. So I don't know what this is, like a vine. I don't really know what it is, but. Let's go off the page a bit. I'm tending to go fours. I shouldn't do fours. I should do odds and evens, but let's do one more. Just to kind of make, if Lou's watching, she won't be happy if I'm doing fours. But there are no rules. Wherever you're happy with works.
Well, she does actually say that in her mantra, Janine, doesn't she? There are no rules. So
there are no rules,
She can't complain if you tear the rule book up. They don't exist.
Let's have the script. I love script. Absolutely adore script. If you can read it, just make sure it's the right way up. If you can't read it, it doesn't matter. So we have some script coming down. And it's all about layers. You know, you could put a stencil underneath if you wanted to, which would be lovely as well. So we're going to go off the page with this last one. So that's just working across the page. And we'll bring in a mandala as well. So we go for a darker colour with the mandala. So let's think.
So does that all dry pretty quickly? Because if you stick a mandala on it now, is there a chance that it's all going to smudge with everything else?
Oh, no, this will be fine. You don't need to worry about that.
Okay.
Yeah. So go off the page. And you can colour some of this in if you wanted to. If you wanted to bring in the paints that we've got on the show, you can do that too. I'm not worried about this area too much because obviously my spine's going to go there.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's enough. Know when to walk away and all that sort of stuff. So we'll just put those to one side. So that's enough for that. And I will bring in a sticker, but we'll put the sticker on once we've actually put the journal together. So let's see. So first of all, we want to decide on what spine, and I think I'm going to go with this one because I really like this one. And we want to stick that in there like so. So I'm going to go for wherever I put it.
Journal die set, by the way, details along the bottom of your screen. Incredibly busy that. Everyone's loving the bit of the journal die set today, so have a look at that. Really good value for money. You're getting the dies, you can make it over and over again. You've got yourself a lovely little journal project there, and as you can see from what Julia's doing, you can then do all sorts with the actual journal.
Yeah, you can personalise it. I mean, I did one of there are quite a lot of journal dies in the Studio Light catalogue. And I did do one for my mum last Christmas. Yeah. Because obviously last Christmas, I think it was last Christmas. Yeah, I can't remember how many years we've been locked down. But yeah, I think it was last Christmas because I didn't see her last Christmas. I made one into like a photo album. Yeah. So I've got one of those little printers. Yeah. And I took loads and loads of pictures, and I just filled it with lots of mini pictures.
That's
and
a lovely idea.
Yeah, it was
because
really
actually
nice.
That's almost like a dying art form now, isn't it? Because people have it all on phones and on screens. It's all digital, and not many people actually take the time to print them out and pop them into something like a book.
Yeah, yeah,
so,
it was really nice because it links to my phone anyway. So so we're going to put the back cover on now. Obviously, if you wanted to decorate it, you need to decorate it before you put your cover on.
Don't decorate it with your dies, as we established earlier in the hour.
No, it's a bad idea.
Unless you really, really want to. And
so that looks lovely, doesn't it, as a cover?
It does.
It does look really nice. So if we wanted to bring in one of the stickers, because we can, let's have a simple life is a happy life, because I think that's quite a good mantra. So
just like a simple question is a happy question. That's what you were thinking of when you picked that.
You read my mind. We don't know each other very well, but we're getting there, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, so a simple life is a happy life. And if you wanted to, you could bring in something like a Pigma Micron pen and just kind of doodle around the actual boxes, which is it's known as mark making. Yeah. And it just kind of accentuates it a little tiny bit.
It's a nice effect.
Yeah, so
it's like a kind of old school book that's been scribbled on and like things. I like it.
I really like that cover. I'm very happy with that cover. So I'm not going to put both of these in now. But the idea is, if you're actually going to put your registers in, I mean, we could have bought a Christmas thingy in there from the papers as well. So I've just taken, this is actually from a crochet kit that I got from here, one of the darning needles, and I've got some baker's twine. So you want to take one of your registrations. Now, if you've got any of the tag dies from Studio Light or any of the other journal dies, then you may well have hole reinforcers dies. So if you've got those, I would suggest that you put those on the inside and on the outside. They're not in any of the die sets on the show today, so I haven't put any on. So all you want to do is kind of just run your twine through there, oops, escaping from me. And then you can go through once or twice, however you want, and then we're going to just knot them in place.
All of that, just with that die set there, $12.99, and then you just get your papers, get your materials, whatever you want to make it out of, and then just look at the effect.
Yeah, so obviously, because all this is just sewn in, and like some of the journal dies, you'll put your spine on afterwards, and so you won't see that. But what this means is that if you want to change your signatures at all you need to do is cut that, and then they'll fall out.
Yeah.
And then you can mix and match them and change them.
It's an ever-evolving project.
Absolutely.
It's not just done. You can just come back and change some of the pages, just open it up again. Yeah, I'd love that.
So I would then obviously sew the other one in, and then you've got both of them going in, and then you can go about obviously adding your pockets that I showed you before, and adding those in if you want to. Obviously you can bring your photographs, whatever you wanted, but that's the kind of gist of how the actual little journal works.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like you've only just scratched the surface of that. You've shown the basic of how to make the journal, but now 1,000 people could make 1,000 different journals using just that die and just whatever they have to hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just their imagination. Love that. Thanks very much, Julia. Yeah, very, very busy, the journal die set. You're getting 12 dies, and that's what you can produce using it. Information is there for you on the screen, 653-903. That's what it looks like when it comes to you. It'll be dispatched on the 19th of November, so just an ever so slight wait for that one, but not too long. It's only a few days, isn't it? It's about a week or so, and that'll be out to you. Popped out in the post with a £4.50 saving, and because we're in the middle of it, Flextravaganza, you can spread that cost and make that a princely £6.50 per payment. 2 payments of £6.50, and then you're off and running on your journal making. And I can just see that that's such a lovely gift for anyone in the family at Christmas, to give one to your family and friends in a different journal, maybe with some thoughts about that person and some pictures and things that are personal to them. A really, really nice touch and fun to make. Now, something you might want to add into that is your slimline paper, and we've got this slimline paper pick and mix collection here, where you can choose any two of the following. So we have ourselves pastel gradients, we have white fade gradients, we have pastels, and we have floral colours. And if I just pick one up at a random, like this one, let's see what we've got here. We've got pastel gradients here. So you're getting 36 sheets, 18 gradients in total, double-sided, we go. And if I just flick through this, you get the general idea of what you're getting here. Look, can you see the gradient there? Isn't that lovely? It starts off practically yellow or green and ends up turquoise. It ends up almost the colour of my shirt. Look at that. That's great, isn't it? And then it's a similar situation and story all the way along here. Oh, I love that one there with the purple going into the sort of yellowy colour at the top there. I love these gradients. That's the pastel ones. You can pick that one if you like here. And then we've got, should we have another look at another one here? What about this? Ooh, what should we go for? Should we go for the floral colours? Let's have a look at the floral colours. I'm going to knock everything over. No, I'm not. Okay, floral colours. Again, 36 sheets in total. Much more darker and starker, these colours here. Although they do fade out quite nicely as we go along. And all sorts of, oh, that's a nice one, isn't it? Look at that one there. All sorts of different colours. Floral is the general theme here. And the GSM on these, ooh, 170 GSM on this cardstock here. It's acid and lignin free as well. That's 9x4 is the size on that one. And as I say, you're getting 36 double-sized sheets of card there. You can use that in your journal. You get the journal dies, get this to go with it, and you've just populated your journal. You've got loads of journals there if you get a couple of those, and you don't have to just pick one of each. You could pick two of the same if you particularly like the look of the white fade gradients, for example. Have a look on the website for more information there. 341027 is the item number on that, and you're going to be saving £3.50 if you get the slimline paper pad today. I'll set that up a little bit later because I will knock it all over. If you do that today, you'll get £3.50. Now, here we have something else that we haven't shown you yet. This is a watercolour set here from Studio Light. You're getting 18 colours here with a mixing tray as well. You've got a couple of water brushes. You've got a swatch card to go with it as well, which you can see here. And the brushes, there's one pointed and there's one flat as well. This looks like good value to me because it's $19.99. It's £5 off, and you're getting a lot of paint here, Julia.
Yes, you do. I believe that the swatch comes unpopulated though, so you do your swatch yourself.
Oh, okay.
I believe. I did
Right,
on
so
mine
you,
anyway.
So you take out the colours and you make it yourself,
yes.
yeah? Okay, I'm with you.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right.
But they're lovely pans of watercolour. I mean, it's what I used in the background of my journal page that I showed this morning. They're highly pigmented. They're really, really good paints.
As you say, there's a pointed brush. We've got a flat brush as well, and you're getting all of that watercolour set, and that is $19.99. So it's normally $24.99. That'll make a nice little Christmas present as well. I mean, it is that time of the year, but also just to be used to make things like your journal, to paint your pictures, to add that extra flourish on the end of your project there. 18 colours with a mixing tray, 2 brushes. That's $713,597. And it's £5 off. It's all on the website, of course, at thecraftstore.com, where we've also got, you saw this earlier, we've also got a 1,000-piece puzzle, which I've already put 3 pieces together. I'm searching currently for the 4th. Bear with me, I will have that finished within the next 10 years. Then we've got this mindful painting kit as well. The theme of both of these is mindfulness, so you can really lose yourself in these projects. Forget about your cares, forget about your woes, and really enjoy the process of painting and of puzzling as well. The Mindful Art diamond painting, it's really interesting because you're picking up little tiny pieces and popping them into the holes, like painting by numbers, but using little pickups and putting them behind in the little slots there. We've also got the slimline journals there as well. We've got stamp sets with quotes. We've seen that a little bit earlier. Here's all of our decorative borders and all of our dies, the mandalas, the square ornaments. Been really super busy on all of these. Oh, that is the star of this hour. That is the journal dies. Flying off the shelves, that one, $12.99. That's how you can make all of your journals. Just with that very simple and, inauspicious and innocent-looking package, can you make huge amounts of amazing-looking journals?
You can, because that's the thing with dies. You decide what papers and what card to use, and what stamps, if you're going to use stamps, what stickers, whatever you want to use, you personalise your journal, and it makes it so... well, it's so inspiring, really, to see everybody else's. And don't forget that. These are brand new, all these dies. So there's not a lot on social media around with them yet. So in the next few weeks, as they do become released, because they're not released yet, then you'll see lots of inspiration on the Studio Light Creative Community page on Facebook. So do have a look on there, and there will be YouTube videos as well.
That's got to be the most fun bit, when you see it go out into the wider world and then you see the things coming back and you go,
yeah,
I never thought of that. That's really interesting.
That's right. I mean, that's why design teams are a wonderful thing to have, because they always see different things, because we can get very channeled as demonstrators, because we only have a limited amount of time to work with things. And I've always said you get to know your stamps and you get to know your dies through use. So it's only once you've had them a few weeks and been using them a few weeks that you realise what their potential could be. So they do have a lot of potential.
So like a bedding in phase, and then a few weeks later it's like the peak where you go, I've got it, I know exactly what to do with this, and you're on it.
Sometimes they don't cut exactly how you expect them to, so it's always a surprise.
Interesting. Okay, well, that is doing very, very well today. 653903 is the item number for your journal die set, where you get 12 dies. Right, Julia, what have we got now?
Okay, so we're going to make this envelope up. I did start to do it in the previous hour, but we're actually going to make it now. So we're looking at this slimline envelope from Giannini, and there are envelope instructions on the back, which they're pretty good, but they are a suggestion. But you do actually need to make the envelope, you do actually need to cut this big die here, which is why the slimline pads are really useful, or your 12 by 12 papers. You need to cut this twice, and you can see where the die is here. These aren't cut lines, and so these are score lines, and so you fold along the score line. Again, you can reinforce that line by running an embossing tool over your scoreboard in the appropriate places. And I've written stick flap here because I know that that's where I want to put my flap, and then I've got it twice, so you can see that that's going to fit on top of there. So I'm going to glue stick that on. I put some red liner tape on, but I think I'm going to help myself out a little bit by putting a little bit of glue on as well, so that if I get it wrong in the wrong place, I'm not committed before I need to be. Do you need to say something?
No, not at all. It's like being back at school then.
It's just
Is there something amusing you at the back of the class,
No,
Orford?
that's not what I meant.
Yes. No,
That's not what I meant. I like to give the presenters chance to actually get a word in edgeways.
No, you're good at the moment. No, carry on as you were.
So I am using some of the Studio Light tacky glue, just to give me a bit of wiggle room. And this probably is on the website, because I know that we've had it on quite a bit just recently. Because Studio Light are a very diverse company. They've been around for over 40 years. They're a family-run business from the Netherlands. And I mean, I know a lot of you already know this. I mean, I used to have a shop a few years ago. So about 12 years ago, I was stocking Studio Light decoupage papers in my shop. And they move with the times, so you can see the diversity of the products we've got on today's show. You know, we've got the diamond painting, we've got dyes, we've got stamps, we've got papers, we've got paints, we've got so many different products. They do stencils as well, you know.
Do a bit of everything,
They
don't
do so many different things.
Do you know
They're
what? That's
amazing.
just reminded me. Was it you who taught me what decoupage is? Because I got a feeling it was. You know, I asked you, and then you told me it's decoupage. It comes from something with arge at the end of it, like montage. It's like cutting things up. Was it you?
Probably not. No, it doesn't sound like
fine.
me.
Well, I'm not going to give you the credit then if it wasn't. Somebody did. It was very clever, whoever said it. So it wasn't you then, fine.
But
Carry on.
yeah, I mean, there are different types of decoupage. There's the decoupage that they tend to do in the United States, which is, and we do it here a little bit as well, where you've got images and you kind of, you glue them to something like a tray or to a piece of furniture, and you just put the decoupage mediums over the top, and they end up glossy or they end up matte. But there's also decoupage where you cut the same image out several times, cutting out less and less each time, and you stack it up either with 3D gel or foam pads, and it becomes dimensional. So there's two different versions of decoupage.
Okay, because what was the other thing? Collage, montage. It's anything with an arge at the end of it. bit of argy-bargy, and you're cutting. It's anything where you're cutting things up and layering it has an arge at the end of it.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
That works on everything. Triage, does that work?
I don't know. I'm not a doctor, so I don't know. So we've got these dies here. So this die will cut out this backer die for your flap, and then of your envelope, and then you've also got this die here, which if you cut the two together, then you get this. If you just cut that on its own, that's going to cut into the card. So you can, of course, do, if you've got I don't know, a 12 by 12 or a journal page, you could actually cut those in your corners, which would be very nice. So that would definitely work in the Giannini journal.
I love these envelope flaps. I think they're brilliant.
They are, aren't they? So obviously that's going to go on here like so. So we could have it plain if we wanted to, or we are just going to put the decorative one on as well. So I'm going to just scribble some glue onto my mat because it's quicker, and pick it up with my tweezers. So I've just used, this is Studio Light Christmas paper. It's from back in August when Lou did some Christmas shows. So you can obviously use the Christmas papers on the show that are on today, or you can use a slimline pad. I didn't have the slimline pad, else I would have used it. So there's our flap already on our envelope. Make sure it's stuck. There's a little bit of wiggle time with this glue, so it might move. So of course,
that works really well, picking out a colour on the actual envelope, like to make us the flap. The main
so that's already our envelope, you see.
Yeah.
Okay. So that you could just use as is, like that. But of course, that would be rude to do that because we've got so many different dies.
Yeah.
Let's just get rid of that glue. So let's use some of these pieces that I've cut up. So like I say, dies sometimes work a little bit differently to how you expect. So we've got this stitched die here, and all this is a stitched die. It doesn't cut out, it just stitches in a rectangular form. Right. So if I was to use like I have done here, if I was to use that and cut it with that, then I'll get a rectangle cut out and stitch detail in. Right?
Okay.
But you can also use the decorative die, because if you just cut the decorative die out on its own, you just get this decorative piece like that. But if you add the stitched die in, if you think you're going to get a frame, you're not. Because remember, this stitched die doesn't cut anything out.
Okay.
So you get that.
Right.
Isn't that pretty?
It's a stitching effect. It's sort of.
Yeah.
I've got you. So
Yeah.
it doesn't push through the actual card. It just kind of.
It does.
Oh, it does?
It does, it does. I can see through it. So
Yeah.
if you wanted to, you can actually embroider into that. So, you know, so you could actually stitch into it, or you can actually do, you know, those sort of, we used to call them something like spirelli or something, where you can actually go from there to there and then move across one and go across one there. So you do like a spider web kind of effect. Yeah. So you could actually do that if you wanted to.
Yeah. Oh, I like that effect. So, yeah, it's like you've stitched it with a sewing machine, isn't it? You've gone up and down it with a sewing machine without any thread in it.
Yeah. So we can add, well, we've got so much choice as to what we do here, because, I mean, I've got a frame in here where I've cut this outside die and this one together, because this one actually does cut rather than stitch. So, you know, loads of different things we can do. So let's actually have this one on here like so. So let's stick that down, which is going to be a bit of a challenge.
This has got to be one of the poshest envelopes I've ever seen in my life. It's just like, the amount of time taken on the envelope alone is just, it's extraordinary. I think it just looks amazing.
They're not 5-minute jobs, I will be 100% honest with you.
But it's worth it though, because it just looks like you really care about the person you're sending it to. And why go to the effort making that really nice card and then just sticking it in an ordinary...
But what if you were giving somebody a very, you know, very elaborate gift, or you'd bought them, I don't know, if you bought them a holiday or something, or
it's almost
weekends
like
away, or...
Devalues it just sticking it in a jiffy bag, doesn't it? So if you can put it in something like that, it just looks grand, doesn't it? I mean, I guess the thing is make sure the thing inside it is quite good, otherwise it's a bit of a letdown, isn't it?
It would be a bit disappointing.
It does look like you've just got an invitation to Hogwarts or something.
It could be an invitation to a super duper party or something,
wedding,
couldn't it?
Of course.
But because it's all part of the same die set, all your layers fit perfectly. You know, they're just beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah.
So on this side we can also decorate. I haven't lined that up 100%. Please don't look. So that means camera, don't go in really close.
Just
so on this side,
close up on three.
This is what he does. This is what he does, isn't it? So we could do that like that. I'm going to keep that out there and that out there and that out there. And we could have that like, I mean, this is me thinking, I'm going to have a frame, and then finding out I haven't.
Yeah.
So we could do that, and then this could be where we put the address.
Right.
Right? So we have this, and this is our address label. So let's stick this in place. This is easier because there's no little spindly little frame.
When you get, like, increasingly people are buying each other at Christmas, like, gift cards, aren't they? Like, tokens, and just say, you know, here's a token for the theatre, here's a, you know, whatever it might be. And it just seems a bit of a shame when you just put it in something ordinary. But if you can put it in a big, you know, an envelope like that, it just kind of sets it off, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because ultimately it is just a piece of paper inside, isn't it?
Yeah,
So,
it shows that, I mean, some people think that when you give a voucher, then it shows no kind of thought or foresight.
No.
But there's nothing worse than, I think, wasting your money on something that somebody doesn't want.
Genuinely a big believer in that. That everyone's happy because you know that they've got something that they're going to like, and they've got the thing they like. So the only thing that feels weird about it is the fact you've handed over a piece of paper as a Christmas present. You think, well, that's not really, you know, in the festive spirit, is it? It's not how it was meant to be, but...
So on the inside, you've got this bigger, this is the biggest die that fits inside. So we've cut that. And this, as I was saying earlier, if you actually scored a piece of card in half that way and actually hung the edge outside of the card, like so, run it through, you're going to get a slightly smaller piece, but it's going to be something that opens. But we're just saying that this is like an invitation or a voucher or something like that. So that's the back piece. Then we're going to put a white version of that beautiful frame in here. So this is going to go in my envelope. Very expensive looking.
It is. Tell you what, you're getting your value for money out of that those couple of die sets. You've used pretty much everything in them, haven't you, for making
Well,
these?
you know, you need to know what they do, don't you?
Yeah, totally.
So this is going that way. Then we've also got, if we take this smaller die here, the proper die, not the stitched one, and then we take this little die here and pop that in, so run that through, then we get this.
Okay.
So it's a little pocket, okay? And you do get that. I don't know what to do with that. It's a bit of waste. You might find that you want to put it, I don't know, top and bottom. It could be an
Nothing's ever
embellishment.
wasted.
Whatever
Look at
you
that.
want, okay?
Just as I was thinking, that is something you genuinely can throw away. You pop it on the card and show me up. Thanks, Julia.
And what you've also got, before I just stick that down, I'm getting excited now, you can tell. So
I can tell.
Yeah, so you've got this die here, so that's like a label, which is a useful thing to have for your sentiments anyway.
Yeah.
And then you've also got these two dies here. So these are always, the dies always surprise me because I never look at a die properly, I just cut it and find out. Because this has got like score lines on it.
Okay.
And if you look at the packaging, you can see, and my dies are all over the place now, you can see there's like lines on there, okay?
Oh, yeah, so you're right, yeah.
Yeah, so if you run that through, then you get this here. Can you just about see that? If I show that to that camera, can you just see those lines?
Oh, yeah, you can see the lines, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, just there, yeah.
Yeah,
Perfect.
so those are like for you to write on, okay, for your journaling kind of thing. But what you also get at the same time when you do this, I don't know if you can see, but there's actually a double cut line around there. There's a stitch line, but there's a double cut line.
Right. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. And so what you get is you get this incy-wincy teeny little
a whole strip comes out of it.
I know, isn't it?
That's
so
brilliant.
Sweet. So,
Yeah.
what you can, these things excite me. I just think they're wonderful.
What you can do, it's like little speech bubbles, isn't it? Or clouds. What are you going to...
It's so wonderful.
Yeah.
So, we can get this and we can put this onto here. So this could be, I don't know, the little RSVP for the invitation. So you could have the invitation information put up there like so. That's going to go there on here. And then this is going to be the challenge for me, actually gluing this in place.
That's going to, you have to really know.
Yeah, so...
Is that nozzle too thick? I see what you're going to do.
Yeah,
you're
so we're going to just do a bit of
Yeah.
dip in and hope that we don't stretch it too much.
You're going to put it on top and make
so
it a
this
nice
goes, it actually sits around the outside.
Brilliant.
Come here.
Yep.
It actually sits, you can feel it go in.
Look how perfect that matches up.
Yeah, it does. Look, as long as you don't stretch it, let me just pick it up so I can do it properly.
Yeah.
As long as you don't stretch it, it fits absolutely perfectly around the edge. So it's like a little matten layer without you actually losing anything. Because obviously, because I've cut it in black and cut it in white, I've got another pair there. So this can then fit into that little pocket like that.
Brilliant.
It's cool, isn't it? So,
all of that,
I know, and there is another little piece that I've lost. I don't know where it is because there's this other little die here with a little sort of flag element to it, which you could have then underneath this pocket bit, which could be, you're underlining it. I don't know what's happened.
Yeah, like a pennant, a banner underneath it saying, it's like a little placard.
Yeah, I don't know what I've done with that one. I did cut that out in black, but this is going to go in there like so, and then this will go inside my envelope.
What a fantastic die set that is. Look at what you can make, an envelope with all of that detail on it, all of those little embellishments, little extra bits and pieces. It's all in that one frame that you can see there with all of those dies in it, 11 dies, 092507. That's really good, Julia.
It's wonderful, isn't it?
Very impressed with that. I enjoyed that immensely. $24.99 is the normal price. $18.99 is the price on the craft store, and this has been very, very popular. It's all new today, these die sets that we're seeing here, our square ornament die set, our journal die set as well, which has been doing great guns. Has been flying off the shelves. We can bring the details up of that one now as too. So all of these die sets here are available on the website. This is the journal one, of course, here, and this makes your little miniature journals that we've been looking at a little bit earlier. There's the spine that you can see at the top there. You can make that. and then you've got all the various pages that you can cut out and the different edges that you can give to your pages as well. And then, as you saw earlier, we've got the holes in there where you can then use it to stitch through. We've even got stitching as well that you can add in for that effect along the side there. All of that in your 10 by 10 centimetre journal package there, and you can make that just using that die set. 12 dies. 653903 is the item number for that one. Loving that. Loving a bit of that, loving a bit of the envelope as well, loving the square ornaments. We've got loads and loads of dies here as we go along as well. What about the decorative borders as well? Do you remember those? Those were good. Oh, let's have a look at the details of that. There's the decorative borders that we showed you earlier. This does amazing things to an ordinary card, let me tell you. It takes an ordinary card and it cuts out about the sort of last third of it, and it gives the most amazing effect. It suddenly makes your card worth about 200 times worth more than it is. It's just really, really, really nice and classy. It's just very, very, very sophisticated look on the end there. And you've got different widths and different finishes as well on this collection of decorative borders. 4 of those you're getting here, 062343, and it is simple as that. This is a simple one, just running your card front through with one of these on the end there, and boom, bang, you've got an amazing looking card. That's 062343. £3 off that gets it to $9.99. Now, all of this is on the website, so have a little look at that. Whoa! Do you know what? We've seen so much on there. We've got the puzzle on there as well. We've got the diamond painting kit, that's on there. There's all your mindfulness range there from Giannini. There's all the dies that we saw. Look at all the prices that we've got dropped down as well. $9.99 there for the double-sided paper. Oh, we saw that bit earlier. There's the slimline paper that we showed you, that pick and mix. Choose any 2 there for $11.48. That's the price there. And don't forget, of course, it is all on Flextravaganza this week, which means you can spread the cost of your basket. So anything over £1, you can split into 2 until Friday only. You can split it into 2 and pay in 2 interest-free payments. What about this? We saw this earlier. This is our diamond painting kit here from Janine's Mindful Arts collection, and this is the actual pattern that you'll be getting with the diamond kit here. It's got it's a really lovely picture with butterflies and flowers on it. You've got a colour coding system here, A through to Y. You've got a protective sheet over it, and if I remember rightly, Julie, you're going to have to correct me if I'm wrong here. So let's see if I was actually listening earlier. So you've got these little coloured stones.
Yes.
And you've got a little kind of a little pen, a little pickup pen,
it's got like a circular end to it, and you push that into the wax, and a piece of wax gets loaded into the nozzle of the pen.
Just the wax?
Yeah, that's the wax.
You push into that,
and then you can use that to pick up the gems.
You've got all your gems in this little container here. You pop them in, so you get all of your, I don't know, A colour gems or your K colour gems or M colour ones, and then you pop with the wax on this. You pop it into here. You pick one of them up, and then you find, if you look carefully on this, and then we can get in close on this. But you've got all these numbers here. If you get in super duper close, you can see that each little tiny particle. See what you can do, Tom. Let's get in. Let's see if we can do it. What's the closest we can get here? I don't know if you can see. Just squint your eyes.
I can see that the blues, a lot of the blues are A's.
Yeah, I can see.
Some of them are A's and some of them are B's.
Yeah, we've got, so it's all got little, obviously you can get a magnifying glass out for this or one of those. What did you say, like an overhead?
Yeah, some of the overheads have a little magnifying arm to them.
It's easy enough. I'm standing here and I can see it. So you can pick it up and you just pop it in. So you have to take the backing off, and then you pop it into each place that goes to the corresponding colour.
So work in a small area at a time.
Yeah.
And then put the backing back on again when you're not using it.
So it doesn't dry up, and then you put it back down again. And then when the whole thing is finished, you can take the whole backing off, and voila. And imagine it would be
addictive.
Yeah, addictive to do, and also the actual final effect must look really, really nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
lovely. Love that. Fancy a bit of that diamond painting kit? That'll while away the hours. As will this. Here, if I move over here, this we worked out, takes the average person to make a 1,000-piece puzzle between 10 and 30 hours. So that's Christmas wrapped up, isn't it? 30 hours away from the relos, on your own, block everything out, go into the zone, and put together this fantastic picture of a kingfisher here. 1,000 pieces, and that is $796,958 for that item number, and it's £11.49. You've got £3.50 off it. Oh, 30 seconds left. Wow, how did that happen? Out of nowhere. It's the end of the show. Julia, you're back later though, aren't you? So it's not.
We're back at 5.
We are. So we won't do a big elaborate goodbye now. We'll just save it for now.
Yeah.
We'll do it at the end of the final lap.
Abiento.
Exactly. Adieu, I think. Is that the right expression? Adieu, when you're going to see someone a bit later on?
I don't know. I know French is abiento.
No, I was never good at it either. Oh well, I'll read a bit of French in the meantime, and I will see you later with Julia at 5 o'clock for more of this. I love a bit of Christmas music. Little House of Victoria embroidery is next, and after that we've got William Morris's One Day Special, and then it's Studio Light. We're back again.
I'm thinking home.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made.
It's Flextravaganza time! From Friday the 5th until Friday the 12th of November, we're giving you the chance to spread the cost of your winter crafting by bringing you our Flextravaganza event. Over the course of the week, if you add any items to your shopping basket worth £1 or more, you'll qualify for our Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offers. This means that you can spread the cost of your entire order into 2 equal interest-free Flexi-Buy payments, offering you a more cost-efficient way of shopping with us. Pay the first payment when you place your order, then the second a month later. Place your order online or on the phone. Flexible payments for everyone. Join us from Friday the 5th of November at 6 p.m. to make your shopping experience with the craft store even easier.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics.
Good afternoon, my little buttered crumpets. I hope you are well. I'm starving, that's why I think I'm peckish. I hope you are well. Yes, we are talking, first of all, Flextravaganza is what we're talking here. So everything you're about to see on this counter, if it's over £1, and I can tell you now, they are. It will be split onto 2 interest-free flexible payments. So you are splitting the cost on everything I have on the show. And we are talking the Little House of Victoria. Now, I remember when I launched this only a few months back live via Skype. And now we are lucky enough, the world has now changed. She's found a bus pass. And she's with me in the studio. It's Victoria. How are you, love?
Hi, I'm good. It's lovely to see you here.
Oh, well, a lot more tanned in real life. There's a lot more makeup. It's better on Skype. Let's go all the way back for those people that have not seen you before. How did you get into the world of cross stitch?
It's not cross stitch. It's
What,
embroidery. Yeah,
Embroidery,
yes. Basically, I was studying for an MA, and it was fine art, and I decided to do embroidery all the way through, and I fell in love with it, and it's so therapeutic. that I'm on a mission to get everybody started with embroidery, basically.
On a mission?
On a mission.
On a mission. I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to go straight out the box. I've got a cat and palm leaf cushion. We'll get to it all in a minute though, but it's selling out quick. Okay, I'm going to change the details now actually. Let's do these properly. So the Little House Victoria cat and banana leaf embroidery kit is what you're looking at now. So this kit, you only get one of these. One of those has already been embroidered. The one on the left has been embroidered. The one on the right is what you're going to get, as long with all the kits as well. I haven't got many left. It's going to be the first sell out this hour. Okay, if you want it, get it quick. It's nearly the 5th thing on the counter. I'm not even meant to get there yet. And you can split the cost of that onto interest-free flexible payments. Right then. Let's kick off the way we need to on. This is the Alexandra or Alexander?
Alexandra.
Alexandra.
If you're from the north.
This is your Alexandra cushion kit that we're looking at. Now there are two sort of options I've got 3 different colourways in this one, but then I've got the same thing in wool. But I've got ivory, I've got blue, and I've got green is what you're looking at. You're also talking DMC thread, so we're talking the big name of DMC, which is absolutely phenomenal, first of all. You're getting full skeins as well. Nothing has been shorted with this one, so you are getting full skeins of thread that we're looking at. You're also going to get the needle, and you're also going to get the hoop as well, which is what I also like. So you get everything you need included in the kit. Included in the cushions, it all comes back beautiful giftable as well, and you're also going to get full instructions, which I absolutely adore. The only hard decision that you've got here is to choose the colours. You've got ivory, you've got blue, and you've got green. Now they are your backing colours that you've got that we're looking at the moment. So you can see the beautiful green one that we've got up there. The other two, ignore those for a minute. Just look at the green one. The green one that you've got has been embroidered. This is embroidered. If you want to go down the wool route, I'll give you the details for those shortly. Do not fear. But if you want to go embroidery, this is the way to go. Now, let's ask the questions that we always ask. Is this a beginner's project?
It is a beginner's project because you can start with a very simple satin stitch and learn each stitch as you go. All the designs are hand traced by me on the template, so it's just ready to go straight in the hoop. And obviously you get 2 panels because one is the cushion backing, and you can either turn it into a cushion or use it as a wall hanging. And then you'd have an extra panel if you didn't want to join it as a cushion. So
look at this. So everything has been hand done for you. So this has already been pre-stitched, as it were. So you've got the guidelines on
pre-drawn.
There. You've got the template on there. £39.99. 2 flexible payments of £20 is what you're looking at today. So you get the front and you also get the back. Obviously, because it's a cushion, the only thing you need to provide is your inner cushion. What size is the finished cushion that I would need?
That panel is 45 by 45 centimetres, so the cushion pads you can get really cost effectively. It's a standard cushion size, or you can do it as a wall hanging. It's up to you.
So would you say go bigger, go 50
I'd
cents to
say
make it
yeah,
plump?
because it depends how plump you want it really. So I've put the Velcro attachments in so that if you go extra plump, you can just close it if you like, but the ribbon is to they're for ties,
so
which you will see.
You've got the little hook and eye in there as well, should you want it. So you've got the little hook and eye, you've also got your ribbon. Everything is included in this kit, includes the instructions. 2 flexible payments of £20 is what you're looking at today across 2 interest-free flexible payments. 146310 is your item number. Now, if you're thinking, like the concept, like the idea, but I want a little bit of wool. Now, we've got that as well in 2 different colour options once again. You've got, moth and cinnamon. Ooh. Or salmon and berry that you're looking at here. I'm saying salmon and berry, I'm going to guess. You've got your salmon and berry that's in there. So what sort of wool is this that we're using this time?
That is rowan wool. It's pure wool. There are several types. It's alpaca. The one you've got your finger on, the fuzzy one, is mohair with silk. And they're all rowan. Rowan is part of the DMC group because I wanted to keep the quality within, you know. So pure wool, there's some merino in there, which is the blue one, and the alpaca is the pink one.
Alpaca wool. Now remember, we all learned this together a couple of weeks ago. To wash alpaca wool, pop it in the freezer. That's the easiest way to wash it.
By the way, these cushions are all washable at 30 degrees. The threads are colour fast, the wool's colour fast, and all the fabric's washable at 30 degrees.
So it's all washable at 30 degrees,
yeah.
But if you are using the beautiful fabrics like merino wool, alpaca wool, yeah, pop it in a little bag, pop it in the freezer, and the cold kills all the bugs and nasties and deodorises it. I learned that the other week. Everything that you get here, you're also getting your hook and eye included, so you can make it into cushion. You get your cushion back and your cushion front. It's entirely up to you. I would also say you could also turn these into sacks, like little bags. You're not going to turn them into a cushion. If you do across the sides and up the top,
Definitely.
you make a little drawstring top.
I've done that with the blue one actually, and I've just put drawstring in. You just pull it, and it's quite a sizable bag. Could be a project bag. Could be your knitting bag, your sewing bag.
If you're looking at the cushion size that you've got, obviously you've got your tab. So if you want to do it this way, you can do it this way as well. But you could turn that. That would make a beautiful little book bag, little shopper bag. Put a pair of handles on it if you wanted to as well. You could make it shorter, you could make it bigger. You could, I'm guessing, envelope back or a proper zip in if you wanted to as well, if you wanted to add your own and you wanted to save this for another project. Do we get more wool than we actually need?
Yes, you do, definitely. I mean, you can see there's pink wool that's attached around the side with blanket stitch. I've had those panels made up. They're very heavy quality linen, and if you're stitching the outer edges, it's very easy because you just feel where the hem is. So they're pre-hemmed, these panels.
Absolutely.
So it's easy.
Them all. £33.99 is what you're looking at for my cushions at the moment. Also, you can pop that onto flexible payments. 277941 is your item number. Right then, this is flying out of the door, and I mean flying. This is your cat and your banana leaf that we are looking at here at the moment. Now you're getting the hoop, you're getting the needle as well, you're getting all the DMC thread that we're talking about this. How beautiful. A cat and his surfboard. £38.99 is what you're looking at. It looks like that, doesn't it? Is what you're looking at across the board. It's a banana leaf, in case you're wondering. It's not a surfboard. You can add, you could leave that panel as is, as it were, if you wanted to, and adapt otherwise. Now we get all the needles in these as well, and these are high quality needles, I've read.
John James, and they are chenille size 18, so I use that for everything now. Apart from some of the kits we're going to show you later on, but that's in most of the kits, yeah.
So that's in most of the kits. You are going to get your needle included, large eye, like that, easy to thread.
Exactly.
Worth having a little look, and you're also going to get the hoop. Now obviously the hoop is not for display purposes, the hoop is to work in this time, because you've seen the size of the panel already. And I said, once again, maybe you've got your own hoops, maybe you're going to use this for another project that you want to use it for, and the amount of threads that you are getting in here as well are absolutely phenomenal with your DMC threads. £38.99, you just follow. £38.99, 624348 is your item number for what you're looking at here. Right then, moving on down the counter. I've got a lot to cram in this hour. I apologise if we're going quick, but you can check it all out on the website, or tap the app is the quickest and easiest place to go with this one. Now this time, this is your saffron wool embroidery panel. I'm going to go straight in with a finished sample, just so you can see what you're creating. This is absolutely stunning. You could put this on anything, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and you could frame it. I've known people to frame them and sort of, showcase them. Yeah, and it's pure wool again. It's Rowan wool, and yeah. So you've got the mohair, merino.
Absolutely beautiful. Imagine that on a little cushion, a little doorstop. Would be nice, to be honest with these. £21.99, absolutely stunning, so tactile as well, with the wool that you've also got in there. You're getting everything including the hoop as well. All that for £21. Nice little giftable for someone, I feel. Nice little giftable if someone's just starting out in the world that you're getting on this, and you want them to sew in the world of embroidery. It's worth having a little go. £21.99, and remember, you can split that 2 flexible payments. Normally, we wouldn't normally do this, but if you buy these on Friday, when it all finishes, you won't get £21.99. We will, but that's what you'll pay. You won't pay 2 interest-free flexible payments on it. So what are you looking at? 11 quid? £11, £10.99. £11.50 today. £11.50, and you've got a complete Christmas gift. It's worth having a little think of. It's only around the corner. Christmas is only around the corner. It's not that far away. Right then, moving on down. Oh, I like this one as well. Look at this. How cute is this? With the little, what animal is that? Oh, it's a little dove.
It's a dove. We have doves in our garden. And it's based on Lovey Dove. Well, he doesn't know he's called Lovey Dove.
Oh, he probably does. What, just a general, your own doves? Pet
No,
doves?
no, they just visit.
Just pop in.
They just pop in.
Cake,
It's lovely. Yeah.
Lovely.
Lovely.
£21.99. 515890 is your item number. This is for little Lovey Dove wool embroidery panel kit that we're getting here. Beginner friendly?
Very beginner friendly. Wool is so easy to stitch with. It's by far the easiest thing to stitch with because it's squishy. So if you're stitching and the sort of squishiness is covering any unevenness, if you like, so it's really easy.
I absolutely love. And I'm guessing with it being wool, you see your end result quicker because the wool is chunkier rather than embroidered, like, rather than your DMC. And I'm not knocking DMC. DMC is amazing. But with the thinner the thread, the more work you've got to put into it, as it were.
Yeah.
The thicker the wool.
Yes, it's a lot quicker. That's the feedback I've had, because I've done workshops for your customers on these kits, and they say, wow, it's so quick, and you know, it's nice to do. You feel like you're getting somewhere.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, it's a sense of achievement, especially if you've never done it before. If you've never done it before, there's nothing worse than starting a project and you don't really see anything for days. It's like knitting with really thin wool. You're there for hours and you don't really see anything. The chunkier the wool, the quicker it's going to come together. So especially with your panels as well. £21, 99 pence, 11.50 now. I'm going to bring these in early. I won't meant to show you these just yet. These are your needle minders. They match with some of the kits that I've got on the show. Now, you've got two options on this. You've got the dragonfly or you've got the bee, okay? So you've got your dragonfly and you've got the bee. They're separate. You don't get them together. £11.99. They're with magnets on the back. So this is how they stick to your work. They're really, really handy because all your needles, would fit onto them as well. So as you're threading, you think, oh, the postman's there. Or there's a knock at the door, or you want to put the kettle on. You haven't got to stick it in the arm of the chair. Now, especially if you've got a leather sofa, that's all you need, to be honest. Sticking your pins into the side of the chair. So it's worth having a little go. You can also wear them as little badges.
Well, there isn't a fixing for a badge, but they can be fridge magnets, so they can stick to anything metallic because they've got magnets on. So people use them as decorations, and I know people like bees. They're so popular. So you could use them as decorations. And you don't have to fix them to the work. You could just have them there on the side, knowing that you could stick your needle on it.
No, it's true. I like them.
That's lovely.
Can you imagine that on a little denim jacket? Can't go wrong,
Oh,
can
you
I?
can, of course, yeah, because you can put the magnet at the back. Oh, sorry, yeah. Nice.
Bless her. £11, I didn't want to say nothing. £11.99 is what you're looking at. The quickest and the easiest thing to do is jump to the website or tap that. I've got loads. Literally, I could fill 2 counters with this one, is what you're looking at on here. There is so much that I could show you, and we will as the hour goes on. Do not fear. But you can be ahead of me and shop ahead of me on the website. I've got panels on the show. I know our Tina, you know our Tina Barnett? You know our Tina, guess about. She loves all of this because she's done some beautiful mini samples that I'll show you throughout the hour as well. Do not fear about those. We've also got your stick and stitch that's on there. They are remarkable, your stick and stitches, for £9.99. You get a little bag full. It's like the old, do you remember the candy cane tattoos that used to dampen with a sponge onto your arm and then you could never get them off for school on Monday morning? They're like them, but for fabric. So you stick them down and they will work beautifully onto your calico, onto any sort of fabric that you want, and then you stitch, so the design is already in there. So it saves you stamping your work. You literally put them on, a little bit of water, you're good to go for £9.99. Right, should we go for a demonstration? Let's go for the cat and the banana leaf. The details on the screen, very, very popular for this at the moment. Right then, Victoria, it's all yours.
Okie dokes. So here's one I have sort of semi-populated, and this is the actual original, and I just wanted to show you them side by side, and you could see how much it comes to life. So wherever you want to populate this, it's fine. You could maybe choose just to do all the flowers and not do the cat. There's enough detail, but it's like painting by numbers. Do you remember painting by numbers?
Yes.
Where it tells you where to put it. So you just literally lay in the same colour threads over the painted areas. Now there's full instructions, and my work is very textural, which means it's very easy to do. The only bit you really need to concentrate on are the eyes, but I can show you a trick with that, because what we have here is 11 full skeins, and although there's 11, there's actually infinite colours, because what I do is I stitch all of it in 2 strands of cotton and I mix them. So for example, you'll see here, this yellow is mixed with the bright yellow, pop that there, bright yellow mixed with the dark yellow, mixed with the pink. So you'll take 1 strand of each, mix it together, it's all in the instructions as well. Very textural, we're aiming not to be too neat with the stitches, and we've got French knots. Would you like me to show you how I actually
go on,
stitch some of it?
we're staying with you, show me everything.
Because I know we're limited on time, so if I rabbit too much, will you tell me?
love this. I love the detail that you can get, because you wouldn't think you can get all the detail with the stitches that you've already got there, but you really, really can.
Right, so to put this hoop, if you've never done this before, it's really suitable for beginners. So you put the smaller ring underneath, you push, this screw here loosens it, so it needs loosening because it won't go on. Push that in and tighten it up, and make sure that you keep pulling it and it's tight like a drum. Okay. That's really important so it doesn't pucker so much. Okie dokes. So when I approach this, I first of all look, it is literally like painting, so I'll look at this darker yellow, I'll look at the pink, and I'll look at this here. And do you know what, it doesn't really matter because there's no right or wrong. It's just how you do it. So here we have a strand of the mid-pink colour and a strand of the yellow colour. So that's, you're making your own variegated thread. So there's probably like, I wouldn't like to count how many sort of like, you can, yeah. So you can literally paint with it. So all I do is straight stitch. Now straight stitch, you've probably seen me do this before, all it is up from the back, down at the front. So if you can do that, you could just carry on and do as much as you want to do, basically. So I'm aiming to give, I've actually done it in the wrong place. So what I should have done was the darker bit, because I've got pink in it. But never mind, you know what, it's a flower. You know, nobody's really going to notice, are they?
That's the thing.
So there's enough detail in this that you could just choose flower by flower, to do the cat, not to do the cat. And there's going to be loads of thread left as well. So that is the basis of most of it. Now, you could, if you like, be really neat. You know, thread painting is usually long and short stitch, where you'd put a long stitch and a short stitch, then a long stitch, and you'd intersperse it so it'd be very smooth. But I figured with it being a cat that it should be textural. So I've really gone to town with overlapping stitches. And what that means is you can just stitch willy-nilly, really, wherever you want to.
So you really can. So maybe you just want to pull out one element. Maybe you're going to leave the background as it is, and you just want the cat as a cat. You want to focus on the cat, so you're going to put all your stitches onto that cat. So you can do that with this as well. We are very busy across the board on the cat and the banana leaf. It's worth having a little look. £38.99. 624348 is your item number that we're looking at on this moment. Remember, you're going to get all your threads included as well, so you're going to get all the threads in there, full skeins as well. Now, with the amount of skeins you've got, obviously you're going to get some leftovers, so you can do all the bits. Would you say, and I suppose it depends what texture you're after, split it down, keep it as whole? Would you sort of change that as you're going around the image?
I've only ever used 2 strands, so it's either 2 strands of solid or 2 strands of variegated. I think for the French knots, you could go thicker to create a thicker French knot. I think this area here, that's crying out to be French knots. So I would probably go with the full 6 strands on that one. But it's entirely up to you, and you could try it and vary it, but mainly 2 strands, so you could do loads.
You can do loads. We have a lovely email in as well. Our Catherine, not my Catherine, as I say my Catherine, not our Catherine, a different Catherine, has emailed in. She says, it's lovely to see Victoria and her amazing kits on the show. She can say the kits are beautiful and the instructions are really, really clear. She loves creating and doing. Thank you, Catherine.
Oh, Catherine, that's so nice. Thank you.
She's, yeah, well, see, that's why someone like you has took the time, like Catherine has took the time to email and saying, yeah, they are really easy to do. Yeah, they're really good to do. They're really straightforward. They're really nice to do as well. As I always say, it takes a lot for people to email in and with praise. We're very quick to jump on the bandwagon and go, oh, I don't like this. We all love a moan. We all love a grumble, don't we? But it's very flippant on the other side of that thought. When was the last time that you told someone, actually, you did that really well? Or actually, I really enjoyed doing that. So it takes a lot for people to email and say they absolutely love it. So thank you, Catherine, for your email. It does mean a lot. Right then, Victoria, I'm coming back to you. What else would you like to show me?
Well, there's such a lot, really. I mean, I think I wanted to show you, in particular, the eyes. So I'm just going to take the hoop away so you can see it. As you can, I don't know whether the camera can pick that up, but with the eyes, obviously eyes are very reflective. So if you didn't use variegated thread on this, you'd take forever stitching the green in and then stitching the white over the top. But if you mix a strand of green, and it's all in the instructions, with a strand of the lighter grey, it gives a sort of glassy-eyed effect, like that reflection, and it's effortless because the thread does it for you. So I'd always recommend with the eyes, start with the black pupil and the white highlight. After that, the green. And I do recommend that you start straight away with the eyes, because if the eyes aren't working, it needs to be addressed before you go on.
Okay.
But if you don't feel confident with doing that, start somewhere else, because you know you don't have to sort of follow a pattern. It's just that that's the bit where you do tighter stitching on the eyes, and the rest is just a free-for-all.
I absolutely love it all. Look at the detail that you've got in there. Maybe, once again, maybe that's the only thing that you're going to do. You're just going to stitch that beautiful cat. £38.99, 624348 is your item number. Something else that I want to show you though is the panels that I've also got on the show. These have been really, really busy already. Once again, that you are looking here. Stunning panels. There are 6 different options you to choose from. I've got more. This is the rabbit that you're looking at. Let me hold them this way, it'll be easier for me. So that's the rabbit that you've got. How beautiful that. Just, you imagine that just in a frame on its own. Just 3 of them framed up, all good to go. Beautiful little Easter gift as well. Or beautiful little Easter cushion that you got. So that is your rabbit. From your rabbit, we've then got the beautiful blue squirrel. They literally look like canvases, like they've been painted. They look absolutely stunning.
You can see the brush strokes.
You really
the quality of printing it is amazing, I must say that. I've not printed them, I've had them printed.
Look at that.
But they look just like the original painting.
I would genuinely be scared to stitch on them. I would literally leave them as they are. And remember that $14.99, you can split the cost as well onto 2 interest-free flexible payments. As we are getting to this time of year, you may want a little festive robin. I have him as well. So there is your little festive robin as a little cushion. We have got a little cushion that I'll show you shortly as well about the robin. £14.99. Then last but no means least, you've also got... That was very dramatic, wasn't it? The kingfisher that you've got there. Absolutely love it. Now, Tina, our owl, we've got an owl. You can also have the owl as well. I'll get to you in a minute, Tina. And then you've got a look at the stunning owl. Once again, it looks like a Matthew Palmer picture, doesn't it? It genuinely looks like a Matthew Palmer picture.
That's praise, indeed.
It is absolutely
Yeah, because Matthew's
beautiful.
brilliant. That's an example of how you can put it in a magnetic frame as a wall hanging. And quite often I do that when I'm working on them, just to see if I've populated them enough. So I'll live with them for a few days, hung up, and then take them back out again. They're so easy just to separate the frame, just as a wall hanging, you know, no complicated framing.
I absolutely love them. I feel like I'm conducting a training that we've got. Now, if you want to go big, I can get the smaller ones. Matthew, could you get me the smaller ones, please? Just up there you are. So these ones, so these are 45. Thank you, bud. So these are your 45 centimetres is what we're looking at the moment for these ones. Or you can get the cat. Well, you can get the cat on his own. So maybe you just want to go for the cat on his own. You can do that as well. £14.99. 167920 is your item. 24 by 24 is what we're going to show you next. So, and I've also got them in sets of 2. Should you want to go for sets of 2? So you've got your rabbit and your robin. So there is, so exactly the same done, just on a slightly smaller scale now. £9.99, 24 centimetres by 24 centimetres, and you get both of them. £4.99 today is what you're looking at. So that is your robin and your hare. You've got the cat and the squirrel. Went to sea in a beautiful pea green boat. And then I've also got the kingfisher and the owl. I've got kingfisher and the owl as well. There is your kingfisher and owl. £9.99, £4.99. $4.99 today.
They're printed on organic half Panama cotton and the 309 GSM, so they're quite sturdy.
They are
so they will take applique, they'll take beads, they'll take any type of thread or wool.
I like them. I like them a lot. I really, really do. And if your budget will stretch, what though, 10, 30 quid? And you could have the lot. You could have all 6 of them. And you can split the cost today. £15 a day is what it'll be across 2 interest-free flexible payments. Let's go back to our Victoria. What are you up to this time?
Well, would you like to see some of the cushion?
Yes, please.
I thought so. Right. Okay, let's talk needle threading. I'll find a needle with nothing in it. Okay, if you are threading wool, there is an easy way to do it. I'm just going to snip some wool. Should have had some ready. If you cut a piece of paper, just like that,
Yeah.
you could use these sort of needle sachets that they come in if you want to. Pop the wool in. I've never used a traditional needle minder, to be honest. And that will pass through like that. Oops, I pulled it the wrong way.
Oh, no, it's all right. See, you've done. It's nice to see it again, though. So, a piece of paper.
Piece of paper, fold it over, make sure, and these are really large eye needles, make sure your paper will pass through, and just pass it through like that, and it's threaded.
Oh, that's a good little
So-
hint and tip. We like top tips.
It's good because you've always got bits of paper hanging around, but sometimes if you've got needle threaders, they go missing, don't they?
They do.
So you've
They're
always
very
got
fiddly.
a bit of...
And the metal always bends on the end of a needle threader.
I've never used one, I don't really...
I use one for my sewing machine.
Ah. Right, okay. So I am going to stitch with the merino, the mohair wool. Now you'll see this is very thin, and you might think there's no way you can stitch without. That's what I first thought. You double it over,
It's a bit, and it's going to pull
and
all
it's
the
fluffy.
bits off.
It's
Yeah, it's
but
gonna
it
pull-
doesn't. Yeah, it's amazing. I did a course recently, and I just kept quiet when it came to the students stitching this bit because I thought I'll just wait and see what they say, and they were all like, "Oh my gosh, you've got to spread the word."
It is one of them. We've had another lovely email in. Oh, really? I knew she'd stick her oar in at some point.
Tina?
Tina Barnett's emailed in. You know her. Face of Graphic 45, Ross Paper Crafts, the works. She said, Victoria's an absolutely brilliantly talented lady, Victoria. She puts her heart and soul into all her kits. She cannot recommend them highly enough. And she hopes I behave myself. But you're not here, Tina, so too late. Far too late. You're 28 minutes late for that. Thank you, Tina, my love. I hope
thank
you're
you.
well.
Thanks, Tina. That's lovely.
Bless her.
Right, so shall I show you a leaf stitch?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay.
It's all yours.
So
Show
basically,
away.
we're going to do this here in leaf stitch.
Okay.
So it's doubled over. All the instructions are in the kits, by the way. I'm going to come up.
Is there any more instructions should we get lost, or we've read the instructions, we don't really confuse them?
There is some, if people want to email me, there are some downloadable instructions that are
Okay.
extra. I quite like doing that because you can zoom in, so you can actually see the individual
Fabulous.
stitches. So I'm coming up from the back, and the first stitch that you're going to place is going to be about just under 1/3 of a way of the whole leaf. So we're doing this leaf here. And this is called leaf stitch. So I'm going to go in a straight line, and I'm going to just come to the left of where I started. Can you see that? So it's just to the left. And that makes a line there. Now the next one, you go underneath that first stitch. By the way, make sure you cover the lines. Don't go inside them, go sort of just outside them. So all we're doing is going underneath again and working left to right. Now the key to this is to keep those stitches quite close together.
Okay.
So this is more exact than the cat thing. This kind of stitching is what I call fancy pants stitching.
Oh, fancy pants stitching, now we're talking.
Because it's traditional stitch styles, but it's done with wool. So it's much easier. If you want to get into stitching this kind of thing, look how fluffy that is. You can't go wrong, but it looks really impressive when you finish. So if I hurry up, you might see it when it's finished. That's all you're doing. You're going underneath and then to the left and to the right. So underneath and to the right, like that. Now I use a hoop for this. Sometimes you can use sort of those desk frames, but if I wasn't doing it like this, I'm twisting and turning it. So it's good to have it in your hand, and it's very tactile to have in your hand as well. So, because it's wool and it's squishy.
So
And at this time
but
here-
what happens once we've done the top, or do we just keep going to that centre?
You just keep
Surely
going.
We're going to get a sort of like a bulbous bit in the middle where all our stitches go into.
You shouldn't do. If you go underneath each one, it all pans out fine. In fact,
and we're working our way down.
yeah, normally I wouldn't be stitching this fast, so it's a bit scruffy, but on the actual finished sample over there,
No, you can slow down if you want. We've still got half hour.
is that okay?
course it is.
We've got such a lot to cram in, I feel like.
There is a lot to get in this hour, I must say.
Because it's so relaxing, you know. Normally I wouldn't be stitching at speed like this. But can you see? It's got that lovely folded effect.
Like a proper
and it's easy to do. And I think this stitch looks really professional. I think you think, wow, how have you done that? You know, if you don't know. So, yeah. And I guarantee that when you've done it, you won't be able to stop doing that because it's so nice. And it's kind of padded all the way through. It's got a lovely cosy feel to it.
It does look very Art Deco-esque, this does.
Yeah, it's kind of, I was influenced by arts and craft movement, so William Morris, and I know you've got a lot of William Morris.
You can come again, that's seamless, that is.
Thank you.
That's tied it in beautifully.
Because all of that, I mean, I love William Morris. It's timeless, it always looks good, it never goes out of fashion. And I must admit, that is what I had in mind when I did this. So it's a mixture of folk art, so sort of Swedish, Polish as well, folk art, and William Morris. That's where I was coming from. So that's it. So what I've done is, I've finished my leaf, I go round to the back, and I do knot it, especially if it's a cushion, you don't want it coming loose. So I just find the nearest stitch to go through, loop it through, cut it off, and that's it. That's leaf stitch, and it's lovely and squishy.
You just hold that there for me. Oh, that is absolutely beautiful. You see, another technique that you have learnt. It's worth having a little go at. If you want to go at those, the details are on the screen. £33.99, 277941 is your item. There's two choices to choose from. That is the cinnamon option that you've got there, or you've got the beautiful pinks and lilacs. Salmon and berry. I don't know which one would be my favourite. I'm going for salmon and berry. I think is my favourite at the moment. Love the salmon and berry that's in there. Mohair wool, alpaca wool, everything is in there. So you're talking highest quality is what we're talking. Talking about high quality, our dots. Oh, it's very rare we get these, Victoria. Very rare we get a poem.
Oh.
You've got a poem.
Who from?
From our dots.
Oh, thank you.
From a dot. I won't give you a address, Dot, don't worry.
Thank you, Dot.
I'll put it out now. Tina don't get these. Just so you know, you're special. Tina don't get anything like that. Me and Tina normally just get hate mail. Now, what are we talking about though? So here we go. Hi Adam and Victoria. Speak in rhyme and feeling like that. So here I've got speak it in rhyme and with feeling. Through the eye of a needle I'm peering, to see what is hidden from view. There's a little house of Victoria with embroidery kits for you. Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh.
Beautiful. Oh, it's not finished yet. There's another 6 verses. It's like a sermon. The threads in a plethora of colour. Good word, the word plethora. The threads in a plethora of colour to paint with textures and touch. Don't be scared that they must cost you a fortune. They really don't cost that much. The cat and the banana leaf are stunning. There's something for everyone's tastes. So the kits, so I think the kits will go in a heartbeat. So put them in your basket post haste.
Oh wow!
Yes, Dot.
Thank you. I'm blown away. To be honest.
So we got that at 3:30. We got that. So she wrote that in half an hour. She's my very own Pam Ayres. Oh. If you need her, I am now her agent. So
well,
you can have
yes.
that. I'll give you that permanent in if you want.
Thank you, Dot. Thank you so much.
Tina
lovely.
Tina don't get stuff like this. Tina don't get stuff like this. Now, not many guests get stuff like that, to be honest. Right, then, I've got something else to show you. Now, I've talked about these at the top of the hour. These are your stick and stitch, is what we're looking at the moment, for the sheer fact they do what they say on the tin. Now, you get so many in each bag, and I'll try not to mess them all up. So they all come pre-done for you. So they're all like this, okay? So they're all on there. So all you simply do, I'm guessing, Victoria, tell me if I'm wrong, is take them...
Peel
the back off.
Stick. You can do one if you like. Don't sew your hand.
No, not on your hand, but I believe that's where you stick them. That's my fabric. So you peel the back off.
Peel the back, stick it on.
Face down or where the sticky enough is?
Face down so you can see, not face down, sticky side down.
Sticky side down?
Sticky side down.
Okay.
Yeah. And then whatever you want to stick it on, so it could be clothing, it could be house things. I've done some samples of Christmas napkins under there where you are.
You have?
I have.
So you stick it on a bit like a Band-Aid.
Yes.
Okay. And then
peel the backing off, make sure it's well stuck down,
Yeah.
which it is, there's loads of sticky on it.
There
And then
is.
you sew through it and you could decide how much detail you put in it and what stitches you do.
How does it disappear? Does it disappear?
You put it under running water. So warmish water, not
Oh, so
roasting.
it's water-soluble packing.
Yeah, so I just pop it under the tap and just rub it, just agitate it slightly. And it takes about a minute, and it's lovely because it's like a massive reveal. You know,
love this.
so until you wash it away, you're not quite, you know. So yeah, so I've decided to stitch some napkins with non-Christmas motifs.
These are, look at these.
So that's from the Botanical Flowers packs, and that looks like a poinsettia, doesn't it?
It really does. Now I've got different
Yeah.
packs as well. So my first one, my first one, they are named Adam on the back. That was the folk art flowers that we're looking at. So that is your folk art flowers that we've got there. From folk art flowers, we've got botanical flowers.
Now those two that you saw were from the Botanical
So
Flowers.
those two that I've just showed you off
yeah.
from your botanical flowers. We'll take all
Yeah.
these, that gives Matt something to do. So these are your botanical flowers that you're looking at just here, which are absolutely beautiful that you've got there. So these are all your botanical flowers that we are looking at. Yeah, that one there. £9.99. All of that is what you're looking at. Then we move on to dragonflies.
The dragonfly is really popular. It appears in kits and all sorts, and I know people like dragonflies. So that kit is purely dragonflies of all different sizes.
So all different sizes of dragonfly that you've got here. Literally, peel it, stick it, sew it and wash it, and it will come away. Up next is the beautiful bee. Bee. Bumblebee is up next. Let me show you this one. Safe opening the bag here.
That's in DMC Diamante Grand metallic thread, which is really easy to use because it's coated.
Looks beautiful.
And I think it looks like it's been around for ages. It's got a slightly, it's a rose gold colour, that one.
And, and as I say, it looks like you've hand stitched it. Well, you have hand stitched them, but it looks like you've not put anything down. It looks like you've just gone in, you found an old napkin, and go, oh, I'll have a little go at that.
Yeah.
But you've not. You've had a guide to do all this as well. So that is your bee. £9.99, £4.99 today is what you're looking at, and then you got Victoria's favourites.
Yeah, so this features sort of one from all the kits, so at least one. So we've got a bee, we've got a dragonfly, we've got the blackbird, which we're going to show in a minute in a kit. So you could put it on your hoop art, really, you know, it could even go like that. Now we've got a big bee, so they do vary in size. We've got a dragonfly, there's the blackbird, and lovey dove.
Oh, and little Dovey Dove makes an appearance again. Love this one. This is what you're getting for £4.99 today. Is what you're looking at. £4.99 worth having a little look. 320135 is your item number. £9.99 on the nose, or 2 flexible payments of £4.99. Right, then should we go back for some more demonstrations? What would you like to show me this time?
Some more. Would you like some buttonhole stitch?
Yes, let's do it.
Okie dokes. So this one, you can choose to either double it over or you can use it singly. This is the merino wool in the navy blue. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to populate this middle section of the flower with buttonhole stitch. Now buttonhole stitch is very like blanket stitch. It's like a flat blanket stitch. So I'm going to come up at the start here. Make sure the thread is over to that side if you're sort of, I'm right-handed, so I'm holding the thread in my left hand. And what I need to do is to place a stitch from the middle to that outer circle and make sure that the needle goes over. So can you see how that's catching?
Yeah.
Like that. So it creates a little L shape, like a backward L shape almost. So I'm going to go in again and out there. Make sure the thread is round there. Like that, and you just keep going. So it is literally a flat blanket stitch because you're just catching that thread and it's creating, it's a great way to fill spaces, this, you know, as a space filler without sort of, you know, not satin stitch, so it's fully stitched. It's a good way to get somewhere fast if you want to. I don't suggest you sew fast though, not like me. And that's it. There it is.
It's really quite a quick and easy it's quite therapeutic process
Yes.
that we're looking at the moment for this one. So it's worth having a little go of all of them. Right, let me show you something else as well. Works on the same principle. I've got some templates. Maybe you want to use your own colours on the templates that we've got here. Maybe you want to do your own thing. You want to go rogue, that is were. We've got two different, so I've got two different things for you on here. So £9.99. First of all is your bee, which is absolutely beautiful. Look at that. It's an absolutely stunning bee. Then you've also got a dragonfly as well. You've also got your dragonfly on there. So it's sort of like a dragonfly that's sort of sitting on a dandelion maybe that you've already got. Then once you put them in the hoop and you've done it all up, it looks like these. It would look a bit like this. It's the same sort of size. It's the same size that you got there. So that's them. You're being your dragonfly. £9.99. Like that. Or you've got your moths. Now these are the ones that are currently behind me at the moment. Victoria told me that. So the moth is there. I can show you your moth in plain form. So that is what you're creating. And you really have the artistic license with these to go as big and as bold as you want, I'm guessing. Maybe you want to use beads or sequins or...
Yes, absolutely. And there's a kit for the moth on your website as well. It's just that we couldn't feature it. We've got too much.
Maybe you want the kit, maybe you're thinking, I haven't really got any threads or thrands or anything like that. We've got them on the website, so we've got the two moths for £9.99, should you want to go. They're your fabric templates. And then I've also got linen templates as well. Where do you want to go first? Lovey Dove? Let's do Lovey Dove. So you've got Lovey Dove. Look at little Lovey Dove that you've got there. And you've also got... it's one of the hearts. So you've got your hearts as well. Now I can show you these finished.
Yeah, so that's a set of two, isn't it?
It really is. You can't go wrong. £13.99. What did I do with them? Here they are.
And there's the finished. Now I've done these in DMC thread just to show you how different it is to when you do it in the wool. So different colour palettes in your DMC stranded thread.
That is absolutely beautiful. Then you've also got the hearts as well. That'd look nice in the centre of a table.
Yeah.
On a little white tablecloth, maybe.
Definitely.
That you've got there.
Yeah.
So that's one option, £13.99. And the other options is Constance and Saffron that we're looking at now. So once again, I suppose that could go any way you wanted it to.
Yeah, and they're about A4 size, so they're quite big, these, but they're not too big. They're not a massive project, but it's you could cover a book with it, for example.
Yeah, they're not overpowered.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like a little tablet case. If you've got one of the little reading devices, you could use it with that as well. Would work really well. And then the finished product looks a little bit like this. They do look really nice. I absolutely love them. Then you've also got this one as well. How beautiful! £13.
Again, if you need any help stitching them, there are stitching guides available if you want to message me.
So you message Victoria, she'll send you the stitch guide as well. So while having a little go, we are going to head back to Victoria for another demonstration. 363729 is your item number. £13.99 is what you're looking at for your guide. Right then, what you showed me this time?
Okie dokes. Satin stitch. Now, it's very simple satin stitch, but I know I panicked at first, and I know a lot of people do panic on getting the stitches to be very neat. Now, it helps that it's wool, because the wool, this one is alpaca, and it is quite thick actually, but with the needle it's easy to thread and it does glide through the fabric. So what I do is I'm going to populate this area here. Now when I do satin stitch, I never start at one end and go to the other. There's too much pressure in the direction of the stitches. So I start in the middle and I put a guide stitch. I do this whatever shape I'm doing. So you go straight to the other side, and then even though that's a small area, I like to make it easy. I do another guide stitch there, so I know which direction I'm heading in. You're not overthinking stitch direction. So there you've got your guide stitches. Now all you do is fill it in. So, and you'll see how quick it is and how simple.
Oh, okay.
You just fill in the shape in and the pressure's gone. If you need to do a half stitch to get that turn, I think you'll be fine with this one. It's a small shape. But if it was a larger shape, if it was a larger version of that, you could just put a half stitch next to your long stitch and then put another long stitch in. That's how you get that turn. But I think we're all right with this one because it's not very big. So that's it, straight from the back to the front. No pressure. Do you sew, Adam?
Not so. No, I can't thread a needle.
But you
And when
can,
I do
because
thread-
I've just
when I
shown
do thread
you.
a needle, it then takes, I get too vigorous, as it were.
Right. Well, you need these large eye chenille,
It starts
size
going
18,
wrong.
quite big, but they're great. I mean, these are John James, and they just glide through this really sort of heavy linen. It's absolutely, you can tell it's seamless and effortless.
They are. It's one of those things though, that you look at and think, oh, I'd like to have a little go at this. And it is that therapeutic time, isn't it? It's that time for you, the time to get back.
Yes.
That you just want to sit and ponder your thoughts, and you just want to sit there for a little bit and have a little think. It's worth having a little go. Worth having a little go. Maybe it's the first thing you do in the morning. Maybe you've counted down from 5 to 0. You got up out of bed, and you're there. You're like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right, I'm going to go. I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to give it a go. Maybe this is going to be your difference. Maybe you're a card maker, and all you do all day is churn out cards. You love doing cards. You make cards. You think, actually, I'd like to try something different. Maybe you'd like to make a little gift. Maybe you'd like to make a little gift bag to put your stuff in, to keep your threads, maybe to keep your inks, to go on it. We've got that for you in kit form. £37.99. Split the cost of that onto 2 if you want it as well. Now you get all the hardware that's in here to make this beautiful little bag. It really, really is. Now you have to lift them up and then through the centre, Adam.
Yeah, there's no twist in there, just a sort of horizontal clasp. They're called Norwegian clasps, so they're made of metal.
I love them. So in the back you can fit a
5-inch hoop.
5-inch hoop in the back of there. Then you've also got the front pocket as well. So you've got that little over there. You get everything you need. You can also attach it to yourself, which I like.
Do you know why I did that? I'm paranoid about losing keys.
I like this as a little bag.
Yeah, if you had it within a bag, you can attach it inside a bag as well, if you want to.
Yes, you could have like a bag within a bag, maybe where you keep your wallet and stuff in your purse.
Yeah, or your security pass, things like that. You kind of want to put your hands on really quickly. It's a wristlet, really. You can pop it over your arm as well. So if you're going out for a drink, you just want your credit card, your lipstick, your car keys. Perfect.
I'm there. There. Come and join me, boys. Let's go for cocktails. But that took a turn. £37.99 is what you're looking at to make a complete bag. But you also get, or not only do you get the DMC threads in there, you also get the things to keep everything secure, which is what I like. So because there's nothing worse than using thread. You start pulling skeins out, you know, what do I do with it now? Then you also roll it up and leave it in a ball, and it all gets congealed at the bottom. Yeah.
The bobbins, yes.
So you get your little bobbins in there. All your design has already been drawn out for you. I don't know if you can see.
That's actually my drawing that I've stamped on there.
Look at that. So it's all been done, all the hard work.
It was inspired by a dress of Frida Kahlo's. So, yeah, that's where the colours have come from. It's very Frida, the colours.
See, this is not just thrown together, this sort of stuff. Not just thrown together that you've got in there. Then we've also got embroidery kits on the show as well. Now, you've seen the panels. Maybe you want to go for the full kits. Now, I've got three kits for you. I've got Dragonfly, I've got Bumblebee, or the beautiful Blackbird and Blossom. This is cute. I like Blackbird in Blossom. Then you've got your Dragonfly. And then last but no means least, you've also got your bee. Everything comes in the kit. You get the needles, you get your hoop, you get your instructions gift, you also get every thread. You just have to pick your favourite. Pick your favourite. Now, I would say Blackbird would be one of the hardest because there's more stitches in it. Is it or isn't it?
There is more stitches in it, but it's not harder because it's just straight stitch as I demonstrated on the cat. Now, you might want to be a bit neater because it's a smaller area, but it's completely doable, and it's so therapeutic because it is just literally through the back down to the front, and the two colours of blue you can see give that shimmer as if it's sort of shimmering through the trees, and 2 shades of green provide that movement as well. That's that sort of effect of the leaves.
It really is.
Yeah.
It is very shimmery. Like that a lot. £35.99 across 2 interest-free flexible payments. Right then, we're running short of time. I've got less than 6 minutes left. Victoria, can we squeeze one more little hint and tip in?
One more hint and tip in. Well, it's a stitch and it's going to take a bit longer than that,
That's
isn't
fine.
it?
Go on,
yeah,
it's all yours.
okay, right. I'm going to do a stem stitch. So this is a very sort of folk art flower, if you like, this kind of style. And I'm going to do a stem stitch here. So stem stitch is so versatile, and you can use it to outline and do all sorts. So you come out from the back, you go in, and at first keep your thread underneath for this. But the nice thing about stem stitch is whichever direction you're going in, I could actually keep the thread at the top because I'm going to bend it round this corner. So you're just catching that there. So it creates this little, it's a very straight line. But you can bend the line, if that makes sense. So you're just matching that sort of, bringing it up where the last one came out. There we go. And we're just going to bend it around here. Now the key to this is, if you are bending things around corners, do small stitches.
Okay.
It's a lot easier. And that is it, really. So it just creates this very neat line.
I love that. Well, have you got any advice for people that are just starting out?
Yeah, I'd say if you get one of these kits, start with a stitch that you feel confident with. And what I do is I would do all of that flower because it gives you an idea of what's working. So that's one approach. But if you feel that you just want to learn each stitch at a time, just take a simple one like the satin stitch or the stem stitch. They're very easy. The buttonhole one, I think that requires a bit more coordination, but I think that's just me. It's rubbish coordination.
Never. I won't have it.
So yeah, I'd say have a go, and you don't have to stick to these stitches. You can showcase stitches that you know and that you're confident with as well.
So you really do. The world is your oyster. There's not a set plan with these. You do get full instructions included as well, though, should you want to. £33.99, 277941 is your item number. We've been brought back down to your favourite by far of the show is the beautiful cushions that you're getting in here in sort of your cinnamon, I want to say.
Cinnamon.
Cinnamon fun. Cinnamon and your beautiful berry.
No, that's salmon and berry.
Salmon and berry in there.
There's such a lot.
There is. But it is the berry colours that really bring it out on here that you're looking at, that you've got. It's absolutely beautiful with all those berries, and then you've got the salmon pinks in there. It's absolutely stunning fibres is what you're getting. Stunning walls. You get everything included in the kit as well, even down to your hook and eye, so you can put it on your backs should you want to have the cushion. You also get your hoop, so you can stitch into. You also get your needle thrown in, and you're going to get full instructions. All you have to do is pick your favourite colour. Okay, there's two colours to choose from. You've got the beautiful cinnamon colours and you've got the berries colour in there as well. £33.99, 299941 is your item number. Something else that you may want to pop in to make it a beautiful giftable are your needle minders. Now there are two to choose from on your needle minders that we're looking at from here. The first one is your beautiful little bumblebee, £11.99. 515147 is your item number. Or you have the stunning dragonfly as well, £11.99. You choose your favourite. Pop it in with the kit. It's worth having a little look at all of these. 151147 is your item number that you are looking for. So your needle minder is worth having. Once again, nice little giftable for anyone. Nice little stocking filler, Secret Santa for someone as well. They might just think it's a nice little brooch or a nice little badge. Well, it is in the grand scheme of things. You can do whatever you want to do with it. Use it as a little fridge magnet. The choice is yours. It's all magnetic, so but what you do is you pop your pin on the top. But from there, we've come back to the originals. These are all brand new today. 146310 is your item number. £39.99 across 3 colours is what you can choose from. Ivory, blue or green. You're getting 2 of the panels in, one for the front and one for the back. So obviously the front one is the one with the motif and the design currently printed on. These would make stunning napkins. They really, really would. £39.99. And you've also got the back included as well, included in your kit. You can flip them around, so you can do you could do bags out of them. You could do wine carriers out of them as well, I'm guessing.
You could. The blue and the ivory are pure linen as well, so you've got that lovely natural feel. The green is a cotton mix. It's a very heavyweight cotton that doesn't crease at all, but the linen, it's a very natural product, and people like it because it is that natural.
Is it easy to work with?
It's very easy, yeah, very easy, the linen, because you can see it's thick enough, but it's not overly thick, if that makes sense. But yeah, it's easy, and you've got the DMC thread.
Oh,
it glides
through. 39 men. You only ever make that mistake once though, didn't you? White linen trousers. You never make it again. Look, a sack of potatoes by the time you stood up. 2 flexible payments of £20 is what you are looking at. You do. White linen creases terribly. Never wear a white linen shirt in a car. So, seatbelt marks. £20 across 2 interest-free flexible payments. 146310 is your item number. Jump to the website. I also, before we want to go, want to show you Tina's work as well. She sent it in, bless her. So we thought might as well give her the credit Not that she needs
Tina,
it.
it's amazing. I'm stunned. I saw a photograph of it, but I've only just seen it in person, and it really brings it to life. I think it demonstrates how you can breathe life into these templates.
And it also shows anyone can do it.
Yeah.
If Tina can do it, anyone can give it a go. Let's be fair. That you've got with this. Did she also do the robin behind?
She did, a robin cushion. Do you want me to grab that?
You can leave it there if you want.
Hi.
Okay, no, you know, pretty, I was joking, it's only Tina. No, go on, show it off, show it to all its glory.
Look at that, that is metallic thread, and it looks, can you see it with the lights? Gorgeous, gorgeous, Tina.
Don't say too
She's
much,
fab.
She'll get
She's fab, thank you.
Horses for courses, you say fab. Oh, I think she just gets in the way. For £14.99, I think Tina's back in soon. I think she was here yesterday with our Scott. 1679200. We've only got 30 seconds left.
Right, well, what can I say in 30 seconds?
Whatever you want. Sum it all up for me.
Right, well, if you want to get started, or if you're an advanced stitcher, I think there's something for everyone. There's fancy pants stitching, there's simple stitching, there's straight stitching, so yeah, it's my mission.
Stitching for the world. Thank you, Victoria. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Don't you go anywhere. There is so much more to shop for here on the wonderful world of the craft store that never, ever shuts. The orchestra will be doing requests as well if you want them to. They're here till Friday, that big live band. I love it. Up next is William Morris One Day Special. Then it's Studio Lights.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies. We've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sian, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. Of White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media, or art journaling, join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Good evening to you. It is the last hour, live hour I should say, of the One Day Special, and then at 6 o'clock obviously that'll be the savings over. But we've had some amazing sellouts in terms of the half meters, loads of interest in our one-day special and our fat quarters, and the lady's going to inspire us further with all her beautiful designs. This is our fabulous Jenny.
Hello,
hello, my
Fiona.
darling. You've been
Right.
working like a Trojan.
I have been working like a Trojan.
Non-stop, darling.
Yeah, but you've been inspiring me all day because I've gone on to do. We're going to have bags. We're going to be a bag lady.
Bag
this
themed.
hour. Okay, I might cover a book.
What'd you
as
say?
well.
I'm inspiring you, you old bag. What are you saying? I'm a bag. I'm an old bag. What's she saying? I thought she was my friend now on. No, we're going to do bags, aren't we, darling?
We're going to do bags, yes.
Gorgeous.
Yes.
Gorgeous.
Yes.
Can't wait.
So you're going to eulogise about these fabulous fabrics. And
Which isn't
then
hard.
I'm going to show you how to make a bottle bag.
Lovely. Woo. Starting with the bottle bag. We're on the gin already, girls and boys. Right. We are going to look at the one-day special, 20 fat quarters. Now, been a lot of interest in this. We can go in many different colourways. We haven't necessarily grouped them. There is some grouping, but you'll see that, you know, there's a cross-pollination there. A lot of the fabrics that are here, we did have some of them in half meters. They've now sold out. Some are still at the half meters for $13.99. Pick and mix remain, but they will differ from this, and as well as the 9 fat quarter bundles. Like I said, some crossover, but they do differ slightly. So let's take you through them. And we love William Morris designs because why, Jenny?
Because they're classic. They have been around for a long time, and they're still as fresh today and as exciting today and as just as wondrous in their intricacy.
Yeah.
And they match any home, be you minimalist or be you somebody who's got lots and lots and lots of stuff. William Morris will work for you.
Graceful.
So have a look at the lovely patterns.
Yeah, and elegant. I mean, look at those beautiful designs you've got behind you there, Jenny.
Trip round the world.
Yeah.
You see? Taking 6 fat quarters. That was only 6 fat quarters. 5 for the middle panel, 1 for the outside edge. Further over there, we have the red and white ones. Again, that was fat quarters because that was all I was allowed. I wasn't given any half meters. And that comes from the red 9 quarter bundle.
Yeah.
And then if I move slightly away, over here we have the blue section down here.
Mm-hmm.
And this comes from the blue 9 fat quarter bundle. So you've got a wide variety of different things. But because the 20 fat quarters encompasses so many different colours, you've got something for everybody. You've got red selection, you've got blue selection, you've got a teal selection, you've got a creamy selection. It's all there in those 20 fat quarters. And you don't have to put them all together. You could just have some for now, some for later, some for even later off that, and just slide them into your stash. Just poke them in, and you will find the ability to get the fabric out, and you'll find the right one to go with it, either in this 20 fat quarter bundle or maybe elsewhere in your stash.
Gorgeous. Yes, and that material may inspire you to what the design will be. And we've got Mary's. Well, I keep calling her Mary. My mother's called Mary. We've got Jenny's books on the show. I did that last night, didn't I?
You call me Mary. Do you know my new... I'm not Jennifer Jane Amanda Raymond. I'm actually Jennifer Jane Amanda Mary Raymond. Actually, very briefly, a very quick story. I used to go skiing, and I don't do moguls. All right, moguls are lumpy, bumpy bits in unpieced areas. They're frightening. And the chap also got my name wrong. He kept saying, "Mary, come on, Mary," and I said, "Mary doesn't do moguls." So, what is it about me that looks like a Mary?
We've been together for so long now. I'm going to do lally. Let's get on with the material. Right, there we go. Lovely. Moving on nicely, like nobody noticed. Marigolds. Beautiful, favourite of mine in that gorgeous teal. So you're going to start. This is what Jenny's got in.
Yes, I have. I've got, there we are. It's in this one over here.
Yeah, beautiful. Then we've got the rose hip in the darker blue teal there. We've got the gin blossom, jasmine blossom. I'm onto the booze already. What's in that bottle bag? We're on to the beautiful blossom, the jasmine there. This is the one I always forget. Can you remember now?
Oh, no. Dahlias. Let's call it dahlias.
Is it the dahlia?
Chrysanthemums. It's got to be chrysanthemums.
Well, I thought it was chrysanths. Maybe it's the other one I keep forgetting. Anyway, it is the chrysanths, that one.
Right. Rose hips.
Rose hips again. Now, this is your bachelor button. Beautiful. So we're moving into the reds, but you can see how those two go together and those 4 go together, but now we're moving into the reds. The bachelor button in the beautiful red is so striking. The strawberry thief, that sold out in our half meters, but again, exceptionally popular. That was one of the first to go. Why do you think that was one of the first to go?
Because it's just such a pretty fabric.
Yeah.
It's got those little elements in it, those little motifs, the birds, the flowers. It's ditzy, but not in a sort of pretty way. It's just a very, very attractive pattern.
Beautiful. I suppose the other thing as well is, this was something you pointed out last night, Jenny, that's very forgiving when you're chopping up and non-directional,
totally.
and we shouldn't worry about it, should we?
Shouldn't worry
William
about
Morris?
it at all. And I think the nice thing about William Morris is you can join even the more complex patterns. You just join them. Because there are so many lines, you actually don't see the join. If you are going to join, reduce your stitch length, make it slightly smaller, and press that seam open and flat, and you get rid of the shadowing in the seam.
Yeah, so embrace that chopping up. We don't need to worry about it. Now this, again, I think we could mix this in with our beautiful light aquas and teals. Can't remember what this one was ever called. Did anybody ever find out?
I can't. And you're quite right. I have used it in with the aquas and the teals.
Not to worry. Look on the web. Then we've got sunflower in that beautiful... no, that's not sunflower. That's the one I keep calling sunflower. But it is something else. Doing really well, Fee. Honeysuckle. That's maybe one of the ones I keep forgetting, the honeysuckle. Beautiful gold one that I never knew the name of.
Yes, now that was one of the Granada ones. So you've got a whole mix and match from all the William Morris's ranges. So you've got the Sea range, you've got the Granada range, you've got all the other ranges that are there. So really they picked out the nicest fabrics from the ranges.
Love that. See, I haven't really seen that anywhere else. That one and this one we've only got in the one day special. The seaweed in the red dot, again, beautiful mix. You put that with those reds. Look at those three, you see. That's a match made in heaven. You were doing some lovely...
Yes, so I've got one here, and I did the ribbons and bows design, which I actually stitched together.
That looks so cool.
It did look good.
If you want to watch the earlier show, that was in the 8 o'clock show with Jenny. Now, this is the Strawberry Fields in the blue. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Now we've got it in the aqua. I love that. That's possible on very nicely.
Such a pretty one.
That works with the teals as well, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It just fits in there because it's got that little bit of gold in it too, and the creamy colours.
It's called the Loddon anyway. But you can see with the teals that goes. But it's basically that design, isn't it? But in the teal. But it looks so different again. Then we've got the seaweed in the blue. So again, beautiful.
Now, we've still got that seaweed in the half metres.
We do,
now,
you're
I think
absolutely
that's a
right.
really useful fabric to have.
Yes.
So if you're going to get the 20 fat quarter set, why not chuck in a couple of half metres and have one of the half metres in the seaweed? Then you've got a bigger piece for maybe sashing, maybe backing of the cushions, maybe binding or something of that nature.
Beautiful. Very useful. I've seen Jenny work with that a lot. The marigolds in the, it's called the tan, but I'll just keep calling it gold. This is gold for me. Beautiful, the marigold design. So we've got that in the beautiful teal at the start and then in the gold. It's absolutely gorgeous. That is a very typical William Morris there. We've got the honeycomb there as well. We've got the marigold in the blue, possibly one of my favourite. I just love that design. Then we've got the snake's head. There is the snake's head. You laugh, but that is the name, the snake's head.
Yes, it's a flower. I hadn't appreciated that. It's amazing what you learn on the craft store.
Isn't it? Yeah. Then this is again, now, tulips, and this is like, again, me dahlia earlier,
Yes,
and the gladioli.
yes.
Maybe this is the dahlia. I think this is the dahlia, and the other one was the gladioli.
No,
do you think?
They're strange gladioli. I think there might be more chrysanthemums.
But
Don't
neither of us are
flower experts. We don't do botany.
You can't remember. Back to, isn't that my Loddon as well? There?
Yes,
yeah,
that's one you really
love that. And just again, I know you keep saying this, Jenny, but people join us at all different times. Could you, once more, for old time's sake, just explain to me what is the difference between our American fat quarter, which these are, and dispatch, I should say, is the 26th of November, and the English UK fat quarter.
Right. The difference is not a lot. They are both the same width. So they are half the width of the fabric, which the full width of the fabric is around about 44, 45 inches. So they're 22 to 22.5 inches wide. The American one will be 18 inches down the selvage. The English one is about 19 3/4 inches down the selvage. So the English one is slightly bigger. The American one is slightly smaller. There is very little difference in it. They're still a good sized piece of fabric.
They are. I'll just sneaky peek at that one because it's so beautiful as well, as this Loddon is. A gorgeous, gorgeous one there. There we go. We've taken you through all 20. They are luxurious, they are beautiful, they're classical, they're elegant, and they're on 2 Flexi-Buy payments as well. $69.99 for a one-off payment, or indeed spread it over the cost of November and December. $391,277. Lots of different colourways and directions we can go in, and loads of different ways in which they work together. I think they're absolutely sumptuous. Right, we are going to now mention the half meters. What is remaining? My goodness.
That's
Jenny, this
it.
has dwindled since I saw you
we
last.
had a wall full.
We
and
did,
now all
from
we've got
end to
left is
end.
that. Yes.
Now it is this mere smidgen. Now, again, some of these we have a few more than others, but we're going to take you through them. So we're going to start with our lovely rose hip.
Yep. Now that is such a useful fabric. It's got straight lines in it. It's easy to cut, easy to quilt. It works well as a binding and a border or a sashing. Makes a great bag. You know, it's a nice, pretty print.
Gorgeous. The next one that I keep calling the sunflower. Oh, well, there we go. And I was right to call it a sunflower.
Excellent. And that's a classic. It's just a lovely pattern that will go on anyone's sofa. It will make a wonderful, perhaps a table runner for Christmas. Think about your Christmas things on it. Think about embroidering on top, adding some gold work, a few beads, a few sequins, something of that nature. It's also a very good blender. It will mix and match with many of the other William Morris fabrics.
I love that. There is a lovely crisp elegance to that one. Willow up next. Yes, willow in the linen. Now, this is moving towards that L word, Jenny.
Oh, is it? I'm not surprised. Now, if you look at the delicate tracery, can we go even closer with the camera and look at that wonderful tracery of all those leaves? I mean, William Morris's designs, and when you consider they were designed well over 100 years ago, the artwork on those leaves are absolutely glorious. And it's one of those designs that is classic, it's timeless, it would go anywhere. You could still see that 100 years' time and you would still think it was elegant.
That's a great one to match up with any colour, quite frankly.
Correct, absolutely anything.
Yeah, that's a winner, that one. They're all winners. Then we've got our seaweed in the lovely navy. This is, again, the one Jenny referred to. We've got this in our one-day special, so we've already spoken about that in case, you know, doing all those extra things we might want to do with backing and binding and what have you. Then is this the bachelor's button in our lovely dove grey?
And again, just think 2 cushion covers. I mean, you've got half a metre there, so it's 20 inches just about by the 44. Chop it in half, 2 cushion covers. And again, that is going to go with any particular household.
That is limited. Next couple of folks to come in is going to grab that. Grab it, grab it, grab it. We're going to have another sellout. Please don't miss out. Now, I didn't think we had any of the lavender. Is this the poppy lavender?
Yes, and it bounced back.
Huh?
It bounced back. Yes.
Why?
But there's very little of it. I know, because it's such a pretty colour.
Oh my goodness me, don't miss out on our beautiful poppy in the lavender. It's not really, to my eyes, that's not a lavender.
No, it's not a lavender. It's a very gentle mauve.
Mauve, yes.
A very soft mauve. It will go great with greys. And other sort of, if you're a lady who likes purples and mauves and things like that, tending to the grey tones, that's going to be absolutely right up your street. And you put that with one of the creamy fabrics, that's going to be absolutely luscious. Put it with the willow or with the other one we were talking about, and it'll work an absolute treat.
No, sorry, I've gone the wrong way with that one. The willow, and
Yes.
beautiful, beautiful.
Just
Can't believe I got that
delicate.
one again. And then our last but not least, our lovely red honeycomb. And again, don't underestimate that design. It is very pretty, and again, an easy one to mix and match with the reds and what have you. Absolutely beautiful. So there you have it. They are what is remaining in terms of the half metres. If you're looking for 2 the same, see if there's any stock, but they will be cut in the half metres. And again, dispatches the 26th of November, 406346. Right, I think we're going to have a little look at the fat quarters, is that correct? Yes. Now, 3 different colourways, you'll get 9 fat quarters. And in this particular instance, we've got a green colourway that we haven't really seen in the collection. But again, you're going to notice some individual ones that we haven't seen so far as well. So it's really what catches your eye and what you're looking for in order to work with. So let's start with, I want to say the blackwood, but it's not, it's called the blackthorn.
Blackthorn.
The blackthorn
indigo, I think that one is.
Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. So again, we've not seen this. I think we had it might in the half metre last night, but it's sold out.
We did, and there's that little hint of red in there. And again, the gold. This will blend in with many other colours.
Beautiful. So we know our rose hip. Our rose hips there in the blue. Now the Brer Rabbit sold out very quickly.
It did indeed. You've
but
only
we do
got
have
in the
it.
fat quarters.
Yeah. Isn't that beautiful? You're going back to what you were just saying about those designs, to sit down and physically draw that.
Draw it, and then to have them printed. You go back to, I mean, look how sophisticated our printing equipment is now. I mean, doing it in those days, block printing, screen printing, all those sorts of printing to produce that. And of course, many of you might have wallpapers in these things as well, because you've got William Morris wallpapers. You've got his designs appear everywhere. but that's a particularly lovely one.
And this is the one you've done that gorgeous cushion in.
Yes.
Oh, wow, that's
And
stunning.
that was simple. I just took the fat quarter and just literally squared it off and put it onto wadding and sewed round it and then sewed inside it to give it a little edging, and that was it.
Feature, beautiful. The lovely jasmine then as well, which we've seen in the one-day special. We've seen our beautiful blue seaweed. We've got our gorgeous, gorgeous sunflower there as well. And then we've got our snake's head in that gorgeous teal, and then the one that I can never remember, if it's a dahlia, we think it's a dahlia, do we think it's a dahlia?
I think it's got honeysuckle on it as well.
Honeysuckle, maybe it's the honeysuckle. Honeysuckle. That's my blues. Let's go to our reds again. So we've not seen this first one, our beautiful apple red, isn't that, with our little leaves there.
Hint of teal.
The hint, oh, that is beautiful. What's it called?
It's called apple...
Well, it's apples.
Apple red.
We know the apples. That's it. Then we've got the snake's head in the red. This pretty little one, not sure I ever knew the name to that one, but it's gorgeous.
It's absolutely sweet. I've used it as a border on the red and cream quilt. Now, the red and cream quilt came from that particular bundle.
Beautiful.
So that's the one that's to my left, looking at me, face-wise on.
You'll see that again. There we go, just stuck in the corner there. Then we have our little rose hip again. And then we love this one. It's almost like bamboo leaves, aren't they?
Yes, it is. Nice fabric, crisp, clean, simple design.
Gorgeous. Then the strawberry thief. There we go. As we know, very popular. One of the first sellouts last night in 1/2 meters. You've got your honeycomb there, the marigold in the red, and then an absolute stunner.
Granada.
Granada.
That is such a fabulous fabric.
Isn't it fantastic?
Yes. I
So we
made a
have seen
bag
that.
out of that. And this was a bag that, in fact, is going to be given to Kim. Because
Yes,
Kim
lovely Kim.
wants a bag. So
Reversible
on the
bag.
back of it, this little bag, it does say, for Kim. All right?
For Kim.
So,
it was made last night at 6 o'clock. If you want to see how that was made out of the
That's it.
square.
yes, just a square. It's how you fold the square.
So
that
clever.
is Granada, one of the fabrics in the red 9 bundle.
Then to take you through the greens, we've got that lovely blossom there. We've got the lovely blackthorn in the green as well. So you haven't seen these anywhere else. The sage, the charcoal bramble sold out in the 1/2 meter. We've got the apple green as well that we haven't seen. We've got the gorgeous green marigold that we haven't seen. We're coming up to 2 of my absolute favourites now. Again, I haven't got a Scooby-Doo, what that one's called. It's probably a tulip in there somewhere. And this one, I mean, look at that. These are the stripes. They're so striking, aren't they? And then our lovely acorns finished with our beautiful lemon material there as well. So you can see, gorgeous, gorgeous.
Isn't it just? I mean, the lemon material, I happen to know our Kim has as wallpaper.
She does.
So she's after one of those, but sadly I made the bag in Granada, so tough, Kim, if you're listening at home.
Well, she can't have everything. Do you know what I mean? She'll have to just get some herself. £35.99, 686 118 for whichever of those sets of 3 you desire in whichever colourway. Right then, Jenny,
Right.
take it away.
Well, I'm going to do a bottle bag, because a bottle bag, and here is bottle. This is a very simple thing to make, and you would actually get 2 of them out of a fat quarter. And I reckon your fat quarter is costing you round about £4. And I did note that bottle bags in certain supermarkets were round about £2 and a little bit more. And of course, they're paper.
Yes.
And this is fabric and very simple to make. Now, obviously, I haven't had any ribbon because I haven't thought about the bottle bag, so I've just tied a bit of thread around the top, but you could put a really nice bow. So how do you do it? Well, I chopped my fat quarter in half lengthways. All right, so there was the selvage. I chopped it in half that away. 1/2 made that, and I'm going to show you how to make the other one. Take note, Raymond, note to myself that this is the bottom of the bottle bag, because then I'll get the birds the right way up. So all I did to begin with was to fold my section of fabric in half and stitch down the long edge. I'm going to do it this side because there's a tiny bit of selvage I left on.
This is from the green of the 9 fat quarters,
Yes.
isn't it? Yeah.
So just sewing straight the way down the long edge, 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, that sort of thing. All the way down to bottom. So this is half the fat quarter cut lengthways down the middle of it, not side to side, cutting it with the warp, parallel to the selvage. Right, off the bottom. Let's see if I got a donkey to begin with. Yes, I did. Leaders and enders, these are sometimes called. I call them donkeys because they carry the thread from one piece of work to another. Right, having stitched down one side, we now need to cut 2 little square holes in the bottom of the bag. And I went for 1.5 to 1.25 inches, so anything from 1.25 to 1.5 inches. So I need to cut that out of that side. When it comes to the other side, my seam is here. So I'm actually going to measure the 1.5 inches from the seam.
Okay.
Because the seam is already been stitched. There I measured from the fold, there is a seam. So I'm going to measure that from there. And just cut it out. Right, just giving it like little legs. Next move is to join this section together across the bottom.
Okay.
So join the section together. It's like having it sort of got a little leg in the middle there. Get them lined up. Now if you wished, when you're doing these seams, you could actually overlock over them. If you want to go for a super duper extra luxurious bag, overlock it. In fact, you could do it on the overlocker in any case. Right, having sewn across the bottom there, and on these cut out corners, open them out and match the raw edges. So open it out and sew straight across. And here again, you could also overlock this on the overlocker. If you want to keep the seam open and flat, you can. So sewn across that one, cut the donkey off, add him on this end. Do the same thing on the other side. And this is going to make the flat bottom of the bottle bag.
Yes.
So
yeah.
open it out, bring the 2 sides together, stitch across. I will keep this open and flat just because that's what I do. Go back, I think, on that. Right, cut my donkey off. I've got one more task to do on this very quick bottle bag.
Gosh, that is.
That is, I'm just going to overlock around the top here. So I'll cut off any little whiskers. That'll help. My machine has an overlocking stitch, which I've set. I can set it a little bit wider and a little bit shorter. Opening it out, remove the donkey. The donkey is completely useless. So remove donkey. And all I'm going to do is overlock round the edge. So let's just go for that. When overlocking, I'm going into the edge of the fabric and over the edge of it.
Is this just to stop fraying?
To stop it fraying. You could turn it over, but I thought it looked a little bulky. So I reckon that overlocking was actually better.
I suppose you could, if you were turning it over, you could make a little sort of drawstring.
You could indeed, absolutely.
Gathering.
Yep. So I was just going for maximum speed. Because let's face it, this is so fast. By the time you walked around the supermarket and gone to the counter.
I think it's quicker than scoring a piece of card to make a cardboard one, if I'm honest. With glue.
Yes.
It's something much nicer to keep and reuse.
And of course, then it is reusable and washable.
Yeah.
And you could use it for other things afterwards, and certainly you could find reasons for putting it in your bottle bag. Right, back to the beginning again.
Beautiful material. You could cut it down a bit shorter. And I know people make sort of there's bottle holders that go across the shoulder just to carry your water bottle.
That's it. Right, I finished off on a straight stitch just to tie the threads off. Cut any wispy threads off here to tidy it up. If you really wanted to, you could have overlocked the edge. Turn it the right way out. What do you show so far? Rubbish, there's its flat bottom. Right, let's rescue the bottle.
So that's out of 1 fat quarter, 2 bottle bags.
Okay, take it out. Stick it in there. I took the label off it so you couldn't see what I drank.
And this was at lunchtime.
That was at lunchtime. No, it wasn't. Please don't do that. That would give me a terrible. And then tie it round there with a nice ribbon rather than a selection of or a collection of embroidery silk. There we go.
How beautiful. The most stylish bottle bag in Christendom. That's gorgeous.
All right. So there you are. You have a present.
Okay. How stunning is that?
And there's the other one from the other fat quarter. And I've even got it the right way up.
Yes, the bird has taken pride position. That is beautiful. And that was taken from the green fat quarter choice there. You've got 9 of those for $35.99, 686,118. Now, you've got some beautiful, beautiful fabrics in there as well. Sorry, I can't remember all the names. I'm not sure I've known all of them, to be honest. There was so much different material going on. I'm not sure I was ever introduced to all the names. But they'll be there on the website. There they are. I know the marigold. Yeah, and they've got the reds, and we've got it in the blues as well. The blackthorn and the rosehip and the delilah. Gorgeous. Right, our one-day special, 20 fabulous fabrics as well. Few of those half meters still hanging on in there, so please don't miss out. There was one or two I think I remember getting quite limited. But here we still have a good array of our beautiful 20 gorgeous fat quarters in the William Morris style. And again, you know, when you look at the golds that can go together, the beautiful teals, you know, that cross over, the blues, you know, and our reds, we really have got some fabulous colourways that can. It's like having the best of both worlds, really. You have got three, I think, really strong colourways there that we can go in. And all for an amazing $69.99. 2 flexi-buy payments of £35. Don't forget, this is the last live hour, and then there'll be 1 hour remaining when that offer will end, 391277. Let's have an update on those half meters just before we go back to Jenny. So we've got our lovely rosehip in the blue. We've got our sunflower in that fresh, crisp, very elegant, so like a very light, delicate blue-grey. We've got our willow. We've got our seaweed. We've got our bachelor button. But that's sold out now.
Oh,
that's
dear.
Another one gone, Jenny.
Yeah,
Another one bites the dust.
Oh, dear.
That one's gone.
Right.
Waving it at my lovely floor manager because there's been a lot of material to take on board. The poppy in the lavender, which we've decided is more of a mauve, that is a stunner. So please don't miss out on that because I've got none of the other poppy options on the table today. And then obviously our lovely honeycomb. So already another one has gone. Willow was proving very busy as well. Limited on the willow now as well. Just to give you that heads up, but my bachelor's button is now gone. You see, that's what happens, Jenny. They've been very popular. There's 2 half meters.
Indeed, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's 2 for $13.99.
Absolutely.
Right.
So,
would you like me to cover a book?
Yes, please.
Right, because having said I was just going to do bags, so I'm just seeing if I can remember the clever way I covered a book. Right, I'm going to cover Karen Hellaby's book, simply so I can read it on the train and no one knows I'm reading her book.
You will need your books on the show though as well.
Yes, I do. Well, mine didn't need covering. See, I could have mine out.
We want to show those to the world.
Show
Nips and tucks, material, magic, sew pieces. It's all there.
It is indeed. Okay, so you need a piece of fabric that is going to go over the book and sufficient to go inside it. What I did with my piece of fabric, and this was the full width of the fat quarter, and that's an A4 book, so it's going to cover many books, was I cut a piece of fabric that was slightly bigger than the book, lengthwise, and was obviously the book plus enough to tuck in. I creased it at the end here. I actually marked where the book went, and I have just creased it. This is an added thing. It might help me with the next stage. Right, I have 2 pieces of fabric exactly the same size. I'm going to sew down this end, 1/4 inch seam allowance. So underneath, so I'm only sewing down the short end. Do not sew down any other end.
These fabrics are in the 1 day special, both of these. You've got your
have the stitch length down a bit.
lovely bachelor's button in the red and that gorgeous blue fabric. And we loved this idea, didn't we? Because you thought, oh, you know, that well-known shop that just costs over 99p, or a lovely ledger, or a diary for the new year.
Absolutely.
A bespoke present that doesn't cost an arm and a
No.
leg, but looks gorgeous.
One of my students did it for me, some years ago. She had a book from one of those shops where it doesn't cost an awful lot, and a diary for me, and she covered it with a spectacular cover, and it made a really, really nice present. So 1/4 inch seam allowance down either of the 2 short edges. Do not sew anything else. This was an idea that, in fact, Fee was there when I came up with this idea on a Tim Holtz.
Yes, it was Tim Holtz, wasn't it?
Fabric.
We were doing, yeah. Tim Holtz fabric show, yeah.
Right, so having sewn down the 2 ends here, what you now do, and this is where the creasing might help tremendously, is I'm going to tuck in the ends. All right, so finger press and press that open and flat. And then I'm going to tuck in the end there. Okay, so I've actually tucked it in, that end. I'm just going to put a pin in it. It would be better if I pressed that, but hey, you at home can actually press it. And a pin, who's pinched me pins? I don't know where the pins go. I start off with a whole load of pins at the beginning of on Monday, and now I seem to have gotten it all.
They go to the world.
They do
of
indeed.
lost sock.
And do the thing on the other end. So again, open that seam. Do open the seam and press it. And just be careful when you're pressing it not to obliterate the other creases. They might help. We're just tucking that in to there. There we go. Right, we're nearly done. Now you could have put this onto wadding.
Oh yes.
You could have padded it. How do you want it to? You could have put some form of stiffening as well. The principle would work if you stiffened the fabric. Maybe put it onto some interfacing, fusible, not fusible. Right. What I'm now going to do is to sew all the way along that edge from one end to the other. I'm going to sew the other side but leave a hole in the middle. So underneath the sewing machine, 1/4 inch seam allowance. Removing the pins, we don't sew over pins. Remember, if you've got a directional fabric, to sew the right end, because it'd be quite nice if you've got the birds and things to have the birds the right way up, but it doesn't really matter. This is also, by the way, we decided it was, what's the word when you can see both sides?
Reversible.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, that was what I was like. Oh, it's not brilliant, reversible. It's getting to know where you've done a lot of shows, Jenny. I mean, you know, I was calling you Mary earlier.
Well, I have to keep switching techniques, you see, from knitting to sashco to fabric.
You were doing your looms yesterday. Was
That's
that
right,
yesterday or was
you
that Wednesday, Monday? I can't remember.
So doing knitting, having to concentrate and think, oh, now I'm doing knitting.
And
now
what's
I'm
tomorrow?
Doing...
What's tomorrow?
Tomorrow is tidy up the horrible mess that there's going to be and
that you left over at the house.
Get on with doing some other things I need to catch up with. But I shall be at home. I'm also looking at what my builders have done.
Oh, what are they building?
Well, hopefully a patio, although there was a slightly odd phone call saying, what did I want doing about the levels in my garden?
Oh.
So I said, well, I don't know. Do with it what you want, because apparently they've got to do something. So I might go home to find I've got more steps than I had before.
Okay.
Or no steps, or no garden. I don't know. Not when you've left your house and garden in charge of 3 burly builders, and you clutter off into the dim blue yonder. Will there still be a house when I get back?
Well,
I don't know.
You did give them carte blanche and say do what you want.
Well, quite. Right. I was using the gold one.
Yeah, the bachelor's button, and then the gold one, which I'm not sure I ever knew the name of. It's like a little sort of.
Right.
It's got a little thistle on it.
Stick your hand inside and poke the corners out. Hello, hand. There we go. It is reversible. Now I've now remembered the word. Fight with this. Here we go, poke the corners out. And you'll obviously have to mend the hole. And that you could do. So it really wants a good press.
Yeah.
Poke the corners out. Let's see if Mistress Hellaby's book will fit inside.
Look at that.
Yes,
Beautiful.
it does. So simple. Pinwheels, and the other side fits in there.
Transformed.
And that's it. Just needs a jolly good press. So if you don't like that side, you see it is totally reversible. Even if you had wadding in it, it's reversible.
Yeah.
Take it out, flip it round the other way. So if that side gets dirty, or you don't feel like in a red mood, you can go round the other way. But do give it a press. And I'd probably do a spot of top stitching just along that top bit, but don't sew this bit because you won't get the book in.
Yeah.
And then we can stick this back inside. Let's have it the right way round, get the hole at the bottom. So Simple Pineapples is now in a classy gold cover. And I can read it on the train, and I will not be advertising her.
Absolutely fantastic. But how to transform a diary, a ledger, a book. I mean, it's just fantastic.
Anything, but do give it a press. It needs a press.
Beautiful. Isn't that lovely in that fabric? Thank you, Jenny. Gorgeous. And that was using these 2 beautiful fabrics from the one-day special here. That lovely bachelor's button and the beautiful gold one there as well. So, yeah, it just goes to show you how many beautiful directions we can go in with the fabulous one-day special. It's actually cheaper than £4. It works out at £3.50 a fat quarter.
Yeah. So it's a better buy, the 20, than it is the 9.
Absolutely, bigger savings.
Yep.
2 Flexi-Buy papers are £35, 391277, dispatches the 26th of November. I want to mention now some of our lovely Jenny's books. very popular one is our sew pieces. So, oh, that one's gone. Put that away, Fiona. That was so popular, it's now gone. Right, let's have some foldy, rolly, patchwork, pizzazz. Yeah, fabulous. Oh, look, now you see, is there a bit of this foldy, woldy, patchwork, pizzazz going on in your lovely...
Yes, there was.
Yeah.
I had, and here it is.
Beautiful.
This is
Ta-da.
Scrappy Zappy Do.
Scrappy
And if you
Zappy Do.
email me, please make sure you spell it correctly, because it is Scrappy Zappy Do. There's
Scrappy
no
Zappy Do.
C involved in it at all.
Yeah.
Work it out. So there you go.
Isn't that
That way.
fabulous?
But you could do this, because it's only half square triangles, onto a background of whole squares chopped in half. And think about, sorry, I will interfere with the mic. Think about the seaweed one at the back, and then all your colours on the front. So,
Love
you know,
it.
Scrappy Zappy Do. You could do it any size you like. The size is in the book, this size, but you could make it smaller. You could make it bigger. It's just a principle.
It's there in the book, Scrappy Zappy Do. Some lovely, fabulous designs, fizz gig and all sorts. There's beautiful, beautiful stars and, yeah, gorgeous, gorgeous designs in there. £9.99, 707 951, saving £4.76. Then we've got a pair of books, Material Magic and Creative Tuck. So these are duo?
No, you need to have Material Magic.
I was going to say, is it those two? Yeah.
Yes. No.
No.
Material Magic and Creative Tucks and Textures.
That one and this
the
one.
red one and the... That's
there we
it.
go.
There you
Got
go.
there eventually. Two, which is brilliant, for £18.09. So what am I going to expect out of these?
Right,
then,
in the
Jenny?
the Creative Tucks and Textures, let's get its name correct,
Yes.
you will find there's all sorts of twiddles and fiddles and nips and tucks, from circles to squares to rectangles. It's got a bit about quilting in it. It's folded. It's basically dealing with folded and textured surfaces. So that is the twiddling side of my life.
Aha, crossover tucks and all sorts
Other,
there.
yes, you can just play. The other one, Material Magic, deals with my lockdown book, and that has all the things you can see on the front and indeed on the back. And this deals with Japanese folded, it deals with some circular designs, it deals with a quilt made out of hexagons and diamonds. It has some rather super solid, much more solid bowls and things in it. Trying to think what's in it. You know, if I went on Mastermind about my books, I wouldn't win, because I have to reread them. It's also got the reusable Christmas cracker in it, which is a incredible bit of kit, because you can wash it, you can use it again and again. And in these days of being green, we need to have things we can reuse. Think of how many times you've thrown away all that paper from the Christmas cracker. Now you can have a reusable one.
There you go. That's the contents there. Just have a
the
little
contents.
look there. Circle and squares, diamonds.
And there's a couple of funny stories in there too.
Oh, I like a funny story.
Yes.
Lovely.
Yes.
So both of those, yeah, absolutely brilliant. £18.94, £6 saving, 153,971. And the one I've just popped
Thrown on the floor.
I know. Terrible.
Yes.
No respect.
Fans and fabrications.
Fans. So what have we
And
got
that's
going on
got
here?
fans in it, it's got soft sculptures in it, it's got a rather nice tucked up band that I know somebody would like my permission to do, which I gave to teach in a class. If you are going to teach these things, you do have to ask me.
Yes.
And it's got a flower in it, it's got all sorts of bits in it, and again, funny stories. So, you know,
Gorgeous.
there we are, there's your list of... the actual fact, the bag's pretty good, because it's using up all the bits of wadding and the scraps of fabric that
Love
we just
that.
accumulate.
Saw that, and you made those lovely bowls, didn't you?
I did indeed,
Stuffed
yes.
the little raggy ends.
That's right.
With your little ends of
Wadding. bits, That's right.
Genius.
Yes,
Hats,
works.
bags, or
Yep.
bowls.
Whatever you
Beautiful,
happen to
fabulous
fancy.
book, that one. £9.99. They're all fabulous, quite frankly. 248-393. But if you're looking for inspiration and you've got your beautiful material, it's a great starting point for you with one of Jenny's books. Right, Jenny, what are we going
Right,
to do?
I'm going to do another bag now.
Bag, a book, and a bag.
Yes. So we've done a book bag, we're now going to do a bag. So this was the Karen Hellaby So Simple pinwheel design I did over the last two shows. I've got two panels, one's the front, one's the back. I've made two handles. Right, this is just a mini bag, and I've got two pieces of lining. I'm just using up the scraps of fabric. The way that I would make a bag is you could put the front and the back onto wadding. I'm not going to bother at this moment in time. But your handle wants to go on your bag at round about 1/3 intervals. So at thirds. That seems to work pretty well. And when you are going to put the handle on, it'll be right side of handle to right side of bag and going downwards into it. If you inadvertently put the handle on that way, you're going to end up with 2 raw edges sticking up and no handle. It happens. I have done it. Right, it will pay you to put a pin in to hold the handle in place, but keep the pin away from the stitching line, because you don't want to have a pin in your stitching line. So I've got those in there. Put the other handle on the other half of the bag, and it would be quite nice if it went at the same place, because otherwise it's rather strange to hold your bag if the handles aren't in the same place. It's a bit squiffy. And you don't want to be a bit squiffy, do you? No, miss. Okie dokie. Right, so I pinned the handles on. I'm going to stitch the handles on inside the seam allowance. So I'm just going to go backwards and forwards across there, jump to there, backwards and forwards across there. So remove said donkey, pull donkey out to the side, and just go backwards and forwards. This is to ensure the handles are really well stitched in. So forwards, backwards, and then I'm just going to nip across, keep stitching, nip across the top there to the other handle, forwards, backwards, and jump onto my donkey. Go on, raise up, thank you. Onto donkey, pick up the next bit, do exactly the same, forwards, backwards. Right, don't squeak at me. Where's your toe? Forwards, let's go right backwards. There you are, straight across the top there. You could break the threads if it was a bigger bag. I'm just being idle. That's right, and raise that. There we go, find my donkey, stick the donkey under. Right, okay, so we've stitched the handles on. Leave the pins in place, it will pay. Take the lining. And if you've got a lining, it's always a good idea to have a lining so that it's lighter down the bottom, because then you can find stuff in the bottom of your bag.
Yes.
You put a black lining on it, you won't find anything. So using the 2 colours, I put the lighter strip down the bottom. I'm going to stitch 1 piece of lining to one side of the bag. 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way along the top.
So we've got a mix here in the one Jenny's using. The first set was the materials in the red fat quarter bundle of the 9, and then the other 2 pieces of scrap that Jenny said she had from her earlier project there is in the 1 day special.
That's it, and I'm going to go that one, pick up the next one, do the same thing, so continue the stitching. All the time you can chain piece, it's a much faster way and much more efficient way of using your thread and indeed your machine. So I'm stitching the lining onto both halves of the bag. Right, when you've done that, stuff a donkey under there. Cut. Right, next stage to do, remove all these dozens of donkeys I seem to have got, is open it out, put the 2 pieces of the bag right sides together, so I'm matching the front and the back of the bag and the linings. Start your stitching here where the lining meets the fronts and the back of the bag, and push your seams towards the lining. Don't start on the lining, because that seam might be out of kilter when you get there, but if you start here, you know at least one side of your bag is going to be correct. So I'm starting there at the junction of the front and the back with the lining. Try and keep all your seams lined up if you've got something that's pieced. If not, just go for it. Down here, I've left some little ears on. It's a very good idea to remove the ears before you stitch past, because they add bulk in the seam. So I take the ears off when I've done the seam and I'm happy with it. I remove the ears. That's ears off your fabric, not off your head. We do not want a Van Gogh moment.
We don't want a Van Gogh moment.
No, definitely not. He was such a sad man at times. He seemed to like painting potatoes in the dark.
Yes. Potato eaters. I've seen that in the Amsterdam Museum.
That's right, yes. I went there, absolutely fantastic.
It's smaller than you expect it to be, isn't it?
Much smaller.
It's quite emotional.
Right, when you come to the corner, I'm just going to do a slightly roundy corner. Otherwise you get a sort of ear on the bottom of your bag. Area. Trying to, I've got some more ears I haven't cut off. Yes, the Amsterdam Museum is fascinating. As you rightly say, it's so much smaller than you think it is. You expect to see this enormous piece
just
of
bigger.
art, and it's not.
A bit like the Mona Lisa, you just expect it to be bigger for some bizarre reason. I don't know why.
Right, on here, my seams
We
aren't
digress.
Right, and again, another little roundy corner. stops it having nasty ears. Quite a good idea to get away from the problem of trying to match one side of the bag up with another would have been to put a plain border on it. Then I wouldn't have the problem of trying to match my seams up and anyone saying, as they possibly could do, oh, your points don't line up. Because you know what we do when Mrs. Picky Pants, when it comes to points, boy do we look at them. You go to a quilt show and everybody's looking at the points. Has she got her points together? Oh yes. Oh and how. Right, I'm now going into the lining. So line the lining up, straight down the side of the lining. You can come very slightly in on your seam allowance because the lining is inside the bag. Particularly if you've got wadding, it pays to come in slightly. Down to the bottom, another roundy corner, and on the bottom take a bigger seam because the lining is inside the bag. So I will do 1/2 inch seam along the bottom there. Keep the raw edges lined up, that's pretty good. Sew along, stop, leave a gap to turn it through. The number of times I gave Leonie a bag on one occasion and I hadn't stitched the hole up in the bottom. I rarely do. Well, you know, that might be hand stitching. I don't do hand stitching. I do speed. Not always a good thing. Sometimes it is better to be a little slower and consider these things. Right, I'm now back to where I started. Raise that up into there. Cut the threads. Cut the threads where I've jumped. Hope I've left a reasonable sized hole. Turn the thing through the hole, having just chopped off the roundy corners. So just remove your roundy corners. Just take any bulk out the way. And find the hole and turn the bag through the hole.
Okay. I am intrigued.
Oh yes, she's...
Oh,
this was in the very first book I wrote. Because when I started sewing, I knew nothing. Very much like the lass who was opposite. She was self-taught from YouTube. I didn't have YouTube when I was doing it.
Oh, yeah, days. Emma earlier, yeah.
That's right. I just had to learn from books and by trial and error. And I came up with some ideas that probably people may not have thought of before because no one said you couldn't do it that way.
Yeah.
And logic said, why can't you do it that way?
This makes sense to me.
This makes sense to me. And this really is how I came into teaching the sitting guilds and everything else.
Yeah.
Was learning, experimenting, playing, wrote the books because I'd played and thought of an idea. I've actually had a really interesting life, and I'm still having a really interesting life. So she's poking her corners out. Right, there is the front of the bag. I'll remove the pins from my handles. Take that off there and that off there. The lining then gets tucked inside. So tuck the lining inside. I'd at that stage actually give it a press when it was flat, because it will then make that seam considerably flat around the top of the bag, but we don't want to watch me pressing it. So there we are, we'll tuck it all in there. And then it gets a really decent press right round the top before being top stitched. Let's just sort the insides of the bag out. And there you are.
Beautiful, Jenny.
Ode to Karen Hellaby. Okay,
gorgeous.
Just needs a quick press, and there we have the little bag. And you can use that principle for any sized bag you like.
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Thank you, Jenny. Yes, and that was using a mix of the one day special and the red fat quarters in our set of 3. So we have got the one day special. Remember, this is the last live hour, and then at 6 o'clock that price will revert back up. We have got 20 of the most beautiful fat quarter fabrics here. Dispatches the 26th of November. You can take it in 3 colourways, the reds, the teals and the blues. You've got golds in there. It is absolutely gorgeous. So you've got your marigolds, you've got your rose hip, you've got your jasmine, you've got your dahlias, I think. No, chrysanthemum, sorry. More of your rose hip, your bachelor's button, your strawberry thief, the one I don't know the name of, sunflower, another one I've never known the name of, lovely seaweed, lovely, what was that one called? Because it's like Loddon, yes, it's another one that's like the strawberry thief. Another one of the Loddons in the teal there, the seaweed in the blue, the lovely marigold, the honeycomb, the marigold in the blue, our lovely snake's head, lovely, I think we decided it was a dahlia, and another Loddon there. I know. Just gorgeous. 2 flexi by Pentel, £35, 391277. Half meters, we just had a sell out earlier. We've still got the rose hip, we've still got the sunflower. The willow was getting very limited, so it's a pick and mix, choose any 2. If you're choosing 2 of the same half meters, you're going to get 2 half meters. Seaweed blue, the poppy seed in the lilac, and the honeycomb. The seaweed there in the ½ metre, I think you were taking on board Jenny's advice about your backing and your piping and your what have you. That is limited now as well.
So really nice fabric, that one.
Yeah. So if you want that extra material, just to highlight that. Any two for £13.99, 406346. Okay, and we've still got our 9 fat quarters in the 3 different colourways as well for £35.99. Jenny.
Right, I'm going to share. This was another idea. I was obviously inspired at lunchtime, slightly inspired by the fact I managed to spill something that had to be rescued and wiped up. And I was presented with, okay, now this is not rude or vulgar because we all need them, one of these, okay? And I thought what you could do is make a bag to put the loo roll in.
Well, you are the most stylish lady in town.
Yes, you see. Well, I don't think you would actually want to put the bag, but then this made me think, how can I make a bag with a flat bottom out of a square? And the answer to that was to do this, all right? So that has been overlocked around the edge.
We've got about 6.5 minutes, Jenny.
Folded my fat quarter over and cut off the excess fabric. Okay, this is rough and ready. You can tidy it up if you like. When you've done that, you'll need to fold one side in half, and I'm going to fold it with the right side on the inside. Fold the side in half, and then fold one part of it in half again, marking the midpoint of the folded side. Okay, there is the midpoint of the folded side there. Let's do it with another pen, then you can see it better in the biro. Don't use a biro, but you can see it there. Taking your rotary cutting ruler, on the rotary cutting ruler there is a 45-degree line. Sometimes you get one end, sometimes you get one the other end. What you need to do is to put the ruler so the 45-degree line goes along the edge of the fabric and goes through that mark, marking a triangle towards the fold, all right? Don't do it the other way around because it won't work. So 45-degree line on there, and I've marked that. I'm just going to put a pin in it because I'm actually going to stitch on that drawn line. Right, taking the next side, fold the next side in half. Find the middle, fold it over, quick little mark there. And again, put your ruler on it and mark the 45-degree angle. It matters not, turn it round the right way. So there's mid-mark there. There's the ruler. Whether you put it this side or that side, it matters not, but your 45-degree angle's got to go towards the fold, else it won't work. That's that, put a pin in it. No one seems to have nicked my pins. They've just vanished. Right, and the next side, fold it in half. How are we doing for time? Oh, all right, we've got enough time. Fold the side in half, mark it. I just about see the mark, yes. Put your ruler on there. And remembering we're going towards the fold, and it has to be at 45 degrees. So all of you out there thinking, why are you doing it at 45 degrees? It has to be. Okay, this really is related to trumpets. And put a pin in it. And then finally the last side, I'm going to do the last thing on it. Fold it in half, flip it over, mark the midpoint. This is very rough and ready. You can do it much more better. Put the line ruler on there. Mark that. And then all I'm going to do is sew on those drawn lines.
Okay.
Okie dokie. You will have a bit to cut off.
Okay. I think we've got about, is it 3 minutes here?
Yep. Right, rescue donkey. Let's stuff another donkey on the bottom. You end up with quite a lot of donkeys. Do you have herds of donkeys, or what do you have of donkeys?
Yes, and I learnt it from you, and I mentioned it to some other sewers on the show, and they didn't have a Scooby-Doo what I was talking about.
What is it?
Well, it carries the load. You carry on the sewing.
No. What do you call a whole load of donkeys?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were testing me about your donkey.
No.
I thought, well, I learned that from you, Jenny. Well, you're nice.
Everybody out there.
A group of donkeys? Don't know.
All the presenters live in terror of me because I ask them questions. You see, Yanis couldn't even get his mathematics right last night.
Yeah, well, is it like your horses? Herds? No?
We test them.
Group of donkeys. I learned the differences between mules and
asses.
What's the Irish word for it, where you have a horse crossed with a donkey?
One's an ass, one's a mule, one's a jenny. A jenny, is that a girl donkey?
Oh, it was a different word my uncle used.
I can't see which side I've stitched and which one. No, I've missed one. There we are. There's one.
Am I going to learn the answer?
I don't know. I don't know what a collection of donkeys are. Quick, somebody email in.
It's a herd. Apparently it's a herd like... There we go.
Well, that's rather sad. I would have
Well, you thought it was something more imaginative.
Interesting word.
Yeah. A coffle. It's just been looked up. A coffle. Is that better for you?
Is that, that's much nicer. Right, so we've got these ear flaps, which you can then just cut off. So you are going to waste a little bit of fabric. So just cut it off there, and cut it off there, and there. And then you could overlock the raw edges if you so desired to get rid of them. You can't French seam this. I don't think that would work. Ooh. And if I turn it right side out, what I did on the little one beside me is I just overlocked around the edge. But there is your bag with a flat bottom, and all it now requires is handles.
Fantastic, with 90 seconds to spare.
You see?
Jenny, you've been absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. You've been an absolute Trojan the last 24 hours. You haven't stopped.
No, I know.
Endless ideas.
I've done knitting, sashiko, this stuff, you name it. Going home for a rest.
I don't blame you. And just don't answer the phone if we call.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much to Jenny. It's been absolutely fabulous. Loads of inspiration. Don't forget, all of Jenny's fabulous books as well are on the website. We've had them for sell out already. So, yeah, please don't miss out. Have a little look. They're on there, and they'll give you even more inspiration that we've had from the great lady herself in the last 24 hours. Don't miss out on the one-day special. Don't forget that saving price of the £10 there will end at 6 o'clock today. And a few little half meters still hanging on in there. We've got the fat quarters in the 9 bundle there as well in the 3 colourways. And of course our one-day special, 2 flexi-buy payments of £35. 26th of November is the dispatch. Dare I ask when you're with us again?
Yes, I'm back on, I think, the 25th. We've got some templates at amazing prices.
Ooh.
Watch this space.
Templates. There we go. A little tease and a squeeze from our Jenny. The 28th. 25th. Look forward to that. Thank you very much, my darling. Right, and thank you to you for watching. Thank you for all your input. Thank you. Enjoy your beautiful William Morris material. We look forward to seeing your designs and the way in which you've been inspired by these fabulous materials today in our one-day special. But that leaves room for another launch at 6 o'clock. Let's have a catch-up, see what we've got coming up. Well, we've got Studio Light now with Jenny's Mindful Art, different Jenny. And then we've got Crafting with the Clarity One Day Special Launch.
Stamperia are an Italian company. They launched in 1995 with stamps, stencils, paints and an incredible product, the world famous rice paper. They were actually the first company to print on rice paper, and they're now absolutely renowned for it. The product range that Stamperia offer is really diverse. They bring us incredible stamps, obviously the world famous rice paper, but they're always trying to bring new techniques as well. So they'll bring different mediums, beautiful moulds, so there's always something for every type of crafter. They will definitely have something for you to craft with, and everything you craft with will be top quality and beautiful. So make sure you don't miss the Stamperia shows.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Think Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Good evening. I love that music. That's the first time I've heard that. So I'm coming today. It makes me feel like Christmas. Yay! It's actually very exciting as well because it's Flextravaganza. So that's what we're celebrating. We're celebrating the fact we're coming up towards Christmas, and Flextravaganza is going on all week, and you get to split your payments into 2 equal payments with no interest on it whatsoever. It's completely interest-free. And normally you only get to do that for anything over £60, but right now and for the rest of the week, it's anything over £1 in your basket, and pretty much everything is over £1, isn't it? Let's be honest. So you get the option to split it into 2 payments, which is going to make it nice and easy and affordable, and it means you can spread the cost as well and do it at a time of your choosing. So we're going to, do you know what? I should actually just, I should introduce Julia, because I was about to get straight into all of our products here. But Julia, hello.
Hello. I was just about to have a little nap, actually.
No, please go ahead.
Because I know how long it's going to take you to get down. I thought, I'll have 10 minutes.
A 10-15 minute power nap.
That'd be really good.
I won't take it personally. You went, oh, Richard's talking. Oh, no, this is a good moment. Yeah, you're feeling the winter today, aren't you? It's a bit tired. It's like the winter's drawing in.
Yeah. But I mean, stay indoors and craft.
Exactly, exactly. Get cosy and craft, and get mindful as well, because that's the theme of a lot of what we're showing you here from Studio Lights. It's Giannini's Mindful Art collection, and these are all from that. Starting off here with our journal set. Now, this was super duper busy in our last show, really busy. You get 12 dies. You're getting £4.50 off this as well, because it's normally £17.49. What's so good about this? Remember, you can spread the cost of this. So it's £12.99 split both ways. That's £6.50. 2 lots of payments is £6.50. And for £6.50 twice over, you are getting the chance here to make these amazing journals. So that is what you'll be getting in the post, right? From the 19th of November is when it's dispatched, yeah? That's what you get in the post. Not much to look at. I mean, it looks pretty, but it's a big flat, bits of metal wire. This is what you can make with it, though. Oh, get ready for this. Look at this that Julia rustled up earlier. Love this. Love the cover. Love the inside as well. All of this, the whole concept, the journal itself, all the cuts, the cut edges here. Can you see those amazing edges? All of this has been popped together, including, the center spine with the holes in it that can be threaded through. Every part of this has been cut together using, and also this little spine section here has been cut together using this journal set. So that into this, and obviously not just once but multiple times, in infinitesimal times. You can just use these dies over and over again, and you can make all sorts of different journals just using whatever cardstock you have around. We've got things we can show you today. Whatever materials you have, you can make your journals, and you can put different edges on them. You can, obviously, you've got it, it's all going to be to size as well. You can cut it all to size. There's inspirations and ideas on the back of the set too. As I say, it was really, really popular earlier on, so we expect it to be very popular again in this hour. It's 10 by 10 centimetres, and you're getting 12 dies. And can I just compliment you again, Julia, on a marvellous job, well done.
That's
brilliant. Look at that cover.
Thank
brilliant.
you. Yeah, it's all about having the right products for the job that you're doing. And I mean, it is quite a lot of die cutting when you're doing your pages, but of course I've used the die to do the edges. You don't have to do that if you don't want to. You can just use the die to cut the holes for the spine, but you could actually tear the edges if you wanted to yourself, or have straight edges, or you can have edges that are scalloped like one of the other dies. So, and use whatever papers you've got. Use Christmas papers. Just use normal watercolour cards. Use craft card. Whatever you want to have in there, you can have.
It could be some sort of list.
Flip book. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah,
and as we said before, because everything's stitched in on the outside, so it's not actually covered with the binding hasn't covered up the stitching. So it means that if you're not happy with what's gone in there, or if at any point you want to change it, all you've got to do is snip the cord that you've used to bind it, and then you can pop different pages in, or you can add pages to it, because I've only used 4 in each signature, but you can add more pages.
So this is the nuts and bolts. This is how you construct this, and what we'll show you as we go down the line here is all the stamps and the dies that you can use to add all the bits and pieces on, and to decorate it, and all the different cards as well. So that's really good. $12.99, that is your price today. Super duper busy for that today. That's new. So is this. It's our slimline envelope die set as well, and as we saw earlier, Julia used this very simple looking collection of metal dies here. You put it all together with your cardstock and your bits and pieces, and you come up with this, just as an example, this amazing envelope here. To me, this is just, if I just turn this around, look, you get the tab there that folds down, and you get the border around here, and on the front as well, and then this stitching inside it as well, the stitching effect, and the whole thing, it makes it look so posh and so expensive. It is like an invite to the ball. It is the sort of thing you'd expect, something really, really expensive, like dream tickets for around the world cruise or something like that, would come in an envelope like this. You've got the front as well to write on, or to send it through the post here. Do you think you could actually get away with posting that and pop it in the post box? Or
Absolutely.
It would definitely get there and everything, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Yes, of course you can. And it's designed to fit the new slimline card size is becoming quite popular over here, so it's designed to fit those.
Yeah, I really, really like that. And that, once again, has got you a saving there of £6. That's $18.99 for that, from Giannini's Mindful Art range there. And that's 11 dies you're getting in the Slimline envelope collection. Once again, that was very busy as well. So was this, our square frames set, the ornament frames here. No, we've got lots of different dies here, 7 in total. You've got plain dies, you've got ornate dies as well. Oh, we're spelling frames correctly as well now, that's good news. Great stuff. 109870 is the item number for this one here. And we saw a little bit earlier that Julia showed us how you can use this to just cut out borders from paper pads.
Yeah, like I mean, I can show that just right now if you want me to. Do you want to flip over to me very quickly?
Do you know what?
Just very quickly.
You know, it's almost Christmas. You're a bit tired, so yeah, go on. You have it your way.
I'm not going to take as long as I did before. So just using the dies as is. So the ornate one is actually will fit on a 6x6 card. So the piece of plain card that I've trimmed, not die cut, at the back is 6x6. So that's your largest ornate one. That's your largest plain one. Then the next size ornate, which of course could be a smaller card if you wanted to. This is just stacking it up on top of one another. And then we go again. Then the 2 smallest dies, the 2 straight ones, one of them stitches and one in the inside, and one of them doesn't. So it creates a beautiful stitched frame. So that's simply as it is, all stacked up. And then if you wanted to, you could just slot a message or something in there like that. So that's how they are. If you want to do them as frames, all you do is cut the ornate one with the next sized plain one. So that's the largest 2 dies cut together, then the next largest 2 dies cut together, and then the next 2. So you can make 3 frames. So obviously then of course you can think about, you could just have it like that if you want to. You can have it like that and then pop this one in the middle, or you can just get rid of this one completely. There's lots of different permutations, and you can have perhaps that way and that way if you want to. Bring in a my favourite little doggy die cut.
You love those doggies.
Doggy die cut from there, and that makes yourself a
That's all
nice
part of the
Christmas
paper
card.
pad along the bottom.
Yeah.
You'll see that in a minute.
Yeah, so that very simply, that's how they look when you, or some of the things you can do with them.
Yeah, I like the fact that you can use each one individually as a board, and then if you put them all together, it makes an amazing design in itself, where it's all going sort of in concentric squares into the centre there. Really, really nice look on that one, and that is also available on the craft store. The item code for that, 109870 for that, and it's $13.99. So you're getting a £4.50 saving on that, and don't forget you can flexi that one up, so that would be around about £6.50. 2 lots of £6.50. Now, moving on, we've got our border dies here. And, oh, do you know what? Just before we do move on, no, I'll tell you what, we're going to move on to our mandala, pocket mandala here, because I've got these samples to show, and I really, we didn't get a chance to show you these a little bit earlier, but Julia has very kindly put this together. So there's your mandalas. You can see it there. You've got your flowers. You've got all the patterns. It comes with a frame that puts the pocket together, and when you do put it all together, I'll hold these up one at a time so you can see them a little bit better. You get this effect here, which is to make this tiny little pocket here with the lovely designs cut out of it.
So some of the dies cut into the card, and those that's one of the dies that cuts into the card, as is that one. So what it means is when they actually cut into the card as well, is that you can make your backgrounds from doing some multi-cutting if you want to. So you can use them outside of this particular die, but they make really beautiful decorative pockets. But then there are 2 dies that actually cut out of the card, and you can use those on your pockets too, just like that one and that one.
Yeah. So innies and outies, cut it out or stick it on, either or. It's a lovely little pocket there. What would you pop into that?
Yeah, well, you can put little tickets in there, you know, little
keepsake, little photos.
Yeah, little photos, whatever you want, really.
And then pop it into your journal, for example, or wherever,
or inside a card.
Yeah, oh, really nice. I like that. That's the mandala pockets there. That's 7 dies you're getting with that particular die collection. That's $10.49 as well, with a £3.50 saving. So now onto the border dies, and this is another set here where you're getting 4 dies. So you can see here different thicknesses there, starting from the left. You've got a big wide border, and then as we move along, you've got a much narrower one on the end there. Lots of different designs, really beautiful. If you think that looks nice, just wait until you see what it looks like on a card that you cut out. It is like somebody, like a tiny little pixie with tiny little scissors, got in there and spent several hours cutting around that design. Just look.
Isn't it lovely? I mean, really clean and simple. So you can just have your border like that with your pattern paper at the back, and then just stamp a sentiment on.
Yeah.
And job's done.
Nice and easy, but it looks good, doesn't it, to have a colour behind it to make it pop out.
Yeah, it does look good. It shows it off a little bit.
Yeah, there's another one for you here with the sort of mauve colour, I guess.
Yeah, so these are all the gradient paper pattern.
Oh yes, we've got those. Oh, I love those gradients.
They're really cool, aren't they?
Starts from it gets light and dark. In fact, it often starts with a completely different colour, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And then makes its way along there. And here's another one here. These are the narrower border edges, right?
Did you show that one already?
Have I already shown that one? No, I don't think I have actually.
I thought I'd seen a green one before.
No, there's no. You're imagining it now.
Am I really? You're just making me out to be a little bit special.
There's definitely only one green one there, Julia.
Yeah, I know. I thought you'd seen it before.
Yeah. Oh well. Gone a bit crazy. That is.
But you or me, whichever.
That is nice. One of us. I don't know. Answers on a postcard, please. $9.90. Does anyone use postcards anymore? $9.99 is the price of that one. $12.99 was the original price. So you're getting a £3 saving there. That's all your dies. We do have some stamps to show you. We've got some textured stamps. This is an assorted textured stamps. These are your essentials when you're providing your backgrounds. We saw Julia a little bit earlier on putting some great backgrounds onto the front of her journal. This is the kind of thing that you might use before you put it onto the front cover or onto a greetings card as well. You can see all the various different designs here. We've got scripts on there as well. We've got little ink splatters. We've got little words here. We've got patterns, kind of mandala patterns here. We've got twirls like of vines and leaves and branches. We've got a mandala flower there. Lots and lots. And there's a really cool effect where it's kind of wearing away, like they're all like dozens of years old, and they're just kind of, it's almost like once you stamped it out, it's worn away straight away.
Yeah, it's almost like you've made a mistake, but you haven't.
Yes. Yeah.
So if you make another mistake, nobody knows.
No one will
stamp or
notice.
not. No.
Like the idea of that. You could do that in all walks of life, to be honest. 029028 is the item number on that one. That is £9.99. Here's another stamp set for you, but this one comes with a sticker book as well. So the stamp set itself is quotes. It's all about quotes. There's some nice long quotes on there, and then there's like one-word quotes, just you know, sentiment words, you know, to basically cover a lot of different occasions. If I pick this up here, we can see words like, well, we've got actual phrases like, I dream of painting, then I paint my dream, and to be an artist is to believe in life. And then we have just lots of one-off words that would just work really nicely, like creativity, life, believe, colour, love, art. And something that's very close to Janini's heart is has no rules. When things have no rules, and you can just do what you want with all of these materials here and just lose yourself in the zone. That is all part of it, and it comes with this sticker book as well. So you're getting this in different colours. You've got plum, you've got craft, you've got black as well. All of these different sentiments and messages inside here, you'll get in all the different types. So you've got black there, you've got craft there, and then you've got plum underneath. You've got different font there for the plum one there. In fact, you've got different font for all of them, haven't you? And they're the stickers. So you just peel them out and just whack them straight on, Julia.
Yeah, and of course you can always split them up as well, so you can cut them up even more if you want to. You don't have to use them, you know, in their full length.
Yeah, you get loads as well here,
Yeah.
don't you? So, the mind replays what the heart can't delete. Oh, that's deep. I quite like reading some of these sometimes. It makes you think. It's like, yeah, that takes me back. That's good. They've got a good point there. Now you're getting a £4 saving on that one. £12.48 is the price on that stamp set. 271583. Oh, now it is getting Christmassy. We've done the dies. We've looked at our stamps. This is new to us. Oh, who doesn't love an advent calendar? I'm excited about this. The only downer is I'm not apparently allowed to open it at all. 25 surprises. I guess they wouldn't be surprises, would they, if we open them all up?
No.
But suffice to say, this is no ordinary advent calendar. This is the kind of advent calendar that you watching right now are going to love, because it's a crafting advent calendar, and it's all on the monthly mega deal where you'll be saving £10, so you can get this at $49.99. Now, if you're thinking, well, that's a little bit pricey for an advent calendar, there is a reason. It's because it's got loads of bits and pieces like stamps in it. It's also got, let's have a little look what it's got in it. Dies, stamps and paper pads. And don't forget, of course, that's your Freedom price. If you're a Freedom member, it's $44.99. And you've got that Flextravaganza. So if you wanted to split it, you can make it $25 or $22.50 actually, if you're on the Freedom price. $22.50, two lots of $22.50. I guess quite a lot of people do spend maybe up to about £20 on advent calendar, so two lots of that's not so bad, is it? But this is either a great gift for yourself, or if you know someone who's into crafting, they are going to love this. So there you go, you open it up inside, and then inside you've got... Now, I always thought it was up to 24 days, Julia, the advent calendar. I thought it ran up, but there's a 25 here.
Oh, I like a 25 on an
you
advent
You
calendar.
like a 25, do you?
No, an advent calendar's not worth its salt if it hasn't got a 25
Well, I always
on
thought
it.
the big one was the 24, but that's fine. The big one is the 25. Do we know? Oh, do you know what that is? Oh, that's slight. I'm not allowed. Oh, I'm not allowed to. Hang on. Is there any that are? Oh, this one's open. Can I open this? Will I get into trouble, Julia?
Well, it's only number 7, isn't it?
It's only number 7. Okay, all right. Okay, just this one because it's already open.
Who knows whether all the 7s
And
are the
then
same?
I'll just pop it back again. There we go. Can you see that inside? It is a little. It's a stamp. Is it like script?
Yeah.
So you get the idea.
It's a
like
sentiment.
in each one, it's a sentiment. In each one, celebrate every day. What's that say? And keep the doctor away. Ah, okay. So create every day. And keep the doctor away.
Do you know,
yeah.
this advent calendar is, you know, you're saying somebody might spend £20 on an advent calendar that's got chocolate in it, but once you've eaten the chocolate, that's it, isn't it?
We don't want to eat any of those in there, do you?
All these you'll have for, all those you'll have for life. Obviously, the paper pad.
Yes.
In the advent calendar will be a consumable, but your
everything
dies
else,
and your stamps you'll have forever.
That is a very good point. It is an advent calendar that just keeps on giving. It's an advent calendar that's not just for Christmas. it's for life.
Yes, absolutely.
That's the way we've got to look at it. Yeah, I really like that because you've got the different stamps, and that's again. That's part of Giannini's ethos there, isn't it? About like mindfulness, and it's kind of like, you know, if you create, it keeps the doctor away, it keeps you mentally happy, and keeps you, you know, ticking over, and yeah, really like that. That is your advent calendar with 25 surprises inside, just like the one we saw there. So you're getting the idea.
You only have 24 surprises. I'm really sorry.
Well, yeah, 24 surprises and a create and keep the doctor away stamp, which is no longer a surprise, but everything else will be a surprise, and it will be 25 surprises if you give it to somebody else who is not watching right now. That's great. We love that, and well worth doing if you're a Freedom member. £22.50, 2 payments there. And don't forget, you can flexi that one up in the Flextravaganza this week. Ooh, like the advent calendar. We showed this one a little bit earlier. This is our slimline paper pick and mix. So you've got 4 options here. You get 36 sheets, lots of different designs. Love the gradients on this. You can choose any 2. So there's 170 GSM. So your options are pastel gradients, white fade gradients. You've got pastels and you've got floral colours as well. It's normally $14.98, but we've got £3 off this. And I haven't shown you this one yet, I don't think. This one is the pastels. So 36 sheets, 18 colours in total. And if I just make my way down here, you can see that
so you can see that they're a different colour on the back to what they are on the front as well.
Yes. I love the gradients. Look, can you see that? I don't know if you can really get.
See, this is what great. They're great to use with your mandala pocket because they are different colours on each side.
Yeah.
So when you fold the pocket back, also great for the tall, slim envelope die as well, because obviously you need a longer length of paper. Actually, the scrapbook papers are a little bit thick for your envelope. You wouldn't normally have an envelope made of paper that thick, but this is the perfect weight for making your envelopes.
I love this. When you flick it, you go through a really pretty sort of rainbow, don't you?
I like that one.
Some of these gradients are stunning, aren't they? Look, look at that.
Yeah.
It starts off almost. You can see there at the top, it's practically white.
Yeah.
By the time you get to the bottom, it is a deep red, and it just blends all the way down. That is purple to orange there. I just saw.
Aren't they beautiful?
Oh, really nice. Really, really.
I really like that.
those.
I think that's probably my favourite one.
This is a good one.
White
White faded gradients.
Yeah. I really like that.
Yeah, this one comes with the Julia stamp of approval, I must say as well. I endorse that. I think that's a good choice, but they're all good. I love the gradients. So pop a couple of those in your basket, and that is $11.98 with a £3 saving there. If you particularly like the one that Julia pointed out there, which is the white faded gradients. Maybe you want to get 2 of those instead of picking and mixing and getting 1 of each. Just get 2 of that one and just double up on everything. You'd get 72 sheets then, double-sided. That is 341027, the item code for that. Now moving along here, finally, we have ourselves a watercolour challenge here on the end, because we've got ourselves some paints. We've got ourselves a set here, which includes 18 colours. It's got a mixing tray as well. We've got 2 brushes with it. One of them's a flat brush. One of them is a pointed brush. Just going to unscrew that so you can see what I'm talking about there. There's your pointed brush, and then we have a flat version here. You get a little swatch with it, so you can put your colours onto the back there, and you can test them all out and check them all out. There is the flat brush. And you've got pretty much all the colours covered there.
Yeah,
Julia?
you have. Yeah, you've got a lovely skin tone in there as well, which is really useful. And you've got your mixing tray as well.
Yeah, really like that. And perfect, the mixed tray all shuts up nicely and goes into the little box. That is $19.99. That's £5 off that one. And the item number you want for that is 713597. It is, of course, on the website, as is everything we've shown you here on the counter today. Got other things there as well. We've got that puzzle. I've got an update on that, Julia. I'm now up to 7 pieces on the puzzle. I've been doing that in the dressing room a little bit earlier.
I don't think you should tell people that, because they think it just takes ages, but what you're really saying is you're not very good at puzzles.
I'm just incredibly slow. No, by now, most people would have done about 200 pieces of that. It's 1,000 pieces.
To be fair, you've been doing shows as well. So,
that is true, yes. Yeah, and from the lady who says, "Oh, I'm really tired today,"
I am really tired
well then,
today.
no, so you'd understand. So have a little look on the website because you've got jigsaw puzzles there. We've got our Mindful diamond painting kit. Might show you that a little bit later on. Oh, there's the craft journal paper there, or our slimline journal, I should say. We've got dies that you can use to cut everything out, our borders, we've got our ornaments, our squares there. There's the painting set. And this reminds me a little bit of the generation game. We used to go down the line going, oh, a set of pounds, oh, cuddly toy. There's the advent calendar. We've got a freedom membership, of course, is where you can make more savings. And you've also got, oh, look at that. You've got all of the different stamps as well. 7-day savers there as well that are popped into the mix. $9.99 there for your bumper pack of assorted designs and embellishments. Loads and loads and loads. And don't forget, whatever you put into your basket, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be over £60 this time. It can just be over £1, and then you can split it into 2 payments and not have to pay everything up front. Very easy. Right, let's have a look. Julia, what have you got for us today?
Right, we're going to make a card. So we're going to use one of the border dies. So I suggest what you do when you get the border dies, if you're unsure what they're going to do, just cut them. And even just cut them slap bang into a piece of card, just so you can see what's going to happen, which actually works out quite nicely for what I'm going to do. So we're going to cut one. And when you cut a border, you want to cut it so that it's cutting on the length. So it goes through your machine like so, because there's less pressure that way. Let's see if I can pull the machine over a bit so I don't fall off the chair. It's like watching a kettle, isn't it?
I love them, but I just still don't understand why people have them going away from them and possibly falling off the table. Why don't you feed it in backwards so it ends up in front of you?
It is more awkward that way.
Right, okay.
That's just what we do.
Don't question the crafter's ways.
It's just the done thing.
You just like the risk factor of it dropping on the floor. Okay, I get it.
That's the one. So you can see that's come out nice and clean out of my die. I'll use that again, and then we just clean out the back. I've already got them cut already, so I won't sit and poke them all out. I mean, they are all nicely cut, but it's just a case of sitting and poking and poking and poking, and they'll all come out really beautifully.
What was that thing you just ran over it? Like
This is like I don't know. It's a brush to clean your dies out, but if you actually run it over the die as well, half the time the die cuts come out. But this one's got loads of curly cues, which I'm not going to fiddle about with. The curly cues are where it kind of likes to hold hands with itself, the curly bits. So I've already got some that are cut, so you can see here, all I did was I've just cut up to the line. So that would be the edge of your card. So that's 5.5 inches to the edge, and then that's your border.
Okay.
And you poke the rest of the bits out. Job's a good one. All done. So we're going to put that at the back of one of the fades, or the gradients, and we're going to just leave a little border like that. So all we need to do is just glue along this straight edge. We don't have to fiddle around. I'm not going to fiddle around cutting, gluing all the rest.
Don't fiddle, Julia.
No.
I'll tell you what, can we just take a moment to admire that amazing gradient? I just love them. Love them.
The what, sorry, the border?
Well, the border I love, and I love the gradient paper as well.
Yeah. So this is only a section of it, so it's only just started going into the pink.
Papers are coming up along the bottom of your screen. They're just great. I love them.
They are wonderful, aren't they? So I've cut 2, so we can have one on the other side as well. Now, obviously, if you wanted to, you could start fiddling around and actually mitre your corners. So you could, I mean, I don't know, I'm not very good at mitering, but you could actually have one like that and actually have this length as 5.5. Okay. So you'd have a 5.5 inch square, and you could actually have 4 bits, and you could, I don't know, put an embellishment or something in that corner if you wanted to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you mean by mitering? I'm
mitering is where you'd be putting them like that, but you'd cut a bit off off one and off the other, so they'd be like
joined
diagonally cut. So one would be cut like that,
I'm with you, meets
and
in
then
middle,
the
like
other one,
like a picture frame.
Yeah, exactly like
Yeah.
a picture frame. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I thought as a man you'd know all that sort of stuff. Do you not do
What,
DIY?
Picture frames.
That's probably very sexist, isn't it? Saying as a man.
So that's a bloke thing, is it? Picture frames.
I'm reckoning that you're meant to be doing carpentry and working in the garage. That's what men do, isn't it?
No. I'm very progressive these days. So I let the wife do all of that because you've got to be very equal rights, haven't you?
Yeah. So okay. So now we're gonna. I've got a slightly bigger piece. So I'm going to have the purple going on the pink and the pink going on the purple there. So that's going to sit on top of there. It doesn't. That's not on wonky. It's just that I've cut it wonky. It's fine.
Okay.
That's the back. It doesn't matter. Obviously, if you wanted to, you could 3D foam it. But then it leaves these fine bits a little bit more vulnerable if you 3D foam it, because they're actually set above. Did I do that? No, I wanted to do that, didn't I? Forget what I was doing. Yes, that way round.
Oh, okay, so you're putting the darker edge on the opposite side, yeah. The contrast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the idea. Bit of contrast. Don't know if that's straight or not, but it's that's what it's going to be.
Yeah.
And then to make it pop, we're just putting it on a piece of black card.
Right.
Because black makes everything pop.
Yeah.
Have you learnt that?
No, but I've taken it and noted now. I know it now.
Because we all say that, you know, black makes everything pop.
But similarly, white does if you've got it around, as you cut around your when you're fussy cutting, you leave a little white border.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, absolutely right.
So you need to amend that. Black and white makes everything pop.
Yeah, depends on what colour you're using.
Yeah, actually it's not as snappy now anymore, that line, is it? Black and white makes everything pop. Open brackets, depending, see terms and conditions. Yeah.
So we just raise this a little tiny bit as we're making a card, and then we'll bring in some squares as well. Because obviously if you buy more than one die set, then you can actually dress it up a little bit more. Or you might have dies in your stash that you can also use it with. So, you know, they all mix and match. And then this is just going to go onto, don't ask me how big this is, I don't know, no idea. Probably 5 by 7 or something like that. Okay, so is that straight?
Yeah.
Okay, that'll do. Straight enough.
Certainly getting the idea.
Right.
You could keep going forever, couldn't you? Because you put white onto black, black onto white to make it pop. Because
yeah, if your name's Phil Martin, there'd be about 10 layers in here already.
Yeah.
What we've done is I've taken one of the square dies here. So this is I think it's the smallest one. Yeah, it's the smallest one. And then I've cut it with the next size die. So I've cut the two, well, it's not, because the stitch one's the smallest one. So the next two dies out to make myself a frame. And I've cut it in the sort of creamy white and in the black. And we're going to just offset them ever so slightly, so that you've got like a drop shadow, and then that makes things pop as well. So this is my task now, to kind of try and glue these two together. So we're going to do the scribble on the craft sheet thing, because it's the quickest thing to do. And pick it up with my tweezers and do a bit of dipping. Now, I don't know if this is symmetrical, I've no idea. I think it is.
Okay, so you keep hold of it with the tweezery thing, and then you just dab it down
Just
like that.
dab it down, just to, I mean, it's more so you can get the idea of, rather than getting an absolutely perfect drop. So we're going slightly to the right and just ever so slightly down as well. Hopefully that, you can just about see a little drop shadow on that. Let's just clean that glue up before I stick my card into it. I know it seems a little bit wasteful of glue, but you don't have to do that at home if you don't want to.
I was thinking about that actually, to be honest, but
Yeah, I know.
Maybe you could just put a little less glue on, maybe.
Yeah,
if you wanted to.
absolutely,
Yeah.
you could. It's more to do with time
Sure.
than anything else.
Is there any alternative to doing it other than that? Can you actually put the glue directly onto it and paste it on? Is that not a good idea?
Like this?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely you can.
Yeah.
It just takes a lot longer when you're
right, okay.
on air.
That's fine.
But I'm only doing the actual inside of the frame for this bit.
Okay.
And then we're going to pop that in the middle-ish. Like so. I think that's straightish. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to our Christmas papers. I know that the colour scheme isn't brilliant, I know that, but you know, they were added on later.
Okay.
So we could bring in our tin soldier. Okay.
Details of the Christmas papers coming up on your screen in a second. We had a little look at this earlier on this afternoon.
We did. Or we could bring in your drinks, which is quite nice.
Oh, yeah.
That works quite nicely. This is annoying because it's not sticking.
That works.
Stick. I do quite like the soldier, actually. I do quite like that offset. What do we think in the gallery? Do we want the tin soldier or do we want the drinks? I know they'll say drinks.
I like the... well, we got it split two ways in the gallery. Does that help? Drinks says one and soldier says the other.
Oh, it's no help.
I like the drinks, but then that's
I think
that's
we're going to go for drinks because it's easier for me to put the foam tape on.
Great. Someone's crying in the gallery right now that their choice wasn't...
well, as long as it's Ross, it's all right.
It's okay, it'll be fine. You'll get over it. Poor Tom.
I'll make it up to you, don't worry. I will. So then we're going to put our little and that's got Let It Snow on it. But I thought just as something quite contemporary, we'd actually bring in a couple of the stickers. So we're having, I'm going to put the bottom one on first. It's the little things that matter most. So I think that's quite appropriate.
When you've got a drink on the front cover.
For your hot chocolate and your mulled wine.
Yeah, definitely.
At Christmas.
Absolutely.
So I think that's quite
that works really nicely.
So there we go. I don't know how straight it is, but there's just a little idea for you.
That's great. I like that. And I like the fact that just by putting the phrases in different contexts gives it different meaning. You could have put that on something and saying it's the little things that matter most about a couple and their relationship. You popped it on with the hot chocolate. It's like the fun things in life. I love it. Really like that. Thank you very much, Julia. Now, everything that we're seeing here today can be popped into your basket, and everything, and this is not the normal practice around here, it's normally over £60, but everything here can be put onto Flextravaganza for this week. Let's find out a little bit more about that.
It's Flextravaganza time! From Friday the 5th until Friday the 12th of November, we're giving you the chance to spread the cost of your winter crafting by bringing you our Flextravaganza event. Over the course of the week, if you add any items to your shopping basket worth £1 or more, you'll qualify for our Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offers. This means that you can spread the cost of your entire order into 2 equal interest-free Flexi-Buy payments, offering you a more cost-efficient way of shopping with us. Pay the first payment when you place your order, then the second a month later. Place your order online or on the phone. Flexible payments for everyone. Join us from Friday the 5th of November at 6 p.m. to make your shopping experience with the craft store even easier.
Whose voice is that? Is that somebody?
It's Derek, isn't it?
Oh, it's Derek. Yeah. Do you know what? I thought I'd recognise that voice, but I couldn't picture who it was. There you go. It's Derek. Well, he's got quite a good voice, hasn't he?
He's a voiceover man.
Oh, is he? Yeah, he's got one of those voices, hasn't he? Very good. There you go. Derek telling you about the Flextravaganza, and this is one of the items that you could put into the Flextravaganza here because, as you say, everything over £1. So when you've got the journal set here for £12.99, that means you can split it into 2 payments of £6.50. How about that? Then, of course, you can be making a little bit of that. You can make this journal. These mini journals are absolutely brilliant. They're great fun to put together. You've got everything you need just to make the pages themselves look a little bit different because you've got all the edging there. You've got everything you need to make the spine and to cut it all through. And then you can do effects like this. You've got all this effect on the back here as well. And you can pop it all together and you get yourselves one of these. And the beauty of these are For example, you can just basically unravel this thread. You can take out this bit of card here, or perhaps the one here that you've got something on, and replace it. So it just keeps going and going. You're never quite finished. It's and you can just change it around. You can give these away. Lovely gifts these would be to someone that you love, your family, friends, and with pictures and mementos of your time together, and say, there you go, Merry Christmas. This is from me to you, just to celebrate our time together. That would be really nice, and you can do that using this journal die set here. So 653,903 for that. That is a big saving, £4.50, gives it to you for £12.99 on the craft store, and we've also got a similar saving on this slimline envelope set as well, where we saw this beautiful envelope can be created just using the set there, where you get 11 dies, and one of the dies, for example, is this envelope flap here, which is not, I mean, you know, that is not just any old envelope flap, is it? I mean, that is the flap to end all flaps. Look at this as well. Look at the border you've got here. This added on these embellishments. Can we put that on the poster, the flap to end all flaps?
Please don't.
Would that work? This is really, really nice, isn't it? To imagine getting something like this. When you give gift tokens at Christmas, and when you give like a present to somebody, like, oh, here's a ticket to the theatre, why not put it in a really, really nice envelope like this instead of your bog standard envelope? And to do that, you just need a little bit of this. That's got everything you need on there, including all your name tags there and your little pennants. You can see here in the borders and all the bits and pieces and paraphernalia, including all the little flaps as well that you need to actually paste all the envelope together. That's great. £18.99, £6 off that, 092507 for your envelope set. Then you've got your ornament frames here that we saw a little bit earlier. We got all those different patterns and combinations that Julia showed us, where you could just keep layering it on top of each other, come up with an amazing pattern at the front of the card, or you could just take one of them and make it a very simple border, a simple frame, simple yet effective and really, really stunning. Pop it all together though, and it all really works as a concentric design with the plain and the ornate going into the centre there. That is £13.99, 109,870. Then over here we have our mandala pocket dies, and these have got some lovely samples that Julia's made for us here. I'll just line those up along the front here that you can see. I'll just pop them there. Can you see that? You can see the graded paper again, the gradient paper, and you can cut them out. Or, as you can see there, you can add them onto the top. So, whichever way you want, whichever floats your boat, you can just, there we go, ooh, there we go, cut them out or add them onto the top using those dies there. That's the mandala pocket dies. So you've actually got the framework to create the actual pocket that you can see. That's the framework there, so you cut around that, and then you've got the little flaps there to make the actual pocket, and then you've got the actual embellishments and the designs to cut into it, or to cut over it and then add as your own die cut on top of that. That is Studio Light Giannini's Mindful Artful Mandala Pocket Die Set. Then we've got our border set here as well. This has been really popular, this border set, and it's the sort of thing, if we have a little look down the front there, you can see it, it's just, this is what you're getting here, this is the actual border set. And then I can just start popping all of these and to show you, there you go, look at that one. And then we have another one here. This is all on different colour backings here, but you can see the effect that you get from all of these different, oh, look at that one. That's amazing, isn't it? Look at that. Can you imagine cutting that out with scissors? It looks incredible, and it certainly makes any card look immediately. It gives it a massive upgrade, doesn't it? That is a really nice effect on the back of that colour. £9.99 there, £12.99 normally. That's a £3 saving there. And then we have all of our stamp sets as well, our textured stamp sets. Assorted textures where you've got scripts and you've got backgrounds, you've got mandala flowers as well. You can print that away. 17 stamps you're getting in total there, with that really interesting kind of faded look in places as well, which makes it much more forgiving when you're doing your artwork, because if you make a mistake you might not notice it as much, because it's actually on purpose kind of shabby chic as it is. You can see it just there. It's like, you know, some of it's just kind of worn away on purpose. purpose, really nice effect. Then, of course, you've got the stamp and you've got the sticker set collection for our quotes here as well. You're getting all of these quotes and different phrases here in the stamps, and that's 16 stamps on that. Then you're getting the actual stickers as well, and it's on craft paper, it's on black paper, it's on plum coloured paper as well. Each one comes with different fonts. You flick through it, as we saw Julia did earlier. She just picked out one. Oh, I think it was that one, wasn't it? I just went, it's the little things that matter most, and popped that onto the top there. But there's loads more of those as well in different colours, as you can see. And that all comes as a bundle. You get both of those together, the stamps and the stickers, for £12.48 of a £4 saving. Let's have a little look at the journal die again, because these are super duper busy. We've had a question about this, Julia.
Yeah, okay.
From Jackie.
I can know, Jackie.
Does the journal die set come with instructions, is her question?
No.
Oh, well, that was a simple one, wasn't it? But is there any way... Well, I'll tell you one way she can immediately see how to use it. She can go rewind on this today.
No, 1 o'clock.
We were on at 11
2 o'clock it was.
2 o'clock, yeah.
2 o'clock
we were on
hour.
today 11 o'clock and 2 o'clock, and we're on now 5 o'clock, and you can rewind.
It was the 2 o'clock show that I showed you how to use it.
True.
These dies are, I think we've got the collection as a pre-release, so it's going to be launched probably next week or the week after. You know, worldwide. So as soon as that happens, I'm sure Janini will probably be doing some videos on the Studio Light page, and there will be some on the YouTube channel as well. But it's so new at the moment that there aren't any other videos available other than the demonstration I did at 2 o'clock.
So if you missed it, it was, as Julie says, about 3 or 4 hours ago. So if you go to the 2 o'clock show today, you can do that on the Craft Store channel. You can go on the website, I should say. You can go onto the rewind function. You can go backwards. Another easy way of doing it is going to the Craft Store YouTube channel and clicking on the live stream and just scooting back 3 or 4 hours until you see me and Julia again. You just go, yeah, no, Adam, no, Fiona, no. Oh, there's Jenny. No, there we are. And if you see the two of us again, you will see Julia putting together that journal using that die set. Hope that answers your question, Jackie. No instructions, but plenty of instructions, because we did it for an hour on the box,
yes.
on the goggle box. Oh, the advent calendar. Oh, this is part of the monthly mega deal, so you're getting a nice saving on this for the whole of the month as we lead up to the actual advent period. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it, that this is actually on a special price until the end of November, because it's the 1st of December that you'll want it by. Because you want to start opening it up, don't you? Because inside, you're going to get, behind every window here, a surprise. Now, if you're thinking, well, those are big chocolates, it's because they're not chocolates. They are crafting accessories. So inside each one of these, you've got a cutting die, you've got a stencil, you've got a stamp, you've got a paper pad. Who knows what you might get? And we did... The more I open this, the more I'm worried it might not go back into place again. We opened up number 7 a little bit earlier, and we saw inside we had a stamp saying, create every day and you'll keep the doctor away. It was a sentiment stamp. We have similar things behind every single door. I wonder what's behind door number 25, though. Interesting. I'd love to open that up. I'm half tempted to do it and blame Julia. Because you've got a lot of sway around here, Julia. I think you'd get away with it if I did that. We were being really careful with this earlier, and I almost dropped it, and the whole lot came out. So
everything would have been a surprise,
everything would
have been put back differently.
Exactly. So 25 surprises. One of them we've just done a bit of a spoiler on, but the rest of the surprises there, and that is your advent calendar by Marlene. The Studio Light art there. It's a great little cover there, but you can pop it up on the side or you can hang it up, and then each one is perfect for crafters at Christmas time. Each one has a special crafting surprise inside. Wow, look at the price as well, $44.99 on Freedom. Right, Julia, what have you got for us now?
We're going to do a journal page now in the Slim journal that's on the show. So this is, I think it's a new size from Janini, and it's ring bound, 3 rings, and it has in it watercolour card, which is, it seems to be textured on one side and smooth on the other. So of course these are all symmetrically placed, so you can actually turn it round and just work on the smooth side if you want to, which is what I did for mine. It's also got craft card and black card in there. So we're going to work on craft, because I've already done one in the watercolour card. And let's see what I'm knocking over. So I've already cut one of the border dies out, top and bottom. You can see it, I've just done it so that top and bottom looks, you know, similar on each piece. Okay. But it's gone over the edge, which is fine. It's a journal page, absolutely fine. But we want to make sure we preserve these and they look nice. So I'm going to use some low tack tape, and I'm just going to go up to the tips of those little diamonds to keep that nice and clean, and I'm only going to work up to the in fact I don't want to go like that, that's utter rubbish, Julia. Hang on a second. What am I like? So we're going to go this way so I can ink up to the diamonds.
Yeah, I was thinking actually.
I don't know, I'm glad you're thinking.
You know, sometimes I'm thinking I'm not saying anything because I know that it's going to be really like,
it would
stupid.
be lovely because it would give us a border, but I didn't want that.
Yeah.
I'm tired. I'm not with it. I don't have a brain.
There you go. That will protect the borders.
That's going to protect the borders, right? I'm amazed I remembered to do that in the first place. I was so chuffed with myself that I forgot what I wanted to do. So this is one of, I think this is one of Lou's stencils, actually.
Oh, what an amazing design that is.
But it's Studio Light, so we're using that. And what I've done is I've taken my palette, and I've just taken, because they're divided into sixes, these, so you can take them out in groups of 6, and I think you can actually pull out the individual pans as well, but I wasn't going to do that. And I've just misted it with a little bit of water and added more water and put 2 of the blues in here, because we're going to go blue onto the craft card.
Oh, okay, so this is our watercolour set,
This is the watercolour set, yeah. Oh. So I've just added a little bit more water, and just, I mean, the pigment in this is just tremendous. It's absolutely wonderful. I'm just going to pick up some of the lighter blue onto it. This is just kitchen sponge, and I'm just going to go through the stencil.
That looks nice and easy to do that. It's going on. It's like nice and
do the stencil. Yeah, I mean, some of it might seep underneath. It doesn't matter. It's a journal page. Then I'm going to pick up some of the darker blue and bring some of the darker blue in as well.
Okay.
And there'll be some areas that are darker than others because I haven't bothered wondering about, you know, going off the page or anything.
So does this give your own sort of gradient effect on that as well?
Yeah, it can. It's just a bit more interested than just doing one colour, but they are in the same, obviously in the same colour palette. So you know. Okay, so there's our background, and obviously that's going to dry quite quickly. Yeah. Obviously it's watercolour, so that's going to actually clean off my stamps really nicely. Let's just get this out of the way before I knock it over, because I know what I'm like, especially when I'm tired. So just pop those in there and out of the way. So now we're going to bring in our stamps that we've got, and we're bringing in those texture stamps again, because I really like these. Now, what did I do with my other block? Might have to work with a bigger block.
Texture stamp details coming up on your screen while Julia faffs around trying to find whatever she's lost.
You know me so well, don't you? I know. Already.
You need me to cover for you every single time you look for something. I was getting that impression now. So I just have 10 minutes of extra material on hand.
You're all right. You're all right. They didn't give you that in the brief, did they?
They didn't tell me. No.
So let's pick.
She forgets quite a lot of things.
I do. I'm rubbish.
Go with it.
So let's just pick. We're just going for blues. So we're going to pick Versafine Clairs that are blues. So this is Warm Breeze, which is quite a light blue, and this is the text. Have to have text wherever. I don't know which is the right way up, but it doesn't matter. And go off the page a little bit.
It's often illegible, isn't it, the script? You can't really read the same.
Yeah, and we are actually it's just in the background, because I think these stencils are quite a prominent stencil, which is absolutely fine, but it's just to give a little bit more interest. You can hardly see that it's there, but it is, you know. Lou will hate this because there's 4 of these. And then, but there's no rules. There is no rules in crafting. No. So I love this one as well, this kind of fabric one. And we're going to go a bit darker with that. Let's go medieval blue, because I really want to see this one.
Medieval?
Yeah. Versafine Clairs are a wonderful ink. And we're going to go kind of, I'm a creature of habit sometimes. Sometimes I find something that I like.
I was going to say, I bet you end up with like about 3 or 4 things you think, pretty much everything I ever do, I add this onto it because I just love it so much.
Yeah.
And you go through phases, do you?
Yeah, I do things to death, basically, until I'm really fed up with them. And it's taking me longer and longer as I get older to get fed up with it. Now, I did move my stamp a little bit there, but it doesn't matter, because I've got away with it, because you can't tell because it's in the background. Okay, so that's that one. I really like that one. Then we've got to have some splats.
Yeah.
It would be rude not to have splats. So let's go for Twilight with that.
Chuck some splats in.
Yeah, this is Twilight, which is the darkest blue. It's a really rich navy blue.
Got about 3 minutes left.
Oh, is that? Oh my goodness, where did the time go?
I know, it's amazing, isn't it? It's really flown by on this one.
Yeah.
It's really good. What part? You're from the Midlands, right?
I am originally, yes. I'm
Because
from
I can hear it in your voice. What part of the?
just outside Dudley.
Dudley?
I went to school in Dudley. My mum thought that if I went to school in Dudley to a girls' school that I wouldn't end up with an accent.
Right.
She was wrong.
Because believe it or not, I'm not a million miles away from there originally. I was in Bromsgrove.
Oh, that's posh though.
Oh, is it posh in Bromsgrove? Doesn't feel like it when I was there. Certainly I brought the area down.
Let's bring in a bit of purple, just as a little bit of a contrast, and we could bring in Monarch. Because you can, this is that mandala. And so you could actually put your mandala where these circle areas are in the stencil and make it a real kind of feature of the centre of the stencil.
Yeah.
This is just fun. This is quite randomish, but it's just fun. So obviously
It's
you
like
could
yourself, Julia. Kind of randomish, but kind of fun.
I am very random. so obviously you could keep on going, but when we pull this off,
isn't it amazing how it protected the border when you covered it with the tape?
Yeah, I know.
It's crazy how these things work out.
I know, isn't it? So I would just probably carry on and do a little bit more. I've got some reinforcements I'd stick over there.
Yeah.
I would definitely come in with my sticker book, and I would put in.
Oh, go on, stick the sticker on. Yeah, we've got 2 minutes.
All right.
Go on.
I like this one.
Yeah.
Every day.
Yeah. Is it learning day?
Well,
every day is a.
Every day is a day.
Is a day.
You've never
wow,
seen.
That's deep.
You've never seen before.
Oh, I see. Okay, every day
you
is
have
a
to
day.
wait
I
for
thought
me
you were
to
going to go there.
finish.
Every day is a day. That is true.
That I've never seen before.
You've never
and I'd
seen
probably
before.
go around that with a white gel pen or something. But I mean, this is the start of a page. It's not a finished page, but it's the start of a page.
Oh, I really
But
like
how
that.
much fun was that to do? You know, your journal pages aren't anything you've got to show anybody. They're something that's very personal to you. You can just keep them for yourself and just have fun being mindful.
Yeah, so it's all about the actual making of it, and then you get the enjoyment of looking at it afterwards. But
Absolutely.
The real mindfulness is in the creating
And it's
of
also
it.
the learning of what goes together and what you like, because you might do it and you might think, oh, I don't like that, but then you've learnt something because you've learnt you don't like it.
Julia, that is so good. I believe that should go in number 24 on our advent calendar here. Maybe I'll rip that open and take out whatever's there and pop that in. Thank you so much for today.
You're very
really
welcome.
Enjoyed it.
Thank you, everybody.
Don't forget to look at the website, because everything's on there. Everything that Julia's shown you today and demoed so admirably. All of the dies are on there. All of the stamps, the advent calendars on there. The watercolour set as well. The pads, the lot. So do have a look at the website. And when are we going to see you again, Julia?
I'm back next Friday, the 19th, for the 12 and 4 p.m. shows of the Sensibility Yours One Day Special.
Excellent. We will see that. I hope you haven't managed to get a little rest in the meantime.
Oh, yes. I've got to get my eyes tested, going to the dentist.
Oh, busy. Well, that sounds exciting, actually. Can I come? Thank you very much, Julia. I will see you a little bit next week, and I'll see you a little bit later on. Standing by and raring to go with a one-day special. It's Adam crafting with clarity in a moment. Then I'll be here for the storage happy hour, and then it'll be a little bit more from Adam.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks. Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
Good evening, one. Good evening, all. I hope you are well. It is 6 o'clock, and have I got a treat for you? We are talking a brand new one-day special. Oh, yes, and not from anyone. This is from Clarity Now. Barbara and Paul were here earlier in the week with our Janice, and they said if you bought earlier in the week, it will go hand in hand with what you're about to see in our one-day special now. This is going to be slightly different. I'm going to give you figures and numbers and I'm going to hand it all over to our Barbara who's waiting for me this hour as well. So, the item you number for the big collection that you need, oh my word, is flying out the door already. 529213 is your item number, £59.94, or you can pop it onto flexible payments as well, as we are in Flextravaganza. Now, you're getting a bit of everything in here, but save us going through it one by one. Let's throw her to the lady herself. It's lovely working with her again. It's been a while since we've chatted. It's our Barbara. Barbara, how are you, my love?
Hello, Adam. It's good to have your company this evening.
You as well. It's been such a long time. Now, I'm excited about this. So I know the world of Groovy. I've ticked that box. I know all the stamps that you bring out, but I've not seen things like this before. So talk me around the concept, Barbara. How does it all work?
Right, well, let me take you on a little story first.
Oh, lovely.
I've got a bit of reverb going on here, so maybe somebody could just check that's better. Right, now, let me just explain something, where the idea came from, because what we're looking at here is composition stamps, layout stamps, and I'm going to actually go to the groovy side of the counter. Although this is not the ODS, they are on the counter as well, so our good friends who are parchers can shop ahead. The reason I'm doing that is because that's where the idea came from. Let me tell you a little story, Adam. Let me tell you a story.
Oh, go on. Right. Oh, it's like Max Bygraves. Go on.
Let me tell you a story. Right. So we've got a club, and Linda Williams, she always designs our little groovy club plates. So this was a little club plate. And then she sent us the art project to go with the club plate. I know. Look at that. So we looked at that, and I looked at this, and I thought, how did Linda get this out of that? And then I realised that it was with these little boxes. You see all the lovely layout?
Yeah.
And that really was where the idea came from, you know, because it made it so easy then to be able to create these little boxes and then stamp or groove or parch into the boxes. So then we got our thinking caps on here, and I said, right, well, how about, Linda, you create, here we go, how about you create some plates, some groovy plates. Bear with me a moment.
No,
right?
yeah.
Here we go. So these are the ones that are on the show. And you can see here, you've got 3 Christmas plates. And if I show you, don't worry about all the detail. We wouldn't waste a whole plate. So look at the layouts though. This is what I'm talking about. So there's the layout for the fairy plate.
That's nice.
Right? There's the fairy plate there. Then we've got the layout for the envelope, which is this one here, just taking it right back to the layout, which is what I'm talking about with this kind of thing, right? And then we've got the one with the snowman as well. So my point is that that's the background. Those plates are on the show as well, and that's how we ended up even coming up with the idea. Thank you, Linda. So now, me being a stamper, I looked at this and thought, this would be fantastic for stamps. So here we go now. We took that idea and we ran it into stamps. And you can see here straight away, like, there we go. So here is the first of the sets, and you can see this is what we call a doodle. There are 3 different pairs of styles for these composition plates. We've got the doodle plates, you can see here, and of course, the doodle plates come with all these wonderful little elements as well. Right? So you've got your big stamps, yeah, and then you've got your little stamping elements as well. These are just superb. So that's the doodle ones. Then we got carried away and we introduced a pair of retro plates. I love these. These are real like trendy. And you can see there are lots of open areas, but then we've also given you lots of fantastic, really retro 1950s, 1960s, that kind of
Barbara,
real lovely look. Yes, love.
10% already gone. We are only 5 minutes in. 10%, 15% now of the stock has already got 20% of the stock. These are flying out of the door. 20% of the stock now has already gone of your brand new one-day special. Sorry, Barbara, back to you.
No, that's brilliant, and this is one of those things. I'm going to slow it down a little bit. This is one of those rare occasions where I look at this and I go, yes, we've hit nirvana on this one. So here we've got a pair of these beautiful, here we've got these, we're calling them the grunge pair. So you've got the grunge pair. So that's 3 pairs, and those 3 pairs, they make up our one-day special. Now I'm going to throw back to you so that you can actually do the shopping side of that one-day special, and then I'll carry on.
Not a problem, I can do that bit, I'm quite good at that bit. So, the shopping side of it all, so right, we are busy. 20% of your one-day special stock has already gone. Now, individually, so you're talking stamp and mask, they are £19.99. Now, you can go for them individually. You can go for them in the pairs. You've got grunge, retro or doodle in your pair, and there's a £10 saving on those. Don't let this bog you down. You can either get them singly, in pairs, or as a bundle. Okay? So that's £30 if you're going for the double. Carry that 30 quid over for you, and I'll give you another £30. So you're talking 60 quid off. But we're not allowed to put it on the screens and things like that. I don't know, telly law. But £60 is what you're actually saving on this bundle. There are 84 stamps included in this kit. You're going to get the masks thrown in as well. A quarter of the stock has already gone. There is so much that you can do. I've got a rare selection of samples. I'm just going to show you a few of them now. Then we're going to get straight back to Barbara to see how all of these actually work. These are absolutely stunning. You can go pure grungy that you want to do. Look how beautiful these all are. It sort of reminds me of, remember when Lemmings was a big thing? And you used to have a little Lemmings world, and you sort of create that little world. You've got that look to them, which I think is absolutely beautiful. £29.97 across 2 interest-free flexible payments is what you're looking at. But if you're thinking, I love the concept, Adam. I love the concept of the doodle. I love the concept of the grunge. But I want something clean and simple. I like clean and simple lines. That's the way I work. That's the way my mind goes. I like my journals to be clean and simple. I've got them as well. Maybe you like your planners. These would work perfectly inside your planners, to do your doodles in, to do your shopping list in, to put your little photos in there as well. This is a full set. You get circles and you're also going to get squares in there. You're going to get the masks included as well. For £29, £29.96. We'll let Barbara talk around them. So you get the filled in one that's going to do your lines, and then you're also going to get sort of them clear ones that you can do your doodles in. But there's a £20 saving on this, £10 on each one. 976357 is your item number that we're looking at. Should we go back to Barbara about these ones? Barbara, but as I said, and I hope you didn't mind me saying that if you are a clean and simple sort of person, this is sort of the way to go for you. So you really have covered all boundaries with this.
Well, and this is why we call these the Clean and Tidy collection, because they really are right back to the line art. We haven't added any doodles, we haven't added any assets. You've just literally got the layout, the compositional stamps. So if I show you now here, you can see, let's take one at a time. If I show you this pair first, these are the square ones. So again, what you've got here is the line art, and then you've got the infill. It's that two-way overlay. So this would actually fit in that. Now, that said, it depends entirely. Do I want to turn it round that way? This is the same with all of these plates, Adam. Whether they're the doodle, the grunge, the retro, you can turn them and turn them. If I show you this one here is this negative. The black is the ink. So that will give you this. Whereas this one is a line art. The black line art is this one. So that is what we're going to be looking at tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. I shall be doing these two demos. So and this is where the masks really come into play. Now let me show you the round ones, and I want to show you an example of the round. So here again, we've got which way do we want to go? If I were to show you the stamps, let me take the stamps so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. So now I've got the stamps in front of me. If I take this stamp here, you can see that's going to give me that line art. That's how that works. And this one is an infill. Can you see that? It's a proper infill mounted on, I've mounted this one on acetate, whereas this one, we've got them in the show. We made them especially for these layout plates. They're the new 6x6 mega mounts, Adam. But you can see this one now is going to give us this piece here. So if I were to show you a piece of artwork here, you can see that coloured artwork there. This is from Jane Telford. You can see that there is the background. This gives you all that background. Now let's take this one from Elaine Milner, and you can see that this is the layout, the composition layout for that one. So that's how this one gives you the black line art. This one gives you the white lines with the infill. If you were to put that one on top of that one, you'd get the colour and the line art.
So the background one, Bob, is sort of the way I see it. It's sort of like a little jelly plate, as it were, because you can create your own backgrounds on it.
Absolutely. And this one, I love this because and I'm going to show you a couple of tricks with this one because it's our two-way overlay stamps. I want to show you how you can accentuate. I'll do that tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. But this is the Clean and Tidy one, and this is, I will show you how to bring out those lines even more if you want to. So that's the Clean and Tidy range, which isn't a part of the ODS, but it's still half price.
Yeah,
it's still half price because normally the pair, each one of these stamps would be £15. So a pair would be £30. So you're getting both pairs for £30, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you know, you're correct as well. And what I'm hearing, they're ridiculously busy, and we don't think they'll be here at 8 o'clock in the morning. A third of the stock now has already gone on this bundle. A third of the stock has already gone. 976357 is your item number. I'm hearing we've got queues on the phones now as well. The quickest thing to do is tap the app or jump to the website. If you are on the phone, please bear with us, okay? We are very busy for these, and we're very busy for your one-day special. Over a third of the stock of the one-day special now has already gone. Over a third of the stock. We are 13 minutes in, 13 minutes and 27 seconds into our first live hour of 5. Okay? 5 live hours. We have amples of stock for this, but already a third of that vast amount has already gone. Right then, it's all right talking about it. It's all right seeing them stamped out. It's all right seeing the finished samples, but we want to see them in action. So, Barbara, it's all yours, my love.
Thank you, Adam. Right, so let's just take another little look at those large stamps, because sometimes you look at large stamps and you think, oh, they're big. If you've got stamping platforms, great. We've got these large mega mounts which will help you, and I'm gonna give you some tips and tricks on how to get a really good impression. But first of all, let's have a look at these stamps. So let's say this is one of the grunge stamps on its own. Now, it's up to me. Do I want it this way round? Do I want it that way round? Every single one of these, it depends. Where do I want to put the message? What style am I going for? Is this for a woman or a man? What colours am I going to use? This is just, you see how I'm taking that image now, and I'm filling it with elements. And you see, these are all stamps now from Sunday's TV show, the little miniatures. Really glorious for infilling. And the number of options are crazy. Now let's take a look at this grungy one. And I want to show you another trick. Now this is Andy Duggan. A bit of clever masking going on here. This is all one element, by the way. I'll show you how that's done tomorrow. Really pretty. Let's take a look at this one. This is one of the retro ones. I love this. Again, Andy Duggan. I love the way he's taken this great big retro stamp, but he's stamped it partial art, we call this, which I'm going to talk about more. So now we're entering the realm of where you don't need the whole stamp. You're just going to use parts of the stamp. Very important. And then, of course, this is great. I'll show you how to do that tomorrow too. Here's another retro one. You see, there are little elements which create a kind of a flavour or a style, and then the other elements in the stamp set, they allow you then to fill it, to build it, to chop it. You can chop it up, you can fill it. You see the little people again from Sunday? Now this is a great one. This is one of the doodle ones. We're getting close now. And this is great, you see. So this is one done by Sarah Brennan. She's done it in white embossed, and then she's filled it in, just like that. It is. But what's really nice is, look, you don't have to use all of it. You can use partial art, we call it, where you just stamp onto the stamp board. So that piece now,
it looks quite mechanical as well there, Barbara, as well. It looks like if you add cogs and all that sort of, it would really work.
Oh, yeah. But, you know, the fact that you're taking this piece here, let me show you, and you can stamp up on a piece of stamp board, look, just that piece there. Or this one here, is that you just stamp onto a shape and you're completely changing. Look at this. You know, when you want to, this is the thing, when you want to start a piece of art, sometimes it's quite difficult to know where to begin. And these composition stamps, look, it's just brilliant. All I've done is that, and then I've taken this, and I've just stamped up the edges here. So I just wanted to explain how that works with partial art. Oh, and on the subject of partial art, check this one out, the Clean and Tidy.
That's nice.
This is perfect, look. And that's just that round one that we used earlier from the Clean and Tidy set, just stamped straight onto a piece of artboard. And I'll show you how to do that in a minute.
50% of the Clean and Tidy, 50% of the Clean and Tidy now has already gone. 50%. Once again, I'm so sorry to keep chipping in, but that's what I'm here for. 50% has already gone on the Clean and Simple. On the one-day special, over 40% has now gone on the one-day special, over 40%. If you want it, start checking out your baskets if I was you as well. Right, then we'll hand it back to Barbara. I'll just keep chipping in. I can only apologise profoundly. I'll apologise now, then I don't have to do it again. But I have to keep you updated of what's going on. Back to Barbara.
Okay, so I'm going to take a look at this one. Now, this is one of the doodle pairs, and this is the artwork that I want to show you. So you look at this and you think that it's all layers, it's all decoupage, but it isn't. Adam, it's all done on one layer, right? It's all done on one layer, and you just create the illusion of layering. That's not to say that you can't decoupage. See, this one here by Elaine Milner, she has layered it up. So, for example, that's the key of this. You can do partial art, like I was showing you before, like that, or you can chop up the actual stamp pieces. So this here is parts of the stamp. So without wanting to confuse you, see, that's that bit there. So that's that bit there. So I could put that underneath like that. Say you make a bit of a Horlicks to the middle. Don't worry about it. Just stamp another bit, cover it up. See, so you can, for the decoupaging and the layering, friends among us, this is perfect. You know exactly where I'm going with this.
Yeah, I do.
And then,
love it.
the other thing is, if, for example, let's just take this now, I could make a card just with that. You know, there's your message, there's your centerpiece, just so simple. It's just screaming out to be, it's a composition stamp.
Yeah,
That's exactly what it is. It's a montage layout. Montage means that you can create the illusion that they're layered up, loads of pieces together. I'll show you how that works. Or you can actually layer it up. It's a piece of cake, actually. So we'll put those bits to one side, and then we will actually stamp up, and we'll see where we're going with this. So just bear with me 1 second. Have a little catch up while I get started.
Just while we get ready, we
fired
are very, very busy for your one-day special now. It's worth having a look. If you've got anything in your basket, start checking them out as well. Your one-day special, remember, you were getting complete collection. So everything you're about to see Barbara and Paul do, Paul's with me at 8 o'clock this evening, you will be able to achieve with these as well. Have you ever wanted to segregate? Have you ever wanted to square off your groovy work? Have you ever wanted to put a sentiments and make it look like it's more work than it actually is? Well, these stamps will do it all for you, and Barbara's just proven that in the last 20 minutes, what you can do of when you get this home. And the bonus of getting all these home as well is also you're getting the masks. You haven't got to create your own masks anymore. It's all been done for you. £59.94 with a saving of £60 is what you're looking at on this. Where have I got £60 from? Well, each individual set as well. You can get them on their own, they're £19.99, or you can get them in the pair. So you can go for your grunge if you wanted to. That's got a £10 saving on it. Take that between the 3 sets, it's another £30, and I'll put another £30 on top of that as well, which makes it £60 is what you're saving. £60 is what you're saving. 529213 is your item number, £29.97 across 2 interest-free flexible payments. Right then, you're loving these. You're also loving these. 2/3 of the stock of the Clean and Tidy layouts A5 square stamp and mask collection has already gone. I'm hearing now you're going to be quick. If you want these, you've got to be quick. Jump on the website, tap the app is the quickest way to go with this one now. 976357 is your item number. Barbara says she'll be demoing these at 8 o'clock in the morning, but we don't know if they'll be here. I'm just saying what I hear. We don't know if they'll be here at 8 o'clock in the morning, so it's worth having a little go if I was you. £29.96, but remember, £29.96 split the cost into 2. So we're just shy of £15. Just under £15 is what you're looking at for these today. We are still in Flextravaganza. Take advantage. Take advantage. It's very rare for £29.96. I'd put it on 2 flexible payments. for a groove shop. We wouldn't do it. Normally, we would not do it. You can get it today in Flextravaganza. And let's go back to the story, where the story all began. A third of the stock has already gone here. Where the story began, where the journey started for today's one-day special in these groovy plates. You are looking at all three of Linda Williams' Easy Layouts A5 square plate trio that you're getting there. £15.97 with an £8 saving. Now, once again, you can do what Barbara did and just use them for the layout. You haven't got to use, yes, you've got the added bonus of all the added accoutrement that you've got in there, but just use them as the layout forms if you wanted to, and then do your parching into it. If you're scared of your parchment journey, go smaller, but it's still going to look delicate and beautiful. £15.97, and once again, and I'm sure Barbara won't mind me saying this, and I'm going to say it anyway, we're in Flextravaganza. £15.97 would never be put onto 2 interest-free flexible payments. We just wouldn't do it. We wouldn't. I'll tell you now. You watch after next week, £15.97 will never be put on 2 flexible payments. You can today. If you like it, you want to try it, jump on board. It's £15.97, split the cost into 2 interest-free flexible payments. 725450 is your item number. Right then, everything is flying out the door. So let's go back to our Barbara for more demonstrations.
Okay, thank you. All right, it's about time I started stamping, and I just wanted to give you some tips on how to stamp and get a good impression. So the first thing is, I just wanted to show you that I've got a soft mat underneath. So our black craft mats, our groovy mats, they're soft on the back. We've got blue mats. I think they're on the counter, or you've certainly got them on the website. These are soft, hard on one side, soft on the other. Helps when you're stamping, you'll find a little bit of give underneath does help. So these are huge stamps. They're about 4.5 inches square, these plates. And right, next thing, we're going to use permanent ink pads because, of course, it depends. I mean, we're going straight onto white, but you could stamp onto designer paper as well. Look, so this looks gorgeous. Then you've got the instant colour. So that's something else to consider. With designer paper, it's already there for you, and then you can just start filling and having fun, or chopping them up. That's the other thing. But let's keep going, and what we're going to do is decide which ink pad are we going to use. VersaFine, Archival Black. It's up to you. Archival Black dries quite quickly. VersaFine is a little bit more forgiving, so I'm going to go with VersaFine because it's live telly. And I've mounted the stamp. I've mounted the stamp on the big mega mount, the 6x6, which is great. And now I'm just going to distribute the ink, the VersaFine ink on there. Nice black. Right, it just gives me a little bit more time. I'm going to pop this down. There we go. And then I'll just pop that in the middle. And it doesn't matter which way I'm going to go because I can decide that afterwards. And I'll press gently all the way around like that. Bit of pressure. And because I've got a bit of soft mat underneath, it does help. So we'll just do that. And the other, right, so now I'm going to go for a large background. Now lift that off, I've got a perfect image.
Beautiful.
Right, really nice. So while that's drying, let me show you another trick. I'm going to just put that to one side. That's it, top tip number 1, soft underneath, slower drying ink pad, VersaFine. Works like a charm. Now, we're back on the hard mat now. Let's show you another tip. Let's imagine I want to do what I would call partial art. So here, for example, if we look at this artwork that I've already finished, I want to show you how so I've extracted the middle part. If you look here, that's the centre of this part. Yeah. How nice is that?
That is beautiful.
Right? So let me just show you how to do that. You could, of course, do this and then chop it up, or you could start with a piece of card that's already like this. So what I've done is I've taken some stencil card, 7x7, and I've cut it into 4 quarters. And now I've got 4 pieces. So that's an easier way to go. Let's take that. And now you'll notice I can't stamp. I'm not going to stamp straight on black, because if I did that and then I inked up like this and I went like that, sure, I'd have a reference here, right? But I'd have black ink all over here. If I use a piece of white copy paper, then I won't be able to see the white card. So I'm just using a piece of coloured paper, if you like, and now I can see exactly where my image is going to sit, where I'm going to land, if you like. Do you see?
Yeah, we say, yeah.
And it's whether do I want it in the middle? Where do I want it? I can decide now where I want that box to sit. This box. So then I'm gonna ink it up. Here we go, and I'll ink this up, and I can ink up the whole thing if I want to. Right? Okay. Let me just show you. Then I'll turn this over, and I'll pop this right into the center where I want it to be. Right, it's going to go there, let's say, right? And then I'll press on there, and of course, I'm eliminating this little area. The thing about doing this, let me show you something. Say you're making cards for notelets, because we're an angel company, Adam, what that means is if you make things to sell, or you have our blessing, right? So now I've got that and it's perfect. But say I want to make a set of notelets and I want to do the same again, right? Now I've got my template, so I can just set that in there like so, ink up, flip over, go again and again and again. And now I'm always going to have it in exactly the same place because I created my own template like this. You see what I mean?
Yeah, that's a clever idea.
So that's the first thing. That really helps when you're duplicating. You know, when you want to do something more than once.
More than once.
Now the other thing I wanted, so that's worth knowing. Now the other thing is on stamp board. Let me show you, because this is flat, isn't it? Tips and tricks on how to use the stamps. So that now is going to be my starting place for this. You see?
Yeah.
So that's really, really easy. So we'll let that dry as well. And while that's drying, let me show you this. If I were going to use this, let me get the other. I'm going to use the other doodle one. Let's use this one. It's really nice, right? And what I'll do is I can use a Versamark, I can use VersaFine. But I'm going to ink up my stamp. Because I'm using stamp board's a bit thicker. So I've got to be careful where I press. How does she know these things? Let me just ink this up. I'll show you. When I go in here now, and I stamp on here, let's say, just let me show you. If I stamp on here, I'm going to push in the area of the stamp board. Because if I push here on this side, I'm going to squish the stamp, and it's better. You get a better impression if you just, because it's going to squeeze the stamp board, if you see what I mean. So now I can get a good impression like this, and I'll lift that off, and it's not squelched on the sides. That's what I was trying to explain. Now, let's have a look.
I'm just going to chip in a minute. We've just had a call. The call centre is overwhelmed with calls at the moment. So we're asking you to please jump to the website or tap the app with the quickest way to go. Almost 50% of the one-day special stock now has already gone. But I urge you to jump to the website or tap the app. If you're going to phone the phone, our phone lines are ridiculously busy. And I mean ridiculously busy. So they've phoned us and said, can you send them to the website? Because we're trying to get through the calls and we don't want to upset anyone. So really, if you want it, jump onto the website, tap the app, or hold the line on the phone, but you may be there for a while. So technically, if I was you, I'd jump to the website or tap the app. Thanks, Barbara.
Oh, thank you so much. Right, this is great. I'm so glad that you see the use in these. Now, I want to just humour me now, because I want to show you some of these little elements in this set. So if I bring this up close, right, sometimes we're so busy looking at the great big layout plate, like this doodle one here, we're not looking at all these little details. You see the little good people?
I like them.
You see them here? You won't believe how detailed these stamps are. So I just want to show you, let's just do this. If I've got that there, right, let's just go for it. So I've got these three little people. I'm going to use an archival black ink pad. That'll do. Actually, I'll use this one. Right, archival black. And I've got a piece to check as well, right? And now let's have a look. I'm going to just... where's that fella with the long... Right, the one in the middle with the heart. Okay, here we go. Do you see how tiny they are? I don't know if I can... Should I come in a bit closer, or can you see this okay?
Well, we can see that. I can see the detail from here. It literally looks like you've done them on shrink plastic, Barbara. They literally look shrinked, like little shrink plastic gnomes.
That's absolutely right. Let me just stamp them into place so you can see the detail on these. It's unbelievable. If I hold this up to the camera, if I offer this up to the camera, can you see? They're just spectacular, just beautiful. And so the detail, I know, just absolutely gorgeous. And if you've got the larger ones, then you will absolutely love these. Let me take, this is, I don't know if this was a coincidence, but this is amazing how this fits. So in this set, you've got these trees. You've got an innie and an outie tree. Do you see that? Positive and negative tree. So this is Lucy's masterpiece, all these little elements here. And I'm just taking an archival red, and I'm just going to stamp that into that circle. Look at that.
Oh, look at that.
I know. Great, isn't it? And then also in this set, so you've got these little kisses, like oxos, as the Americans call them. Right. So we've got our oxos here. And let's pop them in there. So my point is, it's when you start to look, where's that little tree, like the black tree? So I'm going to, this is the positive and the negative. Let me pop that little tree in there. Okay, so the tree's at the top. What I'm trying to show, Adam, is how easy it is. Once you've got your layout like this, it's so easy to decorate it. You know, if I just gave you a shape like that and said, right, here are all the little stamps, now create a landscape or create a card or a piece of artwork, it's so difficult to know where to begin. True. And that really is the essence of these layout plates, these composition plates, because you can create so much gorgeous artwork, you know. It's absurd. So I just wanted to explain how these little guys work. And again, you just a couple of colours, and because of course you can see through the stamps, you can see exactly where you're placing them. But what a really nice little piece of artwork this is. So I've shown you how to stamp onto stamp board, which we also have on the show in different shapes and sizes. One other thing I wanted to show you, here's one I did earlier. Do you see the red around the edge?
Yeah.
On the edge of the board.
Oh yeah.
Let me show you a trick. If I take the Perga colours, because a lot of people have got these now, let me just take the red one of the red ones. There are 30 pens, double-ended, very, very good for this like little tiny detail work. And the reason they're very good is because they've got a bullet end. I'll show you, got two ends. So they've got this bullet end, which is great for colouring in, but they've also got this really fine end that's got this kind of plastic area, so it protects the nib. It's very, very ultra fine. And what's amazing is that you can go into the tiniest detail, like ridiculous. And you can
the detail on these little fellas is absolutely phenomenal. We've got them board stamped out. I just want to show you the detail briefly. Just while we do that, over half the stock now has already gone for your one-day special. Over half of the stock has already gone. 529213 is your item number. Very busy for these £29.97 for the big old bundle that you are looking at here. But I also I know I'm interrupting, I know, before you start your emails, I do have to tell you this is part of my job. We're very busy with this. We're also very busy on the clean and tidy. Over 80% of the stock now has already gone. Over 80% of the stock has already gone on your clean and tidy layouts. Barbara was meant to do a demo with these at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I think we may have to change the demo. £29.96. As I said before, you can split the cost of this onto 2 interest-free flexible payments, which is very rare and it's very far between. We never normally do it for sort of £29.96. You'd never see 2 flexible payments on it. Today you can because we're in an event. So it's worth having a little look. Sorry, Barbara, back to you.
No, don't apologise. I'm trying to show you some tricks and tips as well. So when you've got the edge like this, if you've got the bullet end, so the tiny ultra fine end is great for the detail. And of course, when you're investing in these layout stamps, you've got this amazing detail on the stamps as well. So these are excellent for that. If we go to the other end, the fatter, the bullet end, the way to get an edge around to get that red is to literally just run the pen, the side of the pen, around the edge. So you're pushing down, see, and when you look around, you see how it just instantly, it's the side of the pen, Adam, that's doing the job. And you just go round like that until you've completely covered the edge. And if there's a bit missing, just go back in and do that again. There you go. And then the only other thing that I wanted to flag up was if you look at the two, let's just compare the two, you'll notice that this one is got, see how it looks more dimensional? It looks like see the shadows,
shading,
this one's flat. Yeah, so that, all that is grey pencil work, which is how we got this effect on the larger piece. It's just shadow, drop shadow underneath with grey, which is what we're going to go to in a minute. So that's that. Next one, don't go away, because we wanted to look at this one here. I'm starting small. These are like little warm-up exercises, but they're really cool to do. If we look at this one now, this doodle one, you'll see this tree here.
Yeah.
So I'm using that tree in the background, and Enjoy Peaceful Moments, that's also here. I'm using that too. So I'm not moving away from this set. I showed you how to do the partial art trick with this, and now I'll show you how to stamp up to get that edge there. If we take a set of ink pads, I'm going to go with dark garnet. I think that's what I want to go with. Dark garnet, sounds about right, and cotton candy, yes. I think that'll be lovely. This is from the old parchment set. You've got those on the website.
Yeah. Details are on the screen, £25.99, split the cost on 2 interest-free flexible payments, 375358 is your item number.
Right, next trick, spot-on sponges. Let's take a spot-on sponge, because we want to make the background really faded. You see, like misty, really misty. Yeah, cool. So what I'll do is I'll take a piece of, just to practice on as well, and then what I'll do though is I'll take my, see, if I go like this, let me show you something. If I do that, this is going to be so wet and blistery, but look, really dark and blotchy, right? Because the ink pad is very, very juicy. So to get that lovely misty effect, let's see what we can do. The first thing is we're going to use a makeup spot-on sponge. Let's use a spot-on sponge. So I can take my ink from the ink pad with the sponge, and let's see if that looks better. That's more like it. Right, so that works. So big difference. Let me show you. If I put a little bit more ink on there, then I can also use the spot-on sponge as an applicator. Literally, you're blending it and inking up at the same time. Now let's see if that works. Absolutely beautiful, right? So you're using the spot-on sponge as an ink pad, and you'll see now if I do that, there you go, look, really so beautifully faded, and it's like printed. It's like it's printed. Look, and every time I go in, it gets 1 generation lighter. Can you see that?
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, really nice to do, and of course it's getting lighter and lighter on the, so I just want 1 little bit more up there. Perfect. And then I'm going to take my black archival and I'll stamp my words straight over the top. So your elements, your tree, becomes your background in the center. And you can read the words easily. Enjoy peaceful moments. You can read them in front of the tree, even though they're very delicate. Yeah, so that's well worth. Just if you can, to get that really light, even with the darkest ink pad, like dark garnet is the clues in the name. If you use the ink pad, the spot-on sponge as an applicator, it really tones the colour down beautifully, like to the most gorgeous hues, and that's good for any of these dark ink pads. It works beautifully. Okay, so that's that. Top tip.
I like the top tip though. If you want 64 spot-on sponges for £9.96, split the cost of that onto 2. Interest-free, flexible. That's a lot of sponges. 188668 is your item number. Clean and tidy. Oh my words. Clean and tidy. We are approaching limited stock. We are approaching limited stock on your clean and tidy bundle, a saving of £20, £29.96. Split the cost onto 2 interest-free flexible payments. Right then, so I know what you're all doing. You're all watching Barbara, and you don't want to miss anything. You don't want to miss anything. So calm yourself down. You've got about 30 seconds to check out your baskets, and then we'll go straight back to Barbara. But let me give you some more inspiration of what you can do with your one-day special. With over half of the stock already gone in the first live hour. Right then, I'm conscious of the time, so let's get straight back to our Barbara, because we're going to do some more techniques. Barbara, it's back to you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so really what I'm showing you here with this little bite-sized piece is exactly what we'll be doing in the larger piece. So here, for example, what I'm doing now is I'm looking at my artwork and I'm masking off the bits that I want to keep white. So I've made a post-it mask. I've masked this off. Now we've got some low-tack masking tape, and I did say on Sunday you're gonna want this, and there are packs of 4 of them, Adam, in the show. We stocked up especially on really good low-tack masking tape for this job. Have you got that there?
We've got the details. Bring the details up on the screen for you. 4 rolls is what you're going to be getting. For £9.96, 507630 is your item number. £9.96. Split the cost of that onto 2 interest-free flexible payments. Back to Barbara.
Thank you. So you see, the thing about the low-tack masking tape is what I'm doing now is I'm just exposing the bits that I want to, you know, it's like, how am I changing this? If I want this bit to be pink and that bit to be brown or garnet, then I'm going to have to I just mask off the bits. If this is the bit I want to be brown or dark garnet, as they call it, right, then I'm going to take my makeup sponge or my spot-on sponge, and I'm going to take a piece of copy paper I can use, right, and I'm going to get rid of the excess. But you see, I'm isolating the area, and now I'm bringing that colour in. So I dab off the excess. Should I come up a little bit?
There we go.
Like that.
Oh.
That's better, right? And then I can come in here, and then I can just literally dab whatever colour it is I'm into that block, into that area, you see? So I only want that dark garnet in this area here. Could I use brushes? Yes, I could, but I find that with these spot-on sponges, you make like a mushroom, like that, like a toadstool with it, and then you can get right in and it looks so, it just looks so professional.
It does.
See, and then I can take that low tack tape and cover it up that end there. And now I'm going to use I'm going to use one pink, one brown. Now I'm going to go with the cotton candy, which is in the same set.
Yeah.
And I'm going to bring the pink in through there like this. So I'm going to bring that pink in and through here as well. Just, there you go. So I'm bringing that lovely cotton candy through there.
That's nice.
And that brown and pink always look great together, don't they? I think they do. They just work right. And then I'll put a little bit, so now I've got that contrast there. And because I've masked off the areas, you see, this is the cool part of it. So you just drag a bit of colour in. And it's not until you take everything away, so I've got that bright, you can use all these little bits again and again. There you go. But when you take this all away, you see it starts to just pop really, really beautifully. And then the finishing trick, see, because you've got this partial art, you've got two little things that you want to do. The first one is let that ink dry a little bit.
Okay.
And then what you're going to do is take some grey pens, polychromos, fantastic. Love these pencils. Different shades of grey. You start with 50 shades of grey. There you go. So you start with a light one, and you're going to start in, and you're going to create a drop shadow. If you ever join me in the Shack on a Thursday, we do so much of this kind of drop shadow doodling work. I mean, that's one of the other things that's amazing about these layout montage stamps. If you're into your doodling, these are great for that as well, because they set the scene for you. They give you an outline, and they invite you. See, I could doodle all the way through here with my micron pens. You see? You start with a lighter grey.
They give you so much scope, don't they, Barb? They give you the possibilities really are endless. It doesn't matter which way you stamp this. In theory, there are 4 different ways you can stamp it: top, middle, and bottom, and you can turn it around. And it's each going to give you a different look every single time.
Absolutely, and it certainly does, you know. And where you put your greys, you see here, you put your grey in there, and then that pushes that pink to the back. So just by introducing a drop shadow on that side, and then on this side here, and I mean, I'm rushing this a little bit, but I would normally take it a lot slower. There you go, I take that more slowly. But you'll see, as soon as you do that, what it does is it pushes that pink layer backwards.
Yeah.
And that's how, when you look at this one, just jumping, you see how this grey here makes this piece look as if it's in front of that piece.
Yeah, it does.
And the grey there. And that's just that simple, really. The only other thing I would say, that's the top tip, is get some grey pencils. And then, if you've got a black marker pen, you'll see that one's got the black edge around it. This one's open. So it doesn't look quite finished. But when you take your black pen, and you don't need a ruler, just drag this like that around the edge. And what that will do is it will complete. It kind of ties it in. See, it finishes it off.
Yeah, sort of gives you that layer.
There you go. So now you would never know that was only part of a larger stamp, you see. It gives you that completion.
I love it. I really do. There's so much. The Clean and Simple, you can do the same thing with your Clean and Tidy. Limited stock. They are now limited stock. If you want yours on immediate dispatch, this is the time to get it now. 2 interest-free flexible payments on this one as well. £29.96. If you want yours without the delay, because I've just heard I have asked if we can get some more, we can, but they're on a bit of a day. So if you want yours dispatched immediately to you, this is the way to go now. We are limited stock, though. 976357 is your item number. I'm conscious of the time, Bob. We've got about, how long we got, Baker? We've got about 4 minutes left.
Oh, is that all?
I know.
Oh, Adam.
It's flew by.
Well, listen. No, I think I've covered the basics of it. And at 8 o'clock, Paul's going to be back with you. I shall be in the background pedaling like Paul is at the moment, and but Paul's going to introduce the groovy side of the deal to you, and he's going to show you, for all our parchers, he will be showing you how to use the groovy plates. As far as I go, I think this particular piece of artwork that I was going to show you here, I shall blog that. I shall take my time. There's no point in rushing it, but you can see how you can change, how you can transform from that to that, and then you can take some designer paper, and now it's up to you. Do you want to add a background, or do you want it to just be white? What do you prefer?
I like the background. I like the background with it.
Yeah, so do I. So there you go. So this is a beautiful piece of, I think this is, I don't know, Toscana, it looks like to me. But there you go. So we've got fabulous designer papers. And this is the thing. If you look, let me just show you this. You see this edge here is straight. But look at the little extensions. And these extensions, here we go, look. See there? Look, I've added it. You build on. It's like building extensions on a house. See here, there's nothing. So these are so cool. This is empty here, look. But over here, I filled it with the same thing that I added down here. And that's really, so what I want to do, Adam, if it's okay with you, barbaragrayblog.com, I will step-by-step photo project this so that you can follow it exactly as I've built up this picture.
There you go, you see?
And I think it would be a really great idea to have a look at some of the artwork you've got there.
Yeah, I can show you some of the finished samples I've got here as well. Now, the... here we go, clean and tidy, sold out. Sold out, but... I've got a few, apparently, I mean only a few, from the 17th of November is what we're looking at on this one. 17th of November. Let me show you some of the finished samples, though, from the one-day special. We are going to go back there shortly, but this is now sold out. I've got it back from the 17th of November is what you're looking at now. It's worth having a little go on this one if I was you. We are 60% of the one-day special now has already gone. 60% of the one-day special. It's meant to last... well, it's meant to last till tomorrow, till 6 o'clock, to be honest, but I don't know if it will. If you want yours, we've only just scratched the surface, I feel, with these. We have only just scratched the surface. This should have been, I feel, a 2-hour show. It really should have been a 2-hour show because I think there's so much potential in these. There's so much more to give. We've not even discussed the masks that you get with them as well. Barbara made her own, but we've not even touched on the masks that you're actually getting in kit. 8 o'clock tonight, Paul will be back with me and we're going to look at the parchment side. We're going to look at the groovy side of these and how all that works. So if you want to get in before the crowd, get your groovy plates now. But as Barbara said, let me quickly show you some of the samples. Oh, fingers and thumbs. Let's show you some of the samples that you've got here.